Chapter 1. Within a dilapidated temple on Zhongnan Mountain, a disheveled Taoist priest, his hair unkempt and face smeared with dirt, nonchalantly addressed a handsome young man beside him while scratching his foot. "My dear disciple, have you not always yearned to uncover the truth behind your parents' demise? Should you descend the mountain this time to fulfill a task, I shall reveal it to you." "Really, master? You speak true," Jiang Han exclaimed, leaping from his seat in excitement, his eyes sparkling as he approached his master. "Of course. After all this time as my disciple, when have I ever deceived you?" The Taoist priest, Qingshu, rolled his eyes in mild annoyance. Jiang Han felt a wave of resentment. His master's words had never held weight. He had been led astray countless times with promises, only to be met with disappointment. His master often painted grand visions for him to chase, yet never fulfilled any of his commitments. But as his disciple, what could he do? After all, his master had nurtured him for many years and imparted invaluable martial skills. He could only resign himself to his misfortune. Nevertheless, regarding the truth of his parents' death, he felt compelled to seize even the faintest hope. Since childhood, he had only heard whispers of their demise at the hands of enemies. But the specifics and identities of those foes remained a mystery. Each time he inquired of his master, he was met with evasive responses, and the topic was seldom broached. Today, however, was an unprecedented opportunity. "Master, pray tell, what is the task?" "I shall undertake it." Seeing Jiang Han's eagerness, King's lips curled into a cunning smile as he retrieved a stack of marriage certificates from beneath him and tossed them to the ground. "My dear disciple, these are the 3 potential brides I have selected for you during my last descent from the mountain. You must return with one of them as your wife and bring back a grandchild. Should you fail, consider this task a failure, and you shall never glean any information regarding your parents from me." Jiang Han's expression froze, his countenance darkening considerably. He glanced at his master's disheveled appearance, then recalled the looks of his fellow disciples, either portly and bulbous, diminutive and frail, or grotesquely disfigured with multiple eyes and ears, each one more peculiar than the last. He could scarcely believe his master could select any exceptional beauty if they resembled his brothers in any way. He would prefer a lifetime of solitude over such companionship. "Master, what do the brides look like?" "Surely they do not resemble my brothers with their odd features. I could hardly bear it." "Do you think my judgment is lacking?" "Spare me your quips. Do as I instruct, else refrain from inquiring about your parents." Qingshu waved dismissively, turning his head away, clearly unwilling to engage further with Jiang Han. "Your commands, master. I shall obey without question." Jiang Han longed to point out that his master's choice of disciples was hardly commendable, yet he held his tongue, fearing that provoking his master might seal his fate in ignorance about his parents. He could only suppress his frustration and stoop to gather the slightly yellowed marriage certificates scattered on the ground. He could not fathom why this old man insisted on his marriage and the return of a child before divulging the truth of his parents' death. "Very well, since you have agreed, depart the mountain today." With that, Qingshu vanished from the grand hall, as if he had never been there at all. Despite his master's disheveled demeanor, Jiang Han held a deep-seated respect for him, primarily due to his formidable martial prowess and an air of mystique. After a decade of apprenticeship, he still knew little of his master's true abilities. Though Jiang Han had been taken in by his master at the age of 5 and raised on the mountain, Qingshu had ensured he was well-versed in fundamental knowledge, imparted to him a thorough understanding of the geography of the Xia kingdom. Among the 3 marriage certificates, he chose the one from a girl named Yan Luoqi, whose home was nearest to him in Weicheng, intending to fulfill this engagement. Following his master's instructions, he did not linger on the mountain, but swiftly gathered a few garments and set off for Weicheng that very morning. On his way down, he did not avail himself of any transportation to someone trained in martial arts. The trek of several dozen li posed no challenge. He traversed the river valley with remarkable speed and soon emerged from the mountains. Once outside, he found himself amidst a densely populated area, where it was unwise to showcase his skills for fear of inciting panic. Consequently, he joined the throngs of people boarding vehicles toward the county town, having previously assisted his master with various tasks beyond the mountain. He was quite accustomed to traveling by car. Half an hour later, he arrived at the bus station in the county town of Mongshui. Purchasing a ticket to the urban district of Weicheng, he boarded the bus, setting forth on his journey. Weiqing was not far from Mongshui. Merely 50 kilometers away an hour and a half later, Jiang Han disembarked at the Weiqing bus station. Upon exiting, he found himself engulfed in confusion. He knew only that his betrothed was named Yin Luoqi, yet knew nothing else about her family, including their address. In the midst of a vast sea of people, with a population of millions in Weiqing, where could he possibly find her? At that moment, he realized the daunting task his unreliable master had set before him. Resigned to chance, he began to inquire passers-by, hoping someone might recognize the name Yin Luoqi. To his surprise, when he stopped a stylishly dressed woman, she glanced at him with disdain and remarked, "Oh, a Taoist dares to pursue the eldest daughter of the Yin family? Have you looked in the mirror to see your pitiful state? Do you truly believe she would be interested in someone like you? What a disgrace to the clergy." With a mocking glare, the fashionable woman turned and walked away. Jiang Han felt his face flush with embarrassment. He glanced down at his somewhat faded gray robe, worn during his years on the mountain. Realizing the woman mistook him for a Taoist, although his master was indeed a Taoist, he himself had not embraced that path. Eager to fulfill his master's directive, he chose not to argue. Astonished to discover that his betrothed was of such renown that even a random stranger on the street knew her name, she appeared to be a prominent lady of considerable standing. Enduring the curious gazes of the crowd, he continued to ask several more individuals about Yan's whereabouts until he finally learned her family's residence. The Yin family estate at 18 Renmin Road, the most bustling area of Weiqing. This was Jiang Han's first visit to the city, and feeling out of his depth, he decided to save time by hailing a taxi. The driver, a young man in his 20s with a fresh haircut, exuded a cheerful demeanor, clearly a capable individual, likely a veteran recently discharged from the military. As soon as Jiang Han entered the vehicle, the driver flashed him a bright smile and asked, "Where to, brother?" Jiang Han felt a favorable impression of the driver, unlike others who had looked down upon him for his peculiar attire. This driver spoke to him with genuine interest. "To 18 Renmin Road. Isn't that the Yin family estate? I've heard the Yin family members can be rather difficult to deal with, so be cautious." The driver expressed concern. "Not to worry, I'm merely visiting my fiancée," Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. Dismissing the driver's caution, he did not believe the Yin family would make things difficult for him. "Oh." The driver assumed Jiang Han's fiancée was simply a servant at the Yin residence, casually responding, "I see a certain nobility in you. You must have been in the military." The taxi driver was the first person Jiang Han encountered in the city who showed genuine concern for him, which endeared him to the driver, and they began to converse. "Good eye, brother. I just got out last year after 2 years of service." The driver, named Qi Ming, spoke openly, engaging in conversation with Jiang Han. Through their chat, Jiang Han learned they were of similar age, both 23. With Qi Ming having served as a reconnaissance soldier, they discovered they hailed from the same region, Mongshui, and exchanged contact information. Upon learning Jiang Han was also from Mongshui, Qi Ming grew more amicable. Just as the two were about to delve into more topics about Mongshui, a pink sports car suddenly sped by, nearly grazing their taxi, startling Qi Ming. Fortunately, the vehicle did not strike them, but as Qi Ming sighed in relief, a long finger emerged from the driver's window, extending a middle finger toward Jiang Han, and Qi Ming. This gesture sent a chill down Jiang Han's spine. "What on earth? Almost collided with us, and now they dare to flip us off? Qi Ming, let's chase her down and confront her," Jiang Han said, his irritation evident. "Brother Jiang, let go. Did you not see that was a Maserati worth over 2 million? Such individuals are either exceedingly wealthy or of high status. We, the common folk, truly cannot afford to provoke them." Qi Ming sighed ruefully and shook his head. He had previously learned during their conversation that Jiang Han was merely 2 months his senior, hence his respectful address. Jiang Han was taken aback, although he had spent much of his time on the mountain with his master and fellow disciples. Remaining largely indifferent to the affairs of the outside world, he was occasionally aware of certain matters. The concept of 2 million was entirely foreign to him. He could scarcely fathom that the low-slung vehicle ahead was worth such an extravagant sum. "Brother Jiang, our vehicle is unscathed. Why should we concern ourselves with such a person?" Qi Ming assumed Jiang Han was still upset about the earlier incident and offered words of comfort. "I am indifferent, as long as you are untroubled." Jiang Han replied with a slight smile. He had merely been standing up for Qi Ming. The years of asceticism on the mountain had rendered him largely impervious to trivial matters. At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air as the speeding Maserati abruptly halted. Qi Ming, startled, instinctively slammed on the brakes. The car skidded forward over 5 meters before coming to a stop, mere centimeters from the vehicle ahead. Qi Ming's face turned ashen, his body frozen in shock. "Qi Ming, are you all right?" Jiang Han exclaimed. "Ik var startled. I'm fine, thankfully. We didn't collide with the car in front, otherwise I might have spent the rest of my life working to pay them back," Qi Ming said, patting his chest in relief. "This is not your fault. Even if a collision had occurred, it would have been due to their sudden stop. What is there to fear?" Jiang Han shook his head in response. "Brother Jiang, you are thinking too simply. If only those wealthy individuals could reason with us commoners. What I dread is that they may not only refuse to be reasonable, but may also attempt to extort us," Qi Ming lamented. As they conversed, the door of the vehicle ahead swung open, revealing a striking woman clad in a form-fitting purple gown. Her porcelain skin and captivating beauty were marred only by her frosty demeanor and an air of icy authority, marking her as a formidable heiress. With long legs accentuated by high heels, the furious woman approached Jiang Han and Qi Ming's taxi with an air of indignation. "Brother Jiang, I fear I am in trouble this time. I can no longer take you with me. You should get out," Qi Ming said, a note of dejection in his voice. Jiang Han was taken aback that Qi Ming was still considering him at such a moment. His concerns were merely out of fear of retribution. He did not wish to burden Jiang Han. Rarely had he encountered someone so considerate. Aside from his master and fellow disciples on the mountain, his heart, he had already regarded Qi Ming as a friend. And how could he abandon a friend in distress? "Brother, do not say such things. You consider me a friend, and we shall face this together." Seeing the sincerity in Jiang Han's words, Qi Ming managed a wry smile and chose not to argue further. At that moment, the stunning woman had reached their vehicle. "Get out of the car right now. How do you even drive? You nearly crashed into my beloved car and frightened me. You must compensate me." The woman pointed an accusatory finger at Qi Ming, her fury palpable. Qi Ming was taken aback by the imposing demeanor of the other party and hurriedly opened the car door to exit. "Miss, I apologize. It was not my intention. Apologizing is not enough. You nearly collided with my vehicle, startling me in the process. You must compensate me for emotional distress with 1 million yuan. So hurry and get the money," the other party declared, extending her right hand arrogantly, wearing an expression as if regarding an ant beneath her. "Miss, I don't have that much money. My monthly salary is only 5 or 6,000. Qi Ming, pale with fear, lamented. "Knowing you are a pauper, you still dare to drive recklessly. At the very least, it's 500,000, not a penny less. Otherwise, prepare for a lawsuit." The woman had no intention of letting Qi Ming off the hook. Her face set in a domineering manner. Qi Ming realized that as a poor taxi driver from a rural background, he stood no chance against these wealthy young ladies in court, leaving him speechless, rooted to the spot. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm pressed for time." The beautiful woman suddenly glared icily, her impatience palpable, seeing Qi Ming on the verge of breaking down. Jiang Han finally spoke. He had been observing this striking woman and was taken aback by her unreasonable and high-handed nature, bullying a lowly taxi driver due to her privileged background, even though Qi Ming was not a close acquaintance. Jiang Han felt compelled to stand up for him and engage in a discussion. "Miss, your accusations are unreasonable. You abruptly slammed on your brakes. How can you blame the taxi driver? If you hadn't braked suddenly, would the near accident have occurred? Even in the case of a rear-end collision, isn't the responsibility yours? You should be apologizing to the taxi driver, not extorting him. This is utterly unreasonable. Who do you think you are? A wild priest popping out of some remote valley. You dare meddle in my affairs. If you're wise, you'll step aside, or I'll hold you accountable too." The beautiful woman shot Jiang Han a fierce glare, her disdain evident. From Jiang Han's shabby appearance, she discerned he was merely a powerless and impoverished priest, and she held him in utter contempt. "I'm just a passenger. I wasn't driving. Even if you have connections, I doubt you can do anything to me." Jiang Han had initially intended to reason with her, but her blatant insult ignited his anger, causing his tone to turn frosty. "Brother Jiang, I'll handle this myself." "You don't need to interfere." Qi Ming, alarmed by Jiang Han's confrontation, quickly urged him. "How can you handle it? Do you have that much money? Don't be naive. I refuse to believe this world has no laws." "Allowing these wealthy individuals to act with impunity," Jiang Han countered. "Since you love to meddle, I'll grant you your wish." He calls you brother, so you're family now. His debt will fall upon you. Hand over 2 million yuan immediately. Or don't blame me for being rude. The woman now directed her ire at Jiang Han, her frustration boiling over. "Miss, weren't you just asking for 500,000? How has it quadrupled to 2 million now? We can't possibly afford that." Qi Ming's expression was one of despair. "It's your fault for being so arrogant and making me unhappy. Hurry up and get the money. Otherwise, I'll call for assistance. And it won't just be about repaying the debt. I fear your limbs might need to be severed as well." Qi Ming's face turned ashen with fear. "Don't worry. Let her call for help." Although Jiang Han typically avoided trouble, he had no fear of threats. Given the woman's brazen behavior, he was prepared to teach her a lesson. "Very well. Since you're not afraid of dying, just wait." The beautiful woman was momentarily amused by Jiang Han's words, but her expression quickly turned cold as she took out her phone, preparing to make a call. At this moment, Qi Ming grew frantic, urging Jiang Han to leave before it was too late. Jiang Han, touched that Qi Ming still thought of him at such a critical moment, felt a surge of camaraderie. He had come to regard Qi Ming as a true friend, adhering to the principle that one should repay kindness tenfold. Today, he was resolved to see this matter through. "If I leave, what will you do?" "You must come with me." Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, "I can't leave. There's a traffic jam. The car won't move. Even if I ran, they would track me down based on the car's information. You should go. I don't want my troubles to involve you." "Brother, you're so loyal. How can I abandon you?" "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Jiang Han's tone was calm, leaving Qi Ming momentarily stunned. He couldn't fathom where Jiang Han derived his confidence. Given that the woman was clearly a powerful heiress, while Jiang Han appeared to be of humble means. Just as Qi Ming was filled with dread, the beautiful woman's phone rang before she could make her call. Qi Ming tensed again, fearing it might be her family calling for help against him and Jiang Han. However, upon answering, the beautiful woman transformed, her demeanor shifting to one of sweetness and compliance, nodding vigorously as she repeatedly said yes. Finally, she stated, "I'll be right back." Before hanging up, she glared fiercely at Qi Ming and Jiang Han, declaring, "Consider yourselves fortunate. If it weren't for an urgent matter at home requiring my immediate return, I would have dealt with you two blind fools properly." With that, she strutted away in her towering stilettos, swiftly disappearing down the road. I could see that moment. Qi Ming finally regained his composure, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, that was close. We almost got caught up in something serious. Thank goodness we escaped unscathed." "Indeed," Jiang Han responded, though he had not genuinely worried about whether the woman would call for help. He believed that after years of training with his master in the mountains, dealing with a few wealthy bodyguards would be trivial. He simply wished to avoid alarming Qi Ming. The car resumed its journey toward People's Road. They soon arrived at number 18 People's Road. Qi Ming pointed toward an ancient building with an elegant facade, exclaiming, "Look, that's the Yin family's old residence. I heard it's been here for over a century. The Yin family is the wealthiest in Weicheng. Having such a house in the city center speaks volumes about their power. When you go in, be respectful. Don't offend them." Qi Ming warned, his eyes filled with envy. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not realized the Yin family was the richest in Weicheng. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his master's identity. How could a scruffy hermit living in the mountains possibly know such wealthy individuals and even secure a wealthy heiress as a fiancée? This connection seemed extraordinary. Jiang Han didn't dwell on it long. After bidding farewell to Qi Ming, he attempted to pay for the fare, but Qi Ming adamantly refused, driving away instead. Jiang Han could only shake his head in resignation. Thinking he would pay him back the next time they met, as Jiang Han approached the Yin family old residence, he was immediately intercepted by two towering guards. "Halt! This is the Yin family residence. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Leave immediately." The guards, perceiving Jiang Han's shabby attire, assumed he was merely a lost soul seeking directions and dismissed him brusquely that I'm here for the Yin family residence. May I ask if Miss Yin Luoqi resides here? Please inform her that I am looking for her. Jiang Han spoke calmly. Get lost. Take a good look at yourself before you think you can visit our young lady. Who do you think you are? One of the burly guards barked, clearly mistaking Jiang Han for another impoverished admirer, hoping to gain an audience with their esteemed young lady. Their lady was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in Weiqing, with countless admirers flocking to her. Their family's patriarch had instructed them to expel anyone resembling such individuals. If the other party remains obstinate, necessary measures of force may be employed for their reprimand. At this moment, they had already drawn iron rods from their waists, preparing to teach Jiang Han a lesson should he disregard their warnings. They presumed that Jiang Han, appearing as a simple country bumpkin by his attire, would flee upon witnessing their weapons. However, to their astonishment, Jiang Han completely ignored their movements and boldly approached them. You seek death, boy. Lu Er, let us teach him a lesson. The two swung their iron rods towards Jiang Han's head. Jiang Han had no intention of engaging in a brawl, especially on his first visit, as such an altercation would tarnish the Yin family's impression of him. Yet confronted with such brazen aggressiveness, he decided not to indulge them. With hands as swift as lightning, he grasped one of the iron rods, and, with a gentle tug, it was effortlessly wrested from their grip. Before they could retaliate, Jiang Han pressed the iron rod against their throats. Should you dare to move again, I shall ensure your blood stains the ground. Go then inform your young lady that I am her fiancé and wish to see her, Jiang Han declared coldly. The two guards, recognizing they were no match for Jiang Han, retreated in fear, leaving one to guard the entrance while the other hastily dashed inside. I could see this moment, within the main hall of the Yin family. A gathering of over a dozen individuals was underway, all of whom were direct descendants of the Yin lineage, engaged in a significant family meeting. Seated at the center was an elderly woman with graying hair. Her posture slightly hunched, yet her spirit was remarkably vigorous. Her piercing eyes, sharp as a hawk's, clearly indicated her esteemed position within the Yin family. This venerable woman was none other than Yin Laotai, the matriarch of the Yin family, who had assumed true leadership following the passing of her husband. To her right sat a stunning woman clad in a flowing red dress, her beauty so captivating that it rendered all other women present seemingly dull in comparison. She was Yin Luoqi, Jiang Han's sought-after fiancée, the general manager and actual head of the Yin group. Miss, a wild boy has appeared outside, claiming to be your fiancé, though we attempted to stop him. But he assaulted us. You ought to go see for yourself, reported the guard in a hurried pant. What did you say? Someone dares impersonate my sister's fiancé and assault us at her doorstep. Lead me to him at once. I shall deal with that scoundrel. Before the others could react, a young man, strikingly similar to Yin Luoqi, sprang to his feet. This was Yin Jianbo, Yin Luoqi's younger brother, who had always shared a close bond with his sister. Upon hearing of someone daring to impersonate his sister's fiancé and potentially tarnishing her reputation, he was the first to leap into action. Jianbo, what are you doing? Stand down. If someone dares to harm our kin at the Yin family's door, we must investigate together. Yin Laotai, unlike her impetuous grandson, recognized the gravity of the situation, sensing that the intruder's origins were likely extraordinary. She did not wish for her grandson to suffer any harm, thus leading the Yin family members out of the hall towards the entrance. At this moment, Jiang Han had grown somewhat impatient at the entrance, believing that the security guard had failed to report his presence and was deliberately leaving him in suspense. Just as he was about to force his way inside, he spotted a group emerging from the Yin residence. Is it you? You meddlesome brat, and now you dare to cause a ruckus at our family home? Excellent. You will pay me back the 2 million from earlier, or you shall not leave the Yin family today. Without waiting for the others to speak, a striking woman boldly confronted Jiang Han. Jiang Han was taken aback, realizing that this was the very same alluring woman he had encountered earlier on the road. Driving a luxury car, could this be the fiancé he was searching for? Yin Luoqi? If so, his master's judgment was indeed poor. Marrying such a lowly character would be tantamount to death. He felt a twinge of doubt, yet thoughts of his parents compelled him to suppress his dismay. Luo Exen, do you know him? Before Jiang Han could respond, Yin Laotai regarded the beautiful woman with suspicion. Grandmother, earlier, as I was hurrying home, this boy and his friend nearly crashed into my car. He frightened me terribly. I intended to demand compensation, but when he called to urge me home, I let them go. I never imagined he would come to my doorstep. Yin Luo Exing, despite her fierce demeanor in front of Jiang Han and Qi Ming, transformed into a pitiful figure before her grandmother, displaying a disarmingly innocent facade. I apologize. I was merely a passenger in the vehicle. You should address the driver regarding the incident. The sequence of events was not as you described. It was you who abruptly slammed on the brakes, forcing us to do the same. And we did not collide with you today. As for the fright, we were equally startled, yet we did not demand compensation for emotional distress. So your claim seems rather unfounded. Though faced with a prestigious family, Jiang Han exhibited no trace of trepidation, maintaining his composure. You are quite the silver-tongued charmer. It was your poor driving that nearly caused an accident, frightening me in the process. You must compensate me 2 million for emotional distress. Grandmother, you must take a stand. This person cannot be allowed to leave today. Yin Luo Exin feigned innocence, casting a pleading glance at her grandmother before glaring fiercely at Jiang Han. Jiang Han was taken aback by her remarkable acting skills. She was menacing outside, yet appeared so pitiful before her grandmother. He was eager to see how Yin Laotai would respond, as it would provide insight into the true nature of the Yin family. All right, Exinair, let this trivial matter rest. Clearly aware of her granddaughter's antics, Yin Laotai interrupted Yin Luo Exin's unreasonable outburst, directing her icy gaze at Jiang Han. I have heard from my subordinates that you claim to be Luo Qi's fiancé. If this is indeed the case, I shall overlook the injury inflicted upon our people earlier. However, if this is a falsehood, young man, you may find yourself paying dearly for your reckless actions. One dares harm our kin within the realm of Wei City. Although Yin Laotai's tone was not raised, her chilling authority carried a palpable weight, each word striking directly at Jiang Han. Any ordinary individual would have quaked in fear, yet Jiang Han stood undeterred. With a slight smile, he replied, I possess a marriage contract established between my master and your family. You may verify whether I speak falsely. Who do you think you are, a wild Taoist from the backwoods? To covet my sister, you must be unaware of your own worth. My sister, as the most beautiful woman in Wei City, has countless noble suitors vying for her affection. How could she possibly marry a pauper like you? I shall make sure to end you for your deceit. Just as Jiang Han was about to present the marriage contract to the Yin family, Yin Luo Qi's brother could no longer contain himself and charged towards Jiang Han. Intent on teaching him a lesson, Jian Bo, stand down, commanded Yin Laotai. Wang Jin, go retrieve the marriage contract from him. Immediately, Jian Bo halted in compliance, stepping aside. An elderly man clad in a purple tang suit, who had been standing beside Yin Laotai, approached Jiang Han as instructed. This man was Wang Jin, the aged steward of the Yin family. Wang Jin approached expressionlessly, taking the marriage contract from Jiang Han's hands, his eyes scanning the name Yin Jin inscribed upon it, causing his body to involuntarily tremble, but he swiftly handed the contract to Yin Laotai, who, upon seeing the name, narrowed her eyes. After a moment of scrutiny, she passed the contract to Yin Luo Qi, saying, Luo Qi, take a look. Jiang Han was astonished to find his fiancée present at the scene. He had been so focused on Yin Laotai that he had neglected to observe the others. Now, he turned his gaze to the woman standing to Yin Laotai's right, noting her exquisite features and unearthly beauty, as if she had descended from the heavens, untouched by the world's grime. Even with his remarkable composure, his heart raced uncontrollably at the sight of such beauty. Previously, he had worried that his master might choose a difficult bride, but now he was met with an extraordinary woman. It now appears that he has wronged the old man. Indeed, the elder seems quite reliable in his endeavor to find a suitable wife for him. However, from a nonchalant expression of Madame Yin earlier, he could discern her dissatisfaction towards him. He is uncertain whether she will recognize this marriage certificate. If she does not, it would pose a significant problem. With the failure of the first marriage certificate, only 2 remain, drastically diminishing his chances of success. This is not the outcome he desires, as anxiety flickered in Jiang Han's eyes. Yin Luoqi took the marriage certificate Jiang Han had brought from her grandmother's hands. She read it from beginning to end with utmost seriousness before gently folding it closed. Luoqi, we respect your opinion, Madame Yin declared calmly. This was a clear reminder to Yin Luoqi that she acknowledges the authenticity of the marriage certificate, yet the decision to accept it lies entirely with her granddaughter. If Luoqi chooses to reject this certificate, her grandmother will fully support that decision. Jiang Han, too, comprehended Madame Yan's intentions, that he understood that the success or failure of his first task hinged entirely upon the whims of Yin's eldest lady. His heart raced in his throat, fearing that she might deny the marriage certificate, which would lead to his failure. Grandmother, there is no issue with the marriage certificate that grandfather established. I recognize his handwriting. With these words from Yin Luoqi, the entire Yin family erupted in uproar. They could scarcely believe that their esteemed patriarch had arranged for such a ragged, seemingly impoverished young Taoist to become a suitor for their illustrious granddaughter. They could not fathom how Jiang Han, this impoverished Taoist, could have caught the eye of their venerable elder. They perceived Jiang Han as wholly unworthy of their daughter, the epitome of beauty in Weiqing. I firmly oppose even the engagement arranged by father, one of the men shouted vehemently. Perhaps father was deceived by this young man's family's sweet words when he established this engagement. Just look at him. What qualifies him to match our Luoqi? If we consent to this marriage, will we not be pushing Luoqi into a pit of fire? I believe the Gao family's eldest son is quite suitable. A match of equal standing with our family. If Luoqi marries him, she will not only enjoy a life of luxury, but also bring commercial benefits to our family. This is the best match for her. A middle-aged man, around 50 years old, standing to Madame Yan's left, immediately shouted. This man was none other than Yin Jikuan, Madame Yan's second son and Luoqi's uncle. Yin Luoqi's father had passed away when she was merely 3 years old. Following the death of the elder Yin, Jikuan was expected to naturally become the primary heir, overseeing the family's enterprises. However, to his astonishment, Madame Yin entrusted the family's power to her favored eldest granddaughter, Yin Luoqi, leaving her own son sidelined. This fueled his ire, and he had long harbored resentment towards his niece, waiting for an opportunity to undermine her. Finally, he found his chance when the head of their commercial rival, Gao Feng, secretly approached him, wishing to facilitate a union between Gao Hu, the eldest son of the Gao family, and Yin Luoqi. The Gao family head was well aware of Jikuan's desire to usurp Luoqi's position, assuring him that should he broker this union, they would persuade Luoqi to withdraw from the company's management, transferring the authority of the general manager to him. Moreover, in the realm of business competition, the Gao family could ally with the Yin family, jointly monopolizing the Weiqing market, sharing the spoils, and diminishing their rivals. Upon hearing this, Yin Jikuan readily agreed. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. He thought that even if Luoqi were reluctant to relinquish power, as a married woman, Madame Yin would not allow her to retain authority. Thus, he would not only acquire Luoqi's power, but also find a commercial ally, enabling him to achieve greater success than Luoqi ever could, showcasing his superiority. This was an opportunity he could not afford to decline, and he intended to present this notion at the family meeting, only to be blindsided by Jiang Han's appearance. He had even brought forth the marriage certificate arranged by his father for Yin Luoqi, and to his astonishment, Luoqi had acknowledged it, if this were the case. Based on his assumptions, Jiang Han's current financial condition would render it impossible for him to marry Luoqi. He would likely have to rely on entering the Yin family instead. This would prevent Luoqi from leaving her family, thwarting Jikuan's plans to seize her power, a notion he could not tolerate. Thus he hastily interjected his opposition that I believe my uncle speaks wisely. If we were to find a match for Luoqi in Weiqing, only the Gao family's eldest son possesses the stature to be worthy of my daughter. A middle-aged woman, resembling Yin Luoqi, echoed in agreement. This woman was none other than Yin Luoqi's biological mother, Yang Feng. Although she held reservations about her uncle Jikuan's family, she was quite pleased with the idea of the Gao family's eldest son as her future son-in-law. Indeed, only the Gao family's eldest son is worthy of our esteemed daughter. Our Yin family's daughter cannot marry this impoverished Taoist, lest she become a laughingstock to the entire city. Yes, our daughter must not marry this pauper, as the first two voices set the tempo. The others began to voice their opposition to Jiang Han. Luoqi, what do you think? Madame Yin did not engage with her second son and daughter-in-law's comments, instead turning to her eldest granddaughter, T that moment. Yin Luoqi appeared expressionless, silent, clearly acknowledging her grandfather's arrangement, yet harboring no genuine regard for Jiang Han. Faced with the majority of her family opposing her, she was reluctant to maintain her stance, but, in keeping with her poise as the Yin family's eldest daughter, refrained from outright denying her engagement to Jiang Han. Let us consider this. The marriage certificate was established by the elder Yin in his time. An outright denial would only bring ridicule upon us. It is not the Yin family's way. However, we Yin family women do not marry the inept. Our family is currently facing a significant business crisis. If you can resolve this within 3 days, we shall acknowledge this marriage. Otherwise, I am afraid we must apologize. Madame Yin, disinclined to support Jiang Han and unwilling to see her granddaughter wed to their primary rival, devised this twofold strategy. After all, the engagement between Jiang Han and her granddaughter was established first, acknowledging it would prevent others from advocating for the Gao family as eldest son and would allow the Yin family to appear as a family of their word, avoiding ridicule. Conversely, if Jiang Han failed to fulfill her stipulation, he would ultimately have to relinquish the engagement, achieving her goal of nullifying it. What do you wish me to do? Please state it plainly. Jiang Han recognized that they were setting obstacles before him. However, it mattered little. As long as they had not outright denied the engagement, he still held hope. Our Group S construction company undertook a high-end residential project for Tianlong Group last year. We completed the building's top structure this year, yet they have yet to settle the $1 billion in project payments. Our construction company is currently experiencing cash flow issues. If they do not clear the payments soon, we fear our company will face a financial crisis that, if you can secure the payment within 3 days, our family will acknowledge your marriage to Luoqi. Madame Yin stated calmly. Oh, you really think you possess such capabilities? Yin Luoqi interjected, unable to contain her scorn for Jiang Han. To be honest, I rushed back specifically to discuss this matter with my family. Otherwise, I would not have let you and that taxi driver go. We have yet to devise a sound solution. What can you possibly do? You are nothing but a joke. Indeed, this impoverished Taoist thinks he can recover the debts. It is nothing short of absurd. Yes, he will likely be thrown out before he even manages to enter their company. The members of the Yin family present erupted in derision, clearly doubting Jiang Han's ability to assist them in recovering the owed funds. Very well, provide me with the relevant information about them. I will speak with them. However, Jiang Han paid no mind to the laughter surrounding him and spoke directly to Madame Yin. Though he may not be confident in his ability to resolve the issue, he felt it necessary to at least try. You dare to ignore me? Yin Luoqi, incensed at being disregarded, stepped forward, ready to strike Jiang Han, but was halted by Madame Yin. Luoqi, stand down. This is a public setting. What kind of decorum is that? Luoqi, provide this young man with the information on Tianlong Group. After Madame Yin's command, she led the others back home, leaving Yin Luoqi alone with Jiang Han. Oh, you have a phone? Yin Luoqi inquired, eyeing Jiang Han's peculiar attire suspiciously. Yes, Jiang Han quickly produced his phone. You must have WeChat? Add me, and I will send you the information on Tianlong Group. Though Jiang Han had long resided in the depths of the mountains, he was not entirely cut off from the world. He was well-versed in the trendy WeChat and swiftly scanned Yin Luoqi's QR code to add her contact. I'll send you the information shortly. Yin Luoqi stated before turning and walking back into the old residence, leaving Jiang Han with a breathtaking silhouette and a lingering, refreshing fragrance. Jiang Han felt momentarily dazed, despite years of cultivation on the mountain that had significantly enhanced his composure beyond that of ordinary people. He found himself unable to resist Yin Luoqi's innate feminine charm. Watching her retreating figure, he forced a shy smile before turning to leave the Yin family's old home. Just as Jiang Han stepped out and had walked a mere few meters, a message arrived on his phone from Yin Luoqi containing information regarding the Tianlong Group. The details were quite simple, merely indicating the location of the Tianlong Group along with the name, phone number, and office location of the project liaison. Nothing more. It was evident that Yin Luoqi did not believe he could accomplish this task. She was merely indulging him out of politeness. Gazing at the few lines of text, Jiang Han felt no discouragement. Instead, A surge of determination ignited within him. "Little girl, you underestimate me. Just wait until I succeed in this endeavor. You will be left astounded." He eagerly anticipated the look on Yin Luo Qi's face when he achieved his goal. As Jiang Han proceeded, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to secure a place to stay and needed to find accommodation. He opened his phone and searched for nearby apartments, only to find that a one-bedroom unit would cost around 1,000. Even the houses in the urban village were priced at 300 to 400 per month. He recalled that his miserly master had only given him 300 yuan for living expenses upon his descent from the mountain, and he couldn't help but frown, internally grumbling about his master's stinginess. Was he trying to starve him? After spending 20 yuan on transportation today, he was left with only 280. How could he possibly find a place to stay with such little money? At that moment, despair began to creep in. How could he find a place to stay without funds? He couldn't very well sleep on the streets. Just as he was agonizing over his predicament, an idea struck him. He remembered his newly acquainted half-fellow townsman, Qi Ming. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed Qi Ming. "Hello, Brother Jiang. I thought after today you would never contact me again, and we would become strangers. I'm so pleased to hear from you so soon. I truly appreciate your help today." Qi Ming's voice was tinged with surprise and excitement. "Let us skip the pleasantries that I just arrived in Weicheng and am unfamiliar with the area. I currently have nowhere to stay and was wondering if it would be convenient for you to host me for a few days. I promise I will leave as soon as I find a place and won't be a burden." Jiang Han, being straightforward, expressed his thoughts directly. "That's fine." Qi Ming hesitated briefly before agreeing. "Brother, if it's inconvenient. Please don't feel pressured." "No worries, Brother Jiang. Although I'm with my girlfriend, I have 2 rooms and one is vacant. You can stay there without any problem, but I'll let my girlfriend know shortly." "Thank you. Since we are fellow townsmen, and you helped me immensely today, there's no need to be polite. I'll finish my work at 6 this afternoon. You can meet me at the entrance of the Blue Sea Bar on North Weicheng Road. I'll take you to my place." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they hung up. Jiang Han checked the location Qi Ming mentioned and, feeling it was not too far from his current spot on Renmin Road, decided to walk instead of taking a bus. He strolled leisurely towards North Weicheng Road. Taking in the city's scenery along the way as he passed through an intersection, he noticed a stunning woman in a dark green dress crossing the street. At that moment, a large truck making a right turn seemed oblivious to her presence, barreling towards her without slowing down. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Han leapt forward, instinctively wrapping his arms around the woman. In that frantic moment, he paid no heed to anything else, merely pulling her into his embrace. Yet, as he did so, he was enveloped by an alluring fragrance and the sensation of her soft form against him. Having never held a woman before, he was taken aback by the exquisite feeling, but there was no time for contemplation as they rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping the truck's crushing wheels. Once the danger had passed, Jiang Han finally caught a glimpse of the woman he had saved. She was a breathtaking beauty with enchanting peach blossom eyes, gazing at him in a daze. "Ah, I'm so sorry. In my haste to save you, I didn't mean to," Jiang Han stammered, quickly releasing her and apologizing profusely. After a brief moment of shock, the woman regained her composure, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Jiang Han's face. She had never been so close to a man before, nor had she ever been embraced in such a manner. The memory of the incident made her ears burn with embarrassment. "Thank you for saving me. Please get up. I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty." Jiang Han did not extend a hand to help her up, but instead offered his right hand. The girl hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted his hand. And Jiang Han was struck by the exceptional softness of her grip, which felt remarkably pleasant. Without any ulterior motives, he gently pulled her upright. I could see that moment. The girl's face flushed even deeper, although her dress was only slightly dusted with dirt. It was Jiang Han who bore the brunt of the grime, having shielded her during their fall. Seeing that her outfit was relatively clean, while Jiang Han was covered in dust, she felt a pang of guilt for having dirted his clothes. "I am so sorry for getting your clothes dirty. Let me help you brush it off." She reached out to assist, but Jiang Han quickly stopped her. He could sense that this young woman possessed an extraordinary aura. Undoubtedly not an ordinary person. Noticing her delicate fingers, he dared not allow her to help him with the dust. "No need, miss," he insisted, hurriedly brushing himself off. Only then did the green-dressed woman begin to scrutinize Jiang Han more closely. She noted his height of around 6 feet, his well-proportioned physique, and despite a slightly tan complexion, he exuded a healthy wheatish glow. His features were striking, and although his long hair and attire seemed out of place, he radiated a sense of determination and resilience that was undeniably appealing. "Thank you once again for saving me. My name is Wang Shiyu. May I ask yours?" At that moment, the previously shy girl had transformed into a figure of grace and poise, exuding an unspoken authority. "Wang Shiyu is a lovely name. I am Jiang Han." Jiang Han observed the noble aura emanating from the young woman and once again affirmed her extraordinary identity. "Thank you, Jiang Han. Had it not been for you today, I might have faced dire consequences. Here, take this card. It contains 1 million yuan as a token of my gratitude for saving my life," Wang Shiyu declared, retrieving a golden card from her handbag to offer it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this beautiful woman would possess such wealth, casually offering a sum of 1 million yuan. Her background was evidently as remarkable as he had surmised. However, he was not a man swayed by greed and felt no desire for the money. He waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Wang, my actions today were instinctive. I merely did what anyone would have done and do not seek any reward. Please, keep it." Wang Shiyu was astonished that this seemingly modest man was not at all motivated by wealth. In a society rife with materialism, how rare it was to find someone untainted by greed. Her admiration for Jiang Han increased further. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Han had spent years honing various skills under his master on the mountain. Believing that earning money was not a difficult task, given time, he could acquire as much as he desired. "Jiang Han, you should still take it. This amount pales in comparison to the life you saved. Use it to buy yourself some new clothes and improve your living conditions." Wang Shiyu persisted. "No, thank you." Seeing Jiang Han's determination, Wang Shiyu ceased to press the matter and instead suggested treating him to a meal, which Jiang Han politely declined. She took the initiative to leave him her phone number before they parted ways. Jiang Han arrived punctually at the designated meeting spot with Qi Ming, and after a 5-minute wait, he saw Qi Ming rushing towards him, panting heavily. Upon spotting Jiang Han, he waved his hand energetically, repeatedly apologizing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Ming suggested they have a meal before heading back. Noticing it was mealtime, Jiang Han readily agreed. They made their way to a noodle shop, where, being from Yong Province, they both had a fondness for noodles. Each ordered a large bowl of oil-splashed noodles and began to eat. During the meal, Qi Ming received several phone calls, and Jiang Han vaguely heard a woman's voice on the other end, which sounded rather fierce. Jiang Han surmised that it could possibly be Qi Ming's girlfriend urging him to return home. "Brother Jiang, let us finish our meal quickly and head back. My girlfriend is home alone and pestering me," Qi Ming said, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes as he glanced at Jiang Han. "Don't worry, her urging you just means she cares for you. It's a good thing." After hastily finishing their meal, Qi Ming insisted on settling the bill, further endearing himself to Jiang Han. They then boarded a bus and traveled for 10 stops before disembarking in the northern suburbs. The architecture here was noticeably lower than that in the central district of People's Road, and the surroundings appeared somewhat dilapidated, lacking the modernity that characterized the city center, making it evident that they had arrived in a relatively underdeveloped area of Weiqing. The bus halted at the entrance of an old residential complex named Hongxing Machinery Factory Family Quarters. As they alighted, Jiang Han looked around. The complex was filled with 6-story buildings that appeared gray and worn, unmistakably aged. Upon entering the complex, as soon as Qi Ming opened the door, he was met with a barrage of scathing remarks from a woman. "Qi Ming, are you trying to turn the world upside down? How dare you go out to eat while leaving me at home all alone, without a care? Do you even want to continue this relationship? If not, just break up with me immediately." Following the sound, Jiang Han saw a stylish woman clad in a low-cut, tight-fitting t-shirt. Even from a distance, he could see her ample bosom, making him feel somewhat embarrassed, and he averted his gaze. The woman had dyed her hair golden and wore thick foundation that made her complexion appear unnaturally pale. She sported black shorts that showcased her long, striking legs. Her appearance could only be described as slightly above average, not exceptionally beautiful, but she had a flair for style that made her seem fashionable and alluring. "Xiaoya, I'm sorry, I just want to pick up Brother Jiang, and it took a bit longer than expected that I didn't mean to come back late. I'll start cooking right away." Qi Ming interjected. Brother Jiang, please come in and have a seat. This is my girlfriend, Du Xiaoya. Xiaoya, this is my friend Jiang Han. Please make him a cup of tea while I prepare dinner. Is this the friend you mentioned who would come to stay with us? He looks like a beggar. If he is a monk, he might as well go live in a temple instead of disturbing us. Du Xiaoya cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Han, her expression dripping with contempt. Xiaoya, how can you say that? Brother Jiang is no monk. He is just a fellow townsman who has recently come to the city and hasn't found a place to stay yet. We have a spare room. It's only right to let him stay for a few days. Qi Ming, who had already entered the kitchen, rushed out to mediate upon hearing his girlfriend's words. Playing tricks? If he is not a monk, why is he dressed like one? Qi Ming, I'm telling you, that room is reserved for my parents when they come to visit. The bedding is brand new. How can we let a stranger stay there? Du Xiaoya had initially refrained from opposing Qi Ming when he informed her that Jiang Han would be staying, hoping to gauge whether Jiang Han was wealthy. If he had money, she would have him pay extra rent, but upon seeing his impoverished appearance, she was unwilling to accept him. Xiaoya, Brother Jiang has helped me immensely today, but we ought to assist him. I can replace the new bedding with my old one. What does that sound? Qi Ming pleaded earnestly. No means no. Qi Ming, if you insist on keeping him here, I'll leave. You must choose between him and me. Du Xiaoya declared, her tone domineering. All right, Qi Ming, don't plead anymore that I don't want my situation to affect your relationship. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Han, having recognized Du Xiaoya as a person of extreme materialism, understood her disdain for his current attire. He did not wish to cause Qi Ming any distress, so he turned to leave. Brother Jiang, wait. Qi Ming called after him. Qi Ming, if you dare follow me, I will leave immediately. Don't expect me to come back. All right, brother, don't come after me. I appreciate your kindness, and if you need anything in the future, just let me know, though Qi Ming was unable to assist him today. Jiang Han felt grateful for his sincerity. He planned to help Qi Ming when he was in a better position in the future. He held little hope for Qi Ming and Du Xiaoya's relationship, believing that a woman like her was beyond Qi Ming's means to support, and she would eventually leave him. After departing from Qi Ming's complex, Jiang Han did not seek another place to stay, but wandered aimlessly along the streets. He soon came across a green landscape area and approached it, finding a bench where he thought he could rest for the night. Previously, while training on the mountain with his fellow disciples, he often slept on rocks or trees, so such conditions were entirely manageable for him. He set down his backpack and sat down to meditate for a while, feeling that this spot was quite pleasant, as it seemed to possess a certain spiritual energy. Although the energy here was less potent than that of Zhongnan Mountain, he was already satisfied with such a concentration amidst the towering buildings of the city. As he delved deeper into his practice, time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. The streets had become deserted, with only a few vehicles remaining. The dense greenery around Jiang Han enhanced the tranquility of the area. He lay back on the bench, preparing to sleep. For someone of his caliber as a martial artist, whether he ate or slept was of little consequence. He could easily go without food or sleep. However, as a human being, he had grown accustomed to the habits of ordinary life, finding enjoyment in eating and resting. Just as he was about to settle in, 3 individuals approached from a distance. Surrounding him, "Kid, hand over your money and phone, and we'll let you off easy. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Jiang Han was taken aback. He had anticipated that merely seeking shelter for the night would lead him to encounter robbers. His luck was truly remarkable. He couldn't help but feel a wave of self-mockery wash over him. Unfazed, he slowly sat up. The 3 robbers, seeing Jiang Han's nonchalant demeanor in the face of their threats, felt insulted and their anger flared. The tallest among them glared at Jiang Han menacingly. "Are you deaf? I told you to hand over your valuables." As he spoke, he reached out to shove Jiang Han. Jiang Han casually extended his right hand, grasping the robber's wrist, and with a gentle push, sent the towering man tumbling to the ground. "Kid, you dare to fight back? Come on, let us take him together." The other 2, one stocky and one lean, were astonished that Jiang Han had toppled their leader. They assumed he had simply been careless. With a contemptuous attitude, they swung their fists at Jiang Han. However, before their fists could connect with him, they heard 2 loud thuds as Jiang Han's fists sent them flying, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, the three realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. This person was far beyond their capabilities. "Brother Zhu, this kid is tough. We should scram." The lean man helped the stocky one up and urged his leader. They turned to flee. "Did I say you could leave?" Before they could take more than a few steps, a tall, youthful figure blocked their path. It was none other than Jiang Han. The three men shuddered, retreating in fear as if they had seen a ghost. They had never witnessed anyone move so swiftly. In an instant, he was before them. At that moment, their faces turned pale and their legs trembled uncontrollably. They were genuinely frightened. Jiang Han's earlier display of skill had instilled fear in them, and now his ghostly speed only fueled their terror. Looking at Jiang Han's seemingly antiquated robe only added to their apprehension. "Big brother, please spare us. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, grant us a chance to live," the towering man at the forefront hastily exclaimed. "Great deity, I beseech you, spare us. We were blinded by greed and should not have dared to covet what belongs to you. We promise to reform and turn over a new leaf." The stout man, trembling with fear, immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "Esteemed sir, I implore you to overlook our minor transgressions. We are but insignificant minions who should not have disturbed your tranquility. Just consider us a mere nuisance, and let us go." The lean man, in an even more exaggerated manner, prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head, his face a spectacle of snot and tears. Jiang Han was taken aback by the cowardice displayed by these men, a chuckle escaping his lips as he shook his head and declared, "Hand over your possessions, then shout to the heavens 3 times. I swear to mend my ways and become a better person, never again engaging in heinous deeds. Otherwise, may the heavens unleash their fury upon me. Now, be gone." Soon, the stillness of the night was pierced by the earnest oaths of the 3 men, causing passers-by nearby to hastily turn and flee. After swearing, the trio scrambled to produce their valuables, placing them in Jiang Han's hands. They even surrendered their bank cards and mobile phones, a testament to their palpable fear of him. "You may keep your phones. Just write down the passwords for your bank cards." Jiang Han extorted the bandits without a shred of guilt, oblivious to the countless victims who had suffered at their hands. This was merely a lesson for them. The tall man fumbled through his pockets for a long while, looking troubled as he said, "Brother, we don't have a pen on us right now. We can't write down the passwords. Add me on WeChat and send them to me." Jiang Han's voice was icy, making the men shudder. The tall man obediently added Jiang Han and relayed the secrets of their bank cards before making a hasty retreat. Jiang Han was indifferent to whether the passwords were genuine. He had no interest in the money within those cards. However, upon seeing the 50,000 yuan in cash he had received, he was momentarily stunned, realizing these bandits had amassed quite a sum. This amount was sufficient for him to secure accommodation and cover his living expenses for a while. He stashed the money in his bag and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, shortly after 6, Jiang Han awoke and began practicing his skills. It was not until 9 that he departed from the green space, stopping at a breakfast spot for a bowl of tofu pudding before boarding a bus to South New Street, where the Tianlong group was located. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by the imposing sight of a towering skyscraper, its facade entirely clad in blue glass, shimmering brilliantly, a striking testament to modernity. The strength of this company was unmistakable. According to the information provided by Yan Luoqi, the project manager was a man named Gu Jun, the deputy general engineer, whose office was situated on the 5th floor, room 508 of this very building. Jiang Han intended to go directly to Gu Jun to discuss matters, noticing that the security guards did not question the comings and goings of individuals. He confidently approached the entrance of the building. However, just as he reached the door, he was intercepted by 2 security personnel. "Who are you looking for?" the guards asked, noticing Jiang Han's shabby and peculiar attire, their expressions instantly turning hostile. "I'm here to speak with your general manager, Gu," Jiang Han replied. "With your pitiful appearance, you think you can just waltz in to see General Manager Gu. Take a good look at yourself. Are you not just a beggar trying to sneak in here to panhandle? Get lost." One of the guards with a dark complexion glared at Jiang Han with disdain. "Scram? Who do you think you are? You filthy beggar trying to enter our group?" The other guard, with an elongated face, scoffed. "Mind your words. Is this how the illustrious Tianlong group raises its staff, breeding such sycophants? Jiang Han retorted, incensed by the rudeness of those tasked with protecting a company capable of developing multi-billion-dollar projects. You dare insult us? You must want to endanger your life. Captain, let us teach him a lesson, the elongated face guard said, advancing toward Jiang Han. Make your move, the dark-faced guard commanded with a chilling glare. Withdrawing a black baton from his waist and swinging it toward Jiang Han's head. Taken aback by the immediate aggression, Jiang Han remained calm, swiftly seizing the baton mid-swing and delivering a powerful kick that sent the dark-faced guard flying. At that moment, the elongated-faced guard launched a punch at Jiang Han, who effortlessly dodged and countered with an elbow strike that sent the guard crumpling to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Is there anyone else who wishes to stop me? If not, I shall proceed, Jiang Han declared, his expression unchanged despite the overwhelming numbers against him. Don't be arrogant. If you dare proceed, we will call the police. The security captain threatened, realizing he could not allow Jiang Han to enter. Call away. You owe money to the Yin family. It is only right for me to collect on their behalf, Jiang Han boldly asserted before striding into the building's lobby. Heading straight for the elevator, the security captain and his subordinates watched as Jiang Han ascended to the upper floors, none daring to follow. Upon reaching the 5th floor and locating room 508, Jiang Han knocked on the door, only to be met with an irate voice from within. Who's knocking? You're disturbing my rest. Get lost. Jiang Han, initially intending to be diplomatic, was taken aback by the lack of decorum, and he pushed the door open. Before him stood a scene he did not anticipate. A couple entwined together, the man seated in an executive chair while the woman sat in his lap. The two engaged in a passionate embrace. Though the woman had her back to him, her figure was enticingly curvaceous and could see the sound of the door opening. She shrieked and hurriedly stood, revealing a generous expanse of skin that made Jiang Han's heart race. Indeed, the woman was quite attractive. Who are you? Who let you in? The balding middle-aged man in his 50s glared at Jiang Han, visibly furious. You must be General Manager Guda. I am here on behalf of the Yin family to collect a debt. Could you kindly inform me when you intend to repay the 1 billion owed? Jiang Han replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the man before him. He held a particular disdain for those who defaulted on debts, especially one owed to his fiancée Yi's family, and he was unwilling to show any leniency. You insolent wretch! You have the audacity to demand repayment. You have no manners whatsoever. Speak, how do you intend to rectify the disruption you caused by barging into my office? Gu Jun seethed, his expression darkening. Are you implying that I interrupted your intimate moment with this lovely lady? If so, I apologize. Now, can you tell me when you plan to repay the Yin family's debt? Jiang Han remained unfazed, having no intention of resorting to violence in his pursuit of repayment. He merely sought to gauge the man's attitude to formulate his next course of action. Get out. You will never collect that money from the Yin family with that attitude. Gu Jun fumed, his face contorted in anger as he pointed at Jiang Han. If you were to get down on your knees and lick my shoes clean, perhaps General Manager Gu would consider your request. The woman beside Gu Jun chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Mei, that's an excellent suggestion. Gu Jun agreed, a smirk of malice creeping onto his face. Young man, why don't you give it a try? And while you're at it, why not clean both shoes thoroughly? Perhaps I might change my mind. Gu Jun clearly indulged the woman beside him, casting a mocking glance at Jiang Han. Indeed, the most venomous lies often come from the hearts of women, Jiang Han thought bitterly. And what if I don't? I still want my money back. Originally, Jiang Han had no intention of resorting to violence. But the audacity of these two shameless individuals was intolerable, prompting him to slowly approach them. What do you intend to do? Help. Someone is causing a ruckus in my office. Call security. Although Gu Jun was arrogant, he was acutely aware of his own frailty due to age and indulgence, realizing he was no match for the young man before him. While shouting for help, he issued commands to the woman at his side. All right, Mr. Gu, I will call the head of security right away. The woman quickly took out her phone to make the call. Just then, a commotion of footsteps could be heard from outside. Moments later, 5 or 6 uniformed officers entered. Accompanied by a dozen security personnel, Mr. Gu, Secretary Wu, are you all right? The head of security rushed over, concern etched on his face. How could we possibly be fine? This brat was about to lay hands on us. Wu Mei, Gu Jun's secretary, expressed her dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Liu Gang, the head of security, nearly choked in fear. He was not afraid of Wang Mei, but he feared Gu Jun, the boss's brother-in-law, who wielded his sister's influence within the company like a weapon, making him untouchable. Everyone in the organization had to show him some respect. If he reported Liu Gang to the boss, the latter might indeed lose his job. Mr. Gu and Secretary Wu, please calm down. I have already called Director Zhang that I am confident he will uphold justice for us and will not let this brat off lightly. Liu Gang quickly offered apologies, attempting to placate Gu Jun and Wu Mei. Director Zhang, this is the individual who forcibly entered our company and injured over a dozen security personnel and is now causing a disturbance in Mr. Gu's office. You must bring him to justice and punish him severely. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Han, and the employees of Tianlong Group regarded him with a mix of schadenfreude, fully aware that a protracted ordeal and potential imprisonment awaited him. They all knew that Director Zhang was their company's protector. The boss allocated a substantial sum each month to him and his subordinates to ensure their assistance in times of need. This scruffy-looking man, Jiang Han, dared to cause trouble in their company. He would surely face dire consequences. Now, tell me, why did you force your way into Tianlong Group and injure over a dozen security guards? Intending to harm our executives, Director Zhang, a cunning veteran in his 40s, did not immediately apprehend Jiang Han, instead opting to lay a couple of heavy accusations before waiting for Jiang Han's response. I am here on behalf of the Yin family to collect debts. Tianlong Group owes the Yin family 10 billion in project funds, which has led to financial strain for the Yin family. I came to speak with Mr. Gu, the project manager. The security guards blocked my entry and assaulted me, forcing me to retaliate to AS for any intention to harm him or GU or Secretary Wu. That was never my plan. I merely approached them, and they misinterpreted my actions, crying out in alarm. Jiang Han replied calmly, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers against him, confident that the police would not wrongfully accuse him of How ludicrous. Just look at his attire and demeanor. Dressed like a beggar in a Taoist robe. The Yin family must be blind to send someone like you to collect debts. Who would believe that? Indeed, if you claim to be sent by the Yin family, then present the authorization letter they issued to you. Otherwise, you are deceiving public officials and Director Zhang, which makes your crimes even graver. Do you have a Yin family's authorization letter? Show it to us. Director Zhang added casually that I don't have one. They only gave me a verbal authorization. Jiang Han wished he could present the letter, but alas, he was left with no choice but to respond helplessly. I see you are nothing but a fraud, seeking excuses for your intentional harm. Director Zhang, don't listen to his excuses. Just handcuff him and throw him in jail. Indeed, we cannot spare such an audacious criminal. If we let him go, who knows how many good people will suffer next time. Yes, this brat has severely undermined the dignity of Tianlong Group. He must be punished. If he is not, the entire staff of Tianlong Group will not stand for it. Nor will our boss. At this moment, a crowd of Tianlong Group employees had gathered, filled with righteous indignation after learning the circumstances. Handcuff this brat and take him away. We will interrogate him properly at the station. Director Zhang waved his hand, signaling for Jiang Han to be restrained. Just then, a stir arose from the crowd. The young lady is here. Everyone make way. Jiang Han turned to see a stunning woman walking in from the throng. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, brimming with emotion, stirred the hearts of every man who beheld her. Upon their first glance, both Jiang Han and the woman froze, exclaiming in unison, "It's you." This woman was none other than the beautiful savior Jiang Han had rescued at the intersection the previous afternoon. He never expected to see her so soon. Hearing the surrounding employees of Tianlong Group refer to her as the young lady, he wondered if she was the daughter of the Tianlong Group's owner. A wave of suspicion washed over him. However, at that moment, Wang Xiyu was not clad in the dark green dress from yesterday. Instead, she wore a formal black business suit, her entire demeanor transformed, exuding an air of formidable presence. Embodying the essence of a strong woman, Jiang Han, what brings you here? Wang Xiyu was the first to break the silence. As her words fell, the expressions of those around them shifted to one of shock and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Wang Xiu, the esteemed daughter of the Wang family, was acquainted with Jiang Han, the destitute lad who dared to cause an uproar at Tianlong Group. Everyone's minds momentarily went blank, including Director Zhang and his subordinates, who widened their eyes in astonishment, recognizing that Wang Xiu and Jiang Han shared a unique bond. I am here on behalf of the Yin family to collect the overdue project funds, Jiang Han stated candidly. The Yin family sent you to collect the funds? Wang Xiu, despite her extensive experience, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the prestigious Yin family with the seemingly unassuming man before her. Though she held many doubts, she refrained from probing further in front of so many witnesses that, Mr. Gu, how much do we owe the Yin family for the project? Wang Xiu turned to Gu Jun. Mr. Wang, we still owe the Yin family 10 billion for the project. Although Gu Jun was Wang Xiu's uncle, he showed her the utmost deference, not daring to act imperiously. He was well aware that her father, the current head of the Wang family, cherished this daughter dearly, and his sister regarded her as a precious gem. He dared not oppose her. Moreover, Wang Xiu was currently the general manager of Tianlong Group, the real power behind the scenes, wielding immense influence, even over his own superior. Then why haven't we settled the payment? Wang Xiu's tone was devoid of emotion, but it was evident that she was favoring Jiang Han, prompting everyone present to regard him with newfound respect and speculate about the nature of their relationship. However, they could not fathom how this seemingly destitute man could be connected to their esteemed female general manager. Mr. Wang, you may not know, but I cannot make that decision. The authority for fund approval lies entirely with your cousin, Wang Xiao. Gu Jun hastily explained. Call him now. I will speak with him. Wang Xiu's brow furrowed slightly, and her tone turned authoritative, exuding the full weight of her position as the general manager. His cousin, Wang Lei, is the son of his second uncle. This individual, with lofty aspirations yet lacking in skills, is a man of no learning, adept only in indulgence and vice, embodying the quintessential debauchee. When he was appointed as the general manager of their Group South Real Estate Development Company, there was considerable dissent. However, her father, in an effort to appease her second uncle's sentiments, ultimately disregarded the opposition and placed him in the position. She harbors not a shred of fondness for this cousin. All right. Gu Jun hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Lei. What is it, Gu Zong? Wang Lei, being the small uncle of the family head, maintained a degree of politeness that its me. Are you still in debt to the Yin family for 1 billion in project payments? It's my cousin. Yes, we do owe the Yin family 1 billion in project payments, and I want to settle it, but our real estate company has just acquired several plots, and funds are tight. No need for so many excuses. Settle the payment immediately, or come to my office at once. Our Tianlong Group never defaults on payments to our partners. Do not jeopardize the good reputation we have painstakingly built in the industry due to your actions. Moreover, I just checked your company's accounts yesterday, and there is clearly still 2 billion in funds that don't tell me you've spent it all in just one day. Understood? I will arrange for the payment to be transferred at once. At that moment, Wang Lei was seated in a luxurious private room within a high-end club. His expression darkened. The elaborate scheme he had meticulously concocted against the Yin family's young lady, Yin Luoqi, had been thwarted by Wang Xiu, whom he had always regarded as a thorn in his side. Wang Xiu, just wait. I will bring you down one day. And as for that Yin Luoqi, you may have escaped this time, but next time, your luck won't hold. I will crush you beneath me and ravage you, and see if you dare to reject me again. After uttering these words with malice, Wang Lei kicked over the opulent coffee table before him, startling several scantily clad women in the club into gasps. Meanwhile, in Gu Jun's office, the employees of Tianlong Group stood frozen, astonished at their general manager. The ethereal beauty Wang Xiu would so brazenly confront an outsider, Jiang Han, to demand payment, publicly reprimanding her own cousin, the general manager of the real estate development company. At that moment, their curiosity about the relationship between Jiang Han and Wang Xiu reached its peak, and they envied him immensely. It was hard to find anyone in the entire Weiqing city who had won the favor of their esteemed young lady. Such fortune surely promised an extraordinary future. Jiang Han, too, was utterly taken aback to discover that Wang Xiyu was the general manager of Tianlong Group, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, who would publicly admonish her own cousin to recover the Yin family's project payments on his behalf. He understood that she was repaying the favor for his rescue yesterday, yet he felt profoundly touched. "All right, everyone, you may disperse," with Wang Xiyu's words. The surrounding employees of Tianlong Group scattered like birds, fearful of incurring the wrath of the female general manager, a testament to her formidable authority within the company. "Director Zhang, do you have business here?" Wang Xiyu inquired, her expression softening slightly as she looked at Director Zhang and his group. "Nothing in particular, Director Zhang. You all may head back. I'll treat you all to drinks when I have the time." Gu Jun, wary of Director Zhang probing into his grievances with Jiang Han, hurriedly interjected before Zhang could speak. "All right, General Wang, General Gu, I'll take my leave." Director Zhang, discerning Wang Xiyu's partiality towards Jiang Han, understood that this matter should not be delved into further, and he promptly turned to lead his subordinates away. The head of security, Lu Gang, realizing that today would not be Jiang Han's day, quickly departed with his men as well to take tea that moment. Gu Jun, Jiang Han, Wang Xiyu, and her secretary, clad in a professional outfit with black-rimmed glasses, were the only ones remaining in the office. Wu Mei had slipped away at some point, clearly fearing that Wang Xiyu's defense of Jiang Han might backfire on her. "I need to attend meeting. Please wait for me in my office for a moment. We'll have a chat later. My office is on the 24th floor." Without awaiting Jiang Han's response, Wang Xiyu strode away, her long legs carrying her in her high heels. Accompanied by her secretary, Jiang Han could only smile wryly. He had not anticipated Wang Xiyu would be so domineering during their encounter at the company. He had not intended to intrude, yet given her significant assistance today, he felt he could not refuse. After a brief pause, he turned and headed towards the elevator. Just as he reached the elevator, the doors opened, revealing a stunningly fashionable woman stepping out. "Oh, if it isn't the rogue posing as my sister's fiancé. What brings you here to demand payment?" she taunted. "Honestly, I doubt you could even beg on your knees for Gu Zong to lick his toes without him finding you repugnant. And you think you can ask for 1 billion in project payments? You must be dreaming. With your pathetic self, how can you even think of marrying my sister? You're simply delusional. Look at you all dejected. Did someone kick you out? As for our Yin family's debts, it would take my second sister to handle it, and even my sister's intervention might not suffice," Yin Luoxin said, puffing her chest proudly. Jiang Han was taken aback to encounter Yin Luoxin here. But he ignored her derision. He had accomplished what he set out to do and had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with her. "Why are you silent? Did I hit a nerve? You dull country bumpkin?" Yin Luoxin mocked before striding away. Today, she seemed to have intentionally donned a pair of black leather shorts that accentuated her exceptionally fair and striking legs. Jiang Han understood that arguing with someone like Yin Luoxin was futile, so he stood silently, awaiting the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Jiang Han stepped inside and descended to the 24th floor. Upon exiting, he noticed a reception desk to his right, where a demure woman with short hair was engrossed in something. As he emerged from the elevator, the girl promptly stood up and inquired, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "General Wang sent me. She asked me to wait for her in her office." Jiang Han replied. "You must be Mr. Jiang Han, then." The girl, named Huang Qian, was the receptionist for Wang Xiyu's office. She had just received a call from Wang Xiyu, informing her that a friend named Jiang Han would be coming and to arrange for him to wait in her office until she finished her meeting. Huang Qian was quite surprised by Wang Xiyu's instructions, as their general manager had never allowed any friends or clients to wait in her office without her presence, especially if the visitor was male. Typically, when she was absent, visitors were made to wait outside or were directed to the company's reception area instead. Today, their stunning general manager had permitted a man to wait in her office, which was truly astonishing to her. Huang Qian had presumed that any friend of their beautiful general manager would be a person of significant status, possessing exceptional attire and demeanor, and she could not reconcile Jiang Han, who appeared rather shabby, with the image she had of her manager's acquaintances. Yet, Jiang Han's words seemed to align with her instructions, prompting her to respond with astonishment. "Yes, that would be me. You are truly a friend of General Wang?" Huang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to connect Jiang Han's appearance with her preconceived notion of her beautiful president's friends. That I suppose so. Jiang Han was unsure if Wang Xiyu regarded him as a friend. He felt her kindness was merely a repayment of a debt rather than genuine friendship. Mr. Jiang, please follow me, despite her inner doubts about Jiang Han being a friend of their beautiful general manager. Huang Qian, having received Wang Xiyu's call and hearing Jiang Han's confirmation, dared not question it further. She quickly got up to lead Jiang Han to the grand entrance of Wang Xiyu's office. The door to Wang Xiyu's office was exceptionally tall, made of rich brown solid wood, imparting a sense of antiquity and weightiness. When Huang Qian opened the door, Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Xiyu's office would occupy an entire floor, giving the impression that it stretched endlessly. The office featured distinct areas for work, reception, relaxation, entertainment, fitness, meetings, dining, and tea, among others. It was adorned with bookshelves, a tea room, a wine cabinet, a therapy room, and fitness equipment, leaving Jiang Han feeling utterly dazzled. He could hardly believe the opulence of the office belonging to the general manager of Tianlong Group. The formidable strength of the Tianlong Group is evident. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. After Huang Qian arranged for Jiang Han to sit down, she proceeded to brew him a cup of tea. Mr. Jiang, please wait here for a moment. General Manager Wang mentioned she would return shortly. Huang Qian said before stepping out to tea that moment. Jiang Han sat in the expansive office, reflecting on the opulence of the lives led by the wealthy outside, a lifestyle he could hardly have imagined while living on the mountain. However, he did not envy these material possessions. With the skills imparted to him by his master, he felt that if his fellow disciples desired to earn money, it would be a matter of mere moments. Jiang Han quietly awaited Wang Xiyu, refraining from wandering or touching anything in the office. 5 minutes later, the door swung open. Jiang Han looked up to see Wang Xiyu entering with the previously encountered secretary, dressed in blue work attire and sporting black-framed glasses, exuding a competent demeanor. Meanwhile, Huang Qian, the dedicated receptionist, hurried to the beverage station to prepare tea for Wang Xiyu. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Wang Xiyu smiled apologetically upon meeting Jiang Han's gaze. This gesture left her secretary, Jiang Wan, and Huang Qian, standing nearby, utterly astonished. They never expected the authoritative general manager of the company to apologize to a man. Wang Xiyu's action completely subverted their perceptions. They could not fathom why Jiang Han warranted such attention from their female boss. General Manager Wang, you are too kind that I am merely a bystander. A few minutes of waiting is no trouble at all. Please do not let my presence hinder your work. Jiang Han stood up hastily as Wang Xiyu returned. Jiang Han, we are friends, so let us not be so formal. Just call me Xiyu. I must once again thank you for saving me that day. Wang Xiyu said sincerely as she settled into her office chair. Jiang Wan and Huang Qian were left in shock at Wang Xiyu's words, nearly dropping their jaws. In their experience, no one dared to address their beautiful general manager by her first name, aside from a few of her elders. Yet, this man had seemingly been granted such a unique privilege. Although they had just learned from Wang Xiyu that Jiang Han had saved her, the preferential treatment was still hard for them to believe. It was evident that Wang Xiyu harbored special feelings for Jiang Han. Very well, if that is the case, I shall call you Xiyu. May I ask what brings you to see me today? Jiang Han, not one for pretentiousness, decided to acquiesce to her request. He was inherently easygoing and disliked constraints. Wang Xiyu's suggestion suited him perfectly. That's more like it. I heard that you single-handedly took down over a dozen of our security personnel earlier. Those guards are all veterans from the army, and your ability to take on so many without faltering speaks volumes about your skills. In light of this, I would like to offer you the position of head of our security team, overseeing the safety of our entire group. Additionally, you could also serve as my bodyguard and driver to ensure my safety. I would prefer not to experience that incident again. Wang Xiyu concluded, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Han, anxious about his potential rejection. Ever since Jiang Han had saved her, his refusal to accept any monetary compensation or dinner invitation had profoundly moved her. As a wealthy heiress, she had encountered countless scions of prestigious families and so-called elite social figures. And in them, she only saw greed and desire. Had any of those individuals saved her, she was certain they would never have turned down her offer of recompense, and might even have demanded more. They would not have exhibited the same indifference towards wealth as Jiang Han did. She believed that when she offered him 1 million, he must have guessed her extraordinary background. Throughout their interactions, this man had never displayed any form of flattery or eagerness, even directly declining her invitation for a meal, which left her feeling somewhat frustrated. This very sensation unwittingly led her to develop feelings for him, and she found herself reminiscing about Jiang Han over the past few days. Little did she anticipate encountering him today at her company. Thus, she was eager to keep Jiang Han close and create opportunities for them. With a loud clatter, Huang Qian, who was brewing tea, nearly dropped her cup upon hearing her lady's candid overture towards a man. Jiang Wan, standing beside Wang Xiu, was equally startled, almost letting her glasses fall. Hastily adjusting her frames, they had never witnessed their proud young lady extend such overtures to any man, let alone proactively arrange a job for him, which bore an almost pleading quality, if word of this spread. Not only would it astonish those at Tianlong Group, but it would likely send shockwaves throughout the entire city of Weiqing. Their haughty heiress was the object of many affluent men's dreams, and countless wealthy youths had gone to great lengths to catch a glimpse of her beauty, only to be unceremoniously escorted out by security, never to be seen again, let alone win her heart. Yet, it seemed their esteemed lady truly harbored feelings for the man before her, even seeking to arrange a position for him as her driver and bodyguard, while also bestowing upon him the title of head of the security team. Everyone at the company was aware that the position of head of security was a lucrative and coveted role, with many senior executives vying to place their own candidates in that seat, only to be rebuffed by their enchanting president. Currently, the security department had only a deputy head, and the position of head had remained vacant. Who would have thought it would now be offered to this fellow? The astonishment within both women reached unprecedented heights. Huang Qian, Jiang Wan, what are you two doing? Hurry and leave. Wang Xiu shot a glance at Huang Qian and Jiang Wan, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Clearly, her eagerness had caused her to forget the presence of her subordinates, allowing them to eavesdrop on her thoughts. She glared at them in annoyance. Upon witnessing their superior's displeasure, the two hastily exited the office, leaving only Jiang Han and Wang Xiu in the vast room. Xiu, I need to think this over before responding. However, I truly appreciate your approval of the Yin family's project funds today. Jiang Han knew he was still under observation by the Yin family. If he grew too close to Wang Xiu, it might provoke discontent from the Yin family, particularly from his fiancée, Yin Luoqi, potentially invalidating their engagement. Such an outcome would diminish the success rate of the mission his master had entrusted him with, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, he could only politely decline Wang Xiu's kindness. Wang Xiu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her generous offer, a chance to befriend the daughter of the Wang family, would be so readily dismissed by the man before her. Rather than feeling anger, she found her desire for conquest ignited. The more indifferent Jiang Han appeared, the more she found herself drawn to him. She had completely developed a fondness for this extraordinary man she had never encountered before. There is no need for formality. You are my savior. What I have done is but a trifling matter. Wang Xiu smiled warmly, her gaze now filled with admiration and tenderness. Jiang Han also sensed the unusual glimmer in her eyes, daring not to meet her gaze as he reiterated, I truly must thank you for your assistance. Without it, I would not have been able to fulfill my task of collecting payments today. What is your connection to the Yin family? How could they allow you to assist them in debt collection? As Jiang Han repeatedly mentioned the matter of collecting debts, Wang Xiu finally became intrigued about his relationship with the Yin family. I intermined. The Yin family was a lofty presence, the most esteemed family in Weiqing, and anyone associated with them would undoubtedly be a person of distinction. Jiang Han's appearance and demeanor did not align with the image of affluence. How could an ordinary individual be favored by the Yin family to assist in such matters? A significant question mark loomed in Wang Xiu's mind. It is an association from the older generation, best left unspoken. Jiang Han shook his head, unwilling to divulge the details of his engagement to Yin Luoqi. He feared that such revelations might negatively impact her, causing the Yin family to harbor resentment towards him, perceiving him as someone seeking to exploit their name for notoriety. since you're not interested in joining our company. You may keep this 1 million. After all, you saved my life, and I would feel remiss if I did not offer something in return. Although Wang Xiyu felt a tinge of disappointment at not uncovering Jiang Han's connection to the Yin family. She quickly composed herself and retrieved a card from her handbag, extending it to Jiang Han. And no need for that. But I already told you last time that my rescuing you was merely a matter of convenience. I truly seek no reward. Jiang Han promptly declined, that if you wish to put my heart at ease, then please accept this card. It is precisely because you did not accept it last time that I have been unable to sleep soundly today. I have a particular trait. I have never liked to owe anyone a favor. Consider it a repayment for kindness. Moreover, compared to my life, this sum of money is trivial. If you regard me as a friend, please do not refuse any longer. After Wang Xiyu finished speaking, her gaze was resolute, exuding an air of insistence that brooked no denial. Observing Wang Xiyu's unwavering determination, Jiang Han found it difficult to refuse again and ultimately accepted. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Xiu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Jiang Han, aware that Wang Xiyu was a busy person, being the general manager of a company with countless matters awaiting her attention, did not dare to delay her further. Very well. Should you ever wish to join us here, do give me a call. You are always welcome. Thank you. As Jiang Han departed, Wang Xiyu exceptionally accompanied him to the elevator, only returning after she watched him ascend. This act startled Jiang Wan and Huang Qian, who were waiting outside to report on their work. They were well aware of their beautiful general manager's hospitality customs, which seldom involved seeing clients or friends off. Even when dignitaries from the city visited, she would only symbolically escort them to the door. Never had anyone received such treatment as being taken directly to the elevator, let alone being seen off. This unprecedented courtesy left them both perplexed as to why their stunning general manager treated Jiang Han with such exceptional kindness, having assisted the Yin family in recovering their debts and fulfilling the task assigned to him. Jiang Han was now prepared to head to the Yin family residence to report his success. He was eager to see how the elder matriarch and Yin Luoqi would proceed with the arrangements regarding his and Yin Luoqi's marriage. Jiang Han once again took a taxi to the Yin family estate. This time, the 2 guards, upon seeing him, did not dare to chase him away, but merely inquired what business he had. Jiang Han requested that they inform the matriarch and Yin Luoqi that he needed to speak with them. The guards did not challenge him. Wei Tao hurried inside to relay the message, leaving Lu Er to watch Jiang Han that moment. In the main hall of the Yin family estate, representatives from various branches of the direct family were gathered, celebrating the return of 1 billion yuan in project funds from Tianlong Group. This influx alleviated the financial crisis faced by the Yin family's construction company. The faces of the Yin family members were aglow with joy. Congratulations, cousin! You successfully helped our Yin family reclaim the 1 billion yuan owed to us by Tianlong Group, allowing our construction company to weather this crisis. A strikingly handsome man with slick back hair and a somewhat effeminate appearance, Yin Jianping, complimented Yin Luoqi. He was none other than the son of Yin Luoqi's 3rd uncle. Given Yin Luoqi's favored status with the matriarch, holding considerable power, her 2nd and 3rd uncles had no choice but to unite against the influence of Yin Luoqi's family. Thus, Yin Jianping sought to flatter his cousin Yin Luoqi in front of the matriarch, subtly diminishing Yin Luoqi's competence. Previously, Yin Luoqi had also approached Tianlong Group to request the funds, but she had been unsuccessful as they were unwilling to comply. However, with Yin Luoqi stepping in, the matter was resolved, showcasing her superiority over Yin Luoqi. Indeed, Xiner performed remarkably this time, surpassing even your cousin Luoqi, the general manager of the family group, that we all look at her with newfound respect. Yin Jikuan subtly derided his own niece while casting a look of approval at his daughter. Yes, our construction company's ability to overcome this challenge is indeed thanks to the 2nd young lady's efforts. Absolutely, the 2nd girl has truly surprised us, delivering a tremendous delight. At this moment, nearly all the Yin family members were extolling Yin Luoqi. She relished the praise, occasionally casting a triumphant glance at Yin Luoqi seated above her. Yin Luoqi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recognized in the endeavor to recover the funds from Tianlong Group. She had indeed been outdone by her cousin Yin Luoqi. Previously, she had also sought Gu Jun's assistance, but he had merely made excuses and offered no help. Yet her cousin Yin Luoxin had managed to reclaim the 1 billion yuan with just one visit to Tianlong Group that very morning, earning her admiration. Luoxin, on behalf of the group, I thank you for recovering the owed funds. In light of the scene, as the helm of the Yin Group, Yin Luoxi, despite her discomfort, could only express gratitude to her cousin. Cousin, having helped us recover such a substantial amount, surely I deserve some reward. Don't you think? A mere verbal acknowledgement seems insufficient. Otherwise, who would be inclined to work for the collective? Yin Luoxin boldly challenged. Perhaps you could give me the villa worth 100 million that grandmother awarded you at the end of last year for your future marriage. That I wouldn't mind if you've already used it. Yin Luoxin finally found an opportunity to assert herself before Yin Luoxi, refusing to let this chance for a substantial gain slip away, staring haughtily at Yin Luoxi. Yin Luoxi's expression faltered, feeling a twinge of displeasure. She was aware that her cousin and her father had always resented her position as general manager of the Yin Group. To her surprise, her cousin was so brazenly greedy. The villa she had received was a reward for leading the group to nearly 3 billion in profits, bestowed by the matriarch herself. Yet her cousin dared to demand the villa for merely reclaiming 1 billion yuan. That villa was intended as her dowry from the matriarch, meant for a future marriage. If she were to give it to her cousin, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, her cousin had indeed helped the company through its crisis, and she hesitated to outright refuse, unsure of how to respond. Very well. Your grandfather had previously set aside a villa worth 50 million, given Luoxin's significant contribution in recovering the debts. Let us reward her with it as a dowry for her future marriage. Just as Yin Luoxi grappled with her dilemma, the matriarch spoke up. Thank you, grandmother. Yin Luoxin pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her grandmother's favoritism. However, she dared not show her displeasure, casting a fierce glare at Yin Luoxi instead. All right, today we celebrate Luoxin's success in helping our construction company recover the owed funds. Let us go to Weihai Hotel for a celebration. Wang, please arrange for the meal promptly. Certainly, matriarch, just as Wang Jin prepared to call for the arrangements. Wei Tao rushed in, flustered. What is the matter, Wei Tao? You appear quite anxious. The matriarch inquired with a frown. Matriarch, the person who claimed to be the fiancé of the young lady has arrived, saying he has something to discuss with you. Wei Tao answered hastily. That fellow arrives at a fortuitous time. He can be informed that the task he was assigned has already been completed by my Luoxin, and he need not waste any more effort. The matter of his marriage to Luoxi is hereby nullified. He may take his leave. Yin Jikuan laughed heartily, believing that by sending Jiang Han away, Yin Luoxi would have no choice but to accept his arrangement of marrying her off to Gao Bin, allowing everything to unfold as he had planned to his advantage. Very well, let him in. In this situation, the matriarch felt compelled to acquiesce to her second son's wishes. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Jiang Han was coming, Yin Luoxi's expression remained emotionless. She held no anticipation for his arrival, nor did she harbor any feelings about it. Before long, Jiang Han, under Wei Tao's guidance, arrived at the front hall of the Yin family estate. Upon entering, he found himself the subject of amused gazes from the assembled family members, leaving him puzzled as to the reason for their expressions. What brings you here, young man? Surely you're not here to claim that you have helped our family recover the 1 billion yuan owed. Before anyone else could speak, Yin Luoxin was the first to mock Jiang Han. Still nursing grievances from their last encounter, unable to restrain her desire to vent her frustrations on him. How did you know? I came to inform everyone present that I have indeed helped your family recover the 1 billion yuan owed by Tianlong Group. I have fulfilled the task you assigned to me, Jiang Han replied with a relaxed tone. This is utterly laughable. That debt was clearly reclaimed by my cousin, and yet you dare to claim it as your own? You must have heard that the funds have been received and come to steal the credit. Sorry, you are too late. We were just praising my cousin for her efforts in recovering the funds. Yin Jianpain remarked. You may lament your poverty, but how did you come to acquire this despicable habit? One has to wonder how grandfather could have chosen you as my cousin's fiancé. Could it be that he deemed you shameless enough for the role? Yin Luoxin feigned a casual glance at Yin Luoxi before bursting into laughter. Having already secured confirmation from everyone regarding her intention to reclaim the debt, she harbored no fear that Jiang Han would usurp her credit. Instead, she relished the opportunity to mock Jiang Han, her cousin's betrothed, aiming to humiliate them both within the clan. You claim to have assisted our family in recovering the debt, but do you possess any evidence? It was my granddaughter Luoxin who approached General Gu for the repayment today that if you cannot produce proof, do not blame us Yin family members for our lack of courtesy, but I detest those who falsely take credit. Elder Yan's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yan Luoxin's utter shamelessness. When she approached, Wang Xiyu had already arranged for his cousin to facilitate the payment. How dare this woman claim his accomplishments as her own? He had aided this family, only to be met with suspicion and inquiries. If you cannot provide evidence, then leave at once and spare us the embarrassment. Furthermore, based on your conduct, your engagement with Luoqi is hereby nullified. From this day forth, keep your distance from the Yin family. We do not welcome you. Yin Jikuan, noticing Jiang Han's silence, reprimanded him directly. Jiang Han, I never imagined you to be such a person that to fail your task is one thing, but to attempt to usurp my cousin's accolades is simply disappointing. You may leave. I no longer wish to see you. As Jiang Han prepared to contact Wang Xiyu for corroboration, Yin Luoqi spoke up. Her words struck him like a sharp blade, piercing his heart and inducing a twinge of pain. He had not expected the first woman he felt an affinity for to mirror the distrust of the other Yin family members. Uttering such callous words, he had entertained pleasant fantasies of her as a sensible, principled individual, yet seemed he had misjudged her entirely. She had never truly trusted him nor regarded him as a worthy fiancé. The only reason she had not outright rejected their engagement from the start was likely to save face for her grandfather. Having come to this realization, Jiang Han felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He no longer felt the need to cling to a situation where he was not wanted. Why hold on as sand slipping through my fingers? It is better to let it go. He still possessed 2 marriage contracts. Perhaps his true partner awaited among those 2, since she did not harbor feelings for him. He saw no reason to prove himself to her. He halted the motion of dialing Wang Xiyu. You cannot produce evidence, so why not make yourself scarce? Did you not hear my sister say she never wants to see you again? Bah! Yin Jianbao expressed his disdain, spitting at Jiang Han this time. You've embarrassed my sister. I've always said you were worthless. Now you see just how shallow he is. To covet my achievements is truly repugnant. Get this fraud out of our sight before he soils the eyes of the Yin family. Yin Luoxin added her scorn. Jiang Han, why are you still here? Do you truly wish for us to force you out? What a disgrace! Elder Yin, unable to contain herself, shook her head. If I were to claim that the money was sent by the eldest daughter of the Wang family out of respect for me, would you believe it? Jiang Han had previously held a degree of respect for Elder Yin, being the wife of the patriarch who had arranged their engagement. However, her lack of trust and disdain left him feeling disappointed. And he retorted, I wouldn't believe your nonsense. With your impoverished background, do you really think the eldest daughter of the Wang family would regard you with any respect? You, a destitute hermit from a remote village, have no standing. Yin Jianbao spat again. Why not claim to be the Jade Emperor while you're at it? The whole world would bow to you. Yin Jianpain added, his tone equally unfriendly. Shameless. Today I have finally witnessed the disgraceful countenance of the lower classes. It's revolting, Yin Luoxin declared without reservation. Butler Wang, do hurry and escort this wretch away. He is truly an eyesore. Yang Fong shot Jiang Han a look of disdain. Our family does not welcome frauds. Leave at once. Jiang Han had hoped that Yin Luoqi and Elder Yin might possess the discernment to see through the truth of the situation, unlike the rest of the Yin family. But he was met with disappointment. They were just as foolish, lacking belief in him. His heart grew cold towards the Yin family. I've said all that needs to be said. Should you continue to judge me without discernment, I hope you do not come to regret it. With that, Jiang Han strode out of the Yin family estate, the sound of their jeers and insults echoing behind him. He did not regret assisting the Yin family in reclaiming the project funds. He viewed it as a repayment of the favor owed to the late patriarch. He understood that from this moment forward, he had no further ties to the Yin family or to his former fiancée, Yin Luoqi. In truth, A tinge of regret lingered within him. He had originally hoped that this first engagement would lead him to the altar, fulfilling the task set forth by his master, thus uncovering the truth behind his parents' demise. Who could have anticipated that this first marriage contract would be rendered void, leaving him with two remaining opportunities? It was clear that he must approach the next two prospects with utmost seriousness, ensuring they would not be so easily discarded. Upon exiting the Yin family estate, Jiang Han retrieved the other two marriage contracts. Point one indicated an address in the provincial capital of Yong province, while the other led to the distant metropolis of the imperial capital. And curiously, the signatory bore an English name. Jiang Han stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how his seemingly disheveled master could have connections to such affluent families. He recalled that the first marriage contract had paired him with the daughter of the wealthiest family in Weiqing, leading him to question his master's true identity. Could it be that the hermit-like old Taoist had once been a remarkable figure? The thought made his head shake in disbelief. He could not fathom that his unkempt master could possess any notable status. Jiang Han did not dwell on his master's matters for long. Instead, he focused on the marriage contract that pointed to the provincial capital. After all, it was closer, merely a matter of kilometers away, and he could reach it in an hour by car. The thought of traveling over 1,000 kilometers to the capital was simply impractical. Tang Wan, residing at 1 Nanda Street, Fengxi City, Yong Province. The name and family estate came into view. A splendid name, Jiang Han mused. Eager to fulfill his master's directive, he wasted no time and turned to catch a ride to Fengxi City. An hour later, Jiang Han arrived in the provincial capital. Fengxi truly embodied the essence of a provincial capital, boasting a population exceeding 10 million, its vibrancy far surpassing that of Weiqing. Towering buildings lined the streets, while traffic flowed abundantly, painting a picture of prosperity. Following the address from the marriage contract, he arrived at the property located at 1 Nanda Street. To his astonishment, it was a grand, independent ancient building, occupying an area 7 to 8 times larger than the Yin family estate, with an expanse of structures that seemed to stretch endlessly. At the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, fierce and majestic. And above the doorway hung a large plaque that read, Tang Family Old Residence, Fengxi. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not expected the Tang family to be so affluent. The grandeur of the estate was unmistakable. In such a prime location within the provincial capital, it was rare to find such a vast residence. What are you staring at? This is the Tang Family Old Residence, not a tourist attraction. Move along. Just as Jiang Han prepared to admire the impressive architecture further, 2 imposing guards burst out from the Tang residence. Glaring at him, I seek Miss Tang Wan. I am her fiancé and wish to meet her. Jiang Han felt a wave of irritation towards the guards of wealthy families, the previous guards of the Yin family estate, and these guards were both haughty and condescending. His expression darkened as he replied directly, You are the young lady's fiancé? One of the taller guards eyed Jiang Han with skepticism. What young lady? Huang Jian, you must want to lose your job if the second young lady hears you say that. She'll have you kicked out, the shorter guard promptly reminded him. Almost forgot. Thank you. Thank you. I possess 2 marriage contracts arranged by our elders. Jiang Han could not comprehend the murmurs of the 2 security guards. Yet he spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, present your marriage certificate for our perusal, exclaimed the shorter guard. Jiang Han promptly retrieved a marriage certificate from his possession and handed it over, causing the 2 guards to lean in for a closer inspection. As expected, the document bore the name of their esteemed daughter, Tang Wan, and at the bottom, the signatory was none other than their family patriarch, Tang Hao Yin. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the family patriarch immediately. One of the guards remarked, taken aback by Jiang Han's presentation of the marriage certificate, which was unexpected from someone clad in such humble attire. The taller guard hurried inside to relay the news. A few minutes later, the taller guard returned, ushering Jiang Han into the Tang family's main hall. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals occupied the hall, all of whom turned their gaze towards Jiang Han upon his entrance. The Tang family's main hall was a staggering 5 or 6 times larger than that of the Yin family, exquisitely decorated with opulent embellishments, adorned with an array of renowned calligraphy and paintings. and displaying antique porcelain, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance that made it evident that the Tang family's influence far surpassed that of the Yin family in Weiqing. "What is your name?" "I hear from Shui Yang that you possess a marriage certificate with Xiao Wan," inquired a venerable elder, his hair and beard white as snow, gazing at Jiang Han with a gentle expression. Though his demeanor appeared exceptionally amiable, Jiang Han felt no warmth, only an overwhelming sense of arrogance and indifference emanating from him. "That I am Jiang Han. This is the marriage certificate bestowed upon me by my master concerning my union with Miss Tang Wan." Jiang Han presented the certificate, which was immediately taken by an elderly man in gray, who then passed it to Tang Haotian. Upon receiving the marriage certificate, Tang Haotian's gaze sharpened. "Ah, you are indeed the disciple of Qingshu Daoist. It has been quite some time. I nearly forgot about this arrangement. You see, my granddaughter, with whom you have this arrangement, is currently in Weicheng, repaying debts on behalf of her father. The task we have assigned her is to recover the 30 billion yuan lost by her father before she and her family may return to the ancestral home in Fengxi. Only then will we acknowledge their family. Otherwise, they shall remain forever estranged from the Tang family in the provincial capital. Since you are her fiancé, you bear the responsibility of assisting her in fulfilling this task. Should you succeed within a year, our family shall recognize your engagement. Otherwise, your bond with Wanner will be rendered void. The Tang family only accepts the strong, not those deemed incapable," Tang Haotian declared, his gaze fierce. Upon hearing the elder's words, all present regarded Jiang Han with a mixture of schadenfreude. Particularly, a middle-aged man seated to the left of Tang Haotian, who bore a slight resemblance to him, wore a mocking smile. Jiang Han was puzzled by this man's expression, suspecting that it was somehow linked to his fiancée, Tang Wan. From the snippets he had gathered since arriving at the Tang residence, he sensed a palpable disdain among the Tang family members toward her family. Perhaps due to her father's financial blunder that had cost the Tang family 30 billion yuan. "Very well, I understand," Jiang Han responded, undeterred by the pressure exerted upon him, maintaining his composure. "How dare you speak to my father in such a manner?" Tang Haotian's second son, the current family head, Tang Juanhao, suddenly interjected, gesturing for Jiang Han to be taken away and punished with 50 lashes to instill a sense of respect for his elders. "Indeed, this young man shows a blatant lack of decorum, addressing my father without proper reverence. He ought to be taught a lesson," chimed in Tang Shui, Tang Haotian's second daughter, who was seated beside Tang Juanhao. She had long been an unwavering ally of Tang Juanhao, opposing their late brother, Tang Junjie, since his rise to favor. Seeing Jiang Han, her brother's son-in-law, she could not conceal her contempt and sought to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson about their family's might. Take him out and discipline him. Otherwise, what sort of example would that set? At this moment, the majority of those present echoed the sentiments of Tang Juanhao and Tang Xu as their voices subsided. 4 or 5 burly men burst into the hall, clearly henchmen retained by the Tang family. Jiang Han cast a cursory glance at them, dismissing their threat, as he was more concerned with the patriarch's stance. Should the elder tacitly approve of such actions, he would have no choice but to retaliate against these thugs, demonstrating that he was not a mere pushover. "Enough. Butler Bai, escort Jiang Han downstairs and provide him with Wanner's address and contact information," Tang Haotian commanded, raising his hand to halt his son's actions. "Yes, master," responded a middle-aged man in a black suit who stepped forward. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Han followed Butler Bai out of the Tang family residence. And upon reaching the entrance, the butler retrieved his phone and added Jiang Han on WeChat, subsequently sending him Tang Wan's phone number and address. Upon examining the information, Jiang Han noted that the address only indicated Weicheng, Meiyin Cosmetics Company. Without providing an actual residence for Tang Wan, he paid little mind to this, as he had her phone number and could contact her directly should the need arise. After thanking Butler Bai, Jiang Han made his way to the bus station, preparing to return to Weicheng. Watching Jiang Han's retreating figure, Butler Bai sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "I never imagined the elder would choose such a man for the young lady. It seems the patriarch's lineage may never regain its former glory." With a shake of his head, Butler Bai returned to the Tang family residence. Upon returning to Weicheng, Jiang Han did not rush to contact Tang Wan, but instead focused on finding a place to reside. Now that he had confirmed his fiancée's presence in Weicheng, It was imperative that he first secure accommodation before proceeding with any plans. He carried with him 50,000 yuan in cash obtained from the robbers and a 1 million yuan bank card gifted by Wang Xiu, in addition to 3 bank cards belonging to the robbers, the amounts of which he had yet to ascertain. Spotting a commercial complex ahead with several bank branches on the ground floor, Jiang Han hastened towards it. Eager to check the balances of the 3 cards that AT the ATM, he discovered that the first card from the Mingxing Bank contained 100,000 yuan. The second card from the Xiaoxing Bank held 150,000 yuan, and the third card from the Yongxing Bank boasted a substantial 200,000 yuan. This revelation left Jiang Han, who had little concept of money, awestruck. He had not anticipated that the robbers would possess such wealth. Collectively, they had contributed a staggering 450,000 yuan. He imagined his miserly master would be utterly astonished upon seeing such a sum. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, the money he had seized represented the entirety of the robbers' savings, accumulated over several years, now entirely stripped away in one fell swoop. The reason they had not canceled the cards or transferred the funds was that they were genuinely intimidated by Jiang Han's display of prowess that night. Perceiving him as a specter not to be trifled with, Jiang Han proceeded to the Xiaoxing bank counter and opened a bank account, depositing all his funds, with a total of 1.5 million yuan at his disposal. He felt a profound sense of security, no longer plagued by worries over finding a place to stay, that he opened his phone and began searching for available housing. After reviewing several one-bedroom options, he arranged viewings with the landlords. 2 of the apartments were favorably located near major thoroughfares, boasting clean and comfortable interiors, yet they both had a fatal flaw. They lacked spiritual energy for a martial artist. The absence of spiritual energy meant an inability to cultivate martial skills, a notion Jiang Han could not abide. Disappointed, he continued searching for other properties, some of which did possess a trace of spiritual energy. But it was too sparse to meet his current training needs, leading him to ultimately forego those options. Jiang Han had not anticipated that the seemingly simple task of finding a residence would prove so challenging. As dusk settled, he resigned himself to the fact that he might have to spend the night at a hotel, planning to resume his search the following day. Just as he wandered aimlessly forward, his spirits lifted upon spotting a lush park not far ahead. In the park center, he could discern the glimmering surface of a lake. Jiang Han's master once imparted to him that locations abundant in mountains or water are typically infused with spiritual energy. Now, as he stood before a lake, it was to be expected that the spiritual essence here would be denser than in other places. Indeed, he had not ventured far when he felt a rich wave of spiritual energy enveloping him. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Han. It seemed that his quest for a residence was nearing fruition, that if he searched around this park, he was certain to find a dwelling that would satisfy him. As he perused his phone, a shared rental listing caught his eye. The address indicated that the property was adjacent to the south gate of Lianhua Park, featuring a quaint ground-floor courtyard, with a rental price of 1,500. While this amount was somewhat steep for a shared accommodation, the prime location made it the optimal choice for Jiang Han. The closer he was to the park, the nearer he would be to the lake, which meant the stronger the spiritual energy within the house, a matter of utmost importance to him. Following the contact information provided, Jiang Han called the number listed. "Hello, who is this?" came a voice, somewhat arrogant and domineering. Judging by the tone, Jiang Han suspected that this individual might not be the most agreeable person. However, having found a property that met his criteria, he was reluctant to abandon it so easily. "I saw your shared rental listing online. May I come and view the property?" he inquired. "Now, can't you see it's nearly dark? Are you certain you want to come over now?" The girl's voice on the other end was tinged with skepticism. "I'm not a bad person to, if you're worried, I can simply come by tomorrow instead," Jiang Han suggested. "Worried? You think I'm scared of you? Get over here now." The girl snapped back, her irritation palpable. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated such boldness from the girl on the other end. Her choice of words suggested a certain streetwise attitude, leading him to suspect that she might not be a conventional girl. Based on her tone, she could very well be a bar girl or someone from the nightlife scene, and living with such a person could inevitably lead to complications. At that moment, he felt a twinge of hesitation. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. "What's the matter? Are you too scared to come?" "I'm hanging up," she declared, her tone dismissive. Wait, I'm on my way. Just give me a few minutes, Jiang Han. Glancing at the electronic map, noted that her location was less than 100 meters away and hurriedly replied, "Fine, I'll wait for you," she said before abruptly ending the call. Jiang Han hastened forward and soon spotted a small courtyard with 3 adjoining rooms on his left. It stood rather incongruously beside the western side of Lianhua Park's south gate, out of sync with the surrounding environment. Clearly, the owner had some influence, as it would have been demolished long ago, if not for that. Approaching the modest dwelling, Jiang Han peered through the iron gate and noticed that the front yard was rather neglected. A 2-meter-wide path of cement ran through the center, flanked by overgrown weeds, evidence that no one had tended to it for some time. He knocked gently on the door. Coming, a girl emerged, dressed in a form-fitting blue skirt. She appeared to be in her 20s, with an attractive face that bore a hint of baby fat, lending her a somewhat adorable charm. Standing at a striking 1.72 meters, her physique was curvaceous in all the right places, leaving little to the imagination. Jiang Han found himself swallowing hard at the sight. He was astonished by the stark contrast between her appearance and his earlier assumptions. She exuded an air of elegance rather than the expected allure of a woman of the night. This revelation pleasantly surprised him. "Are you the one who called earlier about viewing the room?" she asked, glancing at him with an air of nonchalance. "Yes, may I come in and take a look?" he replied. "Sure, follow me," she said, swaying her curvaceous hips as she led the way. Jiang Han could distinctly smell the rich fragrance of her perfume as he followed, his heart racing. Upon entering the house, Jiang Han was greeted by a spacious living room furnished with 3 rows of vibrant red sofas and equipped with a television cabinet, TV, coffee table, refrigerator, and dining table, common essentials. However, aside from the newly purchased sofas, the rest of the furniture appeared to be quite antiquated, covered in a fine layer of dust. It was evident that the homeowner was not inclined toward housekeeping. Although Jiang Han had spent much of his life in a rustic mountain dwelling, he had always cherished cleanliness, and the state of disarray before him caused him to frown slightly, sensing his discomfort. The girl turned to him and remarked, "I see you find the environment a bit chaotic. To be frank, I've never done housework and have no intention of starting that if you choose to live here. The chores will be your responsibility. Otherwise, you are not welcome. That seems rather unfair. How can one person be solely responsible for maintaining the space?" Jiang Han interjected, having never encountered such a domineering woman before. "If you don't agree, then there's no need to see the room. You can leave," she shot back, glaring at him coldly. Wow, Jiang Han thought, astonished at how quickly her demeanor had shifted, showing no inclination to reason with him. "Fine, I'll comply," he replied reluctantly. After all, he had already sensed that the room's spiritual energy was indeed more potent than elsewhere. It was a prime location for cultivation. "This will be your room," she declared, pushing open the left door. Jiang Han stepped inside, only to find the space completely empty. There wasn't even a bed. He stood there, dumbfounded. How could one possibly sleep without a bed? It was his first encounter with such a situation. Even the most dilapidated homes usually had at least a bed or a cabinet. Yet this one shattered his expectations entirely. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed and spoke softly. "You see, this room is quite spacious and can accommodate many belongings. If you need furniture, feel free to visit the market and purchase what you like. When you move out, you can take it with you, ensuring your investment is not wasted." Jiang Han was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. It felt as though she was treating him as an easy mark, imposing an unfair tax on his intelligence. "Listen, how can I live in a place without even a bed? This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Since you haven't provided the essential furniture, shouldn't you reduce the rent for me?" he proposed, feeling justified. "Don't even think about it. Not a single cent less, if you want to stay. You must pay the full amount. If not, just leave and don't waste my time," she declared haughtily, raising her chin with a defiant expression, leaving Jiang Han feeling cornered and embarrassed. He had not expected to be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by this woman. "All right, I'll rent the place. However, the day is drawing to a close, and it's too late for me to buy a bed now. Could you kindly lend me a mat and a blanket for the night? I promise to return them to you tomorrow. There's an old bed under the eaves in the front yard. You can use that as for a blanket. I'll see if I have an old one lying around. Don't even think about borrowing my new blankets. I absolutely detest sharing my things with men," she said, pouting slightly. Jiang Han, feeling resigned, chose not to argue further. Let us settle the payment. The rent is 6 months deposit and 1 year in advance. With monthly utilities of 100 for electricity and 100 for water, totaling 29,400, she stated, thrusting her phone with a payment code in front of him. That's outrageous. Other places only require a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent at most. Utilities are charged based on actual usage each month. You can't just demand such a large sum up front. Do you take me for a fool? Jiang Han found himself at the end of his tether. Expressing his profound dissatisfaction, he had never imagined that this girl could be so callous, treating him merely as a means to an end, that he was inclined to teach her a lesson, yet the fact remained that she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. As a man, he found it difficult to act against her. Considering that you have the privilege of residing under the same roof as me, I could very well charge you for the pleasure of my company. Yet you dare to claim it is too expensive? If you cannot afford it, seek accommodations elsewhere. After uttering these words, the girl waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait. All right, I shall comply with your demands. I will transfer the money right away. Jiang Han's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his frustration bubbling within him. However, he could not bear to part with such a favorable cultivation environment. So he relented. Very well, I will send the money. The girl presented her WeChat payment code once more, seemingly positioning it closer to Jiang Han's eyes this time. With a scowl, Jiang Han completed the transaction. And she tossed him 3 keys, 2 for the front door and 1 for his own room. And I forgot to mention, if you wish to cook, please bring your own cooking utensils. You are strictly prohibited from using anything in my kitchen. If I catch you using it, you must buy me 2 new sets. With that, she turned and swayed her alluring figure away. Suddenly, Jiang Han recalled something and hurriedly called out, I am Jiang Han. May I know your name? Xiao Yuan, she replied. After Xiao Yuan departed, Jiang Han moved to the eaves of the front house and found an old bed to bring into his room. However, this bed resembled a child's cot. Measuring only 1.8 meters in length at 1.83 meters tall, Jiang Han found it woefully inadequate for sleep. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yuan tossed him an old blanket and left. That night, Jiang Han opted not to sleep. Instead, he practiced his cultivation throughout the night. After a night of experimentation, he had a rough understanding of the spiritual energy density in the room, which could barely meet his daily cultivation needs. However, to enhance the speed and intensity of his training, the available spiritual energy was simply insufficient. He resolved to visit the market to purchase some spirit stones and set up a spirit gathering array, which would expedite his cultivation process. Early the next morning, Jiang Han hastily consumed a simple breakfast before making his way to a nearby furniture market. He needed to purchase a bed, wardrobe, and other furnishings. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to sleep that night. Soon, he arrived at a mall named Lianhu Furniture City, not far from his residence. Approaching the entrance, he caught the attention of several stylishly dressed, tall female sales associates stationed at the prime location of the mall. A store called Fuse Furniture. One particularly attractive saleswoman, with a hint of teasing in her tone, exclaimed, "Everyone look, a poor Taoist has come to buy furniture at our mall." Isn't this surprising? The remaining sales associates, drawn by her words, turned their gazes toward Jiang Han as he walked closer. What an oddity this world is. Look at how shabby he is. How dare he enter our upscale furniture store? He probably wouldn't even have enough money to buy a single piece of furniture here. Another chimed in. You flatter him. With his pathetic demeanor, even if he offered his own belongings for free, no one would accept them, let alone trade for our furniture. Is he dreaming? A girl with a pointed chin added mockingly, he probably lacks the courage to face the world and came here just to find a restroom. They all erupted into laughter, treating Jiang Han as nothing more than a jester. Unbeknownst to him, the furniture store he casually entered was filled with exquisite high-end furnishings. Nonetheless, since he was there, he decided to browse. Look at that kid. He actually walked into a furniture store. Xiao Sun, you guessed wrong. He doesn't seem to be here just for the restroom. Don't worry, he's just embarrassed and pretending to look at furniture. Soon enough, he'll head straight for the bathroom. With his shabby appearance, how could he possibly afford anything in this mall? Xiao Sun, that's not right. He seems to be heading our way. The saleswoman who initially spoke now sounded surprised by Jiang Han's approach. Pretentious. If he buys even one piece of furniture today, I'll change my name. Sun Ying retorted, a hint of defiance in her voice. You said it, Xiao Sun, a plump girl reminded with a slight smile. Clearly skeptical that Jiang Han could be a customer. Jiang Han was oblivious to the sales associate's ridicule. He had approached Fuse Furniture because he was captivated by the rich, traditional reddish-purple color of the furniture. Reminiscent of authentic mahogany, exuding a sense of antiquity and cultural depth that appealed to him. As he entered the store, none of the sales associates approached him to offer assistance. Undeterred, he walked straight to a simply designed wooden bed and reached out to touch its headboard, only to be stopped by a saleswoman. Sir, please retract your filthy hands. Our furniture is crafted from imported high-end wood by master artisans. If you damage it, you won't be able to afford the repair. The saleswoman who interrupted him was none other than Sun Ying, eager to shoo away this shabby intruder. I merely wish to feel the texture. Are your customers not permitted to touch the furniture? Jiang Han frowned slightly. Of course they can, but only our genuine customers have that privilege, and I do not consider you one of them. Sun Ying replied with disdain. Jiang Han could detect the scorn in her voice. And just as he was about to respond, a familiar voice interrupted him. Oh, is that Jiang Han? What a surprise! Are you here to look at furniture? I suggest you leave quickly. The furniture here is far beyond what a pauper like you can afford. Jiang Han looked up, stunned to see Yan Luoxin, the domineering woman who had never been fond of him. Greetings, Miss Yan. Welcome to our store. The sales associates greeted her with bows and smiles, clearly recognizing her. Recently rewarded with a villa worth 50 million by the matriarch, Yan Luoxin was currently furniture shopping, and her frequent visits had made her a familiar face among the sales staff. We can have this person removed right away so that your shopping experience remains undisturbed. Miss Yan, Sun Ying offered, eager to please. No need. I want to see what this mountain dweller can afford today. Jiang Han, feel free to browse through our selection, but don't be embarrassed if you leave empty-handed. That would be quite the spectacle. Yan Luoxin relished the opportunity to humiliate Jiang Han. How much is this bed? I'll buy it. Jiang Han, unable to endure her mockery any longer, spoke up. Sir, this bed is our flagship product. Priced at 250,000, are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Sun Ying raised her chin, her tone seemingly calm, but laced with derision. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a hefty price for a mere bed. Nevertheless, for the sake of pride, he decided he could overlook the cost. Then I'll take it. What a joke. You, dressed in rags worth no more than 200. Think you can afford a 250,000 bed? You must be kidding. Yan Luoxin laughed heartily, convinced that Jiang Han was about to embarrass himself. In her view, he was merely reacting irrationally to their taunts. Desperate to save face by claiming he would buy an expensive bed. Sales associate, please process my card. Jiang Han paid no heed to Yan Luoxin's derisive remarks, instead tossing his bank card directly to Sun Ying. Goodness, it's still a new card. Jiang Han, you must understand that if this card fails to yield any funds, you will be committing fraud and could face imprisonment. Prepare to call the police immediately. We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape. After all, this rascal dared to intrude upon my home to claim my accomplishments. What sorts of misdeeds might such a person engage in? Yan Luoxin promptly instructed the nearby female sales staff from Fuse Furniture. The saleswomen swiftly retrieved their phones, awaiting news from Sun Ying. Should the card transaction fail, they would immediately contact the authorities. I could see that moment. A frosty breath escaped Yan Luoxin's nostrils as she prepared to leverage the Yin family's connections. Once Jiang Han was apprehended by the police, she vowed to ensure he would languish in prison indefinitely, avenging the previous affront he had inflicted upon her. However, with the sound of receipts printing echoing through the air, the onlookers stood frozen, for this was unmistakably a sign of successful payment. Xiao Sun, his card truly went through, exclaimed one tall saleswoman, unable to contain her astonishment. Sun Ying, fixated on the POS machine, could hardly believe her eyes. She numbly nodded, confirming their suspicions. How can this be? This pauper cannot possibly possess such wealth. He hails from Montchouet County, a place renowned for its poverty. How could he afford such an amount? You must be mistaken. Or perhaps your machine has malfunctioned and processed the transaction incorrectly. Please, check it right away. Yan Luoxin, taken aback by Jiang Han's successful transaction, felt disbelief mixed with irritation. She had conducted thorough investigations into his background. How could a mere impoverished youth from a national-level destitute county possess such vast sums? Miss Yin, our machine is functioning perfectly. It was just serviced by the bank yesterday, replied a demure cashier. If the machine is fine, then your card must be the issue. You must have stolen it from a wealthy individual or found it. Call the police at once and have them interrogate him thoroughly. Yin Luoxin insisted, her tone unyielding. Yet, as her words hung in the air, not a single salesperson moved to dial the police, clearly dissenting from her baseless accusations. Such unfounded speculation would likely earn her a reprimand from the operator, and no one wished to attract such misfortune. Excuse me, Miss Yin, but if I found a card, how would I know the password? Surely you are not unaware that a password is required for card transactions. Moreover, this card was issued in my name. Would you like me to take you to the bank to verify? Jiang Han seized upon the flaw in Yin Luoxin's argument, mocking her directly. Very well. Even if the card is yours, can you truly afford this bed and this wardrobe? Surely you are not suggesting your funds only suffice for a bed. Yin Luoxin, realizing she could not gain any ground by disputing the card, swiftly shifted her focus to Jiang Han's purchasing power. She refused to believe that he could afford a redwood wardrobe more expensive than the bed, which was valued at 350,000. All right then, I will take that wardrobe as well. Jiang Han surmised that the wardrobe could not cost significantly more than the bed. Confident that his card's remaining balance would suffice, he waved his hand decisively. Sir, that wardrobe is priced at 350,000. Are you certain you can afford it? Sun Ying, momentarily shocked by Jiang Han's earlier extravagant purchase of 250,000, still did not regard him with any newfound respect. In contrast, she routinely encountered affluent clients in this upscale furniture store, dressed elegantly, radiating sophistication, and spending lavishly. Compared to them, Jiang Han, appearing shabby and striving to maintain an image despite lacking funds, only elicited her disdain to go ahead and swipe. Jiang Han dismissed her tone entirely. Let us see how long you can keep up this charade. Yin Luoxin scoffed. The POS machine emitted another receipt printing sound. A heavy silence fell over the room, as all present wore grave expressions of disbelief. He had just made another astonishing purchase of 350,000. Everyone's thoughts echoed in astonishment. Even Yin Luoxin, the esteemed second daughter of the Yin family, felt her cheeks twitch, not due to the sheer amount Jiang Han had just spent, but because it was utterly unfathomable that this penniless individual could access such funds. You've bought the wardrobe. Surely you need a desk, a bookshelf, and a computer table as well. Why not buy them all? Yin Luoxin, still unwilling to concede, continued to probe. Very well, let us buy them all. Jiang Han remained unperturbed, waving his hand grandly. This three-piece set is crafted from top-grade imported wood, valued at 400,000. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you possess sufficient funds? A medium-height, plain-looking saleswoman with a hint of redness in her cheeks could no longer tolerate Yin Luoxin's aggressive demeanor and offered a gentle warning. Her name was Luo Yin, hailing from a rural area in the northern province of Yong. Witnessing Jiang Han, also from the countryside, being so easily deceived stirred her compassion. She feared he might be bullied again if he couldn't pay. Thank you for the reminder. Please process the transaction. Jiang Han's insistence left everyone in a state of shock. In the span of mere minutes, Jiang Han's card had been charged a staggering 1 million. The surrounding sales staff had no choice but to regard Jiang Han with newfound respect. This 1 million was ample enough to purchase a 100-square-meter apartment in a third-tier city like Weiqing. To possess such financial capability placed him squarely within the ranks of the middle class in Weiqing. Who would have guessed that this pauper had some financial backing? Why not purchase that sofa set, coffee table, TV cabinet, and dining table to round things out? Wouldn't that be splendid? Yin Luoxin continued her attempts to entice him. Knowing that set would cost at least 1 million, she was determined to expose Jiang Han's supposed lack of funds. Yet, Jiang Han was no fool. The reason he had not rejected the previous items was that he genuinely needed them. The items Yin Luoxin now suggested were already accounted for in his rented accommodation. Why should he accept them? Just as he prepared to decline, a woman's voice rang out. Jiang Han, why didn't you tell me you needed furniture? You can choose anything from this entire furniture store. I'll have it delivered to you free of charge. Why bother with swiping cards? The bold proclamation stunned everyone into silence, leaving them to wonder who would dare make such a claim in Weiqing's renowned high-end furniture store. Turning, they beheld a graceful woman with a slender figure, accompanied by several individuals in work uniforms. Jiang Han immediately recognized her. She was none other than Wang Xiyu, the general manager of Tianlong Group, and the daughter of the Wang family, which rivaled the Yin family in Weicheng. Manager Wang, you've arrived. All the staff at Fuse Furniture greeted Wang Xiyu with effusive warmth. They understood that she was the true owner of the furniture store. The entire establishment belonged to the Wang family, while Fuse Furniture was merely a small brand client collaborating with them. They relied on the Wang family for their livelihood, and if the Wang family were displeased, they could easily be cast aside. Ms. Wang, how delightful to see you here. Yin Luoxin, surprised to encounter Wang Xiyu, quickly donned a beaming smile to greet her. Jiang Han, why didn't you inform me you were purchasing furniture? This is part of our family's enterprise. If you wish to buy anything, just let me know, and I'll arrange for it to be delivered to you without charge. No need to go through all this trouble. Wang Xiyu focused her attention solely on Jiang Han. Ignoring the others, as the reality of Wang Xiyu's words sank in, the crowd recalled her previous offer of free delivery, allowing Jiang Han to choose anything he desired. Initially, they had assumed she was addressing someone else, only to discover that her words were directed at the oddly dressed, seemingly impoverished Jiang Han. The realization that this man was acquainted with the daughter of the Wang family left Sun Ying and the Fuse Furniture sales staff utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Jiang Han, whom they had so readily looked down upon, was actually a friend of their employer. If he informed their boss of their earlier treatment, would that not spell disaster for their jobs? At that moment, the saleswomen felt a palpable sense of dread. Fearing that Jiang Han might expose their transgressions before Wang Xiyu, Luo Yin, standing at the back, regarded Jiang Han with a more complex expression. She had not anticipated that he would be acquainted with their formidable boss. How foolish she had been to worry about him earlier. With such a powerful ally, who would dare to provoke them in the marketplace? She speculated that Jiang Han was likely a wealthy individual who enjoyed concealing his fortune, relishing in the thrill of playing games of pretense and humiliation. After all, how else could he so effortlessly manifest a sum exceeding 1 million? The most astonished among them was Yin Luoxin, who could scarcely believe that this impoverished wretch Jiang Han was acquainted with the esteemed young lady of the Wang family. Wang Xiyu's gentle demeanor towards him suggested a bond beyond mere acquaintance. At that moment, she recalled their encounter at Tianlong Group while she was collecting debts. Jiang Han had appeared to be waiting for an ascending elevator. Could it be that he intended to seek out Wang Xiyu above? Furthermore, when she had approached Gu Jun for repayment, his contemptuous expression had driven her away. Yet before she could exit Tianlong Group, members of the Yin family had phoned to inform her that the 10 billion owed to them by Tianlong Group had been deposited. Contemplating these peculiar occurrences sent a chill down her spine. Was it possible that, as Jiang Han had claimed, he was the one reclaiming that 10 billion, rather than her? Had they, the Yin family, wronged Jiang Han? Unthinkable. It was absolutely inconceivable. Though she had begun to believe it to some extent, she refused to accept it. Even if that 10 billion were indeed meant for him, I shall ensure that no member of the Yin family learns of it. You shall not disrupt my father's plans by getting involved with Yin Luoxi. Yin Luoxin resolved silently within herself. This minor matter need not trouble you, Xiyu. I shall handle my affairs personally. Jiang Han smiled slightly, taken aback by the serendipity of encountering Wang Xiyu here, and even more astonished to discover that this furniture store was a property of the Wang family. You are my savior. What is furniture to me? I insist you choose whatever you desire. I shall gift it to you. Wang Xiyu's proclamation was intended to support Jiang Han. In truth, she had arrived while Jiang Han was purchasing a wardrobe. In witnessing Yin Luoxin's deliberate probing of Jiang Han's background, attempting to embarrass him, she could no longer contain herself after he had expended the 1 million she had given him. In that moment, everyone grasped the nature of Jiang Han and Wang Xiyu's relationship. He was indeed the savior of this young lady of the Wang family. Such extraordinary fortune, to have rescued someone of such stature. Would he ever lack for money? It was likely that with but a flick of her finger, Jiang Han could secure a lifetime of wealth At this juncture, all eyes turned towards Jiang Han with envy. Regret washed over them for not having endeavored to befriend him earlier. Otherwise, future promotions and salary increases would have been within their grasp. Among them, two moderately attractive saleswomen even entertained ulterior motives, casting flirtatious glances at Jiang Han, hoping to attach themselves to him for a life of luxury. Yet, Jiang Han remained oblivious to their advances. Upon learning that Jiang Han was Wang Xiu's benefactor, Yin Luoxin's suspicions were further solidified. She realized that the 10 billion was undoubtedly procured by Jiang Han through his connection with Wang Xiu. Instead of feeling gratitude towards him, she harbored a vague resentment, vowing to find an opportunity to teach this country bumpkin a lesson. How could the second daughter of the foremost family in Weiqing struggle against someone like Jiang Han? No need, Xiu. You have already compensated me. We are even now that if you continue this way, I may find it difficult to meet you again. Jiang Han merely shrugged. Are you certain you can afford to live? Wang Xiu admired Jiang Han's integrity, believing wealth should not corrupt one's principles. Yet, she feared he might merely be acting out of chivalry, and once he exhausted the 1 million she had provided, he would be left destitute, prompting her to inquire with concern. The remaining funds will suffice for a while. Very well, then. I shall arrange for the furniture to be delivered to you. I have some matters to attend to today. But I shall treat you to a meal another day. Thank you. Do not mention it. Everyone present was astonished and envious at Jiang Han's casual intimacy in addressing their beautiful general manager by her name. He was the first young man they had ever known to be so audacious. Just as Wang Xiu was about to depart, Jiang Han spoke up once more. Xiu, I believe this saleswoman has great potential. She is worthy of your cultivation. Jiang Han gestured towards Luo Yin. Oh, I trust your judgment. From this day forth, you shall be the manager of this store, while the former manager will be demoted to assistant manager. Understood, Manager Wang. A plump middle-aged man beside Wang Xiu immediately bowed in acknowledgement, clearly a senior management figure at the mall. Luo Yin was taken aback, merely for speaking up on Jiang Han's behalf. She had received such an opportunity for advancement. She was acutely aware that their promotion system was exceedingly stringent. It typically took at least 3 years for an ordinary sales associate to become a supervisor, and a minimum of 5 years to attain the position of store manager, with outstanding performance required. She, a newly hired employee with the lowest sales figures, had never dared to dream of such a position. Yet, here she was, inexplicably elevated to store manager. The other sales associates regarded Luo Yin with expressions of envy. They lamented their earlier failure to properly attend to Jiang Han, missing such a fortuitous opportunity for advancement. After leaving the furniture store, Jiang Han returned to his rented accommodation, awaiting the delivery truck. Yes, he exited the mall. The customer manager approached him to inform him that they would promptly arrange for delivery and that his purchased furniture would arrive within half an hour at most. True to their word, just a few minutes later, the sound of a truck horn echoed outside. Jiang Han stepped out to find a large white delivery truck parked at the entrance. Upon seeing him, the driver exited the cab, bowing respectfully to Jiang Han. You must be Mr. Jiang. The furniture you purchased from our mall has arrived. Where would you like it placed? The driver, evidently briefed by the mall's management, displayed great courtesy and respect towards Jiang Han. Please carry it into the room inside. Jiang Han replied, moving to open the large iron gate. Accompanied by 3 or 4 movers, they placed the bed, wardrobe, and other items into his room before departing. Jiang Han then fetched a clean cloth to wipe down all the furniture. At last, the room bore a semblance of liveliness, resembling a proper living space. Just as he prepared to head to a nearby supermarket to procure bedding and linens, the door was abruptly pushed open. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a brazen intrusion. With no knock or warning before someone entered his room, just as he was about to reprimand whoever it was, he noticed the girl who had entered. Her figure was striking, voluptuous, and familiar. Oh, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy individual, purchasing so much high-end mahogany furniture. This must have cost you over $1 million, right? If I had known you were this affluent, I should have asked you for more rent. No, this simply won't do. I must raise the rent. You'll have to pay me $5,000 a month from now on. Xiao Yuan's eyes darted around, her surprise evident as she surveyed the furnishings in Jiang Han's room. I say, miss, do you have any manners? You enter my room without so much as a knock, unaware of the difference between men and women. Jiang Han retorted, somewhat exasperated. In truth, he was astounded by Qiao Yuan's remarks. This woman had discerned the quality of the furniture at a glance, even estimating its price, which left him quite surprised. It suggested that her background was not ordinary, for typically, the children of common families would not possess such discernment. This is my house. Why should I be courteous? Besides, what is there to see? I have no interest in you, and you, a grown man, should feel no shame. By the way, I am not joking. I genuinely expect you to raise the rent, or else this place will no longer be available to you. Qiao Yuan declared boldly, exuding an air of confidence. Oh, really? Then refund the money I paid you yesterday, and I will immediately seek alternative accommodations. I noticed that the single rooms nearby are several hundred cheaper than your shared rental. Had it not been for the late hour yesterday, I would have sought elsewhere. Do you believe I am eager to stay in your shared room? Jiang Han shot back at Qiao Yuan. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective. Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes, contemplating, seemingly realizing that her demanded rent was indeed higher than the surrounding options. Ultimately, she relented, saying, not raising the rent is acceptable. But I have a condition that you must agree to. With a somewhat mischievous expression, Jiang Han sensed her intentions were not pure and casually inquired, what condition? You must allow me to try out this new furniture for 2 months before you use it. This way, I can refrain from raising your rent. Otherwise, your monthly rent will inevitably increase to 5,000. Although Jiang Han was seething with anger internally, he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he had painstakingly found such a spiritually rich place for cultivation. How could he easily give it up? He reluctantly nodded in agreement, saying, very well, then you may stay with me for 2 months, but after that, I must return. Much better, Qiao Yuan declared, disregarding her image as she flopped onto the large bed Jiang Han had recently purchased. Sprawling her body into a large character, oh dear, this is suffocating. Jiang Han, hurry and fetch my bedding from over there and make it up for me, that I shall take a nap. Jiang Han was so furious he felt as if he could spit blood. This woman had the audacity to treat him like a servant. Not only had she claimed his bed, but she also expected him to lay out her bedding. How could this be acceptable? Jiang Han stood there, proud and unmoving. That if you do not heed my words, do not blame me when I raise the rent. Qiao Yuan shot him a sideways glare. Jiang Han was taken aback by this spoiled young lady's audacity to use such a threat. Reluctantly, he made his way to Qiao Yuan's room to retrieve the bedding. To his surprise, after twisting the doorknob for quite some time, he found the door locked. He had not anticipated that this seemingly carefree and domineering princess would be so cautious as to lock her door, even during the day. Fearing intruders, I say, Miss Qiao, how am I to enter with your door locked? I like that title. From now on, you shall refer to me as Miss Qiao. Will you open the door for me? If you do not, I cannot prepare your bed. Jiang Han insisted, about to plop down onto the newly purchased computer chair. Will not even think of slacking off. Follow me. Qiao Yuan swayed her alluring waist to her door, producing a key from her waist to unlock it. As Jiang Han followed her inside, he was enveloped by a potent fragrance of roses emanating from her, causing him to feel somewhat entranced. Upon entering, he was struck by the room's decor, awash in shades of crimson, red sofas, tables, cabinets, and bedding, all saturated in an overwhelming hue. It was as though he had plunged into a sea of red. In this room, he also detected a scent akin to that which lingered on Qiao Yuan's body. The combination of the fragrance and the alluring curves of Qiao Yuan made his heart race. To his greater embarrassment, he discovered an open cabinet filled with colorful intimate apparel, each piece clearly tailored to accentuate its owner's stunning figure. Jiang Han hastily shut the cabinet door, averting his gaze. His face now flushed with heat. He dreaded the thought that Qiao Yuan might ask him to fetch her clothes later. Fortunately, after he made the bed, Qiao Yuan did not request him to move anything else. Jiang Han went to a nearby supermarket to buy a set of bedding, returning to arrange it. As he gazed at the light gray linens contrasting against the vibrant red headboard, he finally felt a semblance of comfort in the room's ambience. However, when he approached the cabinet again, he assumed Qiao Yuan had already moved her belongings out. To his dismay, upon opening it, he found her intimate garments still swaying like colorful flags within. Jiang Han's face burned once more. He quickly closed the cabinet, thinking to himself how careless Xiao Yuan was. She had moved, but left her clothes behind. Would she expect him to fetch them for her in the future? The thought left him perturbed. In the afternoon, Jiang Han planned to visit the Wei City Beauty Cosmetics Company to see his fiancée, Tang Wan. However, instead of rushing to her company, he opted for a more prudent approach. Intending to call Tang Wan first to arrange a meeting time, thus avoiding any entanglements with the security personnel, Jiang Han dialed Tang Wan's number 5 times, but each call went unanswered. Just as he was about to make one last call, preparing to give up if it failed, the call finally connected. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" A gentle voice, akin to a heavenly melody, graced his ears. From her voice, Jiang Han could tell she must be an exceptionally beautiful woman. "Are you Miss Tang Wan? I am your fiancé, Jiang Han. I presume old Tang has informed you about me. This afternoon, I would like to discuss how to help you earn 30 billion. When would be convenient for you?" Jiang Han succinctly stated his purpose for the meeting. "Let us not rush into discussing the 30 billion matter just yet. After you meet my family and gain their approval, we can address the task at hand." At this moment, Tang Wan's voice turned somewhat frosty, clearly indicating her lack of acceptance of Jiang Han's claim. Jiang Han remained unfazed. After all, she had yet to meet him, and it was only natural she would be hesitant to accept him as her fiancé. "Then when would it be convenient? I would like to meet your family. Tomorrow afternoon, perhaps. It is Saturday, and they will all be home. Let us set it for 2 o'clock. I will come by." "Sounds good." Tang Wan provided her home address, located in a neighborhood named Xingchen Garden in the southern part of the city. Jiang Han initially thought it was just an ordinary residential area and paid little mind. The following afternoon, he went to the supermarket to purchase a few gifts to bring to the Tang family. He specifically selected some tea, fruits, and specialty beef and lamb from Yong province. The next day, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Xingchen Garden. Xingchen Garden was situated in the southern part of Wei City, along the banks of the Wei River. The community was vast, covering an area of 2,000 acres, comprising high-rise apartments, villas, and townhouses. As Jiang Han gazed through the car window at the scene outside, he was taken aback. He had assumed Xingchen Garden was merely a standard high-rise residential area, but to his astonishment, it featured luxurious villas and townhouses. What shocked him even more was that the driver, following the address he provided, navigated through the apartment and townhouse areas, ultimately arriving at the villa district in Zone C. The car came to a halt in front of an opulent European-style entrance. Jiang Han was left dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Tang Wan's family, despite being relocated to Wei City, lived in such affluence, clearly indicating that the Tang family of Fengxi was no ordinary clan. Poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Jiang Han retrieved his phone and called Tang Wan. Once connected, she instructed him to wait at the gate. She would come to fetch him shortly. Jiang Han stood there, carrying a pile of gifts. Before long, a woman, standing approximately 1.76 meters tall and clad in a form-fitting white athletic outfit and flat sneakers, approached him gracefully. She possessed a perfectly oval face, with skin as fair as snow, stunning features, and an enchanting figure that left Jiang Han utterly mesmerized. He had never encountered a girl as beautiful as her. Although he had previously found Yan Luoqi stunning, she paled in comparison to this woman, in terms of facial structure. This woman exhibited more pronounced features. If Yan Luoqi represented a gentle Eastern beauty, this lady epitomized a more distinctly layered Western allure. Additionally, she was taller than Yan Luoqi by 3 to 4 centimeters, her figure decidedly more curvaceous. The way her body was proportioned was strikingly captivating. Her slender waist evoked gasps of admiration. I could see that moment. Jiang Han was entranced, watching as she walked closer. He was convinced this must be the second fiancée his scruffy master had found for him. He could not help but silently commend his master's discerning taste in women, as both Yan Luoqi and Tang Wan were exceptional beauties. "You must be Jiang Han." The girl approached him, her breath as fragrant as orchids, and her voice soft like the gentle spring breeze, sending shivers down Jiang Han's spine. "Yes, that's me." "You must be Tang Wan," Jiang Han quickly replied. "Indeed, let us go. My family is awaiting your arrival," without another word. Tang Wan turned and walked ahead, showing no intention of helping Jiang Han carry his gifts. Jiang Han had initially assumed Tang wanted to be a cultured and sensible young woman, only to discover her to be rather aloof. He attributed her demeanor to the common notion that beautiful women often consider themselves above the mundane world. Thus he thought little of it. Carrying the gifts alone, he trudged behind the ethereal beauty, heading towards a nearby, standalone villa. Although Jiang Han felt somewhat wrong that Tang Wan did not offer to assist him, being in the presence of such a celestial beauty and inhaling her subtle yet lingering fragrance left him in a remarkably pleasant mood. Tang Wan's scent was delicate and faint yet enduring, which Jiang Han found delightful, especially compared to Qiao Yuan's overpowering fragrance that often overwhelmed him. Leaving him breathless soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the villa, where Tang Wan opened the door, and Jiang Han hurriedly carried the items inside. Upon entering, he found 5 individuals seated in the hall, all staring intently at him. Among them were 2 middle-aged women and 3 young people. Jiang Han surmised that the slightly older woman sitting in the middle must be Tang Wan's mother, while he could not deduce the identity of the other middle-aged woman. Among the 3 young individuals, 2 girls appeared to be around 20 years old, while the young boy seemed to be merely 17 or 18. These people merely gazed at Jiang Han, none of them rising to greet him. "Mom, Aunt, this is Jiang Han." Tang Wan introduced him. "Jiang Han, this is my mother, my aunt, my younger sister Tang Lan, my second sister Tang Yu, and this is my brother Tang Feng." With Tang Wan's introductions, Jiang Han realized that the woman beside Tang Wan's mother was her aunt. The slightly plump girl was Tang Lan, the tall and slender girl was Tang Yu, and the only male in the household was Tang Wan's brother, Tang Feng. As Tang Wan introduced Jiang Han, the expressions of those present remained impassive, seemingly devoid of any interest in him. "That I thought Grandpa would arrange for someone remarkable to assist my sister, but it turns out to be a poor Taoist." "What a disappointment," Tang Lan scoffed, her disdain for Jiang Han evident. "Indeed, how could someone like him possibly aid my sister in turning the tide? It's truly disheartening," Tang Yu added, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Han. "You should just leave. You clearly do not deserve my sister. She is one of the most beautiful women in Fengxi City, even surpassing the so-called #1 beauty, Sun Yi, by a margin that a person of such stature is beyond the reach of a poor wretch like you. Depart now. You are not welcome here." Tang Feng, clearly protective of his sister, spoke bluntly to Jiang Han. "I believe there may be some misunderstanding that I genuinely wish to assist Wan'er in fulfilling her task." Jiang Han responded, unperturbed by the scorn of Tang Wan's siblings, that he understood their lack of familiarity and trust in him was to be expected. He would demonstrate his sincerity through his actions. "Genuinely assist Wan'er. Pray tell, how do you intend to do that?" "By merely using your words." Tang Wan's mother, Zhou Huijun, retorted coldly, clearly unimpressed by Jiang Han, the impoverished youth. "You don't seem like someone here to help Wan'er. Rather, you appear to be a spy sent by the family to harm us. With your inability to even afford decent clothing, what could you possibly offer to help Wan'er? Young man, it is wise to be pragmatic. Deceit and trickery will not lead to prosperity, and you might find yourself behind bars, regretting it too late." Tang Wan's aunt, Tang Mei, completely regarded Jiang Han as a spy sent by their rivals within the Tang family. Believing he was conspiring with them to undermine their interests, failing to recognize him as Tang Wan's fiancé. "Mom, Aunt, this marriage was arranged by Grandpa. It would be prudent not to speak so harshly. If word of this reaches Grandpa or Uncle, it could cause trouble." Tang Wan interjected hastily, fearing that her mother and aunt's words might provoke further issues. Upon hearing Tang Wan's words, the 2 women appeared to regain some composure. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of their adversaries. Since Tang Wan's father, Tang Junjie, had been wrongfully accused and passed away, they had been subjected to relentless oppression. They had not only been ousted from the Tang group, but also had their homes seized, relegating them to the 3rd-tier city of Weicheng, that if they did not tread carefully, they might lose everything. Should today's events escalate, and their rivals discover how they humiliated the fiancé chosen by old Master Tang for Tang Wan, it could lead to dire consequences. "Very well. Since you claim to wish to assist Wan'er, please explain how you intend to help her fulfill that 30 billion task." Tang Mei inquired, her tone somewhat steadier. "I'm not yet familiar with your company's circumstances. After I speak with Wan'er, I will ascertain how I can assist her." Jiang Han replied, "Oh, you are merely here to make empty promises. Are you? Is it true that Tang Juanhao sent you to monitor Wanner, reporting back to him on our actions and identifying our weaknesses to strike a fatal blow against us? If that is the case, you need only say so that we are not afraid of your scrutiny. Report as you wish, but please remove that mask of pretense. It is nauseating to behold." Tang Mei finally lost her patience and confronted Jiang Han directly. Tang Mei, refrain from such accusations that if he claims to be here to help Wanner, then we have a pressing issue at hand, that we previously signed a procurement contract for medicinal materials with Wanhua Group worth 5 million. Only to find that the prices have skyrocketed, and they're demanding an additional 50 before they will supply. If we do not comply, they will tear up the contract. This would leave us unable to procure the necessary materials for our new cosmetic line, resulting in incalculable losses for our company. If you can handle this matter, we will acknowledge your status as Wanner's fiancé. Otherwise, I regret to inform you that I will have to ask Old Master to rescind his decision. Zhou Huijun, clearly more composed than Tang Mei, interrupted her outburst and set a trap for Jiang Han, eagerly awaiting his response. In her view, this was nearly an impossible task. They had attempted countless strategies to no avail. Jiang Han, appearing powerless and impoverished, would surely be incapable of succeeding. Thus, they could justify sending him away, leaving Tang Juanhao and his faction without recourse and forced to accept defeat. That I concur with my sister-in-law as proposal. Jiang Han, do you dare to accept this task? Tang Mei scrutinized him from above. Certainly, it is no issue. However, I must first meet with the person in charge to understand the situation and their demands so that I could determine how to resolve this problem. Jiang Han replied, though he himself was uncertain. He believed that engaging directly would eventually lead to a solution. Please refrain from calling me that. We are not yet that familiar. Tang Wan interjected, visibly annoyed by Jiang Han's familiarity. Very well. I shall refer to you as Miss Tang from now on. Jiang Han acquiesced, realizing that his fiancée was somewhat of a haughty princess, but believing that one day she would request him to address her in a more intimate manner. Wanner, please arrange for Jiang Han to meet with the relevant parties. Zhou Huijun instructed her eldest daughter. Understood, Tang Wan replied. Now that matters have been discussed, please exchange contact information with him and see him off. We have other matters to deliberate. Tang Mei spoke without even glancing at Jiang Han, treating him as though he were invisible. After exchanging contact information, Jiang Han prepared to leave, but Zhou Huijun called him back. Take the things you brought with you. We do not need them here. Jiang Han felt somewhat embarrassed, yet did not insist, striding out of the Tang family villa with his belongings if they did not appreciate his gifts. Why should he force them? He found them quite satisfactory for his own use. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Han was greeted at the entrance by Qiao Yuan, who was watching him. Today, she wore a short black skirt that showcased her long, slender legs, causing Jiang Han to momentarily lose his composure, swallowing hard. Wow, has there been a bonus today? Buying so many things. Is this for me? Qiao Yuan approached Jiang Han, taking the items from his hands without seeking his permission. Let us use this tea for our public receptions, and I'll graciously accept these fruits. I like it as for the beef and lamb. Since I also enjoy those, I won tea refuse with that. She turned and walked away with the items. Hey, I say, miss, ISNT that a bit unreasonable. I didn't tea buy these for you. How can you just take my things? Jiang Han protested. Who says they weren't for me? Can you possibly finish all this by yourself? Qiao Yuan shot him a glare. Hey, tea, at least leave me some. Jiang Han, a man of considerable stature, found it unseemly to compete with a woman. Thus he reluctantly settled for a lesser alternative. You, a man, how can you be so stingy, giving a girl such trifles while having the audacity to keep them for yourself? No wonder you'll never find a wife in your lifetime, Qiao Yuan exclaimed, her feet not pausing for an instant, as if she feared Jiang Han might pursue her. Jiang Han yearned to retort that he had plenty of wives, and not just any, but a stunning beauty at that. However, the icy demeanor of the Tang family loomed over him, and he ultimately lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. Enough of that, or I'll raise your rent. Qiao Yuan suddenly turned to glare at Jiang Han. Leaving him speechless, he certainly did not wish to bear the exorbitant rent of 5,000 yuan for such trivial matters. Noticing Jiang Han's silence, Qiao Yuan let out a haughty snort. a proclamation of her triumph. Faced with such a willful cohabitant, Jiang Han felt utterly helpless. Upon entering his room, he was nearly overwhelmed. To his astonishment, he discovered several pieces of women's intimate apparel strewn haphazardly across his bed. Evidence that someone had changed clothes without tidying up. The wardrobe door, which he had previously thought closed, now stood ajar, revealing a colorful array of feminine garments that left Jiang Han's face flushed with embarrassment. He was at a loss. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuan had moved in next door without taking her belongings, clearly disrupting his peace of mind. How could he possibly focus on his martial arts training with such distractions? Jiang Han resolved to speak with Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, he would be unable to remain there. He ventured into the living room, but Xiao Yuan was nowhere to be found. He knocked on her door, but received no reply. Concluding that she must have stepped out, he picked up the phone number he had saved for her and dialed her number. After a brief wait, Xiao Yuan's melodious voice came through the line. Jiang Han, what is it you seek? I must say, Miss Xiao, since you've moved to another room, could you refrain from changing clothes in my space? Moreover, the way you've left your things scattered about makes it quite difficult for me to sleep. Could you please return and relocate your belongings to your room? Surely, it's inappropriate for a woman's clothing to be in the quarters of a man. Jiang Han subtly expressed his discontent without explicitly mentioning the intimate garments. Aren't men the ones who relish such sights? I've read in the news of men who risk everything to steal women's clothing for their collections. Yet here I am, offering you the chance to view my exquisite garments without any risk. And you're not pleased? Jiang Han, are you even a man? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yuan's illogical retort, feeling his thoughts spiral into confusion. Was there truly such a bold woman who neither feared a man, seeing her clothing, nor dared to reprimand him so brazenly? This was a first for him. You're not concerned about my hands being unclean, then I shall assist you in tidying up. But don't you dare cause a scene when you return. Jiang Han recognized that reasoning with her was futile and resorted to a threat, knowing that women like Xiao Yuan often possessed a penchant for cleanliness, especially regarding their personal items. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan's displeased voice rang out from the receiver. You dare touch my clothes, and I swear I'll chop off your hands when I return. Then when will you come back to tidy up? I'm waiting. You can wait as long as you like, that I'm busy at the moment. Once I finish my tasks, I'll deal with it. And let me warn you again, do not touch my belongings, or I will not let this go. With that, Xiao Yuan hung up abruptly, leaving Jiang Han to hear only the dial tone. His face turned a shade of green. He had not expected to be so easily dominated by a young girl. Although angered, he felt helpless, for he had no choice but to endure, unable to remain in a room that disrupted his peace of mind. Jiang Han retreated to the living room, where he sat on the sofa and began practicing his martial arts, awaiting Xiao Yuan's return. After approximately 2 hours, she finally arrived, carrying several bags of seasoning. Upon seeing this, Jiang Han surmised that she intended to use these spices to prepare the meat he had purchased. Why not stay in your room? Why are you sitting in the living room? You're not seriously a Taoist, are you? Meditating to ascend to immortality? Xiao Yuan questioned, eyeing Jiang Han with suspicion. Confident in her figure and beauty, she was incredulous that Jiang Han, having had the fortune to see her intimate garments, would choose to hide away instead of indulging in the view. Hurry and tidy up your things, otherwise I'll be forced to take matters into my own hands. Jiang Han retorted, somewhat exasperated. There's no rush. I'll clean up after I stew the lamb, she replied, swaying her alluring figure past Jiang Han, the fragrance enveloping him. The moment he caught a whiff of her enticing scent, his senses were set adrift. He quickly composed himself, helplessly watching as Xiao Yuan disappeared into the kitchen. A short while later, she emerged from the kitchen, casting a glance at Jiang Han before sauntering into his room with an air of confidence. His heart raced once more, but this time he dared not follow her or gaze at her retreating figure. Why don't you come help me? Just as Jiang Han was beginning to feel bored sitting on the sofa, Xiao Yuan's voice rang out. Reluctantly, he made his way over. With all this stuff, how am I supposed to carry it? Here, you help me take it. To his surprise, Xiao Yuan tossed a bag filled with her intimate clothing into his arms, instructing him to carry it to her room. The overwhelming scent emanating from the colorful garments nearly caused Jiang Han to lose his composure. His face flushed crimson as he hastily exited his own room. tossing the bag onto Qiao Yuan's bed before rushing to the living room for fresh air. Such a disgrace. Qiao Yuan shot him a glance as she carried 2 hefty bags of her clothing through the living room and into her room. Almost immediately, her voice echoed back, filled with annoyance. Jiang Han, how careless can you be? Who told you to throw my bag onto the bed? Could you not have placed it directly in the wardrobe? That bedsheet was freshly changed. Now it's dirty, and how am I supposed to sleep? Before he could respond, a red bedsheet flew through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Han. Go wash it immediately, or I'll raise your rent to 10,000. Humph. With such carelessness, you think you'll ever find a wife? Dream on. Once again, Jiang Han found himself threatened by this alluring woman, utterly helpless to subdue her. He could only sulk as he trudged to the yard to wash the bedsheet. Yet he silently vowed that if the day ever came when this woman fell into his hands, he would not hesitate to spank her rounded backside. As Jiang Han finished washing the bedsheet and hung out to dry, a sudden, acrid smell wafted through the air. Realizing that Qiao Yuan had likely let the meat boil down too low, he hurried to the kitchen. Just then, Qiao Yuan emerged from her room, murmuring, "What is that smell? It's so pungent. My dear lady, it seems your meat has burned. Can you not smell it?" Jiang Han replied. Bemused, "Surely not. I must go check on my lamb," Qiao Yuan exclaimed, her face paling as she rushed toward the kitchen. By the time Jiang Han reached the kitchen, he had already turned off the stove and lifted the lid. The broth had evaporated, and the lamb was charred beyond recognition, stuck to the pot and emitting a plume of smoke that filled the air with a nauseating odor. "What have you done?" Qiao Yuan stood there, stunned, unable to articulate a response. "How much water did you add?" Jiang Han inquired, turning to her. "Just 4 bowls as per the recipe," she asserted, defensively. "What kind of bowl did you use?" "That one." Qiao Yuan pointed, revealing a tiny bowl barely the size of a palm. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "That I suspect you focused solely on the quantity of water and forgot to ensure it covered the meat." He shook his head, amused. "How do you know?" she asked, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "Just a guess. Is the meat even salvageable?" Qiao Yuan inquired. "Let me have a taste," Jiang Han said as he picked up a piece of lamb with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. To his dismay, his taste buds were assaulted by a wave of bitterness, and he promptly spat out the morsel. "Isn't it delicious?" Qiao Yuan asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Han with a hint of embarrassment. "You must have put in way too much salt. It's utterly bitter, enough to make one gag. I merely added it based on feel. It didn't seem excessive to me," Qiao Yuan replied, her expression a tad awkward. "Going by feel, you can't possibly be telling me you've never cooked before." Jiang Han, observing the rare fluster on Qiao Yuan's face, surmised the truth. After all, a seasoned cook would never use so much salt. "Even by instinct, I haven't cooked much. Today was my first time. I thought preparing meat would be easy, but I didn't expect to mess it up." Qiao Yuan's cheeks flushed. Jiang Han was taken aback. He never imagined that this seemingly headstrong and willful woman could blush, which was completely unexpected. "All right, you needn't worry about it. I'll take over from here." Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to endure Jiang Han's disdainful looks in the kitchen any longer. Qiao Yuan hurriedly exited. Jiang Han cut away the burnt portion of the lamb, rinsed it to reduce the saltiness, then added more spices and water, reigniting the flame to cook it anew. Noticing that Qiao Yuan had even bought rice, he decided to steam some as well. He then ventured out to a nearby convenience store, returning with tomatoes, eggs, and a block of soft tofu. Back in the kitchen, he busied himself, planning to make tomato, scrambled eggs, and spicy tofu. Just as he was skillfully stirring the eggs, a sudden exclamation from Qiao Yuan pierced through the air. "Wow, that smells amazing. What delicious dish are you preparing? What are you so dramatic for? You nearly scared me to death." Jiang Han turned around to see Qiao Yuan and replied with exasperation. "Those eggs look golden and tempting. I must have a taste." Ignoring Jiang Han's annoyance, Qiao Yuan reached out with her slender fingers, pinching off a piece of egg and popping it in her mouth. "Wow, this is surprisingly good. The flavor is exquisite." "Jiang Han, you're not secretly a graduate from Culinary Academy, are you?" Qiao Yuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "My culinary skills are all self-taught," Jiang Han declared proudly, lifting his chin slightly. Speaking of cooking, Jiang Han had a plethora of grievances to share during his training at the Feng stage with his master and fellow disciples. His master never cooked, delegating the task to his apprentices. His brothers would cunningly shirk their cooking responsibilities, leaving him with the unenviable duty of preparing meals since he was 8 years old. Over the years, he had honed his skills through reading and experimentation, becoming quite the proficient cook. He was confident that anyone who tasted his food would sing its praises, so he was not surprised by Qiao Yuan's compliments. Impressive, even someone as proud as Qiao Yuan couldn't help but give Jiang Han a thumbs up. Soon, Jiang Han completed the tomato scrambled eggs. Qiao Yuan took a bite, her face lighting up with astonishment. After trying the spicy tofu he made, she was utterly in awe of Jiang Han's culinary prowess. Jiang Han, your dishes are even more delicious than those prepared by the chefs we hire at home. Qiao Yuan inadvertently blurted out. Realizing her slip, she quickly halted, noticing Jiang Han's skeptical gaze, and hastily explained, "In our hometown, we always hire chefs to host guests. Your skills have surpassed those of ordinary cooks. You could be considered a master chef." Jiang Han assumed her hometown was in the countryside, where it was customary to hire cooks for events, and he smiled faintly without giving it much thought. "Come, try the lamb stew I made," Jiang Han said, offering a small bowl to Qiao Yuan. Yes, she caught the faint aroma of the meat. She eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and took a large piece in her mouth. "This is absolutely delightful. Not only is there no gamey taste, but the burnt flavor is also gone. Jiang Han, I've joyfully decided that from now on, the glorious task of cooking will be yours. I expect to enjoy your culinary delights at every meal as a reward. You can temporarily forego the cost of using my stove and utensils." Qiao Yuan exclaimed excitedly, waving her hand. Jiang Han was left speechless. He had never encountered someone so audacious, making it sound as though he was reaping some great benefit by cooking for her. It was as if she was bestowing a favor upon him. "I must say, Miss Qiao," Jiang Han began to refuse, for he had no intention of cooking for her free of charge, as he still needed to assist his fiancée, Tang Wan, with her monumental task of 30 billion. However, Qiao Yuan interrupted him with a raised hand that if you don't cook, then rent will increase. "I have no desire to keep a lazy person who merely occupies space. Just so you know, if I'm busy, I want to have time to cook for you." Jiang Han was nearly exasperated to the point of losing his composure. He could hardly restrain himself from giving this woman a sound thrashing for always threatening him with rent hikes. A gentleman, adhering to the noble principle of not bickering with a woman, ultimately refrained from acting on his impulses. "Fine, I'm not unreasonable." Qiao Yuan feigned magnanimity. "How will we handle the expenses for groceries?" Jiang Han knew this woman had a knack for being unreasonable. While he didn't mind the small expense, he still wished to clarify matters beforehand to avoid being caught off guard. "You can handle the purchasing. After all, you're the chef and know what about I'll deduct 200 from your rent as my monthly food cost. Just look at me. How much can a slender girl like me eat? You'll still be profiting from that 200. Qiao Yuan replied with an unusually gentle smile. Jiang Han's mouth twitched. To him, Qiao Yuan's curvaceous figure hardly resembled that of a slender woman, and such a physique could hardly indicate a small appetite. The minimum monthly food expense was 600. Otherwise, she could find someone else to cook. This time, Jiang Han decided not to indulge her whims and responded firmly. "No more than 300. Otherwise, I'll increase your rent." "Umph." Qiao Yuan shot him a menacing glance after her declaration. All right, you win." Jiang Han, having found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately raised the white flag in surrender. After finishing the meal, Jiang Han's expression turned ashen, for he had significantly underestimated Qiao Yuan, who claimed to be a slender girl. Throughout the meal, he had barely tasted a few bites. The 2 dishes and the lamb were nearly devoured entirely by Qiao Yuan, with the majority of the rice also consumed by her. Despite this, she continued to exclaim her hunger, claiming that Jiang Han's portions were insufficient. Jiang Han was left in a daze. He had prepared enough food for 2 grown men, yet it had barely satisfied 1 woman. As he gazed at the messy tableware scattered across the dining table, his heart ached, for he realized he had fallen into a trap set by this woman. It seemed he would have to subsidize her meals by over 1,000 each month. "I suppose you wouldn't want your delicate fingers to suffer the indignity of dish soap, would you? The washing up falls to you." Xiao Yuan declared before slipping out of the kitchen, leaving Jiang Han in a state of shock. Jiang Han wanted to retort that her delicate fingers were of no concern to him. But Xiao Yuan didn't given the chance. For the next 3 days, Tang Wan did not call him, causing Jiang Han to grow anxious, wondering if she had forgotten about bringing him to meet the head of her company. However, he refrained from contacting Tang Wan, choosing to wait another half a day. If she still didn't reach out by the next morning, he would directly call her to inquire about the matter. That afternoon, feeling bored, Jiang Han wandered into Lianhua Park. The park was beautifully landscaped, with lush vegetation, and upon entering, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. After strolling around the central lotus lake, where the spiritual energy was relatively abundant, he sought out a wooden bench, seated himself, and began to meditate and cultivate. Just as he was entering a state of deep concentration, he suddenly heard a woman's startled cry. "Grandfather, what happened to you? Wake up, hurry and call an ambulance. Sir, are you all right?" The urgent calls of Sir jolted Jiang Han awake. He looked up to see an elderly man in white lying on the ground about 50 meters ahead, surrounded by a woman in a green dress and 7 or 8 men in black. These individuals looked like they were trained in martial arts, likely the bodyguards of the elderly man on the ground. Jiang Han gracefully leaped off the bench and dashed toward the group. He soon arrived beside them. "Who are you?" "My esteemed elder is unwell. Please refrain from any disturbances." Suddenly, a stern-faced middle-aged man with a square jaw obstructed Jiang Han's path. Declaring with gravity, "If you wish for your elder to live, step aside," Jiang Han retorted coldly. Discerning that the elderly gentleman on the ground was likely suffering from a heart ailment, and immediate medical attention was imperative to avert a life-threatening situation. "You dare seek death?" The middle-aged man, the leader of the bodyguards, had never been so openly scorned, and enraged, he swung his fist toward Jiang Han's face. "Stop, Qian," the young lady interjected. "He has spoken disrespectfully. He must be taught a lesson." Reluctantly, the middle-aged man halted his assault. "Can you save my grandfather?" The woman in the green dress, undeterred by Qian, fixed her calm gaze upon Jiang Han and inquired. "I should be able to," Jiang Han answered confidently. Having studied under his master for over a decade on the mountain, he had honed his medical skills, and he believed he possessed the expertise to save the elderly man lying on the ground. "Very well. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 1 million. However, should you fail, I will ensure your arms are severed as punishment. Go." The girl was exceedingly domineering, leaving Jiang Han no room for refusal. "Miss, you must reconsider. This young man is too inexperienced. His tattered appearance suggests he is a fraud. You cannot let his deceit jeopardize your grandfather's health." Qian urgently protested. "Step aside. Let him attempt it." The young woman, though harboring doubts about Jiang Han's abilities, recognized she had no other options. By the time an ambulance arrived, her grandfather might no longer be alive. She had no choice but to gamble on Jiang Han. Jiang Han admired her decisiveness and, disregarding Qian's objections, strode purposefully to the elder's side, crouching down to examine his face and taking his pulse. Then he retrieved several silver needles from his person, carefully lifting the elder's garment, and began to administer acupuncture to his chest. Mere moments later, the elder's complexion visibly transformed, becoming flush with vitality. Soon after, he opened his eyes. "Grandfather, are you all right?" "Grandfather," the previously composed young woman was now overwhelmed with emotion, her voice breaking as she wept that she did not cry. When she, "See, grandfather is well," the elder, looking at her with fondness, chided gently. "You collapsed suddenly while walking, and when I called out, there was no response. It frightened me to death." The young woman, now somewhat calmer, recounted, "It must be my old heart condition acting up again." The elder sighed softly. "And who might this be?" The elder finally noticed Jiang Han standing beside him. "This gentleman just saved you with his silver needles. Without him, I fear I would never see you again," the young woman exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, attesting to her deep affection for the elder. "Oh, but divine doctor has saved me." "I, the old man, express my utmost gratitude," the elder declared, attempting to rise and bow in appreciation. Jiang Han quickly interjected, "No need for such formalities, sir. It was merely a small act. You should rest a while longer. Let me massage you to expedite your recovery." Seeing Jiang Han's humility and the elegance of his speech, the elder felt an immediate fondness for him. Afterward, Jiang Han continued to massage the elder for 5 minutes until he was fully capable of movement before retracting the needles. "Might I inquire your esteemed name, divine doctor?" the elder asked, his expression filled with gratitude. "My name is Jiang Han. I dare not claim to be a divine doctor. I only possess a smattering of traditional Chinese medicine." Jiang Han humbly replied, "Nonsense. Recently, when I visited the city center hospital, a renowned traditional medicine master warned me that should I fall ill again, it would signal the end of my days. You have pulled me back from the brink of death. Your skills surpass even that esteemed master from Weicheng. Calling you a divine doctor is no exaggeration." Jiang Han felt a twinge of embarrassment at the praise. "The divine doctor here is named Fu Baoshan. And this is my granddaughter, Fu Wenqi. If you have no pressing matters, I would like to invite you to my home for a visit." The elder extended an invitation to Jiang Han. "There's no need. Sir, you should prioritize your recovery and rest. That I shall visit you another day." Jiang Han declined politely. "I have a card with 1 million for you as a token of gratitude for your treatment." "Please accept it," Fu Baoshan said, producing a white bank card and offering it to Jiang Han. "You are too courteous, Mr. Fu. This was merely a matter of convenience. How could I accept such a substantial fee?" Jiang Han waved his hands in refusal. "Divine doctor, you are overly modest. Compared to my life, this reward is inconsequential. You cannot treat me free of charge." Upon seeing Jiang Han's steadfast refusal, Fu Baoshan elevated his opinion of him. In today's society, who would not be swayed by monetary temptation? This young man, so resolute, was clearly extraordinary, and Fu Baoshan was eager to befriend him. As Jiang Han prepared to refuse once more, Fu Wenqi, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch and hastily urged, "Divine doctor, please accept it. If you do not, my grandfather will feel guilty." With her insistence, Jiang Han reluctantly accepted the card. Wenqi obtained the divine doctor's phone number. "Add him on WeChat and provide him with the card's password. Should I feel unwell in the future, I can consult the divine doctor." Fu Baoshan winked at his granddaughter, clearly intending to facilitate a connection between her and Jiang Han. Fu Wenqi, perceptive and astute, recognized her grandfather's intentions and felt her cheeks flush slightly. Having observed Jiang Han's performance earlier, she too had developed a fondness for him and wished to know more about this intriguing man. "Divine doctor, may I keep your number and add you on WeChat to consult regarding my grandfather's condition?" "Miss Fu, there is no need for formality. Just call me Jiang Han." "My number is," Jiang Han replied without pretension. And they exchanged contact information and added each other on WeChat. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Han received the password for the bank card from Fu Wenqi. After parting ways with Fu Baoshan and Fu Wenqi, Jiang Han took a leisurely stroll in the park before returning to his residence. That moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Tang Wan. Once connected, she informed him that the following morning, at Moonsea Grand Hotel, the young master of Wanhe Group, Fu Xiaohua, had invited her to a banquet to discuss medicinal supply matters and requested his company. The next morning, at 11:30, Jiang Han arrived as promised at the entrance of Moonsea Grand Hotel. Located on People's West Road, the Grand Hotel stood 8 stories tall, its exterior clad in golden glass, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, exuding an aura of opulence and grandeur. After waiting approximately 5 minutes, a red BMW slowly approached. Through the windshield, Jiang Han caught sight of Tang Wan's stunning visage. She wore a pair of tinted sunglasses while driving, presenting an image of fashionable aloofness. As the car drew near and came to a stop beside Jiang Han, Tang Wan lowered the window and said succinctly, "Please wait a moment. I will park the car and bring you inside shortly." With that brief exchange, she did not linger to gaze at Jiang Han and drove toward the parking lot. Jiang Han watched his fiancée's graceful figure recede, his heart racing uncontrollably. He was certain of his profound feelings for her, which were markedly stronger than those he felt upon first encountering Yan Luoqi. He could not help but admire the old man's choice in selecting a spouse for him, as he had indeed chosen a string of breathtaking beauties. Moments later, Tang Wan parked the car and strolled back toward him. She was clad in a white off-shoulder long dress, her long, smooth neck and shoulders on full display, her fair skin dazzling Jiang Han's eyes. Coupled with her poised and statuesque figure, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, proud and resplendent. Jiang Han found himself utterly entranced. "Let us go." Until Tang Wan walked up to him and called his name, he was still lost in thought, quickly following her steps towards the Moon Sea Grand Hotel. The private room arranged by Fu Xiaohua was located on the highest floor of the hotel, the 8th floor. They took the elevator to the 8th floor, 8S, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator. A welcoming hostess approached and asked, "Are you friends of Mr. Fu?" "Yes," Tang Wan replied with a slight nod. "Please, this way." The hostess immediately turned and led the way, guiding them to a private room named Lehete. Upon entering, they found the dining table already occupied. As the guests noticed their arrival, they all turned to look at them, and when the men caught sight of Tang Wan beside Jiang Han, their eyes widened in astonishment at her breathtaking beauty. "Mr. Tang has arrived. Come, take a seat here." A plump man with a bald head, sitting at the center, stared intently at Tang Wan, completely ignoring Jiang Han. As if he were invisible, as he spoke, someone immediately pulled out a chair for Tang Wan, right next to the balding man's side. "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Tang Wan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat down in that seat, motioning for Jiang Han to sit beside her, at which point everyone turned their attention to him. "And who might this be?" Fu Xiaohua inquired with a rather unfriendly expression, directing his question at Tang Wan. "This is my friend, Jiang Han," Tang Wan replied expressionlessly. Although Jiang Han felt a flicker of hope, he did not feel disheartened when Tang Wan did not publicly acknowledge him as her fiancé. After all, their relationship had yet to be fully established, and it was unrealistic to expect her to accept him at this moment. He could only strive to win her over through his actions. "Oh, as long as he is not your husband," Fu Xiaohua said with a playful smile, his tone laced with mockery. "Mr. Fu, you just had a beauty like Miss Tang, akin to a celestial being, is far beyond the reach of mere mortals in Weiqing. Only someone as exceptional as Mr. Fu could be worthy." Others chimed in, having discerned Fu Xiaohua's intentions towards Tang. "Wound up, Mr. Fu, if you allow your subordinates to speak this way, I might just take my leave." Tang Wan interjected, "Having come here for serious business, not to endure their jests." The general manager of a beauty cosmetics company and the eldest daughter of the Tang family, she had commanded respect during her father's lifetime. Even the entire provincial government of Fengxi dared not jest with her. Though she had fallen from grace, she still held on to her dignity as the Tang family's daughter, and she turned to leave with Jiang Han. "Miss Tang, have you perhaps forgotten the purpose of your visit? If you do not wish to procure those goods, you are free to leave," Fu Xiaohua remarked, fully aware that he had struck a nerve with Tang Wan. Indeed, the previously proud Tang Wan found herself compelled to turn back upon hearing his words. "Mr. Fu, how can we obtain that batch of medicinal materials?" Tang Wan inquired, her expression a mix of frustration and helplessness. Jiang Han felt a pang of sympathy, but he knew he could not intervene just yet. "Well, to secure those materials, you must first indulge me with some fine wine if I am satisfied with your company. I may just be inclined to grant your request," Fu Xiaohua replied with a cunning smile. Tang Wan's expression darkened at his words. If she did not drink with him, her trip would be in vain, and her hopes of obtaining the goods would be dashed. However, if she accepted his proposal to drink, she had little tolerance for alcohol, and should she become inebriated, she would likely fall prey to Fu Xiaohua's advances. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, Jiang Han suddenly spoke up. "Since Mr. Fu enjoys drinking, I shall accompany you in your revelry, ensuring you have a grand time," Jiang Han declared, having noticed Tang Wan's predicament. As a man, he could not allow his fiancée to be put in such a difficult position, so he stepped forward. "Yes, that's so. I have a group of friends here. Mr. Jiang, can you keep up with us all?" Fu Xiaohua, initially displeased by Jiang Han's interruption, suddenly had a change of heart. Noticing that Tang Wan only brought Jiang Han along, he realized that if he could somehow incapacitate Jiang Han, Tang Wan would be at his mercy. With this in mind, he surprisingly agreed to Jiang Han's suggestion, but increased the number of drinkers to include all his companions. This way, they would have the advantage in numbers, and he doubted Jiang Han could outdrink them all. Jiang Han's proposal was a desperate measure. Had they refused, he would have had no choice but to leave with Tang W, and to his surprise, they agreed, and he felt a sense of relief. Very well. For the sake of Mr. Fu's friendship, I shall risk my life to accompany you. Jiang Han feigned generosity. Ha, splendid. I appreciate Mr. Zhang's straightforwardness. Fu Xiaohua thought Jiang Han to be a simpleton, grinning with delight. Jiang Han. What are you doing? You cannot possibly take them all on by yourself. Tang Wan was taken aback by Jiang Han's sudden display of support. While she did not feel particularly moved, her regard for him did increase slightly. However, seeing him naively walk into their trap, she quickly felt the need to warn him. Brother, if you are a man, you cannot go back on your word. Fu Xiaohua, fearing Jiang Han would withdraw due to Tang Wan's warning, chuckled slyly that, Mr. Fu, I will drink with everyone, Jiang Han declared boldly. Seeing Jiang Han ignore her warning, Tang Wan frowned slightly, mentally categorizing him as a reckless brute. I could see that moment. She believed Jiang Han was on a completely different level than herself. Waitstaff, bring out the large cups. As Jiang Han's words echoed, Fu Xiaohua's companions erupted into cheers, eager to overwhelm Jiang Han in a relentless barrage of drinking, confident that he would not stand a chance against their 8-man team. With loud clinking of glasses filling the air, the stage was set for a fierce contest. Despite the overwhelming odds, Jiang Han showed no trepidation, boldly facing the 8 men head-on. Tang Wan initially thought Jiang Han might employ some clever tactics to mitigate their advantage, perhaps through games of chance or drinking contests, but to her astonishment, he chose to meet them in a direct confrontation. This reckless behavior struck her as suicidal, and she began to regret bringing him along, even questioning if he was an undercover agent sent by those who opposed the Tang family, intent on causing her harm. As Jiang Han engaged vigorously in drinking with Fu Xiaohua and his entourage, he remained blissfully unaware that his fiancée had already categorized him as a mindless infiltrator. Half an hour later, to Fu Xiaohua and his friend's astonishment, while they were already inebriated and swaying, Jiang Han still appeared completely unfazed, brimming with vigor and clarity, showing no signs of intoxication. To Fu Xiaohua was left speechless, wondering, what on earth? Is this man a wine immortal? Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Wan beside Jiang Han. Captivated by her exquisite beauty and fair complexion, Fu Xiaohua gritted his teeth and launched another assault on Jiang Han. Determined to win Tang Wan's favor, he was resolute that their group would succeed in drinking Jiang Han under the table. At this moment, Tang Wan also found herself re-evaluating Jiang Han. She had not anticipated his remarkable capacity for alcohol. He seemed unperturbed by the relentless onslaught, having withstood their attacks for half an hour without a hint of drunkenness. She had never encountered someone with such a remarkable tolerance, and began to ponder whether she had misjudged him, wondering if he truly possessed a way to deal with Fu Xiaohua. Another half hour passed, and now only Jiang Han, Tang Wan, Fu Xiaohua, and a long-faced man on Fu's left remained conscious at the table. The others had succumbed to oblivion, sprawled across the table. Fu Xiaohua and the long-faced man were also flushed and dazed, clearly on the verge of collapse. Tang Wan could hardly believe that Jiang Han had single-handedly battled against 8 men, managing to down 6 of them, while the remaining 2 were rapidly losing their ability to continue. She could not help but admire Jiang Han's drinking prowess. Could it be that I had previously underestimated this man? Does he truly possess a means to contend with Fu Xiaohua? Doubt began to creep in her mind. The reason Fu Xiaohua had not succumbed to drunkenness was not that he had a superior tolerance compared to the others, but rather that most of the time, his lackeys had been taking the brunt of the drinking for him, while he merely observed and sipped lightly. Otherwise, he would have long since been incapacitated. Watching Jiang Han take down so many of his subordinates only fueled Fu Xiaohua's ire against him. Mr. Fu, it appears you are enjoying your drinks today. Shall I raise a few more glasses with you? Jiang Han raised his glass with a smile. His intention was not to provoke Fu Xiaohua into drinking further, for intoxication was not his goal. Rather, he aimed to dissuade his counterpart from continuing to drink, seizing the opportunity while Fu's mind was still clear to fulfill a prior promise and assist Tang Wan in acquiring the medicinal materials she required. Otherwise, this banquet would be in vain. Well done, you clever lad. Let us call it a night for drinks. Fu Xiaohua, though reluctant, ultimately conceded. Since Mr. Fu has had his fill of drink, shall we now honor our previous commitment and have the medicinal materials dispatched to Tang's company? Jiang Han pressed on relentlessly. Brother, I wish to send you the goods as well. but at present, we truly have none. You may inquire with Tang. I've already informed her many times, Fu Xiaohua concluded, regarding Jiang Han with a knowing smile, then erupted into a boisterous laugh, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. You shameless scoundrel! Before Jiang Han could respond, Tang Wan could no longer contain her anger and hurled a glass of juice at Fu Xiaohua's face. She was intolerant of his brazen demeanor. Under normal circumstances, Fu Xiaohua could easily evade such an attack. However, due to his inebriation, he was caught completely off guard, and the yellow juice splashed all over him. What a brazen harpy, treating Mr. Fu with such disrespect. I believe you are courting disaster. A long-faced man seated beside Fu Xiaohua sprang to his feet, reaching out to seize Tang Wan. Yet before his hand could reach her, it was firmly grasped by Jiang Han. Jiang Han would not allow his fiancée to suffer indignity before his eyes. With a swift motion, he pushed the long-faced man, sending him crashing to the ground. Unconscious. Indeed, your performance has been quite remarkable, but I must apologize for I did not invite you here to entertain me. Jiang Han stated, addressing Tang Wan directly. Miss Tang, let us be direct. If you agree to indulge me for a few days, I will promptly ensure your goods are sent. Otherwise, I fear you will find it impossible to source supplies in the entirety of Weicheng. As Fu Xiaohua leisurely wiped the juice from his face and clothing with a towel, he grinned wickedly at Tang Wan, completely disregarding Jiang Han's presence. Clearly, Jiang Han's actions were of little concern to him. Shameless, you, a grown man, are both deceitful and bullying a woman. It is truly disgraceful. Jiang Han was taken aback by Fu Xiaohua's cunning and retaliated by splashing a glass of liquor at him. This time, the high-proof spirit struck Fu Xiaohua's face along the same trajectory as Tang Wan's beverage, leaving him with a searing sensation across his eyes and cheeks. Get in here quickly and incapacitate this brat. I will personally ensure he pays dearly for this. At that moment, Fu Xiaohua's previous composure had vanished, replaced by frantic anger as Jiang Han had thoroughly enraged him. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's face drained of color. She had not anticipated that there would be thugs lying in wait outside, plunging her into despair. Just then, the door burst open, and a group of 7 or 8 security guards clad in uniforms rushed in, identifiable by the Moon Sea Hotel insignia on their chests. You are the security of Moon Sea Hotel, are you not? You must not assist this scoundrel. He was the one who acted unreasonably. We were merely defending ourselves. You can check the surveillance footage of the private room. Tang Wan implored urgently. Miss Tang, are you truly so naive as to think you can reason with me in my own establishment? You must be jesting. Fu Xiaohua mocked, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he observed Tang Wan's reaction. She shivered, realizing only then that the Moon Sea Hotel was a property of the Fu family. Being unfamiliar with the local intricacies, she had failed to investigate prior to her arrival, and now she felt like a lamb led to slaughter. Hurry up and subdue this brat. I intend to make him suffer. Fu Xiaohua commanded as the security guards lunged at Jiang Han like ravenous predators. Jiang Han, however, remained unfazed. He gently patted Tang Wan's shoulder to reassure her before leaping toward the group of guards. In a flurry of swift exchanges, the once menacing guards found themselves sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, the scene descending into chaos. You dare strike my men! Fu Xiaohua's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at Jiang Han. Not only do I intend to strike your men, but I also plan to teach you a lesson for your treachery. Are you preparing to summon help? Or do you prefer to endure a beating? Jiang Han advanced toward Fu Xiaohua, his demeanor calm, yet resolute. Do not approach. You will regret this. Just wait until I call for reinforcements. Despite being a privileged scion of the Fu family, Fu Xiaohua was visibly shaken by Jiang Han's display of strength. He understood that ordinary individuals stood no chance against Jiang Han, let alone himself. Should Jiang Han choose to act, he could easily dispatch him with just a few strikes. Very well. I shall remain here and await your reinforcements. Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, as though unconcerned about Fu Xiaohua's threats. Jiang Han, what are you doing? We must leave at once, if the Fu family arrives. We will be trapped here. Tang Wan, initially impressed by Jiang Han's prowess, now felt irritation at his arrogance. She understood the power of these prominent families, who often employed skilled fighters and legendary martial artists. Individuals possessing extraordinary combat abilities. Even though Jiang Han had demonstrated considerable strength, he might not match those formidable foes. Rest assured, they cannot harm me, Jiang Han replied confidently with a smile. You are utterly arrogant. Tang Wan's face flushed with anger. Jiang Han was there to assist her, and since he refused to leave, she had no choice but to stay as well. She resolved that if it came to a dire situation, she would have to reveal her identity as a member of the Tang family from Fengxi, lest they both meet their demise that day. M.O. Lao. It's Fu Xiaohua. I'm at the Moon Sea Hotel and have encountered some trouble. Could you come to my aid? Fu Xiaohua spoke politely into the phone. Within 5 minutes of hanging up, 4 or 5 individuals entered the private room, led by a gray-haired elder in his 60s, of average height and clad in a gray robe. His piercing gaze and stern expression revealed his prowess. Following him was a portly young man in a suit, clearly the hotel manager, accompanied by 3 imposing figures in black, each exuding an aura of lethal intent. Evidently not ordinary individuals. M.O. Lao. The young master should be inside. The manager gestured. M.O. Lao. Please rescue me. This brat just took down 8 of our security guards. Fu Xiaohua pointed at the fallen guards as he spoke. Brat, why have you resorted to violence? The elder's gaze intensified, locking onto Jiang Han like a hawk. You should direct that question at young Master Fu. Had he not been deceitful and attempted to bully us, I would not have acted against his men, Jiang Han replied. Regardless, your actions are unjustifiable. I have heard you intend to harm our young master. Very well. Allow me to test your skills, Mo Qingsong declared as he prepared to strike. His haste stemmed from pressing matters requiring his attention elsewhere. He had no time to waste here. Jiang Han was taken aback by the elder's unreasonable demeanor and braced himself to teach him a lesson. Truly, like master, like servant, such was the nature of the Fu family. Mo Lao, there is no need for you to intervene with this insignificant fool. Allow us to handle it. The 3 burly men standing behind Mo Qingsong suddenly surged forward, encircling Jiang Han with a calculated angle. Jiang Han felt a twitch in his cheek. He was both amused and incensed by the audacity of these 3 men, who claimed to be mere nameless thugs yet required a trio to confront him, rather than engaging in a straightforward one-on-one duel. How shameless, he scoffed internally. This is Tang Wan, sensing the urgency of the situation, dared not linger any longer. She stepped forward, ready to reveal her identity as a member of the Fengxi Tang family, only to be pulled back by Jiang Han. Trust me, it's fine, he said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. Tang Wan was taken aback by his unwavering confidence, even at this dire moment. She scrutinized Jiang Han's composed demeanor and ultimately chose to trust him. Refraining from speaking further, You brat injured someone from the Fu family, and you must pay the price, the trio declared as they launched their fists toward Jiang Han from 3 different directions. Clearly a well-coordinated team, such a combination possessed combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary henchmen. Yet, Jiang Han maintained an unruffled expression. In a swift motion, he darted towards the 3 men, opting for a proactive offensive rather than remaining passive. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed throughout the venue. In mere moments, he had sent all 3 men hurtling through the air, each sprawled on the ground, clutching their injuries and groaning. Completely devoid of combat capability, how infuriating! They're utterly useless, Fu Xiaohua exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing the scene. Old Mo, quickly deal with this brat. He is far too arrogant, Fu Xiaohua pointed at Jiang Han. His fury palpable, he had lost all semblance of calm, revealing the depths of his rage, indicating that his composure had been thoroughly shattered. At that moment, Tang Wan was left in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Jiang Han possessed such extraordinary skills. Having previously single-handedly defeated 8 security guards, he had now effortlessly dispatched the Fu family's 3 henchmen, who were clearly no ordinary fighters. Jiang Han's martial prowess was indeed remarkable. Not bad, young lad. You have some skill. Let this old man have a word with you, Mo Qingsong said, his figure flashing as he appeared before Jiang Han. He then swung his fist, aiming directly at Jiang Han's face. The punch came with alarming speed. An average person would likely have no chance to react before being knocked to the ground. However, Jiang Han was no ordinary individual. He deftly sidestepped this sudden assault, Song, taken aback that Jiang Han had evaded his strike so easily. Hastily retaliated with another punch aimed at Jiang Han's left side. Yet, Jiang Han was prepared. Without waiting for Song's fist to land, he struck back. With a resounding thud, Song felt a numbing sensation in his arm. Nearly stumbling as he staggered backward, a storm of disbelief surged within him. He could hardly fathom that this young man possessed such formidable strength. Even he, a seasoned warrior with decades of experience in martial arts, was at a disadvantage. Before Song could regain his footing, Jiang Han's fist was already upon him. Gritting his teeth, Song braced himself for another clash, but this time he gravely underestimated Jiang Han's strength. With another loud impact, he was forced back 4 or 5 steps before barely stabilizing himself. Just as Jiang Han prepared to strike his chest, he was suddenly interrupted. "Please, Jiang Shini, show mercy for the sake of this old man's face." Everyone turned to see an elderly man, supported by a stunning young woman, slowly approaching them, flanked by a dozen bodyguards clad in black. Jiang Han recognized them at once. They were none other than the elderly Fu Baoshan and his granddaughter Fu Wenqi, whom he had previously rescued. Grandfather, old master, Fu Xiaohua and Song both greeted the elder. "Thank you, Jiang Shini, for showing mercy." Fu Baoshan ignored the others and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Han. Both Fu Xiaohua and Song were taken aback. They never imagined that their patriarch would treat this young man with such deference. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. Meanwhile, Tang Wan, standing behind Jiang Han, was astonished. She had just witnessed Jiang Han defeat the formidable Song. And now she was equally surprised that the Fu family patriarch recognized Jiang Han and treated him with such respect. Her curiosity about Jiang Han deepened. "Song, tell me, why did you attack Jiang Shini?" Fu Baoshan asked sternly, directing his gaze at Song. "Old master, this is all because of the young master." Song lamentably shifted the blame onto Fu Xiaohua, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Xiaohua, explain yourself. What exactly transpired?" Fu Baoshan turned to his grandson, his expression growing colder, causing Fu Xiaohua's heart to constrict with fear. He had always been intimidated by his grandfather, especially when he wore this stern expression, which signaled his fury. Even Fu Xiaohua, despite being a spoiled second-generation heir, could sense the unusual tension between his grandfather and Jiang Han. He hesitated, unable to articulate the truth. Fu Baoshan shot him a disapproving glance, then pointed to one of Fu Xiaohua's friends on the ground. "Speak, what happened?" The man promptly recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Fu Baoshan's expression darkened further. "You insolent wretch, kneel before Jiang Shini at once." Fu Xiaohua was shocked by his grandfather's fervent defense of Jiang Han. Although he felt a sense of injustice, he had no choice but to drop to his knees, murmuring, "I beg you, Jiang Shini, spare me this time. I can spare you, but you must promptly deliver that batch of medicinal materials to Miss Tang's company." Jiang Han replied indifferently. "Understood. I will arrange for the shipment immediately." Fu Xiaohua complied. Rising quickly to D.O. as Jiang Shini instructed, Fu Baoshan glared at his grandson. Fu Xiaohua immediately stood up and dashed away. As he passed by his cousin Fu Wenqi, she cautioned, "Don't even think about retaliating against Jiang Shini. He is grandfather's savior." Fu Xiaohua froze, finally comprehending the reason behind his grandfather's attitude toward Jiang Han. He remained silent and hurried off. Observing her brother's unwillingness, Fu Wenqi could only shake her head in resignation. She understood her brother all too well. He was the type who would seek revenge for any slight. Her warning was intended to prevent him from creating further trouble for Jiang Han. "Jiang Shini, I never expected your martial skills to be so extraordinary. Even old Mo cannot match you. That if you do not mind, you could join our Fu family, and we will be honored to have you as our esteemed guest." Fu Baoshan extended an olive branch to Jiang Han. "Old Master Fu, you flatter me. I merely got lucky. I could never be a match for old Mo if there's anything I can assist with. Please feel free to ask, but I am unworthy of such high status." Jiang Han replied casually. Understanding that Jiang Han likely preferred not to be constrained, Fu Baoshan did not press further. Since Jiang Han has said so, I shall not hesitate to call upon you in the future. He chuckled. I could see this moment. Tang Wan was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. She could not fathom why this elder from the Fu family would show such respect to a seemingly nameless young man, referring to him as a divine physician. Did Jiang Han also possess medical skills? Her mind was in disarray. This must be Miss Tang, that I sincerely apologize for my grandson's behavior today. Fu Baoshan finally directed his attention to Tang Wan, who stood behind Jiang Han, and no need for that. I must thank old Master Fu for your understanding. Tang Wan quickly replied, aware that her status could not compare to that of the venerable elder. She understood that his courtesy was extended due to Jiang Han's influence, rather than her own. Rest assured, your batch of medicinal materials will be delivered to you shortly. Thank you, old Master Fu, from the moment she entered. Fu Wenqi's gaze had been fixed on Tang Wan, who stood behind Jiang Han. That a woman's intuition told her that the connection between Tang Wan and Jiang Han was anything but ordinary. Observing Tang Wan's stunning beauty and graceful figure, even Fu Wenqi, who recognized beauty herself, felt a twinge of self-doubt. An inexplicable sense of bitterness welled up within her. May I inquire, Jiang Han, what is your relationship with Miss Tang? Suddenly, Fu Wenqi spoke up. Jiang Han was taken aback. He anticipated such a question that he casually replied, Miss Tang and I are friends. Surely you don't mean just friends? Fu Wenqi teased with an intentional smile. Jiang Han felt his face flush slightly from the playful banter. Fearing that Tang Wan might be upset, he quickly clarified, we are merely ordinary friends. Well, Jiang Han is truly quite chivalrous, going to such lengths to assist Miss Tang as an ordinary friend. In that case, I suppose we are friends too, and you will lend your support when I need it. One to you? Fu Wenqi continued in a light-hearted tone that Fu Baoshan, having experienced such matters himself, couldn't he discern his granddaughter's true feelings that, in fact, since meeting Jiang Han that day, he had developed a favorable impression of him and had secretly hoped to matchmake his granddaughter with Jiang Han. Her inquiry aligned perfectly with his intentions, and he was genuinely curious about the relationship between Jiang Han and Tang Wan, hence he did not intervene out of course. No problem, Jiang Han replied with an awkward smile. Glancing back at his fiancée, Tang Wan, fearful that she might take offense at Fu Wenqi's words to his disappointment, Tang Wan appeared calm and unaffected. Very well, Jiang Han, since today we met at our Fu family's hotel. As your host, I must invite you to dinner. Please, let us move to my private room, and we shall enjoy a few drinks, Fu Baoshan suggested, concerned that his granddaughter's questions might irritate Jiang Han. Let us postpone. I've already had quite a bit to drink, and I really can't handle more. I must take my leave, Jiang Han said, bidding farewell to Tang Wan and Fu Baoshan. When Fu Baoshan offered to send a car for him, Jiang Han declined. As Jiang Han and Tang Wan reached the hotel entrance, she suddenly asked, can you tell me how you managed to drink so much? This was a burning question in Tang Wan's mind. Throughout her life, she had encountered many with remarkable drinking capacities, yet Jiang Han's was unparalleled. He had bested 8 opponents in a drinking contest without showing any signs of intoxication. I've enjoyed drinking since childhood, and I've built up my tolerance. Furthermore, I took a sobering medication before coming. Jiang Han could not disclose to Tang Wan that he was a martial artist capable of expelling alcohol from his system without detection. Thus, he fabricated a vague excuse that, is that really the case? Tang Wan questioned, somewhat skeptical. There is no need for me to deceive you about this. Upon seeing the earnestness in Jiang Han's eyes, Tang Wan ceased her inquiries. It seems the young lady from the Fu family is rather fond of you, Tang Wan remarked unexpectedly. I have no idea. You're not feeling jealous, are you? Jiang Han responded, momentarily taken aback, before jokingly suggesting. Nonsense, I never get jealous. Tang Wan shot him a glare, and with a click of her heels, strode off. Hey, look at me. I have no car. Can't you give me a ride? Jiang Han playfully whined. I am not your chauffeur, Tang Wan retorted, hopping into her car and speeding towards the parking lot exit, leaving Jiang Han behind, showing no intention of offering him a ride home. Jiang Han shook his head in resignation, thinking how fortunate he was that his scruffy master had good taste in finding him wives, both of whom were beauties, albeit with fiery tempers and haughty dispositions, with time still on his hands. Jiang Han recalled the need to arrange a gathering spirit formation at his residence. He must visit a jade market to procure some jade stones. Considering his unfamiliarity with the city, he decided to call Qi Ming for assistance. The call connected. "Hello, Brother Jiang. How have you been these past few days? Have you found a place to stay?" Qi Ming's cheerful voice resonated through the receiver. "Not bad. I've secured a place. I'm calling to ask if you know of a jade market in Weicheng. I'd like to take a look?" "Yes, there's a reputable jade market in the west of the city called Shiqing Jade Market. It is said to often have good finds, but Brother Jiang, jade isn't something just anyone can afford. So you should consider carefully," Qi Ming cautioned, assuming Jiang Han was interested in gambling for jade. "It is fine. I'm just going to have a look at a few stones. In that case, I'm on vacation right now. I'll take you there. Just send me your location, and I'll come right over." "All right." With Qi Ming accompanying him, Jiang Han felt relieved. Since he was unfamiliar with the western suburbs, having Qi Ming to guide him would save him the trouble of searching for the place. After about 20 minutes, Qi Ming hurriedly arrived. "Brother Jiang, if you're gambling for jade, please be cautious. Making money these days is not easy." "Thank you for your concern, brother. I'm just looking to buy a few stones for personal use." "All right then, let us head out." Qi Ming observed Jiang Han's attitude and refrained from further comment, leading him to the bus heading towards Shiqing Jade Market. Half an hour later, they disembarked, and Qi Ming pointed towards a large steel-structured entrance. "Brother Jiang, this is the Shiqing Jade Market." Jiang Han looked up, noting that the market appeared quite sizable from the outside, with 2 rows of storefronts in front and a large 4-story commercial building behind. "What level of jade are you interested in, Brother Jiang?" "The ordinary pieces are outside in these storefronts, while the finer ones are inside them all," Qi Ming informed him. "Let us go inside," Jiang Han decisively replied, as he required jade that was not merely ordinary, but rather infused with abundant spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would serve no purpose. The two of them strode towards the upscale mall at the back. Along the way, numerous vendors called out to them, but they paid no heed. Eventually, they entered the high-end mall, where the displayed jade items indeed appear to be of superior quality. However, these already polished jade pieces were not Jiang Han's target. He sought uncut stones, as they contained more abundant and pure spiritual energy. "Brother Jiang, don't you find any of these jade items appealing?" Qi Ming asked, noticing the price tags, which often range in the thousands or tens of thousands, causing his heart to race with apprehension. "Let us check out the second floor," Jiang Han stated directly. Qi Ming was taken aback. He knew that the higher the floor in such a mall, the more expensive the jade items would be. The first floor was already priced in the thousands, so what could the second floor possibly hold? He wanted to dissuade Jiang Han, but seeing him already heading towards the stairs, he reluctantly swallowed his words and hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the second floor, Qi Ming was left speechless. As he expected, most of the jade items displayed were priced in the tens of thousands. Staring at the prices, Qi Ming felt dizzy and dared not gaze at the exquisite jade pieces any longer. He couldn't comprehend why Jiang Han, who didn't seem particularly wealthy, would come here to purchase jade. Jiang Han merely took a quick look around the second floor, finding nothing satisfactory, and proceeded to the third floor. Qi Ming's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Jiang Han, who appeared as impoverished as he was, to dare venture to the third floor, where the prices likely started at a minimum of 200,000 or 300,000 per piece. At this moment, he could no longer fathom Jiang Han's intentions. Assuming that Jiang Han was merely overwhelmed by the prices and had lost interest in purchasing, simply wanting to explore each floor. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how someone from the impoverished Mongshui County could afford to spend hundreds of thousands on jade. Unaware of Qi Ming's thoughts, Jiang Han continued his search for the jade stones he desired, only to be disappointed. None of the so-called exquisite jade pieces possessed the spiritual energy he sought. Just as he began to feel disheartened, they arrived at the top floor, the 4th level. This floor was unlike any below it. There were no finished jade products, only various raw stones, each marked with a price tag. Upon seeing this scene, Qi Ming immediately understood that they had reached the infamous gambling stone area. Some people became wealthy overnight here, while others lost everything, descending into despair. To call this place hell on earth was no exaggeration. He looked at Jiang Han with concern. Brother Jiang, this is a realm for professionals. It's best for amateurs like us to steer clear. No need to worry, brother. Jiang Han understood that Qi Ming was showing concern for him. He reached out and gently patted Qi Ming's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. "Oh, isn't that Jiang Han? I heard you fooled some money from the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and now you've lost your way. Daring to come here to gamble on stones. Aren't you afraid of losing everything today?" Just as Jiang Han was surveying the stones before him, a familiar male voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to find it was Yin Luo Qi's younger brother. Yin Jianbo, accompanying him, were several young men of similar age, all dressed in attire befitting the scions of wealthy families. Clearly, they had come to gamble together. The disdainful glances cast by the group towards Jiang Han reflected their contempt for Yin Jianbo's manner of speaking to him. "I need not trouble you, young Master Yin, with my wins or losses. That it would be wiser for you to concern yourself with your own fortunes," Jiang Han replied, his expression devoid of emotion, harboring no fondness for the man from the outset. "Ha ha, I think you should be the one worried. A pitiable wretch who deceives women for money, and yet you dare to put on airs in a place like this. Soon enough, you'll be the one crying." Yin Jianbo clearly believed the slander Yin Luo Qi had relayed about Jiang Han. Thinking he had come to this place only with money swindled from Wang Shiyu, he held 100-fold disdain for a man who relied on women for his livelihood. "Since you were so confident, young Master Yin, how about we make a wager? We each select 3 stones, and whoever's jade yields the higher total value wins. The loser must compensate the winner with an equivalent sum. Do you dare to take me on?" Initially, Jiang Han had no intention of engaging with Yin Jianbo. However, as the latter continued to belittle and insult him, a fire ignited within Jiang Han, and he prepared to teach the man a lesson. "Very well. I shall see just how capable you are at gambling with me, an expert in stone betting. However, let me make one thing clear. Should you lose and be unable to pay, what will you do then?" He could sense Yin Jianbo's disbelief in his financial capabilities. "That is easily arranged. If I lose and cannot pay, you may do with me as you please." "Good. You have my word. Just don't regret it later." Yin Jianbo chuckled, a smug expression adorning his face. "And what if young Master Yin cannot afford to pay?" Jiang Han flashed an innocent smile. "How dare you? I, the esteemed young Master Yin, could never be unable to afford your meager sum. Who do you think you are?" Yin Jianbo retorted, clearly infuriated. "That may not be the case if by some stroke of luck I were to unveil an imperial green. That could be worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million. That even you, young Master Yin, might struggle to cover that. You dreaming." Yin Jianbo fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Han's assertion was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. If the sum were indeed 10 million, he could manage it. However, anything above 50 million was beyond his reach. The family's wealth was not accessible to him, and even his personal savings capped at 50 million. One must always have dreams. What if they come true, young Master Yin? Let us be clear. Should you fail to pay, you will have to heed my commands and become my subordinate." Jiang Han smirked slightly. "Bah, Jiang Han, you shameless scoundrel. A lowly pauper from a remote village like you thinks I would be your subordinate. You must be dreaming. Have you looked in the mirror to see if you were worthy?" Yin Jianbo was visibly angered by Jiang Han's words. "This is merely an agreement. If young Master Yin cannot afford to pay, we need not gamble at all," Jiang Han replied, unfazed by Yin Jianbo's anger. "Fine, let be as you say. I shall see who will be regretting this in the end." Yin Jianbo glared at Jiang Han. Such a scene left Qi Ming standing beside Jiang Han, momentarily stunned. He immediately recognized that Yin Jianbo and his friends were not ordinary individuals, their designer attire and demeanor revealing them to be the privileged sons of the upper echelons of society in Wei City. Jiang Han had offended such people and dared to challenge them to a bet. The stakes were so high that he was risking not just his fortune, but his very life. He could sense their animosity towards Jiang Han. If he were to truly lose, it would mean disaster for him. He quickly tugged at Jiang Han's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Brother Jiang, we should tread carefully. We know nothing of this trade, and gambling against them seems ill-advised." "Ha! Jiang Han, did you hear that? Even your friend doubts your chances. If you kneel before me now, call me grandfather, and clean the tips of my shoes with your tongue, I might just cancel this wager. Yan Jianbo laughed boisterously. Don't celebrate too soon. We'll be licking whose shoe tips remains to be seen. Jiang Han shot him a fierce glare that you'll regret your bravado soon enough. Yan Jianbo's eyes glinted with malice. Jiang Han ignored him. Engaging in verbal sparring held no significance. He intended to use facts to slap Yan Jianbo's face shortly. Rest assured, I will be fine. Jiang Han reassured Qi Ming. Understanding Jiang Han's resolve, Qi Ming ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Internally, he vowed that if Jiang Han lost and was unable to pay, he would do everything in his power to help him escape, even at the cost of his own life. Let us commence, shall we? We will each select 3 stones in turns, assessing the quality for victory. What do you think? Yan Jianbo proposed. Agreed, Jiang Han replied casually. With a slight smirk of triumph, Yan Jianbo felt emboldened. His confidence stemmed not solely from himself or his companions, but from a significant figure who was about to make an entrance. He had just received a call from this individual who had already arrived at the Jade Market and would soon join them. Everyone, look who is coming. Wow, isn't that Master Qin? He is one of the foremost stone betting experts in Wei City. What brings him here today? It seems we are in for quite a show. Indeed, with Master Qin's presence, we are bound to witness exceptional quality. Today is truly our lucky day, just as Jiang Han prepared to accompany Yan Jianbo to the stone selection area. An elderly man, approximately 60 years of age and clad in traditional Tang attire, gracefully entered from the left side of the hall. His movements were light and his gaze sharp. He was clearly no ordinary person. 2 young men in black suits and sunglasses trailed behind him, unmistakably his bodyguards. Master Qin, over here, Yan Jianbo exclaimed excitedly, waving at the approaching figure. My apologies for being late. Young Master Yan, please forgive me. The lean elder said, a hint of remorse in his tone. Though he was the foremost figure in Wei City's stone betting realm, he still needed to curry favor with the Yan family. Master Qin, you are too modest. We can wait for a little while longer. As the two greeted each other, the onlookers began to realize that Master Qin had been invited as assistants by young Master Yan. With the top stone betting expert, Master Qin, on Yan Jianbo's side, how could Jiang Han, a mere newcomer, hope to compete? The crowd cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Han. Greetings, Master Qin. Master Qin, we are counting on you today. Yan Jianbo's friends cheered as they greeted Master Qin, then turned to gloat at Jiang Han, as if to say, kid, with Master Qin on our side, your defeat is assured. This is cheating. If my brother knew you had brought in assistance, he wouldn't have participated in this wager. Even Qi Ming, though not particularly astute, could discern that Jiang Han had been led into a trap. It was clear they had set a snare for him, waiting for him to leap into it. With such a renowned figure as Master Qin backing them, Jiang Han had no means to wager against them. The outcome was a foregone conclusion, and he felt a surge of indignation for Jiang Han. Unable to restrain himself from confronting Yan Jianbo and his entourage, what gives you the right to speak to my brother Yan like that? You must be seeking death. A fashionable youth with dyed yellow hair glared at Qi Ming. In his view, Qi Ming, dressed in clothes worth no more than 500 yuan, had no right to challenge them, the privileged second-generation rich, that he believed it necessary to teach this lower-class individual a lesson. As his words fell, the 2 black-suited men behind him stepped forward, clearly ready to enforce their master's command against Qi Ming. What is your decision, Jiang Han? If you are afraid, kneel and give me 3 kowtows. Then use your tongue to clean my shoes, and I might consider sparing you. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yan Jianbo halted the actions of the 2 thugs, casting a mocking glance at Jiang Han. His intention was clear. He deemed Jiang Han unworthy of engaging in a petty dispute with someone like Qi Ming. Come on, I never stated I would cancel this wager, Jiang Han replied with a faint smile. Observing Jiang Han's demeanor, Yan Jianbo interpreted it as a facade of composure, thinking to himself, just wait until you lose. I will relish in your downfall. Master Qin, your expertise will be crucial shortly, Yan Jianbo called out to Qin Xiong. It is my honor to serve the young master. Qin Xiong lowered his head slightly, a testament to the Yan family's influence in Weiqing, despite being the foremost figure in the realm of gambling stones. Qin Xiong found himself bowing to Yan Jianbo, who held no real power as merely a member of the Yan family. Let us commence. We shall begin selecting from this area. A group of individuals approached the stone selection zone, where Yin Jianba casually pointed to the vicinity. Jiang Han looked up and noticed that the stones in this area were all priced around 200,000. Qi Ming gasped, astonished that even a single stone would cost that much. Could Jiang Han truly afford such an amount? He felt a wave of anxiety on Jiang Han's behalf. Master Qin, please. Yin Jianba gestured with his right hand, ushering Qin Xiong forward, and his demeanor revealed a palpable respect for him. Qin Xiong surveyed the stones, his gaze eventually settling on a large, oval stone situated deep within the selection. That one. Very well, we shall choose that one. Yin Jianba clearly had confidence in Qin Xiong's abilities and readily agreed. Kid, it's your turn now. You better keep your eyes peeled. Otherwise, you'll find yourself crying without a place to do so. Yin Jianba guffawed, feeling assured that Jiang Han was about to be bested. Even a deity could not triumph over the so-called master of gambling stones in Weiqing. Ignoring Yin Jianba's provocation, Jiang Han, much like Qin Xiong, scanned the area before fixing his gaze on a small, irregular stone located in the corner, a mere palm's size, significantly smaller than what Qin Xiong selected. Ha ha, a country bumpkin indeed, unable even to choose a stone of decent size, let alone quality. A wealthy young man from Yin Jianba's entourage jeered. Indeed, look at that ugly stone. How could it possibly compare with Master Qin's selection? It was evident that Jiang Han was merely guessing. If he was to take a chance, he could at least have picked a larger specimen for some semblance of consolation, even if he could not match Qin Xiong's quality. Many onlookers were fans of Master Qin, and they joined in deriding Jiang Han. Sir, are you certain you wish to select that stone? An attendant inquired. That one, indeed, Jiang Han resolutely stated, disregarding the murmurs around him. Very well. Please proceed with your payments. Both Jiang Han and Yin Jianba produced their bank cards, with Jiang Han stone costing 200,000 and Yin Jianba's 250,000. As they processed the payments, Qi Ming felt a knot of anxiety. Fearing that Jiang Han might be unable to afford the stone and be apprehended by the establishment, to owe his relief, Jiang Han paid without issue, alleviating Qi Ming's worries. Gentlemen, shall we unveil the stones now? The attendant asked once more. Let us proceed. Jiang Han and Yin Jianba responded almost in unison. The first stone to be revealed was the larger one selected by Qin Xiong as the harsh sound of the cutting machine filled the air. The stone gradually began to open and a crowd had gathered, eager to witness whether it would yield exquisite jade. Wow! Jade is emerging. Truly, Master Qin lives up to his reputation. Indeed, when has Master Qin ever failed? The spectators were in awe. I bet with Master Qin's keen eye, he will surely uncover top-quality jade. The atmosphere was thick with flattery. Kid, your turn is imminent. You might want to start praying for divine favor. Yin Jianba wore a smug smile, leaning closer to Jiang Han as he whispered mockingly. Inferior jade, congratulations to Master Qin. Yin Jianba's expression froze in shock. Where's the promised top-quality jade? Why has it turned out to be inferior? What was happening? Could there have been a mistake? The crowd began to murmur in doubt. And no mistake. We are willing to buy this jade for 350,000, the attendant announced. Wow, Master Qin truly has an eye for quality. That's a quick profit of 100,000. Indeed, the speed of profit is unparalleled. You are unaware of the actual situation. The chances of discovering jade in this area are minuscule, perhaps only 1 or 2 pieces a year. For Master Qin to unveil jade is a feat of a true expert. A chorus of sycophants surrounded Qin Xiong, praising him. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Yin Jianba's group exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they anticipated Jiang Han's embarrassment when his chosen stone was revealed. Hurry and open that stone. We are eager to see what that kid has selected. A wealthy heir from Yin Jianba's faction urged impatiently. Let it be revealed. Yin Jianba echoed, brimming with anticipation. The cutting machine roared to life once more. And in an instant, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Jade is emerging, someone exclaimed loudly. What on earth is this madness? It barely cut in before jade appeared. Could this be a full jade stone? The stone had yielded jade even more prominently than Master Yan's. Unbelievable. Quickly, let's examine the quality of the jade. The atmosphere became frantic. Could it possibly be a piece of superior jade? Some keen-eyed individuals noted the peculiar gleam and gasped in astonishment. Impossible, impossible! How could that kid possibly uncover superior jade? Yin Jianbao, unable to tolerate such words, leapt up in denial. Look at that luster. It truly seems to be superior jade. Those knowledgeable in the field immediately remarked. Meanwhile, standing beside Yin Jianbao, Qin Xiong's expression turned grim. Unlike the others, he understood the nuances of jade and could discern that Jiang Han's selection far surpassed his own. Moreover, Jiang Han's jade seemed to radiate a subtle brilliance, indicating it was more precious than typical superior jade. What he did not realize was that this brilliance stemmed from the jade's inherent spiritual energy, a rarity amongst jade stones. Once imbued with such energy, the quality escalated several tiers above its usual classification. I hereby declare that the jade unveiled by Mr. Jiang is indeed superior jade. The attendant proclaimed. Impossible! You must be mistaken. How could Master Qin lose to this country bumpkin? A friend of Yin Jianbao cried out in disbelief. How could this be? Master Qin cannot possibly be outdone by this unknown kid. Surely, there must be some foul play. The gambling stone area where Jiang Han stood was engulfed in murmurs, with the majority unwilling to accept the reality that Master Qin had lost. Everyone, let us refrain from unfounded speculation. The integrity of our establishment's reputation should be upheld. The attendant interjected, addressing the crowd, as their chatter began to tarnish the store's credibility. Hearing this, the crowd quieted down. Recognizing the esteemed reputation of the Xiqing Jade Market in Weicheng, which was beyond reproach, Mr. Jiang, we are willing to offer you 2 million for this jade. Oh, you accept? The attendant smiled at Jiang Han. Yes, Jiang Han replied readily, relieved that he would have enough funds for the raw stone. Excellent. Please provide your card number. We will process the transfer immediately. Jiang Han provided his card details, and shortly afterward, he received a notification of 2 million arriving in his account. This young man had managed to sell his jade for a staggering 1,650,000 more than Master Qin's. Am I dreaming? How can this feel so surreal? Indeed, how bizarre this is, do not be astonished. He merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat accidentally finding a dead mouse. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly emerge empty-handed. Our Master Qin possesses a flawless track record, a certainty that is unmatched. Can he compete? At that moment, a wealthy young man standing behind Yin Jianbao immediately retorted. Precisely, such is the truth. The onlookers readily concurred, clearly believing that Jiang Han's victory was solely due to fortuitous circumstances. Boy, do not rejoice too soon. There are still 2 rounds remaining, and you shall face a most disastrous defeat. Yin Jianbao whispered menacingly towards Jiang Han. Jiang Han paid him no heed. During the selection of the raw stones, Qin Xiong appeared to have learned from the previous lesson, no longer acting so haphazardly. He began to observe meticulously, indicating he had started to regard Jiang Han as a worthy opponent. Look how earnest Master Qin is this time. When he is serious, he becomes invincible in Weicheng. I wonder what that lad thinks he can use to triumph over Master Qin. A fervent admirer of Qin Xiong immediately praised. Indeed, relying on luck can only lead to failure. We shall wait and witness this lad's folly. Another fan chimed in this time. The area designated for selecting raw stones boasted prices several times higher, nearly all exceeding 1 million. Naturally, the size of the stones was considerably larger. Qin Xiong spent a good half hour selecting a piece roughly the size of a bowl, priced at 3 million. Conversely, Jiang Han, much like before, merely glanced around before swiftly choosing a stone priced at 1 million. Yet this stone was more than double the size of Qin Xiong's selection. This time he intends to avoid losing on size, having chosen a piece significantly larger than Master Qin's. Does he truly believe that size alone will secure him victory? How naive, a wealthy young man beside Yin Jianbao mocked. But it is not merely that. Did you not notice that the stone he selected is worth only 1 million, a full 2-fold less than Master Qin's? He is oblivious to the fact that such pricing is tied to the quality of a jade. Hope to win with less is sheer folly. Another rich youth added, I suspect it is because that lad is a pauper, unable to afford a pricier stone. His previous piece sold for 2 million, And with the funds he brought, he likely has no more than 250,000. He does not even have 3 million. How could he purchase a stone exceeding that amount? Truly, a case of being poor and lacking ambition. They laughed. Yin Jianba reveled in their remarks, believing wholeheartedly that Jiang Han's failure to select an expensive stone was due to his financial constraints. What can you possibly challenge me with when you are impoverished? He scoffed inwardly. Let us begin. Yin Jianba was the first to speak, eagerly anticipating the moment he could witness Jiang Han's chagrin. True to expectations, Qin Xiong did not disappoint. Upon his initial cut, jade was revealed, as expected from Master Qin. This stone has a high likelihood of yielding a full jade piece. The crowd erupted in praise. Wow, I can see the quality of that jade. It appears to be of superior grade. Indeed, Master Qin is magnificent. This time that lad Jiang Han is surely doomed. Cheers resounded once more. That I now declare that the raw stone chosen by Master Qin has yielded a high-grade jade, and we are willing to purchase it for 5 million. Upon hearing this, Yin Jianba and his entourage burst into joyous laughter. Qin Xiong wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile, evidently confident that he had secured victory over Jiang Han. Meanwhile, Qi Ming, standing beside Jiang Han, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Like the others, he too was beginning to lose faith in Jiang Han's prospects. Yet, Jiang Han maintained an expression of tranquility, betraying no hint of panic. That my chosen stone must have yielded as well. Jiang Han stated calmly. Jiang Han, why not forego the stone and simply crawl through my legs, kneeling and calling me grandfather? Perhaps I might show you mercy. Yin Jianba mockingly taunted. Begone! Have you forgotten that you lost the first round? Even if I lose this one, it would merely result in a tie. Why are you so smug? Should you lose again, it will be you crawling through my legs. Jiang Han shot Yin Jianba a fierce glare. Very well, let us see who wins this round. Yin Jianba retorted, his face paling from Jiang Han's rebuke. As the cutting machine roared to life once more, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Could it be that I am seeing things? That ladstone has also yielded jade. Indeed, the quality of that jade seems to surpass even that chosen by Master Qin. This cannot be. It must be a trick of the light. Chaos erupted once again that moment. Qin Xiong's expression darkened as he regarded the jade from Jiang Han's stone. He understood he was facing a formidable rival. This opponent might very well be the strongest he had encountered since his debut. Yin Jianba and his companions wore serious expressions, clearly shocked by Jiang Han's unexpected prowess. His discerning eye was not inferior to that of Master Qin. I believe Master Qin is in trouble this time. Did you not see how much larger the jade stone Jiang Han selected is compared to Master Qin's? If the qualities of the two stones are similar, that size could indeed provide an advantage. Master Qin may have miscalculated, an elderly onlooker whispered. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that Master Qin could ever fail. Just wait and see. That lad's stone cannot possibly compare to Master Qin's. Silence. I now declare that the jade revealed from Mr. Zhang's stone is classified as high-quality jade, and we are prepared to purchase it for 20 million. As the staff's announcement concluded, a brief silence enveloped the crowd before an uproar of discussion erupted. What is happening? Am I hearing correctly? Master Qin has lost again, a middle-aged man, clearly a staunch admirer of Qin Xiong, asked in disbelief. Indeed, he has lost. That lad has triumphed over Master Qin twice in succession. Truly remarkable. The younger generation surpasses the older, another middle-aged man remarked. Nonsense. That lad is merely riding a wave of luck. What right does he have to compete with Master Qin at his tender age? A middle-aged woman protested. Best 2 out of 3. You have lost, Yin Xiao, and it is time for you to honor your promise. Jiang Han ignored the surrounding clamor and directed his words at Yin Jianba. Who says I have lost? I never conceded. We agreed that the outcome would be determined by the quality of the jade, not by a best-of-3 format. If the total market value of the jade I unveil in the next round, combined with the values from the previous 2 rounds, exceeds the total market price of your 3 stones, then I shall be the winner. Why are you so anxious? Jiang Han was fully aware that the other party was grasping at straws. Yet he refrained from further argument, confidently asserting, Very well, let us proceed with one more round. We shall determine the victor based on the total market prices of all 3 rounds. He was unafraid of competing another round with Qin Xiong. Even 10 rounds would not daunt him, for he was confident in his victory. His years of training with his master on the mountain were not in vain. With his current prowess, he could discern the quality of these jade stones and their potential to contain spiritual energy at a glance. He did not believe that Qin Xiong could rival him. Master Qin, this time, I rely entirely on you. Please do not disappoint me. Yin Jianbo, for the first time, patted Qin Xiong's shoulder, illustrating the significance he placed on the final match. Qin Xiong felt the invisible pressure of Yin Jianbo's gesture weighing heavily upon him. He nodded solemnly. Then, slowly unbuttoning his collar, he spread his legs and raised his hands gradually. With 2 fingers, he gently pulled at the corners of his eyes, causing them to suddenly brighten, revealing flickering golden light. The sight was extraordinarily eerie and awe-inspiring. Wow! Has Master Qin awakened the heavenly eye? Indeed, I recall ancient texts mentioning the technique of opening the heavenly eye, a skill thought to be lost to time. Never did I expect to witness it firsthand. What a stroke of fortune! Master Qin is indeed the foremost figure in Wei Qing's stone gambling scene. Concealing such divine prowess, we are truly fortunate to behold it. With such a remarkable skill, I wonder what that lad could possibly use to triumph over Master Qin. Surrounded by fervent fans of Qin Xiong, they erupted into ecstatic cheers. Yin Jianbo, brimming with pride, turned to Jiang Han and declared, "Young man, I eagerly await the spectacle you shall provide. Should you falter today, I assure you, I will show no mercy." Jiang Han discerned at a glance the technique employed by Master Q I.N.I.T. was merely an external manifestation of the true qi cultivated within a martial artist's body. As for whether it rendered his gaze sharper, he could not ascertain. Nevertheless, he held no belief that the other's perceptive abilities surpassed his own. They transitioned to another area designated for stone betting, where the stones not only grew significantly larger, but were also priced above 10 million, with some even reaching astonishing valuations in the hundreds of millions. This experience opened Jiang Han and Qi Ming's eyes to new possibilities. This time, Qin Xiong selected with greater scrutiny, taking over an hour before finally choosing a rough stone valued at 12 million. Jiang Han, consistent with his previous choices, casually surveyed the surroundings and selected a modestly sized rough stone, which bore a price tag of 10 million. Both participants made their payments. Jiang Han could perceive that even the wealthy Yin Jianbo felt a twinge of pain parting with such a sum. "Shall we begin?" inquired the staff. "Let us proceed," Jiang Han and Yin Jianbo replied in unison, evidently eager to witness the outcome. Once again, it was Yin Jianbo's turn to unveil the rough stone chosen by Qin Xiong. "Look, it's revealing jade. It's jade. My goodness, its quality appears to be that of top-grade jade. It far exceeds the quality of exquisite jade. Master Qin has truly delivered this time. It seems that luck has abandoned that young man. Even if you were to uncover exquisite jade like before, it could never compare to the quality of top-grade jade. Master Qin is assured victory. Congratulations to Master Qin." The fans of Qin Xiong erupted with excitement. Qin Xiong, witnessing the high-quality jade emerging from his chosen stone, sighed in relief and wore a smug smile. He could not fathom that Jiang Han would unveil jade of the same exceptional quality. Such jade is a rare find, often only existing in tomes. One might encounter a piece of top-grade jade in tens of thousands of rough stones, underscoring its scarcity. Young man, you are surely destined to lose this round. Prepare to meet your doom. Yin Jianbo had abandoned any notion of merely tormenting Jiang Han. His desire was now solely to eliminate him, as today Jiang Han had humiliated him before all. Upon appraisal, the rough stone selected by Master Qin yielded a rare piece of top-grade jade, resplendent with rich hue and crystalline clarity. "We are willing to offer 50 million to purchase this jade." As the staff's declaration resonated, the venue erupted into fervent applause. Master Qin is indeed remarkable. With a single choice, he has acquired top-grade jade and profited 38 million. Truly a prodigy. Indeed, Master Qin possesses an extraordinary eye. When he acts, he astonishes all. I hold him in the highest esteem. Master Qin is a veritable titan of our times. Who dares contest him? The fervent fans of Master Qin were so enraptured that they nearly fell to their knees in reverence. At this moment, Yin Jianbo and his affluent companions regarded Jiang Han with mocking expressions. In their eyes, he was doomed to lose, with no chance of a comeback. Yet Jiang Han remained inscrutable, his expression unchanged, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. "Everyone, please quiet down. We shall now unveil the rough stone selected by Mr. Jiang," announced the staff. "There is no need to proceed. That young man is surely destined to lose. Top-grade jade is a treasure that appears but once in 100 years. How could it possibly be so easily obtained? Even if he were to be as fortunate as before, he would at best reveal exquisite jade, which pales in comparison to top-grade jade," remarked a well-dressed, middle-aged gentleman. "Indeed, I suggest the young man concede," murmured the crowd. However, Jiang Han paid them no heed as the staff commenced the unveiling of the rough stone. Jade is emerging. The cutting machine barely grazed the rough stone before jade revealed itself, surprising the onlookers. The jade was far shallower than that of Qin Xiong's previous reveal. Yet before the fervent supporter of Qin Xiong could finish his sentence, gasps filled the air. Why heavens! It appears to be divine-grade jade. Look, the jade glimmers like a pearl. Impossible. In my lifetime, I have never seen jade emanating light. Indeed, look closely. Oh my goodness, it truly is. That young man has indeed unveiled divine-grade jade. That surpasses even top-grade jade. The stone bedding area erupted into chaos, drawing more onlookers, until it was densely packed. Upon hearing such exclamations, Qin Xiong's face darkened to an extreme shade. He had never lost his lifetime of stone bedding. If what they claimed was true, he would suffer a complete and utter defeat, having lost all 3 rounds. Yin Jianbo's expression was equally frosty upon hearing the remarks. The staff of the jade market remained silent. And one wealthy young man behind Yin Jianbo, unable to contain himself, shouted, "What are you all clamoring about? Do you know jade better than the experts?" The crowd merely glanced at him and shook their heads. Most present were seasoned stone bedding experts, their discerning eyes capable of recognizing the quality of the jade without needing the staff's announcement. The wealthy young man's outburst only served to diminish his credibility. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. The rough stone you selected has yielded divine-grade jade, and we are prepared to offer 5 billion for its purchase. Truly divine-grade jade has emerged. My heavens, this is astounding. It must be a once-in-a-century occurrence. How is this possible? That young man is far too fortunate. It's unbelievable. Master Qin has truly suffered an unjust defeat. The young man's luck is extraordinary. Why must there be both Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin?" Lamented a devoted supporter of Qin Xiong. Qi Ming stood frozen, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Jiang Han would triumph over Master Qin and secure an immense fortune. His gaze towards Jiang Han was filled with admiration, for Jiang Han's actions had far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong's complexion had turned ashen. He had not only lost the contest, but also tarnished his hard-earned reputation accumulated over a lifetime. He was no longer the foremost figure in the stone-bedding realm of Weicheng. Additionally, he had offended the young heir of the Wang family in Weicheng, likely to be suppressed by this heir through the influence of the Yin family. His spirits began to plummet at this moment. Yin Jianbo's wealthy companions fell into a hushed silence, none daring to utter a word. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Master Qin falter? Jiang Han, you must have cheated. I refuse to accept this outcome," Yin Jianbo exclaimed, exasperated. "Young Master Yin, if you accuse me of cheating, then please present your evidence. This result is witnessed by so many, including the staff of the market. Are you implying that you doubt the integrity of the entire jade market?" Jiang Han retorted, leaving Yin Jianbo speechless. Though he was the esteemed heir of the Yin family, he held no real power, and his influence within the Yin family was limited. He could not mobilize the family's resources to confront other commercial entities. Faced with the formidable woman behind the jade market, a figure respected and feared throughout Weicheng, he dared not engage directly, lest he provoke a commercial war between their families, and thus remained silent. "Since you have nothing further to say, it is time to fulfill the wager. We had previously agreed that the losing party must compensate the winner at double the market price of the jade revealed. The 3 stones I unveiled are worth 5,220,000,000 that you are now obliged to pay me 5,220,000,000. kindly settle the payment." Jiang Han said, flashing an innocuous smile. "Jiang Han, are you testing my patience? You dare to extort me? Guards, dispose of this scoundrel." Having exhausted his patience, Yin Jianba abandoned pretense. Previously, he had sought to teach Jiang Han a lesson honorably. But having failed, he now resorted to brute force. As soon as his words fell, a dozen men clad in black surged forth from the surroundings, each bearing fierce expressions and robust physiques, clearly a cadre of highly trained enforcers. In an instant, they surrounded Jiang Han in a tight circle. "Brother Jiang, I'm here to assist you," Qi Ming exclaimed, rushing to stand protectively in front of Jiang Han upon sensing the imminent violence. "No need for you to intervene. Allow me," Jiang Han declared, and, as the words left his lips, Qi Ming merely caught a glimpse of a figure darting past him, as Jiang Han had already engaged the nearest few thugs. A series of dull thuds echoed through the air, and before the assailants could even strike, they were sent flying, landing on the ground in anguished cries. Yin Jianba and the wealthy young masters behind him stood frozen in shock, pondering what sort of individual they had provoked. Not only was this man an adept gambler, but he was also a formidable martial artist. Fearing Jiang Han might turn his attention towards them, they instinctively began to retreat while shouting to their subordinates, "Quickly, deal with that brat. All of you, together, eliminate him." At this moment, Yin Jianba was thrown into disarray. He could scarcely believe that the protectors sent by his family were rendered as ineffective as paper in the face of Jiang Han's prowess, unable to withstand even a single blow before collapsing. This realization sent waves of shock coursing through him. To the astonishment of these affluent youths, the remaining dozens of thugs from various families also proved to be feeble against Jiang Han. All toppled within moments. Jiang Han approached Yin Jianba and his companions with the demeanor of a war deity. Though fear clawed at his insides, Yin Jianba feigned composure, stating, "Jiang Han, let me make this clear. I have no money, but I hold a life. I'm the eldest son of the Yin family. What do you dare to do to me?" Despite his lofty status as the eldest son of the Yin family, Yin Jianba was unable to muster such a substantial sum. Even if he were to borrow, he could only scrape together around 100 million, which fell woefully short of the 520 million he owed. He knew he could not afford it, and thus resolved to act defiantly, believing Jiang Han, a mere lowly figure, would not dare to challenge the Yin family. "You think you can bluff me? You've chosen the wrong person," he retorted. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Han sent a surge of energy into Yin Jianba's left knee. A piercing scream escaped Yin Jianba's lips as he crumpled to the ground, feeling his leg betray him amidst excruciating pain. "You little brat, what have you done to me? I will not let you off easily." He quaked in agony, still pretending to be tough. "Are we? Let us see how much more you can endure." Jiang Han replied, once again waving his hand, inflicting another surge of energy into Yin Jianba's right knee. "This is unbearable. Jiang Han, how dare you treat me this way? My family will not forgive you." Yin Jianba threatened once more. "Since you insist on being obstinate, I might as well cripple both your hands and see how you swagger about then." Jiang Han warned, "No, please, Brother Jiang, spare me. I am your brother-in-law. You cannot do this to me." Yin Jianba begged, unable to withstand the pain. "That marriage contract was long torn apart by your family. I wouldn't dare to play the role of your brother-in-law." Jiang Han retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Bring me the money. Brother Jiang, I truly do not have that much. Did we not agree earlier that if I could not repay, I would become your subordinate? I am willing to serve you henceforth." Yin Jianba finally lowered himself. "Very well, let it be so. Remember to call me Big Brother from now on," Jiang Han commanded, retracting the 2 surges of energy he had implanted within Yin Jianba. Instantly, Yin Jianba felt a wave of relief wash over him, the pain dissipating entirely. That moment, his gaze towards Jiang Han transformed into one of complex emotions. He had never anticipated that this impoverished figure, whom their family had looked down upon, would possess such extraordinary talents. His gambling skills were unparalleled, and his martial prowess was nothing short of divine. He began to question whether their family's disdain for Jiang Han had been a wise decision. Jiang Han had no intention of permanently crippling Yin Jianba. He merely wished to teach him a lesson for his prior arrogance. With the objective achieved, he did not wish to press further, especially since Yin Jianbo was the younger brother of his former fiancée, Yin Luoqi. Out of respect for her, he refrained from pushing the matter to extremes, though they could never be lovers. There remained a bond formed by that marriage contract. Just as Yin Jianbo was being helped up by his friends, a voice called out from a distance. "Jianbo, are you all right? I heard Jiang Han has injured you." Jiang Han looked up in surprise, seeing Yin Luoqi approaching with a cadre of black-clad enforcers. Today, she wore a deep blue gown that accentuated her perfect figure, resembling a blossoming orchid, ethereal and distant, exuding an air of cold elegance. Upon her arrival, she scrutinized her younger brother from head to toe. Yin Luoqi had come because one of Yin Jianbo's friends had her number and called her, summoning her to the scene. Seeing her brother covered in dust and perspiration, her brow furrowed in concern. "Jiang Han, if you harbor resentment over our broken engagement, you could have directed your ire at me instead of my brother. Your actions only serve to diminish my regard for you." Yin Luoqi's voice was frigid as she addressed Jiang Han. Initially, Jiang Han had harbored a flicker of hope that Yin Luoqi would be reasonable and not side with her kin without inquiry. However, to his dismay, she approached without seeking clarification, directly confronting him. In an instant, his goodwill evaporated, and he coldly replied, "Miss Yin, could you please ascertain the facts before passing judgment? Your actions are quite disappointing." With that, he turned his back on Yin Luoqi, striding towards the staff of the Jade Market. "I still wish to select a few stones. May I?" he inquired. The staff member's face turned hesitant as she replied, "Sir, allow me to consult our supervisor, and I will return with an answer." Jiang Han understood her reluctance. After all, he had just garnered billions here, making it reasonable for them to hesitate in allowing him to choose more stones. "Very well, I will await your supervisor's response." Jiang Han and Qi Ming stood there, waiting. Seeing Jiang Han's demeanor, Yin Luoqi turned to inquire about the situation from Yin Jianbo. Sensing his sister's arrival bolstered his confidence. Yin Jianbo exaggeratedly recounted how Jiang Han had ensnared him in a trap, deceiving him in gambling, humiliating him after winning, and injuring the attendants they had brought. He further claimed that had Yin Luoqi not arrived, he would have rendered Jiang Han incapable. Yin Luoqi's expression darkened upon hearing this, yet she refrained from instructing her subordinates to act against Jiang Han. In her view, Jiang Han's behavior was likely a form of retaliation for her broken engagement. She decided to sever ties between the two completely, henceforth erasing any remnants of their relationship. With a wave of her hand, she led the Yin family members away. Yin Jianbo, who had eagerly awaited his sister's intervention to punish Jiang Han, was dismayed when she so readily let him go. His heart brimmed with dissatisfaction, but out of fear of his sister's authority, he dared not voice his grievances, trailing behind her in silence. A moment later, the staff member returned, smiling politely at Jiang Han. "Mr. Jiang, our boss requests your presence," she announced, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. This act startled the surrounding onlookers, who were well aware of the staff's usual arrogance. They rarely displayed such deference. Even when the young masters and mistresses of the Yin family had visited, they had not received such respect, yet this young man was afforded it. "Qi Ming, let us go together," Jiang Han proposed, unwilling to leave his friend behind. "Mr. Jiang, our boss has requested only your presence. Others are not permitted to accompany you," the staff member replied with a polite smile. Jiang Han did not press the issue, allowing Qi Ming to wait behind while he followed the staff member inside. They traversed the entirety of the gambling market, heading south until they reached the end of a corridor, where the staff member finally halted before an office door marked with a sign indicating the chairman's office. She lightly knocked, and a melodious female voice called from within, "Please come in." Jiang Han entered behind the staff member. Upon glancing around, he realized the room resembled a treasure vault more than an office. Aside from a large desk at the far end, the room was lined with tall display shelves, each adorned with exquisite jade artifacts, all of the highest quality. Jiang Han merely cast a glance at the jade artifacts before directing his attention to a young woman, seemingly in her late 20s, seated in an office chair. Clad in an elegant black lace gown that accentuated her mature femininity, she possessed a charming and captivating appearance, her large eyes seemingly capable of speaking as they fixated on Jiang Han. His gaze faltered under her penetrating stare, and he instinctively averted his eyes. I had imagined Mr. Jiang to be an elderly eccentric, yet here he stands as a youthful and handsome gentleman. Truly unexpected. To achieve such success at such a young age, surpassing that old fellow Qin Xiong, is indeed admirable. Huang Ying remarked with a subtly enigmatic smile. Too kind. Jiang Han replied modestly. Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce you to our Jade Market's proprietor. General Huang. The staff member who had escorted Jiang Han quickly interjected. Greetings, General Huang, Jiang Han said. Just call me Huang Ying, and if you don't mind, you may address me as Sister Huang. Huang Ying chuckled, her voice melodious. The staff member was taken aback. She had never witnessed their boss display such familiarity with a young man. Typically, their boss maintained a stern demeanor with males, often perceived as having a disdain for them. Today, however, was an unprecedented deviation, leaving her in disbelief. Jiang Han, too, found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by her warm demeanor, and merely chuckled without responding. Noticing the astonished expression of her employee, Huang Ying seemed to recall something and waved her hand, saying, Xiao Zhang, you may step out for a moment. I wish to converse with Mr. Jiang. Please remember to close the door. Xiao Zhang promptly exited. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. I was merely jesting earlier, hoping to ease your discomfort. I trust you won't mind? Huang Ying smiled warmly. Not at all, General Huang. I certainly don't mind. Jiang Han replied, I am quite curious. How did you discern the presence of jade within those raw stones, achieving a success rate of 100%? Huang Ying's expression shifted to one of seriousness, her playful demeanor vanishing, clearly indicating her deep concern as the owner of the jade market. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had just perceived a flicker of hostility in her gaze. Such an intensity of spirit was typically found in those hardened by the trials of life, suggesting that her background was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, how could she have become the owner of such a substantial jade market? I apologize, but I cannot elucidate this matter. You may regard it as an innate ability of mine. Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, reluctant to reveal any secrets, especially to this seemingly formidable woman. I understand. It appears Mr. Jiang is indeed the legendary jade savant. Huang Ying laughed, concealing her inner disappointment. In truth, she yearned to grasp Jiang Han's method of identifying jade. Acquiring such knowledge would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage to their market, enabling them to cultivate numerous adept jade connoisseurs for substantial profit. However, she had anticipated his evasiveness. After all, to him, she was still a stranger, and he would hardly divulge crucial information to her. I am merely modest. The world is vast, and there are always those more capable than oneself. Jiang Han responded humbly, Mr. Jiang, I shall be forthright. The purpose of your visit today is to discuss a potential collaboration. There are two propositions. The first involves your assistance in selecting jade from the source manufacturers. Upon the sale of the jade, we would share the profits, with you receiving 30% and us 70%. The second involves our jade market participating annually in the National Jade Identification Competition. I would like to invite you to represent us, of course, with compensation. An appearance fee of 500 million, that should you help us secure a place in the top 10, an additional 500 million would be yours. In the top 5, an additional 1 billion. In the top 3, 1.5 billion. And should you claim first place, 2 billion. Huang Ying's demeanor shifted to a more formal tone as she broached the serious matter. I currently have several commitments to attend to, so I may not have the time to assist you in selecting jade. However, regarding the competition, please notify me in advance, as long as I am available. That will be no issue. Jiang Han pondered before responding. He refrained from agreeing to assist Huang Ying in selecting jade, deeming it too cumbersome. For him, earning money was as simple as directly engaging in gambling with stones, rendering external assistance unnecessary. Excellent. We have an agreement then. I will call you when the time comes, and you must assist me. Huang Ying suddenly rose and moved closer to Jiang Han, her voice taking on a flirtatious tone. Exuding an alluring femininity, Jiang Han was taken aback by her sudden advance, his face reddening as he instinctively stepped back. This is your reservation fee. 50 million in advance. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Huang Ying declared, producing a black bank card from her ample bosom and offering it to Jiang Han. His cheeks flushed as he averted his gaze, utterly unprepared for such boldness from the female proprietor. "I cannot accept this card, General Huang. I have not yet performed any service for you." Jiang Han hastily declined, feeling unworthy of such generosity. "Mr. Jiang, I previously mentioned that this money is not a gift. It is a deposit for your future assistance in the competition. You did agree to help us after all. Are you suggesting you were merely toying with us?" Huang Ying shot him a reproachful look. Jiang Han found himself momentarily flustered by her captivating gaze, hastily shaking his head. No, that was not my intention. In that case, please accept it. Your acceptance will bring me peace of mind," Huang Ying insisted, pushing the card toward him once more, leaning in even closer, allowing Jiang Han a clear view of her alluring figure. He instinctively averted his eyes. As Jiang Han hesitated, Huang Ying decisively slipped the card into the pocket of his shirt. Trailing her delicate fingers lightly across his chest, a wave of softness washed over him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Your physique appears quite robust," Huang Ying remarked with another playful smile. Jiang Han was taken aback by her forwardness, his face burning crimson as this was his first experience of being playfully teased by a woman. He awkwardly took a step back. "The password is the last 6 digits of the card number." Huang Ying laughed, her laughter as melodious as a lark. "General Huang, I'm interested in finding a few raw stones here to take home for use. Would that be permissible?" "Of course, I will pay the marked price." Jiang Han did not forget the purpose of his visit. "Certainly. I will call Xiao Zhang to escort you to the gambling stone area. Feel free to choose at your leisure. No charge." Jiang Han was astonished by Huang Ying's generosity. Some of those raw stones could fetch prices exceeding 100 million. Yet she permitted him to choose freely. He found himself developing a favorable impression of her. "I can visit to inspect the raw stones when I have the time." Jiang Han was also one to reciprocate kindness. Given that she had advanced him 50 million and allowed him to select jade at no cost, he felt compelled to offer something in return. "Wonderful. Let us split the profits 50-50. I appreciate your straightforward nature." Huang Ying smiled brightly. Initially, she had been uncertain about Jiang Han's character. Proposing a 30-70 split was merely in line with market practices. However, his indifference to the generous advance of 50 million elevated her regard for him, leading her to seek a closer rapport by offering increasingly favorable terms. There is no need for such precise calculations among friends. "Let us stick with the 30-70 split. The more you say that, the more I like you. How could an older sister shortchange her younger brother? It shall be 50-50, Huang Ying said, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Han, who, feeling bashful, averted his gaze. "All right, no more jesting. Let us exchange contact information, and I shall have Xiao Zhang take you to select stones." Jiang Han and Huang Ying exchanged phone numbers, after which Huang Ying summoned Xiao Zhang, who had previously brought Jiang Han to meet her, to select stones. After Jiang Han departed, Huang Ying smiled faintly and remarked, "What an enigmatic young man. I wonder what secrets he conceals. Could it be that the young lady has developed feelings for him? I believe it would be wise for her to proceed with caution, for this individual is certainly not simple." Suddenly, an elderly man with a sinister gaze emerged from a hidden door in the wall, swiftly approaching Huang Ying. "Master Ma, you are overthinking. I merely wish to test him. However, I must say his character is commendable, exhibiting a degree of composure. He appears to be a person who values gratitude and reciprocation, and could serve as a formidable ally for our business endeavors." Huang Ying replied with a mysterious smile. "How does the young lady know he is a man of gratitude?" Ma Xing inquired. "I deduced it." This left Ma Xing momentarily speechless, struggling to find a response. Jiang Han, accompanied by Xiao Zhang, casually selected a few suitable raw stones in the gambling stone area, refraining from touching those of greater value. His principle was to respect others as he wished to be respected. Since Huang Ying treated him well, he would not take advantage of her generosity. After selecting the raw stones, Jiang Han attempted to make a payment. But Xiao Zhang, adhering to Huang Ying's instructions, adamantly refused to accept any money, leaving Jiang Han with no choice but to acquiesce. Nonetheless, his fondness for Huang Ying increased. "What do you think of Master Ma? Am I not right? A person who knows when to stop and considers others is likely to be one who appreciates kindness." At that moment, in Huang Ying's office, She and Ma Xing were monitoring Jiang Han's selection process through remote surveillance. Indeed, as the young lady had stated, he had controlled his greed and refrained from choosing the exorbitantly priced raw stones, suggesting that his character was indeed commendable. A. Xing nodded in agreement. However, that alone may not suffice. Those individuals will resort to all manner of unscrupulous tactics to secure a position in the national competition. A young man may not withstand such pressures. The last candidate we selected ultimately fell under the sway of the opposing woman's charms. Alas, Ma Xing sighed softly, expressing his regret. I have tested him. This individual possesses remarkable self-restraint. Huang Ying countered, I wonder how formidable that young man truly is. Each year, contestants face assassination attempts. It is a constant threat. Even if we increase our personnel, he must have the strength to protect himself. Ma Xing continued. What was your impression of him just now, Master Ma? Huang Ying retorted, I cannot see through him. Are you as perplexed as I am? However, the fact that he easily defeated the bodyguards accompanying young Master Yin indicates his martial prowess is not to be underestimated. Then congratulations are in order for the young lady. It seems our prospects in the competition have brightened. At this moment, Jiang Han had exited the West City Jade Market with Qi Ming, unaware that he was the subject of discussion. After parting ways with Qi Ming, Jiang Han headed home. Upon returning, he immediately entered his room to prepare the spirit-gathering array. After several minutes of arrangement and adjustment, a simple spirit-gathering array was finally set up. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge into Jiang Han's room, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy manifold compared to before. Jiang Han was exceedingly pleased. Such concentration was sufficient to meet his cultivation needs. He promptly sat cross-legged on the bed and commenced his training. Time passed swiftly, and before long, half a day had elapsed. Jiang Han concluded his training, at which point he recalled his agreement with Tang Wan that he had assisted her in fulfilling the task assigned by Fu Xiaohua regarding medicinal materials. According to the pact made with Tang Wan's mother, they were supposed to acknowledge his engagement to Tang Wan. Eager to complete the task assigned by his master, he immediately picked up the phone to call Tang Wan. The phone rang for some time before Tang Wan answered. What is it? Tang Wan's voice remained icy. I have completed the task of having the Fu family heir send you the medicinal materials. Is it not time for you to acknowledge our engagement? Jiang Han stated directly. You wish for that? Do not forget the agreement with my grandfather. Only upon your completion of the 30 billion task will the Tang family recognize our engagement. You will not deceive me. Tang Wan's words doused Jiang Han with a chilling reality, leaving him stunned. He had not anticipated that this woman would be so well informed, learning of his agreement with Tang Haoyan. With no other option, he hung up the phone, realizing that he could not rush matters with Tang Wan. Only by assisting her in completing the 30 billion task could their relationship be solidified. Shortly after hanging up, Jiang Han's phone rang again. Assuming it was Tang Wan reaching out, he hoped she had reconsidered, but upon checking, it was Qi Ming calling. Qi Ming informed Jiang Han that a few friends wished to gather and asked if he would like to join them for a drink. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Han would have declined, as he generally disliked such feasts. But considering Qi Ming had accompanied him all day, he felt obliged to accept the invitation. Upon hearing Jiang Han's agreement, Qi Ming appeared delighted and provided him with the address, indicating it was near the Weihai Hotel on Renmin West Road, urging him to head over immediately. Jiang Han did not believe that Qi Ming's friends could afford the Weihai Hotel. He assumed they would simply dine nearby and thought little of it. Exiting his home, he headed straight for the intersection to save time. He planned to take a taxi. Whether due to bad luck or the evening rush hour, he waited for an extended period without hailing a taxi. Jiang Han frowned, contemplating whether to take the bus at that moment. A white sedan approached slowly, and the driver rolled down the window, asking, Hey buddy, where are you headed? I can give you a lift. Believing it to be a rideshare, Jiang Han casually replied, To Renmin West Road. Are you going there? Sure, hop in. The driver, a young man with a crew cut, said with a toss of his head. Eager to depart, Jiang Han got into the car without even inquiring about the fare. The vehicle sped along, and Jiang Han sat quietly in the back, not paying attention to the scenery outside. As he was unfamiliar with the city and could not discern anything, he entrusted the route entirely to the driver. After a while, Jiang Han began to sense something amiss. In his recollection, his residence was at most a half-hour's drive from Renmin West Road. Yet nearly an hour had passed without the driver showing any signs of stopping. Only then did he begin to observe his surroundings. And upon doing so, he became alert. He realized he seemed to be at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by dense woods. From his knowledge of Weiqing, this was likely the Tiantai, to the north of Weiqing, named for the high platform that supposedly served as a site for Emperor Qin's celestial worship. Thousands of years had elapsed, leaving only a tall mound, overgrown with trees. The people of Weiqing habitually buried their ancestors here to gain favor from the sacrificial platform, resulting in countless graves dotting the area. By nightfall, the place was eerily sinister, deterring most from venturing here. "Stop the car!" Jiang Han sensed danger, suspecting he had fallen into a trap. Someone intended to harm him. He shouted immediately. The driver smiled slightly, gradually bringing the car to a halt, then remarked, very perceptive, but too late. At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and a group of individuals approached, encircling the vehicle completely. "Get out! Quickly, step out!" These individuals flung open the car doors, attempting to drag Jiang Han out. "You need not lay a hand on me. I will exit myself." Jiang Han understood he was in trouble, yet he remained unperturbed as he calmly stepped out of the vehicle. "You've offended someone you should not have. Do not blame us for being impolite. Brothers, attack." As he finished speaking, 2 or 3 dozen men brandishing machetes charged at Jiang Han, clearly intent on ending his life. For an ordinary person, such an assault would likely result in instant obliteration. However, Jiang Han exhibited no signs of panic. He leaped into the air, deftly evading the onslaught. With a swift landing, he executed a spinning kick, and the sound of impacts echoed as a dozen men were sent sprawling. "What?" The imposing leader of the group was left dumbfounded. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Everyone, attack together." As he spoke, he swung the large machete in his hand towards Jiang Han's neck. Jiang Han leaped and delivered a powerful kick directly to the man's wrist, eliciting a piercing scream as the man fell backward, clearly having had his arm broken by Jiang Han's strike. The others, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately ceased their assault. "If you don't retreat quickly," the burly man commanded after being helped to his feet, "you will regret it." In an instant, the group scattered like startled rabbits, and the car that had earlier brought Jiang Han was hastily driven away by the driver. Jiang Han's expression darkened. He had intended to inquire about the identity of those who sent this group after him, but they had vanished more swiftly than he could have anticipated. Night had fallen, and being in such a remote area where not a single car passed by, Jiang Han had no choice but to use his skills to rush towards the city. Meanwhile, in a villa in the southern part of the city, a corpulent, bald man gazed intently at a photograph of a woman on the wall, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Xiao Tangwan, you cannot escape my grasp. You may have managed to evade me this time, but there will be no second chance. That boy who helped you will soon find himself in the underworld, and we shall see who else will come to your aid." He erupted into laughter. He laughed heartily. His phone on the table began to ring. He picked it up, and his face lit up with a gleeful smile. "Hey, who? Have you accomplished the task? Is that kid already dealt with?" "I'm sorry, young Master Fu, but the mission has failed. That we will seek another opportunity to deal with him. Please rest assured, we will complete the task." "Useless fools, you call yourselves the unmatched of the North. How can you not handle a mere Jiang Han? What a disgrace!" The bald man furiously hurled his phone away. Jiang Han, now in a crowded area, refrained from using his powers and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the Weihai Grand Hotel on Renmin West Road. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, he found that Qi Ming and the others had yet to arrive. So he waited. Soon, a group of men and women approached, surrounding a tattooed to the back of the crowd. Jiang Han spotted Qi Ming, while his girlfriend, Du Xia, walked alongside the tattooed man, who cast greedy glances at her alluring legs. Jiang Han focused solely on Qi Ming, ignoring the others. "Brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my friend Yuan Dong, a big boss who has secured several renovation contracts worth tens of millions." Qi Ming enthusiastically introduced them. Yuan Dong glanced at Jiang Han, noting his worn Taoist robe and slightly tanned complexion, instantly judging him to be from the countryside. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "I heard you were Qi Ming's fellow townsman. From the looks of it, You're not faring too well that if there's an opportunity, I could arrange for you to join our construction crew as a laborer. Carrying bricks and materials will ensure you won't go hungry. Qiming had just witnessed Jiang Han's immense wealth and realized that Yuan Dong underestimated him. Fearing Jiang Han might take offense, he quickly interjected, "Brother Yuan, I think you've misunderstood. Brother Jiang is a billionaire. He is not in need of money. Are you out of your mind?" Qiming, "Look at him. Does he look like a billionaire to you? He could easily pass for a beggar," Yuan Dong retorted. Du Xiaoye felt a surge of anger as her boyfriend openly called Jiang Han Brother Jiang in front of everyone, and she couldn't tolerate Qiming's foolish flattery any longer. It was humiliating for her. Yes, Xiaoye is right. While it's fine to support your friend, you can't force it. That we all have eyes. Do you really think a billionaire would dress like him? He probably isn't worth 500 yuan. Do you believe there are such destitute billionaires in this world? Yuan Dong chimed in immediately. Indeed, Qiming, your words are utterly unbelievable. Several others echoed. Feeling embarrassed, Qiming was about to defend himself when Du Xiaoye cut in. Qiming, just stop explaining. The more you say, the worse it gets. Just a few days ago, he wanted to borrow a place to stay from us, and now you expect us to believe he became a billionaire in less than a week. Even winning the lottery wouldn't be that quick. Only a fool like you would believe it. After hearing Du Xiaoye's words, the crowd looked at Jiang Han with disdain and scorn. "I'm sorry, Brother Jiang," Qiming said as he realized he couldn't convince the group. "Qiming, stop embarrassing me. What does he have that qualifies him to be your brother? You're just a hopeless case. When will you ever have even half the ambition of Brother Yuan? Then I wouldn't have to endure so much suffering with you." Du Xiaoye glared at Qiming, filled with frustration. "Xiaoye, don't be upset. You still have me, right? If you find yourself in need, just let me know. I'll help you," Yuan Dong said, his eyes wandering from Du Xiaoye's legs to her neckline, swallowing hard. Although Jiang Han was repulsed by the pair of Yuan Dong and Du Xiaoye, he felt it wasn't his place to intervene since they were Qiming's own matters. So he remained silent. "All right, enough of this. I'll treat everyone to dinner at the renowned high-end Weihai Hotel today, so you can all enjoy the exquisite delicacies that only the wealthy can afford," Yuan Dong declared grandly. The group eagerly followed him towards the Weihai Grand Hotel entrance. Jiang Han was surprised they chose to dine at Weihai Hotel, as he had just been there and remembered it was a property of the Fu family. Given his current relationship with the Fu family's patriarch, they would likely waive his bill upon learning he was dining there. However, he wasn't one to take advantage of others, so he didn't disturb anyone from the Fu family. Upon arriving at the hotel, they were promptly stopped by two elegantly dressed and strikingly beautiful doormen. The men among the group gazed at the doormen with stars in their eyes, while the women shot them jealous glances. "Excuse me, are you here for dining or lodging?" one of the doormen inquired. "We're here for dinner. Please reserve us a private room with the best view," Yuan Dong replied grandly. "I'm sorry, but our private rooms must be booked 3 days in advance, and they are currently all full. You will have to choose a table in the main hall." The doorman replied with a polite smile, "I'm willing to pay double the price," Yuan Dong declared arrogantly. "I'm sorry, but we are fully booked. Even if there were availability, we must conduct an identity verification before reserving a private room. Only those with assets exceeding 30 million yuan are eligible to dine here." The doorman firmly rejected his request. The friends of Qiming gasped in astonishment. They couldn't believe that reserving a private room at Weihai Hotel required such stringent asset verification. It seemed they would never have the opportunity to dine in such luxury. Meanwhile, Yuan Dong felt a jolt of panic. Although he boasted about being a millionaire, all of his assets combined barely totaled 5 million yuan, falling significantly short of the 30 million requirement. The previous bravado drained from him, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, just find us a good spot in the main hall." "I'm sorry, sir, but there's only one spot left in the hall, and you must decide quickly, or it may be gone," the doorman informed him. Yuan Dong noticed a few people approaching the hotel entrance, and, fearing they might be there to reserve a table, quickly said, "Then let us take that spot. Sir, you will need to pay a 50,000 yuan reservation fee in advance." The group was taken aback, staring at the doorman in confusion. "Why do we have to pay before we even eat, and such a hefty sum at that?" Yuan Dong's face darkened at the unexpected demand. "This is our hotel's policy. You can think of it as a table fee. That spot you want is the cheapest available. The beautiful attendant cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Dong and the others. Yuan Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to flaunt his wealth before his friends today, yet he was met with derision. Unable to tolerate it, he swiftly produced a white bank card and declared, "Charge it, just a moment." The attendant quickly processed the transaction. The group followed her to the entrance of the establishment, where the corridor was situated next to the restroom, the air somewhat tainted, occasionally revealing patrons emerging from the facilities. Yuan Dong furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from voicing his discontent. This was not a place where a mere millionaire like him could act with impunity. Yuan Ge, you have truly broadened our horizons today. We are witnessing something extraordinary, Du Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Yuan Dong. Indeed. Had it not been for you, Yuan Ge, we would probably never have the chance to dine in such an upscale hotel. Another chimed in, absolutely. This is one of the most prestigious hotels in Weiqing. Did you notice that the dining fee alone exceeds 50,000? Such expenditures are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Only our Yuan Ge, the millionaire, can afford it. The group, consisting of over a dozen men and women, eagerly echoed these sentiments. Yuan Dong basked in the flattery, momentarily forgetting his earlier embarrassment. Across the room, Jiang Han observed the spectacle with a cold gaze. Remaining silent. Unbeknownst to him, a stout man in a suit, the hotel's lobby manager, Hu Tao, stood not far away. Keenly watching him, Hu Tao had previously encountered Jiang Han and had observed the esteemed treatment he received from the elder and the young lady. He understood that Jiang Han was highly regarded by both of them. To his surprise, Jiang Han had brought a crowd to dine today. With a wave of his hand, Hu Tao summoned a head waiter, who, upon hearing his instructions, approached Jiang Han's table. I apologize for the interruption, but our management has indicated that among you is a valued guest of our hotel. Therefore, we have arranged for you a private room on the 8th floor. Please gather your things and follow me. As Yuan Dong and his companions were perusing the menu, they were taken aback by this announcement. They never anticipated that Weihai Hotel would suddenly offer them a private room. It seemed this immense privilege was extended due to one person's influence, and all eyes turned to Yuan Dong. Believing that a leader from Weihai Hotel must have recognized him, Yuan Dong waved dismissively. No need for such looks, everyone. It's merely the goodwill of my business associates. Let us tidy up, and I will take you to experience the luxury of Weihai Hotel's private room. Yuan Gu certainly has a grand reputation. A young man promptly flattered. Indeed, the combined influence of all of us pales in comparison to Yuan Gu's standing. Have the management of Weihai Hotel make an exception for you. You are undoubtedly the foremost figure in Weiqing, remarked a man in his 30s, giving a thumbs up. Yuan Gu, I never imagined you possessed such charisma. It's truly captivating. Du Xiaoya's voice took on a flirtatious tone. Clearly enchanted by Yuan Dong's prowess, her gaze fixated on him while she relegated her actual boyfriend, Qi Ming, to the sidelines. Though Qi Ming felt a pang of discontent, he remained speechless. After all, he could not compete with Yuan Dong. He merely hoped that Du Xiaoya would not abandon him, tolerating her flirtations with others. Let us head to the 8th floor for a lavish feast, Yuan Dong declared proudly, leading the group as they followed the head waiter to the elevator. Upon entering the room, they were momentarily speechless. The private chamber was exceptionally spacious, adorned with exquisite imported carpets, while the furniture boasted rich mahogany craftsmanship and the tableware gleamed with the elegance of the 4 great kills. The walls were embellished with various renowned artworks, and photographs of celebrities dining there were prominently displayed. The decor exuded an ancient royal ambience, complete with painted ceilings and vermilion palace lanterns, transporting them to a regal banquet hall of bygone eras. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. This must be the most luxurious private room I have ever seen, Du Xiaoya exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she cast a flirtatious glance at Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong's face instantly lit up with pride. Look at these artworks and tableware. Each piece must be worth a fortune, a young woman remarked. These mahogany furnishings are undoubtedly crafted from premium imported wood. Definitely of considerable value, Yuan Dong deliberately complimented. Indeed, this is the most upscale private room in our Weihai Hotel, with a reservation fee of a staggering 1 million. The head waiter, sensing their enthusiasm, raised his chin proudly. 1 million reservation fee. The group gasped in unison, the amount sufficient to purchase a house in Weiqing, an ordinary person's lifetime dream. Yet here, that dream was merely enough for a reservation fee. They stood there, momentarily stunned, before turning to Yuan Dong in unison. Yuan Ge, your influence is truly remarkable. The management of Yuehai Hotel has arranged their most luxurious private room for you, which is utterly astonishing. Indeed, Yuan Ge is magnificent. We are fortunate to bask in your glow today. Thank you, Yuan Ge, and do remember to look out for us in the future. Yuan Ge is destined to become a prominent figure in Weiqing. Did you see how even the leaders of Yuehai Hotel treat you with such respect? I truly admire you, Yuan Ge, and hope you will take good care of me. Du Xiaoya leaned closer to Yuan Dong, who seized the opportunity to grasp her slender waist. His delight. She did not shy away, her gaze toward him becoming even more alluring. That Qi Ming, oblivious to this exchange, was unaware of the subtle dynamics at play, whereas Jiang Han observed it all with clarity. However, he understood that this was a matter between Qi Ming and Du Xiaoya, and he did not wish to intervene, fearing it might complicate their relationship. Moreover, he believed Du Xiaoya was unworthy of Qi Ming. If she were to leave him, it might not be a misfortune for Qi Ming after all. As they perused the menu, Yuan Dong winced at the prices. Even a single dish cost several thousand, with the more extravagant options reaching tens of thousands. This time, he did not generously allow others to order, but clutched the menu, making selections himself. Once the orders were placed, he requested several bottles of local Phoenix wine, refraining from choosing nationally renowned brands. When the dishes arrived, the group once again lavished praise on Yuan Dong, who reveled in their adulation. They raised their glasses to toast him, while Jiang Han sat unmoved, showing no inclination to curry favor with him. Yuan Dong felt a twinge of displeasure, perceiving Jiang Han as ungrateful. Jiang, are you overwhelmed by this grand occasion and too intimidated to partake in the Phoenix wine? Afraid you might have to split the check and be unable to cover your share? Yuan Dong taunted. Yuan Ge, do not mind him. He is just a country bumpkin who has never experienced such grandeur. It is quite normal for him to be intimidated. Du Xiaoya shot a disparaging glare at Jiang Han. Yuan Ge, please don't take offense. My friend Jiang is still adjusting to the city's environment. I'll drink on his behalf. Qi Ming interjected hastily, trying to alleviate the tension. Qi Ming, do not play the peacemaker. Your friend is lacking in manners. Yuan Ge is treating us today. You should at least raise a toast. He needs to apologize with 3 toasts to Yuan Ge, and then we might let him off? A bespectacled, lanky man seeking to ingratiate himself with Yuan Dong chimed in that I'm sorry, but I do not wish to toast. When it comes time to settle the bill, I will pay for my share, Jiang Han stated firmly, having no desire to engage with this group. Haha, good. Do you know that just the reservation fee for this meal is 1 million? If it weren't for my standing, they would not have waived this fee. So, when it's time to settle up, you can first cover your share of the reservation fee, and then your portion of the meal. Yuan Dong responded, taken aback by Jiang Han's blatant disregard for decorum. Sure, Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. Let us see how you will react when the time comes to pay. You presumptuous fool, Du Xiaoya wore an expression of disdain. What a fool, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. One must possess the means to be arrogant. Without wealth, such hubris is tantamount to self-destruction. Brother Yuan, we need not stoop to the level of this ignorant country bumpkin. Come, let us indulge in some drinks. At that moment, everyone gathered around Yuan Dong, leaving Jiang Han completely sidelined. Brother Jiang, I apologize on their behalf. Let's share a drink. Qi Ming, feeling guilty witnessing Jiang Han's ostracism, hurried over to offer comfort. Qi Ming, are you blind? Can't you see everyone is toasting Brother Yuan? Hurry and join them in raising a glass. Du Xiaoya shot a glare at Qi Ming, leaving him in a quandary, torn between his girlfriend's demand and staying with Jiang Han. Go. Don't let me affect your relationship. Jiang Han waved his hand, and with a look of remorse, Qi Ming walked towards Yuan Dong. The table erupted into a cacophony of clinking glasses as the atmosphere became lively. Just then, the door swung open, and a dozen waitresses clad in kipeos, strikingly beautiful and graceful, entered with an array of exquisite dishes. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Even Yuan Dong appeared somewhat flustered by this display, reminiscent of the lavish service reserved for royal banquets. Ladies and gentlemen, This is a complimentary selection of our renowned signature dishes from the Yuehai Hotel. Please enjoy, the head waitress announced, gesturing for the others to line up and present the dishes on the table. Once the dishes were served, the head waitress continued. Additionally, we have 3 bottles of our hotel, a prized Yuehai 50-year vintage wine for you. Wishing you a delightful dining experience. With that, the waitstaff departed, leaving the room buzzing with excitement. Brother Yuan, I fear no gods or ghosts. Only you. Brother Yuan, please accept my humble knee. My admiration for you is enough to bring me to my knees. Your status rivals that of the Lord of Weicheng. The illustrious Yuehai Hotel not only secured you the most luxurious private room, but also waived the 1 million reservation fee, alongside gifting you these signature dishes and the 50-year Yuehai vintage wine. Each bottle worth a staggering 200,000 yuan and notoriously difficult to procure. It is evident how esteemed you are. The admiration for Yuan Dong was palpable. Indeed, take this Wanshou chicken, reportedly crafted from imported golden chickens raised in the southern mountains, which must absorb the essence of the celestial for 6 months, only to be transported across 1,000 miles to endure the harsh northern climate before being prepared. Its flavor is truly unmatched. One connoisseur pointed at a dish, and this Jingui Zhan, made from sea turtles aged over 500 years, harvested from depths of 1,000 meters in the North Sea, is as precious as 1,000-year ginseng. These dishes are of astronomical value. Another chimed in, "Oh, these dishes and this wine are so rare. I am in awe of you, Brother Yuan," Du Xiaoye remarked, inching closer to Yuan Dong, seduced by his aura. Yuan Dong, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Du Xiaoye, felt a stirring within him. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have been tempted to take her right then and there. "Come, everyone, let us feast." Yuan Dong, still oblivious to which Yuehai Hotel executive had bestowed such favor upon him, seized the opportunity to flaunt his status, gesturing grandly. "Let us eat and drink to our heart's content." Several men, eyes gleaming at the sight of the fine wine, seized the chance to indulge while raising glasses to Yuan Dong. Yet none poured wine for Jiang Han. Qi Ming, wishing for Jiang Han to savor the exquisite wine, reached for one of the nearly empty bottles, only to be halted by Duke Xia. "Qi Ming, what on earth are you doing? This wine is a high-end gift for Brother Yuan from the Yuehai Hotel. Your country bumpkin friend doesn't deserve such fine wine. Even if he drinks it, he wouldn't appreciate it. Don't waste such good stuff." Qi Ming's hand fell slowly. Indeed, what right does a country folk have to partake in such divine nectar? To let them drink would be a waste. Besides, this wine is a gift for Brother Yuan. Your friend Wen Ti even toast him. How dare he drink it? A man, eager to curry favor with Yuan Dong, added. Helpless, Qi Ming could only cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Han. Soon, the banquet concluded, and everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Thus, the group approached the front desk to settle the bill. Yuan Dong, eager to showcase his prowess, naturally led the way. "Time to settle up?" he declared, his voice booming like thunder. "Sir, your entire bill is complimentary," the attendant replied with a smile. Yuan Dong and the others stood there in stunned silence, utterly shocked that the Yuehai Hotel had waived all their dining expenses. They had assumed they would be paying for the lavish dishes and wine. This was beyond their wildest expectations. Brother Yuan. How magnificent! Brother Yuan, what a display of power! You truly are a paragon for us to emulate. The group showered Yuan Dong with envious glances. I could see that moment. Yuan Dong was basking in the glory of their admiration. Lifting his chin high, reveling in the accolades akin to stars surrounding the moon, Jiang Han, observing the frenzy from behind, shook his head, casually waving at the lobby manager, Hu Tao, whom he recognized from a previous encounter. Upon noticing Jiang Han's gesture, Hu Tao promptly approached. After a brief exchange, Jiang Han leaned in to whisper in his ear, and Hu Tao nodded in acknowledgement, just as Yuan Dong was reveling in the flattery. Hu Tao spoke up. "I must apologize. The reason we provided you with complimentary service was due to Mr. Jiang's standing. This includes the highest grade private room, the waiver of the 1 million reservation fee, and the complimentary signature dishes and fine wine, all thanks to Mr. Jiang. However, regrettably, Mr. Jiang has stated he is not your friend. Therefore, you must settle the expenses incurred." The room fell in a stunned silence as the total cost was revealed. 1 million for the reservation, 200,000 for the dishes, 30,000 for the drinks, 60,000 for the signature dishes, and 60,000 for the 3 bottles of Guitai 50-year wine, totaling 2.43 million yuan. Everyone was frozen in shock, incredulous that their lavish experience had been afforded by the very country bumpkin they had looked down upon. How could he possibly be acquainted with the Weihai Hotel staff, who seemed to hold him in such high regard? This sudden reversal was too much for them to bear. They refused to accept this reality. But it was undeniable, as the authoritative figure before them exuded an aura that commanded respect. Unlike any mere employee, the fear evident in the eyes of the other staff only confirmed their disbelief. "You must be lying. This guy's just a country bumpkin. How could the Weihai Hotel possibly value him? Are you a fraud, in league with him to swindle my brother Yuan?" Du Xiaoye, unable to reconcile Jiang Han's unexpected prominence, stepped forward, accusing Hu Tao. "How dare you? This is the Weihai Hotel, and we will not tolerate such insolence. Seize her." Before Hu Tao could respond, a dozen hotel security personnel emerged, brandishing batons, swiftly encircling Yuan Dong and his companions. 2 guards immediately seized Du Xiaoye's arms, twisting them behind her back. Yuan Dong and the others turned pale, while Du Xiaoye's face drained of color. As a petite woman, she had never encountered such a scene. Trembling, she struggled to find her voice, utterly stripped of her earlier bravado. "Let me remind you, this gentleman is manager of the Weihai Hotel. Our esteemed leader, to offend him here, is to court disaster. Do you wish to spend some time in jail?" The leading security guard barked sternly. Upon hearing this, the group realized that Hu Tao was, in fact, the head of the Weihai Hotel. But a wave of trepidation washed over them, as they felt fortunate for not having provoked him earlier. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits at this moment. That Du Xiaoye's face was ashen, fully aware that she had landed herself in serious trouble today, possibly even facing imprisonment. Contemplating this, she shot a venomous glare at Jiang Han, convinced that if it weren't for him, she would not have exhibited such an impulsive reaction. It was Jiang Han who had led her astray. "I say, leader, you cannot solely demand money from me. He too had a meal, and thus should contribute 1/13 of the total bill." At this moment, Yuan Dong felt as if he were attending a funeral, with a mere net worth of 5 million. The total expenses had soared to 2.43 million, nearly half of his fortune. How could he not feel the sting? There were 13 of them dining, and he insisted that Jiang Han should also bear his share of the expenses. "I distinctly remember some individuals stating that I was unworthy of drinking your wine. I didn't touch a drop, so it shouldn't count against me," Jiang Han declared. Yuan Dong's face darkened with anger, realizing too late that not forcing Jiang Han to drink had left him in this predicament. "If you wish for Mr. Jiang to cover that cost, you must also pay us an additional million for upgrading to a premium private room. Normally, you people are not qualified to utilize our top-tier accommodations," Hu Tao said coldly. "This is nothing short of extortion. We did not request a room change. That was your decision, and now you expect us to foot the bill? How unreasonable." Yuan Dong nearly spat blood in frustration. He jumped up, having forgotten his fear. An additional million was an unbearable burden for his already strained finances. Silence. The leading security guard swung his stun baton, and Yuan Dong was promptly knocked to the ground. The onlookers gazed in terror at the fierce and intimidating security personnel from Weihai Hotel, none daring to speak up, much less assist Yuan Dong. "I see you are tired of living, daring to retort against manager Hu. Whatever our manager decrees is final. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today." The security guard's brazen declaration sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yuan Dong lay on the ground, rendered speechless. "I advise you to comply and settle the 2.43 million. Do not seek further trouble." Hu Tao directed his icy gaze at Yuan Dong. "Please, I am willing to cover my share of 140,000. Let him pay the additional million for the room upgrade." Jiang Han interjected, unwilling to let Yuan Dong off the hook, particularly as he had his sights set on the latter's brother's girlfriend. "You despicable bastard, Jiang Han! I will have my revenge." Yuan Dong, infuriated, sprang to his feet, ready to kick Jiang Han. "Behave yourself!" With a swift crack, the leading security guard struck Yuan Dong down before he could reach Jiang Han. "Given your atrocious behavior and your attempt to assault our esteemed guest, the total fee is 3.43 million, and not a penny less." Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivil." Hu Tao's eyes glinted with coldness. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Han was indeed an esteemed guest of Yuehai Hotel. Their expressions shifted from shock to disbelief, and a few felt regret for not having befriended Jiang Han sooner. Having squandered a rare opportunity to change their destinies while mocking and ridiculing him alongside Yuan Dong. "Boy, hurry up and pay, or I will break your hands." The leading security guard glared menacingly at Yuan Dong. "I refuse to accept this. Why should I pay so much more? Yuehai Hotel are utterly unreasonable," Yuan Dong retorted defiantly. "Let me be clear. Here, we dictate the terms. Do not waste your breath, or we will take action to that point. Not only will you suffer physically, but you will also owe us every cent." Hu Tao, clearly losing patience, signaled the leading guard to approach Yuan Dong menacingly. "Hold on. I am willing to pay my share, but as for the others, I cannot be responsible." Yuan Dong suddenly had a clever idea. He would not willingly deplete his fortune on this extravagant meal for his so-called friends. Originally intending to flaunt wealth with a modest expenditure, he now unhesitatingly threw the others under the bus. "Brother Yuan, you can't do this. You promised to treat us," one of the group protested, their expressions morose. "Exactly, Brother Yuan. You can't go back on your word. You are our leader," they lamented, as they were merely office workers earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month, unable to shoulder such exorbitant dining costs. "Who wishes to be the leader of you impoverished wretches? If you have dined, you must pay. Do not expect me to foot the bill," Yuan Dong retorted coldly, having lost all previous generosity. The group, upon hearing this, turned ashen. The enjoyment of their meal now felt like a distant memory as they faced the reality of the astronomical bill. Even if split among the 13, each would own nearly 30,000, an amount beyond their means. "I distinctly recall that it was Brother Yuan who offered to treat us upon our arrival. Now to demand others to pay is quite untrustworthy. It does not align with the character one would expect from a millionaire like you." Jiang Han seized the opportunity to chastise Yuan Dong. Indeed, Jiang Han is correct. It was Yuan Dong himself who insisted on treating us, and thus, he should be the one to settle the bill. "Yuan Dong, if you cannot afford this, why flaunt it? You brought us to this upscale venue, and now expect us to cover your expenses. You claimed you would treat us, and we can all attest to that. Jiang Han, please advocate for us." In that moment, the entire group turned their ire on Yuan Dong, abandoning their previous sycophantic behavior, their gazes fierce and accusatory to Hu Tao, recognizing the tension between Jiang Han and Yuan Dong. Pointed at Yuan Dong, ordering, "Take him to settle the bill. If insufficient, seize his assets." "I will pay. I will pay." Yuan Dong, terrified of having his construction site seized, knew that such a fate would spell disaster for him. Not only would he lose his income, but he would also incur hefty penalties for delaying the project, a burden he could not withstand. He quickly capitulated. And what of these individuals? Hu Tao gestured toward Qi Ming and his companions. "Let them go." Jiang Han, though not particularly fond of them, had no desire for retribution. He waved dismissively. The group scattered in haste, even Du Xiaoye seizing the opportunity to flee, fearful that Jiang Han might use Hu Tao to settle a score with her. The only one who remained was Qi Ming. Qi Ming looked at Jiang Han, his emotions a whirlwind. This afternoon had been a revelation. He had never anticipated that a man hailing from the same impoverished background as him would not only be an expert in gambling stones and possess formidable martial skills, but also have connections with the leadership of such a prestigious establishment as Yuehai Hotel. Given the respect shown to Jiang Han by the hotel's management, Qi Ming could no longer view him as merely an equal. "Why do you not recognize me? No matter how much I change, I remain your friend and brother." Jiang Han smiled gently. "I am truly glad you still consider me a friend," Qi Ming exclaimed, his eyes misty with emotion, surprised that Jiang Han still regarded him as such despite his newfound status. "As long as you view me as your friend, I shall always be yours." Jiang Han lightly patted Qi Ming's shoulder. Qi Ming reciprocated the gesture, both sharing a smile. "Perhaps I should cover my share of the 140,000 for the meal." Jiang Han turned to Hu Tao, extending his hand to retrieve his bank card. "Mr. Jiang, your presence puts me in a most difficult position. Our esteemed master has commanded us that whenever Mr. Zhang dines or lodges at our hotel. All expenses are to be waived. How can we possibly accept your money? Hu Tao's expression was one of utmost respect. Then please convey my gratitude to Mr. Fu for his kindness. I shall certainly relay your message. Jiang Han and Qi Ming exited the Weihai Hotel and stepped onto the street. Only to find no trace of Du Xiaoda, I will take my leave now. Call me if you need anything. As he watched Qi Ming's retreating figure, Jiang Han felt a pang of sympathy for him. He could discern Qi Ming's affection for Du Xiaoya, yet she was not a virtuous woman. In the end, he would find himself loving in vain. Jiang Han hailed a taxi and set off towards his residence. The car glided through the bustling streets, akin to traversing a time tunnel, with vehicles and pedestrians, as well as the trees lining the sidewalks, passing by in orderly succession, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. Jiang Han relished the scenery outside the car window at that moment. However, as he admired the view, he suddenly noticed a group of fashionably dressed youths harassing a tall, slender girl. The girl, strikingly beautiful and refreshingly unique, was clearly the object of their unwanted attention. They even resorted to physically dragging her, attempting to pull her toward a red Porsche parked by the roadside. Accompanying the girl were two others, seemingly her friends, yet intimidated by the aggressors, they did not dare intervene. The girl cried out for help, but none came to her aid. Just as it appeared she would be forcibly taken, Jiang Han could no longer stand idly by. Driver, stop the car, before the driver could come to a complete halt. Jiang Han flung open the door and leaped out. The driver, startled, muttered a curse. You're asking for trouble. At this moment, Jiang Han had already covered several meters. Stop this. Release her, he commanded sternly. The youths halted, turning to face him. Are you interfering with my business, young man? I advise you to be wise and step aside, or you will regret it. One of the boys, appearing to be around 18 or 19, with an unruly hairstyle, glared coldly at Jiang Han. Jiang Han disregarded the threat, focusing intently on the girl, as she seemed vaguely familiar to him. Are you not Tang Wan's younger sister, Tang Yu? Jiang Han inquired. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Tang Yu replied, bewildered. I am your sister's fiancé. We've met before, haven't we? Oh, it's you, Tang Yu said, feeling somewhat speechless. She had not anticipated encountering Jiang Han, whom their family looked down upon, at such a moment, and momentarily forgot to seek his help. You meddlesome Taoist, since you wish to disrupt our fun, allow me to teach you a lesson. The boy with the unruly hair could not bear to see Jiang Han and Tang Yu conversing as if he were being ignored. He swung his fist at Jiang Han's face. Jiang Han swiftly raised his leg and sent the boy flying. You've got some guts, kicking my friend. Let us all take him down, commanded one of the other three stylish young men. As they charged at Jiang Han under the guidance of a man with silver earrings, they threw punches at him. Tang Yu felt a chill run down her spine as she witnessed the three attacking Jiang Han. Realizing he might be in serious danger, she hurriedly fumbled for her phone to call for help. However, in her state of anxiety, she struggled to retrieve it, and by the time she finally got it out, Jiang Han had already incapacitated all three of them. Tang Yu stood there in shock. Hadn't her mother and aunt claimed Jiang Han was useless? How could he possess such martial prowess? Young girls, especially those in university, have an inherent admiration for those skilled in martial arts. Moreover, he had just saved her, intensifying her admiration. Are you all right, Tang Yu? Jiang Han approached and asked gently, I'm fine, brother-in-law. Jiang Han was taken aback by Tang Yu's sudden address. A wave of joy washing over him, and his gaze softened towards this sister-in-law. What shall we do with these four? Jiang Han gestured to the young men who had attempted to drag Tang Yu away. Let them go. I'm unharmed. Tang Yu glanced at them and replied. Jiang Han was surprised by Tang Yu's benevolence, even showing mercy to those who had wronged her, and he couldn't help but regard his sister-in-law with newfound respect. Begone, he commanded, and immediately the four scrambled to their feet and dashed into the sports car. They drove away. The boy with the unruly hair shot Jiang Han a middle finger, exclaiming, You better watch out. Next time I see you, I'll make sure you regret it. We'll see. He then slammed the accelerator and sped off. Xiao Yu, do you know who those people were? Why were they trying to drag you into their car? Jiang Han asked. I don't know. I was just leaving school with my classmates when they suddenly appeared and tried to pull me in. Are you in college? You should be more cautious when going out. Try to stay on campus as much as possible. The outside world is quite chaotic these days. Jiang Han warned. That I understand, brother-in-law. I'm a sophomore. Tang Yu's calling him brother-in-law filled Jiang Han's heart with warmth. Even the younger sister of the ice-cold beauty addressed him as such, which surely indicated their relationship would deepen. He looked forward to it. Tang Yu, are you all right? We came to rescue you. Jiang Han and Tang Yu turned at the sound of the shout, spotting a round-faced girl rushing towards them, accompanied by two security guards, panting heavily. Where are those rascals? I saw someone dragging you, so I hurried to summon the school security to rescue you. That I'm relieved to see you're okay. Dongfan, I'm fine. My brother-in-law saved me. Thank you for coming to help. Tang Yu expressed her gratitude to the two security guards with a slight BOW and no problem. We'll be on our way now. Just remember to be cautious in the future. Thank you. The two security guards replied before returning the way they came. Tang Yu, we're good friends, so don't be so formal. This is your brother-in-law. And he seems quite handsome, but his clothes are rather unique. They look like something a Taoist priest would wear, Dongfan remarked, eyeing Jiang Han casually. Dongfan, what are you saying? Tang Yu quickly tugged at Dongfan. Worried Jiang Han might take offense. That I apologize. I speak my mind without malice. That I hope you don't mind. That I'm Dongfan, a college classmate of Tang Yu. Dongfan smiled innocently. That I'm Jiang Han. Tang Yu's brother Dash and Dashlaw. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Han paid no heed to Dongfan's comments. Rather, he found her somewhat endearing for her concern. It was admirable that she had noticed Tang Yu in distress from afar and brought the security guards to help, showcasing her care and loyalty. Such chivalrous women are rare in contemporary society. Are you Tang Yu's elder brother-in-law or younger brother-in-law? Dongfan suddenly asked, scrutinizing Jiang Han. Guess, Jiang Han replied, surprised by Dongfan's cuteness and her question. I think you're more likely her younger brother-in-law. I've seen her older sister, and she is breathtakingly beautiful, like a figure from ancient times who could bring down a dynasty. Your attire does not quite match her. Dongfan said earnestly. Jiang Han was left speechless, not expecting to be disparaged in such a manner. It was as if she were saying he was unworthy of Tang Wan. His expression darkened. Dongfan, what nonsense are you spouting? This is my sister's fiancé. Tang Yu quickly clarified, noticing Jiang Han's change in demeanor to, oh, my apologies, Jiang, I misspoke. However, in my opinion, if you wish to be worthy of Tang Yu's older sister, you should really consider changing your outfit. It's quite outdated. Dongfan continued. At this point, Tang Yu was filled with exasperation. She hadn't anticipated her friend to be so blunt, fixating on Jiang Han's attire. How about this, brother-in-law? I'll take you shopping for some new clothes. You really need to have a few changes in your wardrobe. Wearing the same outfit all the time won't do. Tang Yu proposed a suggestion to alleviate the awkwardness. She recalled that the last time Jiang Han visited her home, he donned the very same outfit he wore today, indicating that he truly needed to acquire some new clothing, as she anticipated. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. Since arriving in the city, he had yet to purchase any garments, and he recognized that his current attire was indeed ill-suited for urban life. Thus, he also wished to take this opportunity to purchase a few changeable outfits. The trio strolled along the street, where Rinmin Road served as the main artery of Weiqing's bustling city center, characterized by its vibrant commercial atmosphere and flanked by numerous renowned brand clothing stores. They entered a shopping mall named Mingdu Apparel, which boasted an array of high-end clothing brands from both domestic and international origins. This was Jiang Han's first experience exploring such a place for clothing. Soon, they arrived at a store called Jinpeng Menswear. Tang Yu glanced around and led Jiang Han and Dongfan inside. As soon as they stepped in, a sales attendant approached them. The attendant appeared to be in her 20s, exuding a youthful and radiant charm, clearly the star employee of the store. She directed her attention solely to Tang Yu, completely disregarding Jiang Han, who trailed behind her. Miss, are you here to browse men's clothing? The attendant inquired with a sweet smile directed at Tang Yu. Yes. Do you have any new arrivals? Please bring me a few options to consider, Tang Yu responded. Miss, you have arrived at the perfect moment. We have just received several new pieces for this season, including suits and jackets. Allow me to fetch them for you, the attendant exclaimed before heading deeper into the store. That moment, Jiang Han stood a short distance behind Tang Yu and Dongfan, appearing to be just another customer perusing the clothing. However, None of the other waiting attendants seemed eager to approach him. In a short while, the attendant returned with a black suit and a brown jacket. "Miss, take a look. These are our store's latest arrivals, exquisitely stylish and perfectly in tune with this season's trends. Your gentleman will undoubtedly be satisfied wearing them," she flattered. Upon hearing this, Dong Fan stifled laughter behind her hand, while Tang Yu felt her cheeks redden. "These garments do look quite appealing," Tang Yu remarked, attempting to mask her embarrassment. "That if you like them, please provide me with your gentleman's size, and I shall have them wrapped for you." The attendant cheerfully offered, recognizing Tang Yu's satisfaction. The two garments were rather expensive, being brand new arrivals with no discounts. If Tang Yu purchased them, the attendant would earn a considerable commission. "Let us try them on first," Tang Yu suggested. "But miss, how can you try them on if your gentleman isn't here?" "Fear not. You can purchase according to the size, and if they do not fit, you can exchange them at any time. Of course, returns are also accepted. We offer a 7-day return and exchange policy." The attendant, being an adept salesperson, was acutely aware of the importance of closing a deal and was anxious that if Tang Yu called Jiang Han and he could not come, the transaction might fall through. She was unwilling to let such a golden opportunity slip away and continued to persuade her. Hearing the attendant repeatedly refer to Jiang Han as her gentleman, Dong Fan could no longer contain her laughter, while Tang Yu's blush deepened to the roots of her ears. Meanwhile, Jiang Han stood there, seemingly oblivious to the situation, assuming that the attendant was merely unaware. "I must insist, miss, that you refrain from making assumptions that my classmate is merely purchasing clothes for her brother-in-law. The term gentleman is rather misplaced, considering we are university students and have yet to experience romantic entanglements." Dong Fan interjected, unable to bear Tang Yu's embarrassed expression. "My sincere apologies. I misspoke, and I apologize to your classmate." The attendant quickly retorted upon realizing her error. "Brother-in-law, please provide me with your height and weight so that the attendant can fetch you some clothes to try on." Tang Yu turned towards Jiang Han, who stood a little way off that moment. All the store attendants were momentarily stunned. The scene was strikingly jarring, creating a dissonance akin to that of Beauty and the Beast. No one anticipated that this exquisite, elegantly dressed lady, resembling a celestial being, would be accompanied by a brother-in-law who appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of a remote mountain valley. Jiang Han's somewhat outdated gray robe, reminiscent of ancient attire, along with his towering hair bun and sun-kissed skin, made it impossible to associate him with Tang Yu, clearly a wealthy heiress raised in the city. The attendant, taken aback, stared wide-eyed. "This is your brother-in-law?" she inquired, astonished. "Why not?" Tang Yu replied, casting a disdainful glance at the attendant, disliking the condescending way she regarded Jiang Han. "No, not at all." The attendant hastily waved her hands. Despite her discomfort, she would never jeopardize her financial interests and quickly donned a more amiable expression. "Sir, please provide your height and weight, and I will assist you in finding suitable clothing." The attendant forced a smile toward Jiang Han. Though it appeared somewhat strained, "I stand at 1.83 meters tall and weigh 130 jin, Jiang Han stated. "Please hold on." Moments later, the attendant returned with the clothing, and Jiang Han was urged by Tang Yu to try them on. When Jiang Han emerged clad in the black suit, the entire store fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one had anticipated that the man who previously bore the appearance of a refugee from ancient times would now exude such charisma. His upright posture, elongated form, handsome features, sun-kissed skin, and high hair bun radiated the aura of an international fashion icon. Should he appear on the street in such attire, passers-by might easily mistake him for a renowned artist or a fashion maestro. "Isn't he absolutely stunning? Tang Yu, your brother-in-law possesses exceptional taste. He is a true gem," Dong Fan exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "Dong Fan, what are you saying? If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall ignore you," Tang Yu warned, glancing at Jiang Han anxiously, fearing he might take offense. "Am I mistaken? Just look at how handsome your brother-in-law appears in that suit. He is utterly captivating, a veritable Prince Charming in my eyes," Dong Fan replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Enough of your ramblings. Try on that other one as well." Tang Yu pointed to the brown jacket. Jiang Han obediently retreated to the fitting room once more. When he emerged again, The atmosphere fell into silence yet again, but if his previous appearance in the suit conveyed an air of refined success, the brown jacket unveiled another facet of his charm. He now exuded a rugged, masculine, untamed, and commanding presence, reminiscent of a lion in the wild, an embodiment of raw, unconquerable beauty that accentuated his masculine allure. The women present couldn't help but feel their hearts race at the sight of Jiang Han. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely explosive. He resembles a cowboy from the American West. My idol. Please take my heart. I am willing to be your docile lamb, Dong Fan exclaimed, utterly losing control at the sight of Jiang Han. Had there not been so many people present, she would have likely thrown herself into his welcoming embrace. Fan, rein it in. That is my brother-in-law. Be careful, or my sister might come after you. Tang Yu glared at Dong Fan reproachfully. Upon hearing Tang Yu mention telling her sister, Dong Fan quickly regained her composure. My lady, I realize my error. Please do not disclose my earlier comments to your sister. I cannot possibly handle such a fierce woman, she pleaded. Tang Yu frequently recounted tales of her sister's formidable nature, instilling a sense of trepidation in Dong Fan towards Tang Wan. Bah, Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is fierce? If my sister hears you, you shall be in dire trouble, Tang Yu admonished, her irritation evident. Dear sister, it was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. I promise I will keep my comments to myself, Dong Fan hastily assured, desperate to avoid incurring Tang Yu's sister's wrath. Tang Yu nearly fainted, utterly bewildered by Dong Fan's words. This woman was becoming increasingly absurd, leaving her so exasperated that she could scarcely articulate a response. Jiang Han, caught in the crossfire of their verbal sparring, found himself both amused and bewildered. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Wan's reputation would be so tarnished in the eyes of these two. Even he, a grown man, began to harbor psychological reservations about future interactions with her. Waiter, come quickly. Our young Master Wang is here to view the garments. Hurry and attend to him. At that moment, a melodious voice emerged from the entrance of the clothing store. Everyone turned to see two elegantly dressed men in white entering, followed closely by 7 or 8 intimidating figures clad in black. They exuded an aura of menace. Leading the charge was the very man who had just spoken. Appearing handsome, yet somewhat effeminate, he was none other than Jiang Han, the son of Yin Luo Qi's uncle. Standing a short distance behind him was Wang Lei, the cousin of Wang Shida. It was through Wang Xiu's pressure that Jiang Han had previously compelled the other party to settle the staggering 1 billion yuan debt owed to the Yin family. Jiang Han had allied himself with Wang Lei due to the Wang family's comparable strength to the Yin family, seeking to challenge Yin Luo Qi and the family of his second uncle within the clan. He had sought external support, choosing to align with the Wang family, which was currently engaged in business dealings with the Yin family. Naturally, Wang Lei, the heir controlling their collaborative projects, became his prime ally. Jiang Han recognized Jiang Han at first glance, although he was unaware of the man's name. He knew he belonged to the Yin family. Sir, I am here to attend to you. A square-faced waiter rushed over, eager not to lose her chance. Jiang Han cast a disdainful glance at her and retorted, Get lost. Who do you think you are to attend to our young Master Wang? Bring us one of your most beautiful women. He dismissed the previously attentive waitress with a wave, leaving her momentarily dazed and speechless. The other waitstaff hesitated as they witnessed Jiang Han's imposing demeanor, none daring to approach him. You there, you look decent. Come here and attend to us. Jiang Han pointed at the waitress currently serving Jiang Han and his companions. Rather than shrinking in fear, she felt a surge of delight, proudly lifting her chin as she approached Jiang Han and his group. His attention clearly signaled an affirmation of her beauty. Furthermore, given the lavish attire of Jiang Han and his companions, it was evident they hailed from affluent families, and their shopping spree promised substantial commissions for her, not to mention the potential for generous tips. She swiftly abandoned Jiang Han and his party. Just as Jiang Han and Tang Wan were about to speak, Dong Fan interjected, Are you all ignoring the order of arrival? We were here first, and that waitress was attending to us. How can you just take her away? Dong Fan glared at Jiang Han with discontent. I just did. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, let that waitress continue to serve you. Jiang Han mocked as he regarded Dong Fan with derision. You, shameless. Dong Fan was rendered speechless by the man's taunts. You best watch your tongue. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Enraged by the insult, Yin Jianping's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Dong Fan. The latter, intimidated by the ferocity in Yin Jianping's eyes, instinctively recoiled. Go fetch the finest garments you have for our young Master Wang to try on. Yin Jianping commanded the waitress. She assessed Wang Lei and quietly replied, Sir, we have 2 new arrivals that were just tried on by the gentleman over there. They are quite stunning, given your physique. They would surely suit you well, that if you don't mind, I can have him remove them for you to try. Yes, that outfit he is wearing is one of them. I will fetch the other suit immediately. As she spoke, she made her way towards Jiang Han and the others. Jiang Han was utterly taken aback. The waitress who had just attended to him was now betraying them, attempting to sell the garments they had tried on to the newcomers. I think that jacket looks quite good. Let him take it off so I can try it. Wang Lei pointed at the brown jacket Jiang Han was wearing. You, hurry and remove it for young Master Wang. Yin Jianping arrogantly commanded Jiang Han, his tone domineering. And what if I refuse? Jiang Han was not one to relish conflict, yet the other party's attitude was so intolerable that he could not allow himself to back down. Oh, isn't this the scoundrel who was dumped by my cousin, that country bumpkin? How dare you enter such a place to buy clothes? Who gave you the audacity? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you even belong here? Hurry up and take off that jacket and leave, lest you embarrass yourself by being unable to pay. Yin Jianping recognized Jiang Han, his face twisting into a sneer. The surrounding crowd regarded Jiang Han with contempt. Meanwhile, Dong Fan and Tang Yu were filled with suspicion. How could Jiang Han, already betrothed to Tang Wan, also be entangled with another woman, only to be spurned? They found it perplexing. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your concern. Jiang Han replied softly. You think you're so brave? Huh. Young Master Wang has taken a liking to that jacket you're wearing. Take it off immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Yin Jianping's impatience was palpable. And what will you do if you are rude? I tried on first, if you wish to purchase it. You must wait your turn. Jiang Han had no desire to quarrel over a mere jacket, but the other party's arrogance ignited a spark of anger within him. You two, strip him of that jacket and give him a good beating. Let us see how arrogant he remains. Yin Jianping commanded the 2 black-clad men trailing behind him with a wave of his hand. They were clearly his bodyguards. Young Master Yin, we are all respectable individuals. How can we resort to violence in front of so many lovely ladies? That would be terribly uncivilized and might frighten the fair maidens present. Wang Lei suddenly caught sight of Tang Yu's lovely visage. Instantly captivated by her pure and enchanting beauty, his heart raced uncontrollably. As Wang Lei's words echoed, Yin Jianping's black-clad followers halted, refraining from taking further action against Jiang Han. Yin Jianping, ever obedient to Wang Lei, had no objections. I say, Miss Waitress, I have taken a liking to the jacket he is trying on. Which of you intends to sell it? Wang Lei sought to assert his dominance, confident that any reasonable person would recognize the stark disparity in status between him and Jiang Han, inevitably favoring the wealthy scion. Just as he had anticipated, the head waitress from Jinpeng Menswear immediately turned to Jiang Han and stated, Sir, if you do not intend to purchase, please remove that jacket. This gentleman wishes to try it on. In her eyes, Jiang Han appeared far from capable of affording their new arrivals. Before Wang Lei and his entourage had arrived, she had put considerable effort into closing a deal with Jiang Han. But now faced with someone evidently more affluent, she would not waste any further time on him. Moreover, if her performance today could win over someone like Wang Lei, she might reap unforeseen benefits in the future. How can you be so unreasonable? There should be a first-come, first-served basis for purchases. We arrive before them, so how can they just take our clothes? Dong Fan could not endure such treatment and boldly confronted the waitress. Can you even afford it? That jacket is priced at 150,000 yuan, not a few hundred or thousand. The waitress declared, revealing the highest retail price. In truth, the suggested price was 120,000 yuan, but she exaggerated to deter Jiang Han. Planning to offer Wang Lei and his friends the original price of 120,000 yuan afterward, thereby ingratiating herself with him. Both Tang Yu and Dong Fan were taken aback, although they recognized Jinpeng Menswear as an international brand with a hefty price tag. They had not anticipated it to be so exorbitantly priced. Young man, are you utterly dumbfounded? A miser like you has likely never encountered such a sum of money in your life. Are you so taken aback by the prospect of parting with so much cash? If you lack funds, you should quickly remove your clothing and leave. Do not obstruct our view. Jiang Han jeered at Jiang Han. Wang Lei and his subordinates looked at Jiang Han with disdain as well. At that moment, all the attendants of Jinping fashion cast scornful glances at Jiang Han, unable to fathom how this apparent country bumpkin could muster the audacity to enter their flagship store of an international men's clothing brand. Sir, if you cannot afford the payment, I kindly ask you to remove your clothing and return it to us. Otherwise, we may have to call the authorities, and you would then be liable for substantial damages and compensation for lost business. The attendant threatened. Observing Jiang Han's silence, she had completely concluded that he lacked the financial means to purchase their garments. Thus she showed him no courtesy whatsoever at that moment. Tang Yu regretted bringing Jiang Han to such an upscale venue. She had initially intended to enhance Jiang Han's image, hoping he would be worthy of her elder sister, without considering the economic limitations of someone from the countryside, fearing that Jiang Han might be ridiculed for his inability to pay. She prepared to use her own savings to cover his expenses. However, before she could voice her intentions, Jiang Han spoke up. Then, I'll take them, and add that suit to my purchase as well. Sir, are you certain? That suit is even more expensive than this jacket. It costs 200,000, and for 2 outfits, you would need to pay 350,000. The attendant stared at Jiang Han in disbelief. Isn't it just 350,000? I'll buy it all, Jiang Han replied, his eyes unblinking. Jiang Han, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of 350,000? That SA sum you could never hope to earn through a lifetime of labor. Jiang sneered, convinced that Jiang Han had gone mad. He and his uncle had sent people to investigate Jiang Han's background, discovering that he lived a meager existence in a remote mountain valley, tending to crops alongside a group of hermits. They could not believe he possessed such financial resources and would not accept that he could possibly pay such a hefty sum. You will see soon enough whether I can pay or not. Attendant, process the card, Jiang Han declared, pulling out a white bank card. The attendant stood frozen, realizing her attempt to pressure Jiang Han into retreating had backfired. If he truly produced the funds to purchase those 2 garments, she would have irreparably offended Wang Lei and his entourage, and the consequences would be dire. I am willing to pay double the price for those 2 outfits. Wang Lei, the illustrious heir of the Wang family, could not allow Jiang Han to embarrass him in front of so many witnesses. Without hesitation, he spoke up, determined to assert his family's pride through sheer financial might. That if this gentleman has bid higher, then the garments shall naturally belong to him. The lead attendant interjected, grateful for Wang Lei's timely intervention, that I will pay triple. 1,050,000. Jiang Han countered, unwilling to let Wang Lei prevail so easily. Jiang Han, you are quite the pretender. Do you even realize that 1,050,000 is enough to purchase an ordinary residence in Weiqing? That is a goal that takes an average person a lifetime to achieve. Can you truly afford such a sum? Jianping mocked again. Both Tang Yu and Dong Fan were taken aback by such a price, casting doubtful glances at Jiang Han, clearly incredulous that he could produce such an amount. I will offer quadruple. 450,000. Wang Lei declared without hesitation. The crowd erupted in astonished chatter at the staggering price for 2 outfits, and soon a throng gathered outside the store to witness the spectacle. Sir, if you cannot afford it, please promptly return the clothing to that gentleman. The lead attendant, noticing Jiang Han's momentary hesitation, hastily urged him. Ignoring her, Jiang Han casually stated, I will pay quintuple. 1,750,000. I will pay 6-fold. 2,100,000. Wang Lei refused to yield. Sister-in-law, perhaps we should reconsider this purchase. Such a price is truly excessive. Tang Yu observed as the price skyrocketed to 2,100,000. Even with her affluent background, she found it hard to justify such an expenditure. Indeed, Jiang Ge, spending so much on just 2 outfits seems unwise. We could buy numerous other high-end garments with that money, so why risk it all on a single purchase? Dong Fan, from a well-off family herself, admitted her shock at the exorbitant price. Young man, Even your companions doubt your financial prowess. I suggest you heed their advice and withdraw. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament with the store." Wang Lei chuckled with ill intent. "Thank you for the warning, young Master Wang, that I will offer eightfold." 800,000. Are you still in? Jiang Han provocatively challenged. Jiang Han, you must be jesting. With your pitiful appearance, can you truly produce 800,000. I suspect you are attempting to defraud us. Yan Jianping interjected, urging the attendants to call the authorities, fearing that Jiang Han might escape without consequence. In response to the escalating tension, the atmosphere became charged. Tang Yu and Dong Fan exchanged anxious glances, with Tang Yu contemplating calling her sister for assistance if Jiang Han proved unable to pay, for her own savings amounted to only 500,000. I will pay tenfold. 500,000. Wang Lei, unable to tolerate Jiang Han's provocation any longer, blurted out that I will offer 500,000. Young Master Wang, do you dare to match that? If not, I assure you, this matter shall remain confidential. Jiang Han erupted in a hearty laughter, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. This man insane? 500,000 for 2 garments. Surely, they must be crafted from gold. The onlookers murmured, incredulous at Jiang Han's boldness. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Wang Lei's expression darkened as he grappled with the unexpected turn of events. He had never anticipated that this seemingly destitute country bumpkin would dare to propose such an outrageous sum for garments that were far from justifying such a price. He found himself trapped in a dilemma. Accepting meant he would be labeled a fool, but refusing would tarnish his reputation, especially with Jiang Han's previous warning lingering in the air. If he backed down, word would spread throughout Weicheng that the esteemed heir of the Wang family had been intimidated by a mere country boy. Bring forth assistance to apprehend Jiang Han. I suspect he is deceiving the store and cannot afford the payment. We must detain him for questioning. Yan Jianping, sensing Wang Lei's predicament, prepared to intervene with force. Hold on. I will offer 600,000. Wang Lei finally declared, unwilling to resort to violence in front of the crowd. He sought to triumph over Jiang Han through financial means, convinced that he could not possibly produce such a sum. If Jiang Han were to pursue again, he would be prepared to employ the tactic of verifying capital, scrutinizing Jiang Han's bank card balance to completely unveil his deceitful machinations. He aimed to humiliate Jiang Han in public. Indeed, the financial prowess of this young Master Wang is formidable. He spent such a substantial sum without batting an eyelash. I dare say that lad is utterly flabbergasted now. What right does that nameless pawn have to compare himself with young Master Wang of the Tianlong group? To compare financial clout with young Master Wang is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Just look at his countenance. He resembles a country bumpkin, and I fear he couldn't muster 6 million even if he pooled together the wealth of his ancestors for 8 generations. Yes, 6 million could equate to 6 commercial apartments. That is the wealth of a resettlement household. What qualifications does that lad possess to afford such a sum? None of the onlookers had any faith in Jiang Han. They believed this contest should conclude here, with Jiang Han destined for defeat. Kid, it seems you've lost your bravado. The financial might of young Master Wang is beyond your reach. Hurry and kneel before young Master Wang, offering him 10 deep bows. Perhaps he might show you mercy later, or else I shall break your legs. Yan Jianping, eager to curry favor with Wang Lei, had already entertained the thought of teaching Jiang Han a lesson. Upon hearing Yan Jianping's words, Tang Yu and Dong Fan exchanged anxious glances. Tang Yu inwardly chastised Jiang Han, perplexed as to why he did not concede earlier, thereby avoiding Yan Jianping's wrath. She deemed it unworthy to be punished merely for the sake of purchasing 2 pieces of clothing. Are you still going to contest? Wang Lei taunted, seeing Jiang Han hesitating. Very well, as you wish. I shall forego these 2 garments. They are yours. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Han relinquished his claim, swiftly removing the brown jacket and the accompanying suit, hurling them directly at Wang Lei. The smug expression on Wang Lei's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a countenance as grim as one suffering from constipation. In an instant, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Jiang Han. It appeared that Jiang Han had never intended to purchase those 2 pieces of clothing. Rather, He had set a trap, leading Wang Lei step by step into it, ultimately rendering him the fool. The crowd was utterly taken aback by Jiang Han's clever maneuver. The sales personnel from Jinping Menswear and Yin Jianping had prepared to congratulate Wang Lei, but upon witnessing his icy demeanor, they swallowed their words in disbelief. "Kid, are you playing me for a fool?" Wang Lei glared at Jiang Han with malice. "On what grounds do you accuse me? It was your aggressive inflation of prices that laid the groundwork for this predicament. And now you cast blame upon me. I chose to withdraw, granting you your wish, yet instead of gratitude, you lament my actions. This is quite unreasonable, is it not? Have you, the scion of the Wang family, become some sort of psychopathic monster, convinced that whatever you do is right while all others are wrong?" Jiang Han retorted without reservation. "You speak nonsense. You clearly set the trap and awaited my fall. The price hike was part of your scheme." Wang Lei, having been swindled out of millions before so many witnesses, could hardly contain his fury. His earlier composure completely dissipated, replaced by raw anger. "That is your interpretation. I have never harbored such intentions, nor sought to ensnare you. I neither sought conflict nor shied away from it. Yet you monopolized the conversation. It seems that being a decent person is truly challenging. Being honest is even more so." Jiang Han sighed deliberately. His sigh elicited a wave of amusement from the onlookers, who suddenly grasped the implications of Wang Lei's predicament. The laughter was irresistible in the face of Jiang Han's humorous tone, echoing in Wang Lei's ears as clear derision. Having been unwittingly outmaneuvered by Jiang Han, Wang Lei found himself on the brink of an explosive rage, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. At that moment, Tang Yu and Dong Fan also realized that Jiang Han's previous demeanor had merely been a ruse to ensnare Wang Lei. They admired Jiang Han's cunning immensely. Dong Fan discreetly gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. Jiang Han was taken aback, realizing the depths of Wang Lei's malevolence, daring to conspire against young Master Wang. What a shameless scoundrel. No wonder he would resort to seizing Luo Xion's project funds. "Truly, a dog cannot change its nature," Yin Jianping scoffed. "Enough, you two, I have matters to attend to and shall not impede your transaction. Tang Yu, Dong Fan, let us depart." Jiang Han, unwilling to engage further with these two, turned to lead Tang Yu and Dong Fan away. "Halt! So it was you who persuaded my cousin to pressure me into settling the Yin family's 1 billion yuan project payment. Very well. Today we shall settle old scores and new grievances alike. Seize him." Wang Lei finally grasped Jiang Han's identity, having long been troubled by the issue of his cousin, Wang Xiu, compelling him to pay the Yin family. Had it not been for that person, his plan to compel Yin Luo Qi into submission would have nearly succeeded, only to end in futility. His enmity toward Jiang Han ran deep. To his dismay, having been outsmarted by Jiang Han again, his patience was at an end. Yin Jianping, upon hearing Wang Lei's words, paused momentarily. It dawned on him that Jiang Han had not lied. The 1 billion yuan project payment was indeed reclaimed by him. However, although shocked, he felt no remorse toward Jiang Han. Rather, as an ally of his uncle, he had to conceal this truth, denying Jiang Han any opportunity to enter the Yin family as a son-in-law. Otherwise, his cousin's standing would be irrevocably shaken. The dozen or so black-clad henchmen behind Wang Lei, upon receiving his command, swiftly encircled Jiang Han. The demeanor of these thugs indicated they possessed formidable skills. Their positioning was meticulous, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Jiang Han. Yet their performance only served to elevate Jiang Han's regard for Wang Lei, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary individual. One could discern the depth of his cunning from the choice of henchmen. The group soon enclosed Jiang Han, gradually tightening the circle. Although their movements were slow, they were executed with precision and order. Witnessing the multitude converging upon Jiang Han, Tang Yu and Dong Fan felt their hearts leap into their throats. Tang Wan discreetly withdrew her phone, ready to call the police at the opportune moment to rescue Jiang Han. Jiang Han observed the encroaching figures, making no move, merely standing there nonchalantly. Just when everyone anticipated that the assailants would capture Jiang Han and deliver a sound beating, the henchmen sprang into action, simultaneously launching their fists toward him. Their punches fell in perfect unison, as if they had been carved from the same mold. The The speed of their attack was astonishing, catching many off guard as their fists struck Jiang Han's body. This was a 360-degree assault with no blind spots. Even if Jiang Han possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be unable to cope, much less with just 2 arms and 2 legs. No one harbored hope for Jiang Han's counterattack. They believed he was surely doomed, perhaps even facing the loss of his life. This time, Jiang Han did not retaliate at all. The fists crashed upon him like meteors. Jianggu! Tang Yu and Dong Fan cried out in near-simultaneous panic. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, lamenting in their hearts why a mere commoner like Jiang Han would provoke such affluent airs. Risking his life for something so trivial, Yin Jianpain and Wang Lei wore smug smiles, unperturbed by the potential for a fatal outcome. With their family's influence, they could easily distance themselves from the incident, leaving Jiang Han to bear the consequences of his actions. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the fist collided with Jiang Han's body, a dull thud resonated, and astonishingly, all the attackers were flung back by the force of his body. In an instant, Jiang Han leaped into their midst, and amidst the sounds of a fierce melee, all of Wang Lei's henchmen were toppled to the ground, completely incapacitated. They gazed at Jiang Han as if he were a devil, their hearts filled with trepidation. The arena fell into a profound silence. All present were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Jiang Han could exhibit such ferocity, single-handedly enduring the assault of a dozen of Wang's elite fighters, and furthermore, effortlessly defeating them. Jianggu is magnificent. Jianggu is imposing. Jianggu fights splendidly. This is so satisfying. Jianggu is invincible. Dong Fan, brimming with excitement, leaped in place, cheering exuberantly. Though Tang Wan felt joy for Jiang Han, she remained pragmatic, aware that individuals from prominent families like the Wang and Yin clans were not to be trifled with. Defeating 10 could easily attract even more adversaries. Thus, her heart grew heavier. Devoid of any semblance of ease, she tugged at Dong Fan's sleeve, and upon noticing her serious expression, Dong Fan quieted down somewhat. Jiang Han, after vanquishing Wang Lei's sycophants, slowly approached Wang Lei, remarking as he walked, "This world still adheres to reason. Not every issue can be resolved through brute force. Young Master Wang, would you not agree?" As Jiang Han drew nearer, Wang Lei instinctively retreated a few steps, utterly astonished by Jiang Han's formidable prowess. The individuals he painstakingly selected from among ex-soldiers, trained by experts, were no match for Jiang Han. Wang Lei's gaze towards Jiang Han turned increasingly grave, and in that moment he realized that Jiang Han was likely far more complex than he appeared. Otherwise, how could his proud cousin possibly lend her assistance to him? "You, young man, do not presume that your martial skills render you above the law. This country upholds legal principles. Should you inflict harm upon others, you shall inevitably face the consequences." Although Yin Jianpain was overwhelmed with shock, he nonetheless mustered the courage to stand before Jiang Han with 2 subordinates. His voice slightly strained. "I am merely acting in self-defense. It was your group that initiated the aggression. Even if I were to incapacitate you now, I would have the law on my side." Jiang Han could hardly tolerate the plundering logic that these wealthy scions espoused, wherein the privileged were allowed to act with impunity while the common folk were silenced. He retorted with a sardonic tone. Yin Jianpain found himself at a loss for words. "Be egone. Today, I shall spare you, but should I encounter you again wielding your influence to bully others, I fear your fortune will not hold." Jiang Han spoke coldly. "Let us depart." Wang Lei gestured dismissively, preparing to lead his entourage away. "Ah, young Master Wang, you have yet to settle payment for your purchases. You cannot leave." The head server hastily pursued them, recalling that Wang Lei had just offered an exorbitant 6 million for 2 items from their store. This news would undoubtedly reach the ears of the owner, and should she allow Wang Lei and his group to leave unscathed, she might face the risk of unemployment. Thus, despite her fear of Wang Lei and his companions, she charged forward in desperation. "You vile wretch! Do you know who we are, daring to obstruct us? If you do not leave, I shall see to it that you regret it." Before Wang Lei could speak, Yin Jianpain rushed forward to confront the head server, his tone menacing. This is the demeanor of the illustrious Yin family scion from Weicheng, preying upon a mere clothing saleswoman. And you, the esteemed heir of the Wang family, flaunting your wealth by purchasing those garments for 6 million in front of so many witnesses that you truly intend to abscond without payment. If so, I suspect the news will spread like wildfire tomorrow. Both young Master Wang and young Master Yin will gain infamy across Weiqing. Jiang Han was not about to let these two leave so easily. Otherwise, his carefully laid trap would have been in vain. Jiang Han, you wait. This matter is far from over. I shall return what you have done today tenfold. Wang Lei declared, instructing his companion, Xiao Sun, go settle the bill. With that, Wang Lei and his entourage departed. Once they were gone, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiastic applause as the onlookers, ordinary citizens, had long grown weary of the oppression inflicted by the wealthy upon the less fortunate. Jiang Han's fearless stand against their arrogance had brought them a sense of justice, and he emerged as a hero in the eyes of the crowd. Thank you. At that moment, the head server approached Jiang Han, bowing an apology, clearly aware that had it not been for Jiang Han's final words, Wang Lei would never have paid such a hefty sum for those garments, leaving her to face the consequences of potential dismissal and own need for thanks. Jiang Han replied, gesturing for Tang Yu and Dong Fan to depart with him. Sir, please do not rush. I've already consulted with the owner, who has agreed to arrange a transfer from another store at a 50% discount. If you still desire those 2 garments, we can have them delivered within 20 minutes. The server quickly interjected as Jiang Han prepared to leave. That sounds splendid. Please proceed with the arrangements. Tang Yu, seizing the opportunity, was unwilling to let it slip away, having initially brought Jiang Han to shop for clothes. Xiao Yu, why not also consider a shirt and shoes for your brother-in-law? Dong Fan suggested eagerly. If it weren't for my brother Jiang, they would have left without paying that we have provided you with substantial benefits. Why not let us browse a few more items, and you can offer us the same discount? Dong Fan pressed. Well, let me consult with the owner. The server hesitated. Certainly. Dong Fan waved grandly. Soon, the server returned with the owner's approval for Jiang Han to purchase additional items at half price. Ultimately, Jiang Han spent 250,000 on a suit, a jacket, a pair of casual trousers, 2 shirts, 2 sets of undergarments, a pair of leather shoes, and a pair of casual shoes, essentially acquiring 2 complete outfits as they prepared to leave with their purchases. A portly middle-aged man entered the store from outside. His complexion appeared somewhat dark, and he bore a weary expression. Boss, you have arrived. This is Mr. Jiang. The head server rushed to greet the man, pointing to Jiang Han for introduction. What a surprise to see you, Mr. Jiang. My name is Lu Hang, and I am the owner of this chain of clothing stores. I had the pleasure of witnessing your remarkable victory over Weiqing's top gambling stone expert, Yang Xiong, at the Yusher market. I have yet to forget that moment and hold you in the highest regard. Earlier, Xiao Zhou informed me of your solitary stand against the heirs of the Wang and Yin families, compelling them to pay for their purchases. I was compelled to come meet you and reconnect with an old acquaintance. Lu Hang extended his hand, eager to shake Jiang Han's hand. Taken aback by the man's enthusiasm, Jiang Han could only reciprocate the gesture. Mr. Jiang, since you are here, I have a small request. Might you be able to assist me? What is it? Jiang Han inquired, noting the earnestness in Lu Hang's demeanor. It is this. Recently, I have been plagued by an unsettling sensation while I sleep, as though someone lurks outside my door. The windows are incessantly rattled, especially on rainy nights when the noise intensifies. I have checked to find nothing amiss, and I have consulted numerous priests, monks, and feng shui masters, yet none have offered any clarity. I find myself increasingly tormented, often awakened from sleep by a haunting sound of a woman weeping, a sound that is both sorrowful and chilling, rendering me too frightened to sleep. Lu Hang sighed heavily. Why not simply relocate? Jiang Han queried. It is futile. My house is in the northern outskirts, and I have been residing in the southern outskirts recently. Yet, I am still disturbed by that wailing sound at night. Have you inquired with your family members if they are experiencing the same phenomenon? Yes, my wife and daughter are both troubled by it as well. Lu Hang replied helplessly to Mr. Jiang, I am at my wit's end. I have sought help throughout Weiqing, but everyone seems equally powerless. I have heard that gambling stone experts possess the ability to see what ordinary folk cannot. So I humbly implore you to assist my family and me. Tang Wan, Dong Fan, and the others, upon hearing Lu Hang's account, turned pale, instinctively distancing themselves from him in fear. "Very well. Lead me to your ancestral home." "I shall take a look. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Please follow me." Jiang Han instructed Tang Yu and Dong Fan to return to school while he accompanied Lu Hang to the northern outskirts of Weikyung. As the car traversed the distance. The bustling city gradually receded, the buildings on either side diminishing in height, giving way to patches of farmland where laborers toiled. Jiang Han was astonished to discover that Lu Hang's ancestral home lay so far from the city. "Essentially in the countryside, Mr. Jiang. We shall arrive shortly. It should only take another 10 minutes, so please bear with me," Lu Hang assured him, concerned that Jiang Han might grow impatient and own need for such formality. "You may simply call me Jiang Han. That would be inappropriate. You are now the undisputed champion of Weiqing's gambling stones, a master in your own right. How could I dare to address you so casually?" Jiang Han remained silent, as he was indifferent to these superficial formalities. If the other party insisted, he would simply acquiesce. Suddenly, as the car made a sharp turn, a massive earthen mound came into view. This mound was quite peculiar, for not a single tree grew upon it, nor was there even a blade of grass to be seen. Only the dense, yellow earth was visible. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Sensing that this place was unusual, "May I inquire, Boss Lu, what is the origin of this earthen hill?" "I am not entirely certain either," Lu Hang replied. "The locals simply refer to it as the Martyr's Tomb. It is said that after Emperor Qin dispatched General Meng Tian with 300,000 iron cavalry to defeat the Xiongnu, all the soldiers who perished in battle were buried here. It is rumored that there are over 10,000 of them. And every year during the Qingming festival, the local villagers come to pay their respects to the fallen heroes. Our family resides not far from this martyr's tomb. Why do you choose to live here? With your current wealth, you could easily relocate," Jiang Han pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Typically, when people acquire wealth, they tend to sell or abandon their ancestral homes, moving to the city instead. It is rare for anyone to continue residing in their old dwellings. "That is not an option for us," Lu Hang asserted. "That it has been passed down through generations that our family's prosperity is attributed to the favorable feng shui of this location. Should we leave, our fortunes would dwindle, and misfortune would befall us. Thus, regardless of how affluent we become, the Lu family has never left our ancestral home." Jiang Han refrained from passing judgment on the Lu family's choices, remaining silent as he contemplated whether the strange occurrences Lu Hang had encountered were connected to the distant martyr's tomb. Before long, Lu Hang drove Jiang Han to a prominent European-style villa. This 6-room residence boasted 4 stories and exuded a fashionable elegance. "Mr. Jiang, this is my home." Lu Hang gestured towards the house. Jiang Han observed the structure, surmising that Lu Hang's business must be thriving. Otherwise, he would not possess the financial means to construct such a beautiful abode. "Shall we take a look at your room?" Jiang Han suggested, lacking interest in touring the villa, eager instead to uncover the mystery surrounding Lu Hang's home. Lu Hang led him to a room on the left side of the first floor. Jiang Han surveyed the room, but found nothing particularly remarkable, as he merely sensed that the temperature in this chamber seemed unusually low, indicating a deficiency of yang energy. "Mr. Jiang, have you noticed anything?" Lu Hang inquired, his tone tinged with anticipation. "Nothing of significance as of yet," Jiang Han replied, shaking his head as he continued to examine the surroundings. Lu Hang felt a wave of disappointment. He had heard similar sentiments countless times before from various feng shui masters, Taoists, and monks he had consulted, that he longed for Jiang Han to provide him with a different perspective, one that would instill a sense of hope. "Does the temperature in this room remain consistently low?" "Indeed, it remains cooler here than in other locations, even during the sweltering months of July and August," Lu Hang explained. Jiang Han nodded slightly, deep in thought. Just then, a mournful bird call pierced the air. They both turned to see a small bird soaring high above suddenly veer towards the window of Lu Hang's home. With a sickening thud, the bird collided with the glass, its skull shattering upon impact, splattering blood across the window pane before it plummeted to the ground below. The unexpected spectacle startled both Lu Hang and Jiang Han. They rushed to the window, only to find the bird's lifeless body crumpled on the ground, its form rigid. Jiang Han gazed at the corpse of the bird, descending once more into contemplation. "Mr. Jiang, Do you discern anything? Lu Heng asked urgently, his voice trembling, clearly shaken by the recent events. What time do these strange phenomena typically occur? Jiang Han queried. At midnight. Lu Heng replied with certainty. Very well. I shall stay here with you tonight and observe the situation at midnight. Jiang Han declared. That would be a considerable inconvenience, Mr. Jiang. Lu Heng exclaimed. There's no need for such formality. Jiang Han reassured him. After they had dined, the two sat at the edge of the bed, engaging in casual conversation. Before they knew it, the clock struck 11:50. Jiang Han instantly became alert, preparing to witness any forthcoming anomalies. As midnight approached, a series of rapid tapping sounds echoed against the window. Upon hearing it, Lu Heng's expression turned to one of terror, his body trembling slightly. Jiang Han scrutinized the window, remaining motionless as he observed the source of the commotion. With the passage of time, the tapping grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, Lu Heng's demeanor shifted. He appeared dazed, his eyes reddening as if bloodshot, completely losing his sense of awareness. Jiang Han called to him several times, but Lu Heng remained unresponsive. Slowly, Lu Heng rose and began to walk toward the door. Prompting Jiang Han to follow closely, he watched as Lu Heng moved outside, approaching a rock formation in the backyard, where he appeared poised to ram his head against one of the stones. In an instant, Jiang Han dashed forward, seizing Lu Heng's arm and, with a swift motion, struck the small, dark stone with a palm strike infused with genuine energy. The impact produced a resounding crack, causing the stone to tumble to the ground. To Jiang Han's astonishment, the stone began to move, as if attempting to flee. At that moment, Lu Heng regained his senses, staring at the bizarre scene before him, utterly speechless. He had never witnessed a stone trying to escape. Jiang Han, unwilling to let it slip away, unleashed another palm strike. Not a typical strike, but one that conjured a cloud of energy resembling white mist, enveloping the fleeing stone. The stone's speed was no match for the energy Jiang Han had summoned. And soon the mist enveloped it entirely, transforming into a fiery blaze that began to consume the stone. Mr. Lu, you should return to your room. I fear danger may arise shortly. Lu Heng, now fully alert, was awestruck by Jiang Han's extraordinary abilities. Likening him to a celestial being, he hurriedly retreated to his room, fearing for his safety. Jiang Han's intent in sending Lu Heng away was to prevent his techniques from being seen, as he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, in this world, the majority were ordinary people, while practitioners of martial arts were a rare breed. As the flames continued to engulf the stone, it emitted a series of unsettling, rustling sounds. Jiang Han paid no heed, fixated on the intensifying blaze. I beseech you, esteemed elder, spare my life. The black stone unexpectedly voiced a woman's plea. What manner of being are you? Jiang Han inquired. I believe I am a member of the Phantom Clan. Though my mind feels somewhat muddled, and I cannot recall clearly, the voice replied. Jiang Han's heart raced. He recalled having seen such markings on the wall of an abandoned Taoist temple at the Four Corners platform. One side depicted a ghostly woman, while the other illustrated a fierce demoness. They appeared to be locked in battle amidst an ocean of blood, littered with severed heads, their expressions twisted in terror. At that time, Jiang Han had given little thought to the painting, but now, upon hearing of the existence of the Phantom Clan, he was compelled to re-evaluate that image. Why do you hide within this stone and harm others? Jiang Han pressed that, oh dear, esteemed elder, please extinguish this flame at once, lest I be reduced to ashes. The woman's voice grew increasingly desperate. Jiang Han then waved his hand, causing the fiery aura surrounding the black stone to dissipate. From the stone, a wisp of azure smoke began to rise, morphing before Jiang Han into the shape of a woman. Her figure graceful, her features exquisite. She was indeed a stunning beauty at this moment. The woman appeared somewhat haggard, her form ethereal, as if she might vanish at any moment. Through inquiry, Jiang Han learned that this woman could only recall arriving in this world after being injured and inadvertently becoming sealed within a black stone. Subsequently, she was discovered and brought back by an ancestor of the Lu family, placed here. Due to the passage of time, her body had suffered tremendous deterioration, and she was on the verge of perishing. Unexpectedly, a crack had appeared in the black stone that sealed her, weakening the seal and granting her a glimmer of hope for escape. However, her internal deficiencies rendered her incapable of breaking free on her own. In her desperation to flee, she devised a plan to absorb the life force of the Liu family, thereby replenishing her energy to aid in her escape from confinement. This ultimately led to her intimidating the Liu family, leaving them mentally exhausted. She then employed mental manipulation to lure them to her side, thereby executing her scheme I can spare your life and assist you in recovery, but you must remain within that stone and stay by my side. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to destroy you. Although Jiang Han felt a twinge of sympathy for this ghostly woman, he could not afford to release her without fully understanding her true nature and intentions. To do so might invite unforeseen troubles upon this planet. Thank you, esteemed elder, for sparing my life. If you can truly help me recover, I am willing to accept your terms and serve as your maid. In the future, should my master require my assistance, I will gladly help. The ghostly woman replied. Very well. What is your name? Jiang Han inquired. I recall that I am called Du Gu Shan. You may call me Shan Shan. She responded. All right. I see that your injuries are quite severe. You should return to the Black Stone to recuperate. I shall keep the stone with me and periodically supply you with spiritual energy to aid your healing. Thank you, master. With that, Du Gu Shan swiftly entered the Black Stone. Jiang Han picked up the stone, closed his eyes to set several restrictions upon it, infused it with a strand of true energy, and then placed it in his coat pocket. He turned and walked toward Liu Hang's room. Upon seeing Jiang Han approach, Liu Hang hurriedly emerged. Master Jiang, have you subdued the creature? He asked. The malevolent entity has been sealed by me. Rest assured, you and your family shall be safe from now on. You may bring them home, Jiang Han replied softly. Really? Thank you so much, Master Jiang. Here is 1.25 million. 1 million is our family's gratitude to you. And 250,000 is for your clothing expenses. You have done so much for us today. We insist you accept these gifts. You have already given me a discount for the clothing. There is no need for such generosity. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. Our lives are in your debt. How can we possibly accept payment for a mere few garments? Master Jiang, please do not refuse. Accept it. Liu Hang insisted, forcing the bank card into Jiang Han's hand. Jiang Han, not wanting to seem ungrateful, accepted it without further protest. Master Jiang, the password for that card is 6 zeros. That I will leave you my number for future contact, Liu Hang said as they exchanged numbers. Liu Hang then provided Jiang Han with a room to rest. The following morning, as Jiang Han awoke, he found Liu Hang, along with his wife and daughter, waiting for him in the hall. The woman appeared to be a well-preserved middle-aged woman in her 30s, while their daughter, likely in her late teens, looked like a high school student, tall and fair-skinned, embodying the best features of both parents, with a pure and lovely countenance. Master Jiang, you are awake. This is my wife, Pan Hong, and this is my daughter, Lu Jiao. Please greet Master Jiang. He is our family's savior. Liu Hang introduced them. Pan Hong and Lu Jiao immediately stood to greet Jiang Han. After having breakfast with the Liu family, Jiang Han was driven back to his residence by Liu Hang. Just as he set his belongings down, his phone rang. It was a call from Tang Yu to brother-in-law. Something terrible has happened. My sister is in grave trouble. You must come to her aid. Tang Yu's anxious voice came through the line as soon as he answered. What has happened? Please explain in detail, Jiang Han replied, feeling a surge of tension through Tang Yu's account. Jiang Han pieced together the unfolding events. Today marked the trial date for Tang Wan's newly launched cosmetics line. Her company had gathered 100 volunteers to test the new products. However, upon arriving at Tang Wan's cosmetics company early that morning, the testers were met with an unforeseen disaster. Inexplicable red rashes appeared on their faces. It seemed as though the affliction was contagious, swiftly spreading over their entire faces, horrified by the damage to their appearances. The testers erupted in outrage, demanding Tang Wan provide an explanation. She had been cornered by the irate crowd, which included friends and family of the affected individuals, rendering her unable to leave the company premises. The situation was dire. The rash was spreading beyond the faces of the testers, with some even extending to their necks. If a solution was not found soon, the agitated crowd might resort to extreme actions against Tang Wan. Given that her company had a small staff, predominantly female, they were ill-equipped to handle the escalating chaos. Meanwhile, more testers were calling in their relatives to join the fray, and some were even contacting the media, pushing the situation toward uncontrollable chaos. Despite his usual composure, Jiang Han felt a surge of anxiety at Tang Yu's words that he needed to act swiftly to rescue Tang Wan. Her life could be in jeopardy. After ending the call, he hurried toward Gao Xian Road in the western part of the city, where Tang Wan's cosmetics company was located. To save time, he hailed a taxi. Throughout the ride, he urged the driver to go faster. Frustrated by his impatience, the driver glared and threatened to kick him out of the cab. Jiang Han quickly flashed 2 crisp bills at the driver, and the man's demeanor transformed, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Without another word, the driver accelerated, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at Gao Xian Road. As Jiang Han stepped out of the taxi, he was met with a daunting sight. A massive crowd of at least 400 to 500 people had gathered outside the office building of the cosmetics company. Their agitation palpable. Concerned for Tang Wan's safety, he rushed toward the throng. The security guard at the entrance paid him no mind, calmly sipping tea and watching television. Jiang Han noted the guard's demeanor. He recognized that such indifference during a crisis indicated a lack of loyalty to the company, and such a guard could not be retained. Upon reaching the office building, Jiang Han found the entrance surrounded by a tumultuous crowd, clamoring for Tang Wan to emerge and provide answers. The large door, already flimsy, was being battered and kicked repeatedly, showing signs of deformity and threatening to give way at any moment, should the door collapse. The crowd would surge inside, putting Tang Wan in grave danger. Jiang Han attempted to push through the crowd, but found himself shoved back. Unable to enter through the front, he decided to seek a rear entrance to check on Tang Wan's condition. He hoped to ascertain her safety before proceeding with any further actions. To his dismay, he discovered that there was no door at the rear of the building, thwarting his plan to have Tang Yu let him in. Surveying the area for alternatives, he noticed an open window. Without hesitation, he leaped toward it, propelling himself off the wall with a few agile kicks, launching himself toward the window like a projectile. Fortunately, the window was wide enough and lacked any protective bars, allowing him to slip inside effortlessly and land firmly on the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback to find himself face to face with a stunning girl with large eyes. She had just exited the restroom and was headed toward the sink to wash her hands when they nearly collided. "Ah, pervert!" she screamed. "Help! Someone quickly apprehend that rogue!" The young woman cried out, her hands reaching toward Jiang Han's face. Startled, Jiang Han had not anticipated that in his eagerness to rescue Tang Wan, he would rush in without pausing by the window, only to come face to face with a woman emerging from the restroom, who promptly mistook him for a lecher. His expression twitched momentarily. However, he had no time to explain. He sidestepped her attack and leaped out of the restroom. The girl, having grasped at thin air, looked ahead only to find him vanished. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she thought she must be hallucinating until she noticed the sizable footprints of a man on the floor, confirming that someone indeed had intruded into the women's restroom. She resumed her cries for help. Catch the pervert! Yet at this moment, Jiang Han had already ascended to the 3rd floor, deducing that the office of General Manager Tang Wan would likely be situated there. His assumption proved accurate. Tang Wan's office was indeed located at the far west end of the 3rd floor. Inside the office stood a group of individuals, surrounding Tang Wan with an air of impending doom. "General Manager Tang, I believe we should flee at once. The situation has escalated severely. If they break in, our lives could be at stake, especially yours," a somewhat gaunt woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. "Indeed, General Manager Tang, preserving our lives is paramount. We should escape and lay low until the chaos subsides," another woman, sporting a short haircut, added, her voice trembling. "Yes, those outside are on the brink of madness, each one more ferocious than the last. Having lost their wits, if they capture us, it could very well be the end for all of us. We must find a way to escape," a young woman in her 20s stated, fear etched across her features. "Escape? The area outside is swarming with them. Where are we supposed to go?" a young man retorted with irritation. "We can open the window at the back of the building and climb over the rear wall. It's our only chance for survival. If they gather and surround us completely, we will be trapped like fish in a barrel, utterly at their mercy." An anxious middle-aged man in work attire insisted. I disagreed. In these trying times, we must focus on resolving the current predicament and finding a way to alleviate the injuries on those affected. Only then can we truly quell this crisis. Fleeing will not solve anything. It will only exacerbate the situation. A resolute man in his 40s interjected, cutting through the chatter. Director who? While your reasoning is sound, can you actually remedy the injuries on their faces? Another man, stout in stature, challenged that, if not, please refrain from discussing matters that are irrelevant and unhelpful. Those outside have lost their sanity that if they break in, what chance do we have of survival? He pressed. Director who fell silent. Clearly lacking a solution, Deputy Director Gao is right. We should make our escape swiftly. Preserving our lives takes precedence. The others urged Tang Wan, evidently pressuring her as the general manager. General Manager Tang, perhaps we should flee after all? A bespectacled young woman, clearly Tang Wan's secretary, suggested. Sister, we must escape. If the company fails, we can always rebuild it. But if we lose our lives, we lose everything. Tang Yu, standing nearby with tears glimmering in her eyes, added that as Tang Wan's sister, she understood her sister's distress acutely. When their sister had been reassigned to Weicheng, she had taken over the faltering Tang family's beauty cosmetics company, tirelessly working day and night to revive it. Through her sister's relentless efforts, the company had not only survived but thrived, achieving astonishing sales figures of 50 million annually with profits exceeding 20 million, just as her sister was poised to expand production and increase profits. Progressing toward their grandfather's ambitious goal of 300 billion in net profit, they found themselves facing this catastrophe, forcing her to abandon all she had built for her own escape. Such a notion was simply unacceptable. Let those who wish to flee go to the general manager of this company. I refuse to abandon it that I will confront this crisis head-on, regardless of whether I can resolve the current issues. I will remain here, standing with the company through thick and thin, Tang Wan declared wearily, her internal turmoil evident. Many found themselves hesitating, fully aware that fleeing might jeopardize their livelihoods should the company survive this crisis. Yet, failing to escape posed a direct threat to their lives. General Manager, take care. My brothers and I will not stay. Those who wish to escape, follow me, Gao Debao announced, gesturing for a group of 7 or 8 men to join him. Deputy Director Gao, we must hurry. We won't have time if we linger, a man in blue work attire urged, clearly one of the factory workers. Let us go, Gao Debao declared without hesitation, turning to lead his group away. General Manager, will you not stop them? The workshop director, Hu Gang, lamented as he watched his key personnel depart. If they wish to leave, let them. If anyone else wishes to follow Deputy Director Gao's lead and escape, do so swiftly. Do not waste time. Tang Wan replied with an impassive gesture. Then take care, General Manager. I'm off. Soon after, over 20 individuals bid farewell and left. The office was soon left with only a handful of people. Watching her departing subordinates, Tang Wan's gaze turned hollow. Miss Tang, allow me to step in and resolve this matter. Jiang Han, who had been observing from a distance, finally approached. Once he confirmed Tang Wan was unharmed, his anxiety dissipated. He had a plan to address her current predicament, and he had refrained from rushing in to gauge her composure and decision-making under pressure, as well as to discern the loyalty of those around her. As Jiang Han's words hung in the air, all eyes turned to him, filled with skepticism. They regarded the young man who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere and boldly claimed he could resolve what everyone in the beauty cosmetics company deemed insurmountable. Their expressions reflected disdain, categorizing him as overconfident and naive. Brother Jiang, you're here, Tang Yu exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him, aware of her sister's formidable reputation and refraining from calling him brother-in-law in front of the others. Tang Yu, come here, Tang Wan interjected, surprised by her sister's apparent familiarity with Jiang Han, particularly in such a public setting. Tang Yu, realizing she had been overly enthusiastic, retreated to her sister's side, refraining from further conversation, but sending Jiang Han a brief. Shy glance. Tang Wan looked up at Jiang Han, taken aback by his striking appearance today. His hair styled high, adorned in a golden jacket and black casual pants, bestowing upon him an air of dashing elegance. Even she, the daughter of the Tang family who had encountered countless affluent heirs, felt a twinge of admiration, though her face betrayed none of it. Jiang Han, how did you find your way here? She inquired, puzzled. The entire office building was surrounded, the doors barred. It was a mystery how he had gained entry. She could surmise that Tang Yu's earlier demeanor suggested she had tipped him off regarding the unfolding situation. And she would need to question her sister about her newfound closeness to Jiang Han later. I'll explain later. Right now, our priority is to address the issue at hand. Jiang Han remarked. Jiang Han, I must remind you that this is not a place for jesting. You claim you can resolve the issues at hand. Pray tell, how do you intend to do so? Tang Yuan furrowed her brows slightly. She had little patience for those who were brash and self-important. While she was pleased to have Jiang Han's assistance, the challenges they faced were so formidable that even the company's research and development teams struggled to find solutions. How could a mere novice, completely unacquainted with cosmetics, possibly address such complex problems? His overconfident assertions irked her. I am not jesting. I can alleviate the allergic reactions caused by the trial cosmetics, Jiang Han declared. How can you ascertain that it is indeed an allergy and not a result of the corrosive nature of the cosmetics themselves? A tall, slender man, who possessed a certain handsome charm, interjected. His name was Ho Donglin, a doctoral graduate from the United States and the chief product researcher at the Myriad Cosmetics Company, that he was the head of the R&D department, a technical expert at the firm. And the developer of the new cosmetic line they were launching, he had garnered significant admiration from Tang Yuan and was also her suitor. Seeing Jiang Han, this unexpected intruder, boldly assert he could resolve the issues that even he, a well-trained specialist, could not, filled him with indignation. He had personally examined the injuries of the trial users, which appear to be quite severe, far beyond a mere allergic reaction, and more akin to chemical corrosion. He immediately voiced his skepticism. Severe allergic reactions can indeed lead to symptoms of skin ulceration that I do not wish to elaborate further. Tang Yuan, please trust me. I have the means to remedy the symptoms afflicting those trial users. Jiang Han insisted, not wishing to engage in a protracted debate. His priority was to address the issues at hand swiftly. Your assertions are far too superficial. I have yet to encounter such extreme allergic reactions. And there are no medical records globally that document anything similar. To dismiss it as merely an allergic response is clearly an oversimplification. If you proceed with your proposed methods, it could lead to disastrous consequences, even endangering lives. You must not heed his words, Tang. Ho Donglin vehemently countered. Since he could not present a solution, he would never allow another man the opportunity to do so, unwilling to risk any chance of Jiang Han impressing his beloved Tang Yuan. What if I told you that alongside the allergic reactions, a corrosive ingredient has been added to your cosmetics? Jiang Han challenged. Impossible. I have thoroughly tested all the ingredients in the new cosmetics, and none exhibit corrosive properties. Ho Donglin retorted. You have only tested the corrosiveness on normal skin. You have not assessed the effects on skin that has already been sensitized. Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, having studied chemistry and pharmacology alongside his brothers under the guidance of his master in the mountains. He possessed a profound understanding of drug reactions. That is preposterous. You speak of metaphysics without any theoretical foundation. If you possess any competence, produce a medical report. Ho Donglin was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Han's assertions. He recognized that Jiang Han's claims could indeed hold merit. Yet as the foremost pharmacist at Myriad Cosmetics, how could he allow himself to be overshadowed by this wild youth in front of Tang Yuan? Thus, he continued to refute Jiang Han's claims. Enough of this bickering. Let us proceed as Jiang Han suggests. Jiang Han, let us know what assistance you require, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Tang Yuan interjected, feeling a headache from the ongoing dispute. Tang, you must not heed his advice. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. Ho Donglin urgently cautioned as he saw Tang Yuan leaning towards Jiang Han's suggestions. Dr. Ho, can you present a solution? If you can, we will follow your lead, Tang Yuan inquired earnestly. Well, Ho Donglin was rendered speechless. Jiang Han, please articulate how we can assist you. Tang Yuan turned her attention back to Jiang Han. Ignoring Ho Donglin, I require everyone to bring forth their wash basins and ensure they are thoroughly cleaned, free of any impurities. That I will first wash the trial users' faces with clean water, and I also need several medicinal herbs. I would appreciate your help in procuring them, Jiang Han instructed. Those in the pharmacy department stay behind. Everyone else, Go find basins, clean them, and fill them with fresh water on the first floor, Tang Wan commanded with authority. Ultimately, only 3 members from the pharmacy department, including Ho Donglin, remained in the office. Dr. Ho, you should also fetch a basin, Tang Wan urged, wanting to avoid further conflict between Ho Donglin and Jiang Han. With a furious glare directed at Jiang Han, Ho Donglin stormed off. Even Jiang Han, despite his usual naivety, could discern that Ho Donglin seemed intent on undermining him, though he paid it no mind. Jiang Han took out paper and pen, jotting down the required herbs for the 2 pharmacy staff members. Upon seeing the list, their faces lit up with smiles, for the herbs Jiang Han needed were readily available in their department, sparing them the need to venture outside and face potential risks. Tang, I must share something. I encountered a lecher in the restroom just now, but thankfully I was bold enough to scare him off. Otherwise, who knows how many of our female colleagues might have been in danger. Zhao Yu recounted, only to catch sight of Jiang Han standing in the room. It's you. Seize this man. He's the lecher I encountered in the restroom, Zhao Yu exclaimed, reaching out to grab Jiang Han, seemingly fearing he might flee. All present were momentarily dumbfounded by Zhao Yu's impulsive accusation and failed to react. Stop. He's my friend, Jiang Han. Tang Wan quickly intervened, casting a suspicious glance at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, you ought to clarify what transpired regarding Zhao's claims. Jiang Han's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, it was a misunderstanding that I attempted to enter through the front door to see you. But when that proved impossible, I climbed in through the back window and inadvertently bumped into Zhao in the process. You must be joking. The restroom is on the 2nd floor. There's nothing outside the window to climb on. How could you possibly have ascended? Did you sprout wings to fly up? Zhao Yu retorted, her tone incredulous. Tang, do not be deceived by him. He clearly does not appear to be a good person. Zhao Yu and Tang Wan shared a close bond, having been university classmates and confidants. Tang Wan had been relegated to Weicheng by her family, and Zhao Yu had followed her to assist in her entrepreneurial endeavors, earning Tang Wan's deep trust. Jiang Han, taken aback by the personal attacks, felt a tinge of embarrassment. It seemed that beautiful women held grudges, a lesson he recalled from his second brother during their time in the mountains. Believe what you will, that if you claim I entered through the front door, might I ask how I managed to get into the office building when all the doors are currently locked? Jiang Han countered, shaking his head. Zhao Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, outside, the trial users and their friends were causing a commotion, and all entrances to the office building were secured. If Jiang Han had not come in through the window, where could he have entered? You must have sneaked in beforehand, intending to harm our female employees. Zhao Yu insisted, her preconceived bias against Jiang Han firmly in place. Tang, we must call for someone to apprehend him. I trust Jiang Ge. He is quite capable. Tang Yu interjected, having witnessed Jiang Han's prowess firsthand, that a man who could single-handedly defeat a dozen formidable opponents should have no trouble with the 2nd floor height. She believed Jiang Han could indeed have entered through the window in his haste to assist his sister. Enough of this, Zhao. You must have misunderstood Jiang Han, Tang Wan declared, aware of Jiang Han's abilities. Suspecting a misunderstanding had occurred, you should gather the medicinal herbs he requires immediately. Hearing this, the 2 employees from the pharmacy department hurriedly departed to prepare. What? Tang, you cannot possibly be relying on him to solve your problems. Can you? He seems utterly incapable. Zhao Yu questioned, her skepticism unwavering as she observed Tang Wan's defense of Jiang Han. Can you present a solution? If he can provide one, I will have him leave at once. Tang Wan asked, her expression serious as she regarded Zhao Yu. Well, Zhao Yu found herself at a loss for words. Since you have no solution, I shall allow him a chance to try. Tang Wan, feeling somewhat fatigued, expressed a lack of confidence in Jiang Han, merely clinging to the hope of a desperate remedy. When the pharmacist brought forth the required medicinal ingredients, Jiang Han recognized them as precisely what he sought. He then instructed the pharmacist to grind all the herbs into a fine powder and mix them into an ointment. The pharmacist promptly organized a team to commence the task. That a few minutes later, a deafening crash echoed from downstairs, unmistakably the sound of the slanted office door being forcefully breached by intruders that they've entered. We must go see. Tang Wan, having stationed security and workers on both the 1st and 2nd floors to intercept the intruders. feared for the safety of her subordinates. Hastily, she led the charge down to the first floor. "President Tang, you can't go." Zhao, alarmed for Tang Wan's safety, rushed to pull her back. However, Tang Wan disregarded her. Already stepping out of the office with Jiang Han trailing behind her, "President Tang, those people are about to rush in. You absolutely cannot go down there. It would be best to find a room to hide in while I cover for you." Ho Donglin suddenly appeared, positioning himself before Zhao. "Stand aside." At that moment, Tang Wan exhibited the commanding demeanor of a formidable female executive, effortlessly pushing Ho Donglin aside. Although publicly rebuffed by the female CEO, the esteemed PhD from America bore no resentment towards Tang Wan. Instead, he cast a venomous glare towards Jiang Han, who was following closely behind her. He believed that Tang Wan's current demeanor was entirely influenced by this outsider. Jiang Han, whom he felt had bewitched her, he harbored a strong desire to expel Jiang Han from Myriad Cosmetics Company. Upon reaching the first floor, they beheld a chaotic scene where 5 or 6 security personnel and dozens of employees were locked in a struggle with the intruders, who vastly outnumbered them, quickly overpowering their defenses. "Stop!" With Tang Wan's authoritative shout, silence fell upon the scene as all eyes turned to her. "Look, she is the owner of Myriad Cosmetics Company. This trial event was initiated by her. At the time, she assured us that their product quality was beyond reproach, urging us to participate with confidence that we came to trust her promises, only to discover she is a complete fraud, leaving us disfigured. We must hold her accountable," bellowed a robust woman, her face marred by a large patch of redness. "Rogue merchant and scrupulous boss, compensate for our disfigurement, compensate for our emotional distress and lost wages. Down with the corrupt owner. Down with the unscrupulous merchant. Sisters, rally with me," shouted another woman, whose redness extended to her neck. Under her influence, the crowd stirred restlessly, converging toward Tang Wn that moment. The individuals accompanying Tang Wan were visibly pale with fear. Even she trembled slightly, yet she stood her ground resolutely. Seeing the dire situation, Jiang Han immediately positioned himself in front of Tang Wan, shielding her. "Listen, everyone, there is no need for agitation. We have devised a solution to eliminate the redness on your faces, and we will treat each of you individually. We hope for your cooperation." Jiang Han's words momentarily quelled the crowd's unrest. "Who are you? We haven't seen you before. Just moments ago, your company's pharmaceutical doctor couldn't resolve our issue. What makes you think you can?" A young woman skeptically inquired. Clearly familiar with Myriad Cosmetics and its personnel, he can represent Myriad Cosmetics Company fully. "His words are my words, that we will bear all consequences." Although Tang Wan harbored doubts about Jiang Han's ability to cure the redness, she found herself with no other choice but to stand by him. "Why should we trust you again? It was your company and you that led us to suffer disfigurement. How can we believe you now?" a fashionably dressed woman remarked. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Now is not the time for accusations. You came to seek the restoration of your beauty, not to cause a ruckus. Even if you were to bring down everyone at Myriad, what good would it do? That would only lead to lawsuits, so why bother? We have proposed a solution. If you choose not to believe it, you may test it. If it fails to alleviate your symptoms, only then can you protest," Jiang Han asserted. After contemplating his words, the crowd found his reasoning compelling and ceased their objections. Jiang Han, noticing their receptiveness, continued, "Please send one person forward. I will treat her first." "Who will step up?" "I will," declared a young woman with long hair and an oval face, whose striking beauty was evident beneath her afflicted skin. "First, gently rinse your face with clean water. It may sting initially, but bear with it. Once rinsed, I will apply the ointment, and in no more than half an hour, your face will return to its former glory." Jiang Han instructed, "That you're lying. It can't be that quick." The girl looked at Jiang Han with skepticism. "Try it, and you'll see whether I'm deceiving you," he replied, opting for action over further explanation. "Very well," the girl relented. Lifting water to her face, as the water made contact with her cheek, she let out a piercing scream, causing everyone around her to tense with concern. "Endure it. Just a few more rinses, and the pain will subside," Jiang Han encouraged. The girl displayed remarkable courage, undeterred by the initial pain, and continued to splash water on her face. This time, when the water hit her skin, she refrained from screaming. her expression merely reflecting discomfort, indicating that the pain was significantly less than before. "It doesn't hurt as much," she exclaimed with excitement. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Han smiled faintly, confirming his hypothesis. The discomfort was due to a medication that had reacted with her skin, exacerbating her allergic reaction and causing damage. By rinsing it away, she lessened the medication's irritation, thus alleviating her pain. After rinsing twice more, Jiang Han stopped her, taking a cotton swab dipped in his own concocted ointment and gently applying it to her cheeks. What unfolded was nothing short of astonishing. As Jiang Han applied the ointment, the girl's inflamed skin visibly transformed from red to a pristine white in mere moments, seemingly more beautiful than before. "Is this even possible?" gasped an onlooker. "Is this real? Am I dreaming?" Another man incredulously pinched himself, unable to fathom the scene before him. "Is this a miracle worker? Have we encountered a living deity?" A middle-aged woman with dark skin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The girl's complexion gradually regained its luster under Jiang Han's ministrations. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. "I thought we would have to wait half an hour. I never expected the symptoms to vanish so swiftly. His medical skills are extraordinary." A family member of a trial participant remarked in awe. "This is unbelievable." Zhao, standing behind Tang Wan, was filled with trepidation, fearing that Jiang Han might indeed be a fraud, igniting the crowd's anger and ultimately endangering Tang W. and to her astonishment, Jiang Han had actually resolved the issue, leaving her stunned. Brother Jiang is truly remarkable. Tang Yu stood not far from Jiang Han, witnessing the miraculous scene unfold before her eyes, and could not help but exclaim. Tang Wan, taken aback by Jiang Han's genuine healing of the other party's symptoms, felt a weight lift from her heart. This moment, her perception of Jiang Han had softened slightly. However, he still fell far short of her ideal husband. This rascal, unbeknownst to anyone, a tall, slender man stood at the staircase leading to the second floor. Observing Jiang Han's successful treatment of the first test subject, rather than displaying any hint of joy, his expression darkened. A man known as Ho Donglin, a PhD who had studied in the United States. Take a 20-minute break, and by then, you will feel completely rejuvenated, with your skin looking significantly improved. Jiang Han gently spoke to the girl after applying the medicine. I already feel so much better. Thank you, divine doctor, the girl said, bowing deeply in gratitude toward Jiang Han. For a woman, a beautiful appearance is everything. If her face were ruined, it would undoubtedly destroy her life. Thus, Jiang Han's healing felt akin to a rebirth for her, filling her heart with immense gratitude. This time, I can't bear the pain any longer. Let me try. It's spreading to my chest. I need help. After witnessing Jiang Han's miraculous effects, the test subjects rushed toward him, clamoring for his treatment, leading to a chaotic scene. Fortunately, Jiang Han had anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, dozens of employees from the beauty cosmetics company emerged from the back corridor, each carrying a basin filled with clean water and holding a small box of ointment identical to that used on the girl. Jiang Han had arranged for this while descending the stairs with Tang Wan, which explained the earlier scene. Everyone, there's no need to rush. We have sufficient staff on hand, and each person will receive timely treatment. So please remain calm. He then instructed the employees from the beauty cosmetics company. Let them wash their cheeks 4 times with clean water and then apply the ointment gently, covering only the affected areas. Understood? Understood, the employees replied in unison, filled with confidence due to Jiang Han's earlier demonstration. Soon, the treatment for the test subjects commenced, and within just over 40 minutes, the red patches on their faces had completely vanished. Not only that, but their skin appeared rejuvenated, looking even more radiant and fair than before. All present wore brilliant smiles, and the atmosphere transformed from one of chaos to joyous laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed customers and test subjects, I sincerely apologize for the incident that occurred during the trial of our new products. To compensate for your inconvenience, I am pleased to announce that our company will provide each test subject with a 2,000 yuan cosmetics voucher, redeemable at major department stores across the city for our products of equivalent value. I once again express my apologies, and we will immediately organize our research team to analyze the issues encountered with the new cosmetics. striving to identify the root cause and release new products as soon as possible. You may register your information with our marketing department to collect your vouchers, as Tang Wan's words concluded. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Clearly, despite the scare, not only had their skin improved, but they would also receive an additional 2,000 yuan worth of cosmetics. A delightful outcome indeed. Witnessing the harmonious scene before her, a rare smile graced Tang Wan's face. Miss Tang, look at how I've resolved such a significant issue for you. Should you acknowledge our agreement now? Jiang Han teased, drawing closer as he noticed Tang Wan's pleasant mood. Get lost. We'll talk about that once you complete your task. Tang Wan shot him an annoyed glare. Jiang Han felt as though cold water had been poured over him, his head hanging low in defeat. Zhao observed her good friend Tang Wan and Jiang Han with suspicion, sensing an underlying tension between them. Yet unable to decipher, IT felt as if their relationship was anything but ordinary. Come here, follow me to the office. Tang Wan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Han before turning towards the elevator. Jiang Han hurriedly followed, perplexed by the whims of his headstrong fiancé. Just moments ago, she had told him to leave, and now she beckoned him to follow. What was she scheming? Upon arriving at Tang Wan's office, she gestured toward a nearby sofa. Take a seat and explain how you discerned the cause of the symptoms on the faces of those test subjects. Tang Wan was quite curious. She had dispatched people to investigate Jiang Han's identity and learned that he had come from Zhongnan Mountain, previously living with a group of Taoists and farming. With no formal education in medicine, yet he could identify the causes of the test subject's symptoms and heal them. This had imbued her perception of him with an air of mystery that I learned a bit about pharmacology from my master while on the mountain. Jiang Han replied, reluctant to divulge too much about his past. His master had warned him against speaking too freely about his training to avoid attracting enemies, and he had taken that advice to heart. All right, even if your pharmacological knowledge surpasses that of Dr. Ho, how were you able to treat their symptoms? Tang Wan inquired skeptically. I also learned some medical skills, which enable me to treat them, Jiang Han answered. Well then, leaving that aside, what are your thoughts on this matter? We have been puzzled as to why the test subjects in our laboratory trials showed no issues, while this batch experienced problems. Tang Wan frowned. Perhaps the batch of medicinal materials used in your laboratory was different from those later used in mass production. Jiang Han suggested after a moment of contemplation. That is indeed a possibility. Tang Wan nodded slightly. She then picked up the intercom and dialed a number. Vice Minister Li, please have Director Hu from the workshop come to my office. After speaking, Tang Wan settled down to await their arrival. A short while later, a knock echoed at the door. Tang Wan responded, and in walked two middle-aged men, one tall and one short. Jiang Han recognized them, though he was unaware of their names or positions. This is our company's R&D Deputy Director, Li Jianxuan, and this is Workshop Director, Hu Gang. Tang Wan introduced them. Mr. Jiang is truly an expert in pharmacology. We hold you in high regard. Li Jianxuan, the taller of the two, spoke first, evidently having observed Jiang Han's healing process and admiring his judgment and medical skills. Mr. Jiang's medical prowess is remarkable, and he is quite accomplished for his age. Hu Gang expressed his respect, clearly regarding Jiang Han as a physician. Jiang Han promptly greeted both men. Vice Minister Li, are you aware if the batch of medicinal materials used in the experiment for the new products is the same as that used by today's test subjects? Tang Wan inquired. I believe they are not. The batch used for experiments was procured earlier, while this batch was acquired later, primarily for the first set of new cosmetics intended for market release. Li Jianxuan pondered before responding. Very well. Please verify this matter to confirm your assertion. Director Hu, assist Vice Minister Li with this task, Tang Wan directed. The two men immediately took their leave. After about an hour, they returned to Tang Wan's office. How did it go? Tang Wan inquired eagerly. Director Tang, we have confirmed that the batch of medicinal materials used for the experiments is indeed different from the batch used for mass production. They were procured at different times, nearly a year apart, Li Jianxuan reported. Are there any chemical composition differences between the two batches? Tang Wan hurriedly pressed for more information. There is no difference. The components are identical. No other ingredients are present, Li Jianxuan stated. You should analyze the batch of cosmetics used in the laboratory and the ones provided to the testers today to see if there is any variance in their composition. Jiang Han interjected. Deputy Minister Li, please conduct the analysis. Tang Wan urged that Li Jianxuan immediately turned and departed. After a while, he returned. "What did you find?" Tang Wan inquired eagerly. "There is a significant difference. The new product contains 2 additional substances. Cat and BRT.cat can provoke allergic reactions, while BRT has mild corrosive properties, which can be considered negligible on normal skin. However, it is highly corrosive on skin that has already experienced an allergic reaction and can chemically interact with cat, thereby exacerbating the allergic response," Li Jianxuan explained. Tang Wan was left stunned. As this analysis mirrored Jiang Han's earlier arguments with Ho Donglin, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Han. Unlike most people, Jiang Han displayed no trace of arrogance. His expression remained calm and serene. This was perplexing, and if there were no issues with the second batch of materials, how could the batch used for testing contain these 2 additional substances? How did they find their way into the new cosmetics? Tang Wan asked. Puzzled, Li Jianxuan and Hu Gang were rendered speechless, clearly unable to fathom this peculiar situation. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Jiang Han remarked coolly. "That's impossible. Our workshop is under constant surveillance, monitored 24/7 without blind spots, and no one would dare tamper with anything in the workshop," Hu Gang retorted, clearly displeased with Jiang Han's assertion. Unwilling to implicate the workshop staff, "I never said it had to be in the workshop." "What about the storage room?" Jiang Han continued. "The storage room is also impossible. It is adjacent to the workshop and is under 24-hour surveillance." Hu Gang immediately countered, "Is that so? Then you should have a computer expert meticulously review the surveillance footage from both the workshop and the storage room. If any tampering has occurred, it will reveal the source of the problem." Jiang Han stated leisurely. "Director Hu, Deputy Minister Li, please take a team to investigate thoroughly," Tang Wan commanded. The 2 quickly exited once more, returning shortly, breathless. Indeed, as Mr. Jiang indicated, there was a segment of the surveillance footage in the storage room that had been tampered with. It was the same video repeating indefinitely for about an hour. Hu Gang glanced at Jiang Han, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having previously insisted that the storage room was beyond suspicion. "Who is the storekeeper? Bring him to me," Tang Wan said with a cold expression. "The storekeeper's name is Zhongnan, but he has already left the company with Deputy Director Gao and the others," Hu Gang replied. Lowering his head, "It seems they anticipated everything. They just didn't expect us to make a comeback," Tang Wan said bitterly. She was not so naive as to miss that someone was orchestrating a plot against her and her company. She simply could not yet discern their identity. "Director Hu, contact the police immediately and report this. Have them pursue this individual. They nearly drove our company to bankruptcy and must be made to pay." Tang Wan declared fiercely, "I'm afraid they may have already fled. The police might not be able to catch them." Jiang Han remarked casually, "Is that so? Well, since you are so fond of making sarcastic comments, I will assign this matter to you. You are fully responsible for capturing that Zhong Nan, that if you fail to bring him back, you shall never see me again," Tang Wan exclaimed before turning and striding out of her office, followed by the sound of a heavy door slamming shut. Jiang Han stood there, stunned. "This girl is far too domineering. I merely expressed a conjecture, and she is furious with me, forgetting that I just helped her avert a major crisis." Jiang Han lamented, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out. Had he kept his mouth shut, Tang Wan might have been expressing her heartfelt gratitude alongside the entire executive team. Now instead, he found himself in the crosshairs of her ire. Burdened with an impossible task, Jiang Han was utterly bemused. He had not anticipated such volatility in women. Was it a privilege of beautiful women to be capricious? Contemplating this newly imposed task left him feeling quite overwhelmed. "Mr. Jiang, take care. We must take our leave now." "Take care, Mr. Jiang," Li Jianxuan and Hu Gang, equally taken aback by their boss's sudden outburst, expressed their sympathy for Jiang Han, who had aided their company in overcoming a significant challenge. Before hastily departing, Jiang Han, listening to their parting words, felt his mood plummet further. He had no desire to linger in the seemingly modest yet warm office, so he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Leaving Jiang Han behind, Tang Wan strolled outside the office building, aimlessly heading west. As she walked, a smile crept across her face. "You claim you want to help me? Very well, this task shall be yours. Let us see if you possess the capability to assist me." Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, Tang Wan was not truly angry. She was merely testing him. After descending the stairs, Jiang Han inquired of someone for directions to the storage room. Along the way, he spotted Hu Gang speaking to two workers. He hurried over. "Director, Hu." "Mr. Jiang," Hu Gang exclaimed upon seeing him. Eager to greet him, "I'd like to ask where I might find the exact address of that storekeeper." "I wish to investigate." Jiang Han said that I know this. Zhongnan lives in the textile factory residential area in the west of the city. As for other details, I do not know. I have his phone number, which I can share with you. For more detailed information, you will likely need to check his personnel file in the HR department. Hu Gang explained. Jiang Han did not go to the HR department for Zhongnan's detailed information. Instead, he requested Zhongnan's and Li Jinshuan's phone numbers from Hu Gang, and after having Hu Gang send him a photo of Zhongnan, he departed IT that moment in a luxurious villa in the southern part of the city. A bald and overweight man was on the phone. "What did you say?" "This time, things have been messed up again." "Who has thwarted our plans?" "I suspect it's that kid." "Well, then let us activate the backup plan. We will deal with that kid first, and then we'll take care of that Tang. Wanda, I don't believe she won T kneel down and sing my praises when the time comes." "Ha ha." The bald man laughed heartily. Jiang Han first dialed Zhongnan's number. Just as he had suspected, it was turned off. He then hailed a taxi and headed toward the textile factory's residential area in the west of the city. Upon arrival, Jiang Han was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated that this residential area would be enveloped by three of the city's shanty towns. The buildings in the residential area were old 4- and 5-story structures, clearly remnants of the aid provided by the former Great Bear Nation. The staircases appeared extremely dilapidated, and patches of peeling paint were evident on the walls. The residents entering and exiting the community were dressed in worn clothing, indicative of their precarious financial situations. Witnessing this scene further solidified his suspicions about Zhongnan. Perhaps it was his economic hardship that led him to take risks and engage in actions detrimental to the interests of Mayan Company. Spotting two elderly men playing chess, Jiang Han approached them to inquire if they knew Zhongnan. The elderly man with slicked-back hair glanced at him, then returned his gaze to the chessboard. Ignoring him, the other, a thin old man, responded warmly, "Young man, see that building over there? The West Unit on the second floor is his home." Jiang Han was taken aback that the old man recognized Zhongnan and even provided his address. Feeling relieved, he had feared he might struggle to locate him. "Thank you, sir. Fortune favors the bold." Jiang Han initially had no intention of interrupting their game, adhering to the fine tradition of observing chess in silence. However, the elderly gentleman from earlier clearly exuded the demeanor of a seasoned bureaucrat, casting a disdainful glance his way, which irked him somewhat, observing that the frail old man was on the verge of surrendering under the pressure of his adversaries. He decided to intervene with a strategic move. The emaciated elder was struggling desperately against the robust man with slicked-back hair, nearing defeat. Upon hearing Jiang Han's suggestion, his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He quickly grasped the brilliance of Jiang Han's tactic of sacrificing a piece to fortify his position. This not only alleviated his peril, but also instigated a lethal momentum against his opponents, allowing him to secure victory in merely 3 moves. It was nothing short of a stroke of genius. He erupted into hearty laughter. "You old trickster, this round doesn't count. That boy taught you." The slick-back elder retorted, suddenly trapped in a losing position, visibly disgruntled. "Oh, now you choose to voice your grievances. When others advise you during matches, you listen so attentively. Now that I have bested you, you're not pleased?" "No way." The young man expressed his gratitude towards the frail elder at that moment. Jiang Han had reached the staircase of Zhongnan's residence. "And no need for thanks, sir. I merely offered a suggestion. Whether to adopt it rests entirely upon your sagacious judgment." Jiang Han complimented him lightly. "Did you hear that?" The young man himself stated it was merely a suggestion. "Whether to adopt it hinges on my wise decision. Admit defeat, old ginger." The slick-back elder was left speechless, holding onto his chess piece for an extended period. Jiang Han made his way to the western unit on the second floor and lightly knocked on the door, but no one answered. After knocking for over 10 minutes, a neighbor from the southern unit opened the door, revealing an elderly woman with graying hair. She glared at Jiang Han and exclaimed, "Who are you? Who are you looking for? Why are you knocking for so long? How are we elderly supposed to rest? Can't you just call?" After her admonition, she shot him another glare and slammed the door shut. my apologies for the intrusion." Jiang Han hastily apologized, aware that he had disturbed her. "Don't knock again, or I'll call the police," came the warning from inside. With no other option, Jiang Han reluctantly left and descended the stairs. At that moment, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow that felt exceptionally pleasant. As Jiang Han passed by the spot where the two elderly men had been playing chess, he noticed only the frail elder seated on a small bamboo chair, swaying gently in the sunlight. The slick-back elder had already departed. "Young man, care for a game?" the elder invited. Jiang Han thought that since he had nothing pressing to do, it would be perfect to wait outside for Zhongnan. Standing idly as an outsider would surely attract unwanted attention, so playing chess with the old man would serve as a good cover. With this in mind, Jiang Han readily accepted the elder's proposal. They began their game. Although the frail elder's chess skills were decent, he paled in comparison to Jiang Han, who had learned from his master and fellow disciples on the mountains. Nevertheless, Jiang Han did not exploit this advantage. Instead, he allowed the elder to win, ensuring they frequently ended in draws to preserve the old man's dignity. "Young man, are you a police officer? Are you looking for Zhongnan?" the elder suddenly inquired, glancing at Jiang Han while playing. His expression bore a hint of mockery, as if he had already guessed Jiang Han's identity. "Why do you ask, sir?" Jiang Han replied with curiosity. "Besides you, usually no one seeks out that rascal Zhong. Don't you know he has a penchant for gambling and is always involved in petty crimes around the neighborhood? The residents here despise him. He's been in and out of the station multiple times. I suspect he's gotten himself into trouble again, and you must be here to apprehend him. Am I right?" The elder winked at Jiang Han with a conspiratorial smile. "You are quite astute." Jiang Han did not directly confront the elder's misconception, but rather played along, hoping to elicit more information. Sure enough, the frail elder paused and continued, "I'll provide you with a clue. If you can find his wife, Wang Wan, you will surely locate him. He is particularly fond of her and would never go long without contacting her." "But I don't know where his wife is," Jiang Han countered. "You need not worry about that. I can assist you. Wang Wan's parents live in this neighborhood, just in the first building on the right side of the entrance on the second floor. And they are my neighbors. They have been chronically ill and bedridden, relying solely on Wang Wan for care. Even if she steps out, she won't be gone for long. She will eventually return to look after her parents. Once she does, I will inform you, and you can question her to uncover Zhongnan's whereabouts." The elder chuckled slyly. Jiang Han was surprised by the old man's eagerness and inquired, "If I may ask, why do you harbor such animosity towards Zhongnan? Many people in this neighborhood detest that rascal. They wish he would be locked up forever," the elder retorted, clearly harboring significant grievances against Zhongnan. Jiang Han chose not to pry into the specifics of their feud, knowing that the elder's assistance had brought him one step closer to capturing Zhongnan. "Thank you, sir. No need for thanks. Assisting the police in solving cases is the duty of every citizen." The elder chuckled, seemingly proud of his contribution. Jiang Han continued to play chess with the elder, during which he learned that the old man's name was Kai Jun, a retired worker from a textile factory in the west of the city. Jiang Han took down Kai Jun's number, instructing him to call if he spotted Zhongnan's wife, Wang Wan, before returning to his residence. The following day, Hu Gang called him to relay that Tang Wan had informed him that the police had searched for Zhongnan for 2 days without success, whether at the airport, high-speed rail station, train station, or bus station. There was no trace of Zhongnan. It was as if he had vanished in a thin air. Jiang Han had anticipated this outcome. Zhongnan must have devised an escape plan long before taking action. Making him elusive, he instructed Hu Gang to tell Tang Wan not to worry, assuring her that he would apprehend Zhongnan soon. After hanging up, Jiang Han did not engage in any activities but waited for Kai Jun's call. 2 days later, Kai Jun finally contacted him, stating that he had seen Wang Wan return to her parents' home that morning and urged Jiang Han to hurry over. Jiang Han immediately took a taxi to the textile factory's residential area in the western suburbs. Upon entering the neighborhood, he arrived at the building where Wang Wan's parents lived but refrained from going upstairs to disturb them. He understood that even if he knocked and located Wang Wan, she might not divulge Zhongnan's hiding place. Instead, he planned to wait for Wang Wan to emerge and follow her, which would likely lead him to Zhongnan. If, as Kai Jun suggested, Zhongnan was deeply in love with Wang Wan, it was plausible that they were hiding together. After waiting for about 20 minutes, he spotted a woman in a black dress stepping out. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, wearing a black cap and a mask. Concealing herself completely, in the somewhat humid weather of early September, her attire raised Jiang Han's suspicions. He quickly snapped a photo of her back and sent it to Kai Jun, then followed her discreetly. Shortly after, Kai Jun confirmed via message that the woman was indeed Zhongnan's wife, Wang Wan. Jiang Han kept a distance of several meters behind her, skillfully disguising his presence. Wang Wan walked ahead with notable vigilance, frequently glancing back, seemingly fearful of being followed. Jiang Han managed to remain undetected. After walking 3 bus stops, Wang Wan boarded a bus, and Jiang Han promptly followed suit. After 7 stops, she disembarked, arriving at the urban-rural fringe of the western suburbs, where numerous urban villages were situated. This area was populated by workers from various parts of the country, predominantly migrant laborers, resulting in a bustling atmosphere. Jiang Han observed Wang Wan enter one of the urban villages. Thinking that she and Zhongnan might be hiding there, to his surprise, Wang Wan did not stop within the village and continued walking straight ahead. After leaving the village and walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted a brick factory ahead. Jiang Han mused that Zhongnan was indeed cunning, having chosen such a remote location to hide. From a distance, he watched as Wang Wan entered the brick factory but did not pursue her immediately. Because he had heard the barking of several hunting dogs, he feared that his sudden appearance might startle Zhongnan, causing her to flee prematurely. He cautiously approached the brick factory's wall, and with a deft leap, he scaled it, scanning the area beyond. To his suspicion, he spotted a row of single-story houses at the back of the factory. He conjectured that Zhongnan and Wang Wan were likely there. With a determined bound, he reached the front of the house. Almost immediately, he overheard a conversation between Wang Wan and a man. Recognizing Zhongnan's voice amidst the exchange, he forcefully pushed the door open and charged inside. However, to his astonishment, the spacious room was utterly vacant. Furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly felt several unidentified objects hurtling towards him from behind. With a nimble leap, he evaded the incoming projectiles, only to hear the sound of shattering objects echoing behind him. Almost instantly, a strong smell of gasoline assaulted his senses. He became alert, but it was already too late. A flaming torch was hurled through the doorway, instantly transforming the room into an inferno. Simultaneously, the door was slammed shut from outside with a resounding bang. A low voice emerged from beyond the door. "Kid, you have only yourself to blame for crossing paths with the wrong person. Next lifetime, try to keep a low profile and refrain from meddling." Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Jiang Han was shocked by the cunning of his adversaries, surveying the enclosed space, devoid of windows or a back door. He understood that his only chance of escape lay in charging through the very door he had entered. However, a wall of flames barred his path, making it impossible to approach, even if he managed to get close. It was an iron door, securely locked from the outside. Breaking through would not be an easy feat. As the flames advanced, Jiang Han found himself with no room to linger. With a powerful leap, a white light enveloped his body as he crashed into the left brick wall. With a thunderous bang, the sturdy wall gave way, creating a large opening through which Jiang Han sprang forth. As he landed safely on the ground, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him. Clap, clap. As applause rang out, a tall figure emerged before Jiang Han. Instantly, he recognized this man as the leader of the group that had attacked him in Beishan. "Kid, you truly surprised me. I never expected you to break free from that house. But even so, your fate is sealed. This time next year, you'll be commemorated with a sharp whistle." Over 40 men encircled Jiang Han, all clad in black and wielding machetes, their piercing gazes fixed upon him. This time, the number of adversaries was double that of the last encounter. "Attack!" With a command from the towering figure, the surrounding men swung their blades towards Jiang Han. Yet, undeterred by their menacing presence, Jiang Han charged straight at them. His movements were as swift as a cunning rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he was before one of the men. The man swung his machete at Jiang Han, who deftly sidestepped, seized the weapon from his grasp, and transformed into a harbinger of death. With the blade in hand, Jiang Han unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending his opponents toppling one by one. Within mere minutes, more than half of the black-clad assassins lay defeated on the ground, wailing in agony. blood painting the earth red. "Ha, kid, you continue to exceed my expectations. I must say, you are a martial arts prodigy. Perhaps the strongest I have encountered in my lifetime, and so young at that. Given time, you could become a top martial artist in this world. However, it's unfortunate you cross paths with me. I relish eliminating talents like you. Prepare to die, and remember not to encounter me in your next life." As he spoke, the leader produced a small handgun from his waist, pointing the dark muzzle directly at Jiang Han's chest. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger this moment. The distance between them was merely 3 to 4 meters. The leader believed that even an internal energy practitioner would find it difficult to evade a shot, let alone someone as young as Jiang Han, who he assumed could not possibly be an internal energy master. The leader was convinced that Jiang Han's demise was imminent. Yet, Jiang Han regarded the gun with an expression devoid of tension. At the moment the bullet was fired, his body reacted. With a subtle sidestep, he evaded the bullet's trajectory. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively pulled the trigger again, sending a second bullet hurtling towards Jiang Han. Once more, Jiang Han sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the projectile. "This is impossible. Die, kid." The leader was utterly taken aback by Jiang Han's agility, losing his earlier composure. Gritting his teeth, he frantically squeezed the trigger. Bullets rained down upon Jiang Han, who was determined to evade not just one or two, but an onslaught of projectiles. However, to the leader's despair, once he had exhausted his ammunition, Jiang Han stood tall and unscathed, not a single scratch marring his skin, let alone a bullet wound. "Now, can you tell me who ordered you to deal with me?" Jiang Han raised his weapon, poised to strike at the leader's throat. Yet a gunshot rang out from behind him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the shot. He had not anticipated the treachery of his enemies, who had laid trap upon trap for him. Turning to confront the source of the noise, he spotted 2 men in black. Guns trained on him. One of them still had smoke wafting from the muzzle of his weapon, revealing that he had been the one to fire the surprise shot. "Kid, you won't escape today. You might evade one shot from me, but can you escape the combined firepower of all 3 of us?" the tall leader said, reloading his gun with a triumphant grin. Before Jiang Han could respond, 2 bullets were fired simultaneously towards him. With no object around to shield himself, Jiang Han moved swiftly, dodging the bullets. The sound of gunfire echoed as Jiang Han deftly evaded the barrage, under the relentless assault of 3 firearms. He appeared somewhat beleaguered, barely managing to keep up. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after more than 10 minutes of intense firing, he remained unscathed. "Boss, we're running low on bullets. How can we not hit this kid? What do we do?" One of the men exclaimed, clearly anxious as darkness began to envelop the surroundings. "Don't worry. I suspect the kid won't last much longer. Keep firing," the leader replied calmly. "All right, enough games," as Jiang Han's voice rang out. He swiftly hurled 2 dark objects at the men on either side, that a pair of cries erupted as stones pierced through their wrists, causing their guns to clatter to the ground. Darkness be damned. The leader, caught off guard by Jiang Han's prowess, realized the dire situation upon witnessing his companion's injuries. That he signaled for retreat, and black, round objects were thrown from all directions towards Jiang Han, releasing thick black smoke. Believing his adversary was deploying gas canisters against him, Jiang Han immediately focused his energy to resist. However, upon inhaling the black mist, he soon realized it was not poison gas. His opponent had unleashed smoke bombs. The entire brick factory was soon shrouded in a dense cloud of smoke, compounded by the encroaching night, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. As Jiang Han regained his senses and attempted to pursue the assailants, he found they had vanished without a trace. Realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered, he searched for nearly an hour. Finding no sign of Zhongnan or Wangwan, he understood they had likely fled long before. Just as Jiang Han felt a sense of frustration creeping in, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Kai Jun. Jiang Han answered, and Kai Jun urgently informed him that Zhongnan and her husband had returned to their neighborhood and were currently at Wang Wan's parents' house. He urged Jiang Han to hurry and apprehend them, offering to wait by the Wang family's doorstep until Jiang Han arrived. Grateful for Kai Jun's unexpected assistance, Jiang Han marveled at how a small act of kindness had yielded such substantial support. Without the assistance of Kai Jun, he would likely have failed in his mission to apprehend Zhongnan this time. After all, he had already alarmed the snake by stirring the grass. Jiang Han swiftly departed from the brick factory, heading towards the residential area of the textile factory in the western part of the city. After more than 40 minutes, Jiang Han arrived beneath the building where Wang Wan's parents lived. Just as he reached the entrance of Wang Wan's home, a lean old man rushed down the stairs. It was none other than Kai Jun. He spoke urgently to Jiang Han. "Why have you returned so late? I've been waiting for you here for half a day. Fortunately, they haven't left yet and are still inside. Hurry and knock on the door." Jiang Han nodded gratefully to him and, without uttering a word, raised his hand to knock. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind. Jiang Han attempted to dodge, but it was too late. He felt a tremendous force collide with his waist, sending him flying into the wall beside him before crashing to the ground. "Kid, don't blame me. It's your fault for being blind and provoking someone you shouldn't have. That I'm merely a hired hand, doing what I'm paid to do." At that moment, Kai Jun had transformed into a different person, his gaze icy as he looked at Jiang Han, akin to observing a dying ant. "Kai Lao-Tu, I have no enmity with you. Why treat me this way?" Jiang Han exclaimed, his expression filled with anger. He had been ambushed by this elder whom he had always trusted. He had never anticipated that the other party was a martial arts expert. "I told you, I'm merely doing someone else's bidding. Blame your own foolishness for seeking your own demise. You have only yourself to blame," Kai Jun retorted coldly. Old Kai, as a master of internal martial arts. Why waste words on a nameless nobody? Just end him with a single strike to avoid prolonged troubles. At that moment, a tall man in black emerged from the corridor. He was the same man who had previously led a group to ambush Jiang Han at the brick factory. A flash of disdain crossed Jiang Han's eyes. This man had attempted to kill him twice, and how could he not harbor hatred? "Very well. Kid, I actually admire your intelligence. If you hadn't offended the wrong person, I would have liked to take you as my disciple. However, fate has other plans, and you lack that fortune. Prepare to meet your end," Kai Jun declared, thrusting his palm forward. To Jiang Han's astonishment, a radiant blue glow emanated from Kai Jun's hand in the darkness, signifying a powerful strike. This palm was a lethal move aimed directly at Jiang Han's crown. Just when Kai Jun and the tall man believed this strike would claim Jiang Han's life, he suddenly raised his palm to meet theirs. With a resounding thud, Jiang Han's palm sent Kai Jun flying. His body crashed heavily against the wall, and fortunately, his solid stance allowed him to barely land on his feet. "Kid, weren't you injured? How do you still have the strength to retaliate?" Kai Jun gazed at Jiang Han with trepidation, his heart stirred by a tempest of disbelief. He was an internal martial artist, a rarity among millions, and yet he had been knocked back by a single strike, an unprecedented occurrence in his martial journey, leaving him bewildered. "I merely wish to ascertain your subsequent arrangements and discover who sent you to deal with me. I hadn't anticipated your cunning in refusing to reveal the mastermind behind this scheme. Alas, I can no longer conceal myself and must take action. Since you refuse to speak, I will extract the truth from you," Jiang Han said, slowly rising and advancing towards Kai Jun. "You must understand what it means to attack an internal martial artist. That it signifies that you have established a formidable foe in the martial world, and you may find no peace in the days to come." At that moment, Kai Jun had lost his earlier arrogance, replaced by a serious expression. "As an internal martial artist, truly that formidable. I see no reason to be intimidated. As for your so-called formidable foe, that is merely your perspective. I have never been easily frightened. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. However, should one provoke me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. Even if you are the king of hell, I shall not hesitate to bring you down," Jiang Han declared with unyielding confidence. "You seek death." Kai Jun, realizing he could not sway Jiang Han, moved swiftly, his body expanding as if filled with air, towering over 2 meters in height, resembling a gigantic titan gazing down upon Jiang Han. "Kid, since you refuse to let me go, let us fight to the death. I refuse to believe you can withstand my ultimate blow," he declared, swinging his colossal right fist toward Jiang Han's face. As the fist approached, Jiang Han did not flinch. He took a deep breath and struck out with his own fist, directly colliding with Kai Jun's attack. The scene appeared absurd, akin to a child bravely confronting an adult's assault. However, A shocking turn of events unfolded. As Jiang Han's seemingly fragile fist made contact with Kai Jun's enormous fist. It crumpled as if made of paper, rapidly diminishing in size, along with Kai Jun's body, which instantly shrank back to its original dimensions. Simultaneously, Kai Jun's body was sent flying once more by Jiang Han's strike. This time soaring even further, crashing down from the second-floor staircase. Jiang Han did not rush to pursue Kai Jun. Instead, he turned to find a tall man in black. This man had made 2 attempts on his life, and he needed to capture him to extract the identity of the mastermind behind this plot, and then eliminate him to relieve his pent-up resentment. However, to his dismay, the man had already vanished without a trace. Likely having fled upon witnessing Jiang Han's defeat of Kai Jun, Jiang Han, realizing he could not catch the black-clad man, descended the stairs to search for Kai Jun. He followed the corridor in search of him. He found no trace of Kai Jun, who had evidently also escaped. Jiang Han felt a surge of frustration, lamenting his decision to pursue the black-clad man, which had allowed that crafty old fox, Kai Jun, to slip away, thwarting his plan to uncover the true instigator. Jiang Han returned to the second floor and knocked on the door of Wang Wan's parents' home. After knocking for quite some time without a response, he sensed something was amiss and hurried downstairs, looking up. Indeed, as he had suspected, a long bed sheet was hanging from the second-floor window, indicating that the couple had escaped through the window while he was entangled with Kai Jun. Jiang Han surmised that they had likely not fled far. As the black-clad man's admiration for the internal martial artist Kai Jun suggested that Zhongnan and his wife must have had some confidence in him as well. They likely chose to flee only after witnessing Jiang Han defeat Kai Jun for the second time. Only a few minutes had passed since then, so they could not have gone far. Jiang Han immediately activated his speed to search the surroundings. Soon, he spotted Wang Wan's figure at the entrance of the community, accompanied by a short, stout man. Wang Wan was tugging at him as they ran forward. Not far away, a black sedan was parked, clearly there to pick them up, and Wang Wan and Zhongnan were now less than 10 meters away from the vehicle. With a leap, Jiang Han shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted the couple, standing firmly in their path. "Who are you? Why are you blocking us?" The two were startled and asked in fear. From their panicked expressions, Jiang Han could clearly discern that they recognized him. Their questions were merely an act to feign ignorance. No need to pretend. "I was lured into that brick factory by you, ensnared in your trap. I refuse to believe you don't know who I am." Jiang Han coldly replied, "Great hero, spare us. We were merely following orders. We were forced into this. We never intended to harm you. If we didn't comply, they would kill our entire family." To Jiang Han's astonishment, Wang Wan suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Clearly, she had witnessed Jiang Han's impressive display of martial prowess and had no courage to resist him, given his formidable abilities. "You must be Zhongnan. Tell me who instructed you to swap that batch of cosmetics from Myriad Cosmetics. If you don't speak honestly, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Han ignored Wang Wan and directed his gaze towards the short, stout man in front of him, who appeared to be around 30 years old. "Great hero, I truly do not know who the other party is. They only gave us orders over the phone. I had to do whatever they said. If I didn't follow their instructions, they would deal with my family. I had no choice. I merely followed their directives and added some other substances to those cosmetics in the warehouse. They provided me with all those ingredients. I wouldn't even know how to create them myself. Please, great hero, see the truth." Zhongnan, uttering his words, knelt on the ground and bowed his head to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was acutely aware that the components of the drug mentioned by the other party were likely the cat and BRT substances that Tang Wan had instructed Li Jianxuan and his team to analyze. "Have you seen that person?" Jiang Han inquired. "I've encountered him once, but he was wearing a mask at the time, so I couldn't discern his true appearance." Zhongnan replied urgently. Jiang Han had initially thought that capturing Zhongnan would lead him to the mastermind behind the schemes against Tang Wan. But he never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. With the prospect of losing the trail, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Contact that number for me." Zhongnan promptly retrieved his phone and displayed the number to Jiang Han, who saved it, intending to leverage his connections to uncover the true identity of the caller. Given that all cards were now registered with identification, he believed that the relevant information should be accessible. However, He remained skeptical, convinced that the meticulous nature of the adversary's operations would mean they had not left any glaring loopholes. Jiang Han refrained from reprimanding Zhongnan and his wife, knowing that they were merely pawns in someone else's game. Even if he were to eliminate them, it would serve no purpose and only lead to unnecessary legal troubles. He picked up his phone and dialed Tang Wan. "What is the matter?" Tang Wan's tone remained as frigid and devoid of emotion as ever. "I have located Zhongnan and his wife. Please notify the police to apprehend them. That I'm currently at the entrance of the textile factory's residential area in the western part of the city." Jiang Han stated. "How did you find them?" Tang Wan's voice noticeably shifted, tinged with astonishment. Jiang Han briefly recounted how he had tracked down Wang Wan and subsequently Zhongnan through her, omitting the details of his entrapment and altercation with Kai Jun. As he did not wish for Tang Wan to worry about him, "I didn't expect you to be quite clever, thinking to find him through Zhongnan's wife." Tang Wan unexpectedly complimented Jiang Han, prompting a sense of satisfaction to swell within him. Such praise from his fiancée, he was indeed gratifying. "Please hold on for a moment. I will notify the police to head over," after Tang Wan concluded the call. Jiang Han anticipated a show of gratitude, but to his surprise, she merely offered a single compliment before abruptly ending the conversation, leaving him with a sense of emptiness and melancholy. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Han's phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by a melodious female voice. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? I am Lu Min, the deputy captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team at the Municipal Bureau. Ms. Tang from Mayan Cosmetics just informed me that you have located the suspect. Zhang Min, in the cosmetics trial case. Please provide your exact location. We will head over immediately." "Yes, I'm at the entrance of the textile factory's residential area in the western part of the city." "Please hurry," Jiang Han replied. "Please hold on." After concluding the call with the female officer, Jiang Han recalled that a black car had been poised to whisk Zhongnan and his wife away. Turning to look for the vehicle, he discovered it had already vanished, clearly having made a hasty exit. Doubt began to creep into Jiang Han's mind regarding Zhongnan and his wife's statements. And he scrutinized them, asking, "Was that car associated with your accomplices?" "You misunderstand, sir. That vehicle was arranged by that gentleman, that we possess no such foresight," Zhongnan hastily clarified. Noticing that they did not appear to be lying, Jiang Han decided against further inquiries that he stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the police. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 police cars approached and came to a halt at the roadside, from which 6 officers emerged. Leading them was a tall, strikingly attractive female officer, whose physique was exceptionally eye-catching and exuded a sense of athleticism. Jiang Han couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. He thought to himself that this must be the very officer he had spoken to on the phone. Unexpectedly, a beautiful policewoman. "You must be Mr. Jiang. I am Lu Min, the one you spoke with earlier," the female officer said, her expression serious as she regarded Jiang Han. Taken aback by her stern demeanor, which felt akin to an interrogation, Jiang Han felt a bit uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he brushed it off, offering a slight smile. "You must be Captain Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. These two are Zhongnan and his wife. Wang Wan. Knowing me is hardly a blessing. I suggest it would be best for you, Mr. Jiang, to never become acquainted with me," Lu Min said, casting Jiang Han a sidelong glance, her tone remaining stern. Jiang Han was taken aback by her rebuke, his expression darkening. "Take them both back to the station." Without sparing Jiang Han another glance, Lu Min signaled to her subordinates, who swiftly apprehended Zhongnan and Wang Wan, escorting them to the police car. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for assisting us in capturing the suspect. Farewell." Lu Min's expression of gratitude felt both rigid and authoritative, leaving Jiang Han feeling slightly vexed, yet she seemingly paid no mind to his feelings. After delivering her routine statement, she departed with her team, leaving Jiang Han standing there alone. Jiang Han had initially intended to inquire about the route they would take, hoping to catch a ride. But now that seemed impossible. Resigned, he made his way toward the nearest bus stop. Despite his current status as a billionaire, he still adhered to the frugal habits cultivated during his time in seclusion on the mountain. Opting for the most economical mode of transportation rather than wasting money on a taxi when there was no urgency. After walking a short distance, Jiang Han dialed Wang Shiyu's number. The call was swiftly answered. "Mr. Jiang, what a rare occasion for you to call me today," came Wang Shiyu's teasing voice from the other end. Jiang Han had always perceived Wang Xiyu as the archetype of a cold, aloof CEO, but now she revealed a gentler side. Her playful inquiry reminded him that he hadn't contacted her in quite a while. It seemed he only thought of her when there was something pressing, hardly maintaining regular communication. Feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, "President Wang, you are an esteemed business magnate, and I wouldn't dare disturb you without cause. I only called today because I happen to require your assistance with something. If you keep speaking in such a pedantic manner, I may just ignore you." Wang Xiyu feigned annoyance. "Oh no, please don't. I promise to be more mindful in the future. Xiyu, I genuinely need your help." "That is more like it. What can I assist you with? I have a phone number. Could you use your connections to help me investigate the identity of the owner? Send it to me, and I'll arrange for someone to look into it right away." Wang Xiyu didn't question his motives, demonstrating her trust in him. Jiang Han felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Within 5 minutes of sending the phone number to Wang Xiyu, she replied with the information. "The owner of the phone is Ma Zitong, a 20-year-old female from Xina province. That's all the information I have." Jiang Han was taken aback. He realized this information could not possibly belong to the mastermind behind the schemes against Tang Wan. How could such a young girl from another province possess such influence and cunning? He suspected that the phone was likely registered under someone else's lost identification. Nowadays, it was all too easy to acquire a multitude of lost IDs online for a small fee. "What is wrong? Cat got your tongue? Is there a problem?" Wang Xiyu inquired with concern. "And no problem at all. Thank you for your help, Xiyu." Jiang Han expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Since you're so appreciative, I happen to be attending a gala this Sunday. Why don't you accompany me to help fend off the drinks?" Wang Xiyu proposed. "Sure, sounds good. What time on Sunday?" "At 10 in the morning. I'll come pick you up." "All right." After the two reached an agreement, Jiang Han hung up the phone. It was Tuesday, and with 5 days remaining until Sunday, he chose not to dwell on the upcoming soiree any further. On Friday, Tang Wan called, and upon seeing his fiancée's name on the screen, Jiang Han felt a surge of happiness. "I must share some unfortunate news with you. After days of interrogation, the police have not obtained any information regarding the mastermind behind this incident from Zhongnan and his wife. I fear that the adversary may still be lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at our company. I have reservations about both the warehouse and the workshop." Tang Wan expressed. "What do you plan to do?" Jiang Han understood that Tang Wan's reason for calling was not merely to seek his opinion, but rather to request his assistance. He asked directly that, "I would like you to come work with us as a warehouse manager, helping me oversee the inventory. Additionally, when time permits, you can also keep an eye on the workers in the workshop to prevent any tampering with our products." Tang Wan replied quietly. Jiang Han had expected her to assign him a senior position, allowing him to continue investigating the incident. Instead, she merely wanted him to take on a modest role of a warehouse manager. Disappointment crept into his heart. "Rest assured, I won't shortchange you if you accept this arrangement. I'll offer you a salary of 4,000, which is a full 500 more than what Zhongnan earned. Don't be ungrateful." Tang Wan suddenly raised her voice. Jiang Han nearly choked on his disbelief. He hadn't anticipated that his standing in Tang Wan's eyes was on par with Zhongnan, as here he was, a grown man, only worth a salary of 4,000. He speculated that had he not been additionally assigned the task of supervising the workshop workers, Tang Wan would probably have offered him the same pitiful monthly wage of 3,500 as Zhongnan. He was astonished at how miserly Tang Wan was as a boss, akin to a miser squeezing every penny from her employees. Now he understood why Zhongnan had betrayed the company and Tang Wan. It was likely not only due to threats, but also because of the lucrative compensation offered. Yet, what could he do? She was his legitimate fiancée, and with her asking him to take on responsibilities, he couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to accept. "Very well, I shall follow my wife's directives," Jiang Han replied playfully. "I warn you, Jiang Han, spare me your banter, or you may find I won't entertain you again." "Understood, I won't dare again." Jiang Han was taken aback by how quickly Tang Wan's demeanor shifted. Just moments ago, she had been pleading gently, and now she was fierce. "That I dislike men who are smooth-tongued. You better be serious from now on." Afterward, Tang Wan added, "In a few days, once you've arranged everything on your end, report to the company. I'm telling you, the warehouse and workshop are in your hands, and if any issues arise, I will hold you accountable." With that, she hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Han in a state of confusion. The position Tang Wan offered him was merely that of a warehouse manager. He could only ensure the safety of his own small domain, but how could he guarantee the well-being of the workshop? He was the workshop manager. He could only find time to oversee the workers, which is a part-time responsibility. How could one person effectively monitor so many workers? If something went awry, he would bear the blame. He felt more wronged than Do-e, yet he had no one to voice his grievances to, as the Ice Queen had already ended the call. Jiang Han was thoroughly disheartened. The next day at 2 in the afternoon, Wang Xiu suddenly called, informing him that due to an urgent matter the following morning, she would arrive late and Wu and Ti be able to pick Jiang Han up to go together. She mentioned that a courier service would soon deliver the invitation card for the soir directly to Jiang Han, allowing him to enter alone and wait for her inside. Jiang Han agreed, recognizing that as a man, it mattered little whether someone accompanied him. He could manage on his own. Merely half an hour later, his phone rang again. Upon seeing the name of the courier company on the screen, Jiang Han understood that they had come to deliver the invitation card for the soir. He stepped outside to retrieve the card and returned to his room. Opening the envelope revealed a golden, intricately designed metal invitation card. This was his first encounter with such a luxurious and distinctive invitation. The front of the card bore the words Weiqing Elite Club High-End Soir E-Invitation. Jiang Han was astonished at the high caliber of the event Wang Xiu had invited him to, which was exclusively attended by the elite of Weiqing. He carefully stored the invitation card, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to attend the soir the next morning at T9 the following day. Jiang Han set off, the event taking place at the luxurious hotel on East People's Road in Weiqing. After half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the opulent hotel. Looking up, Jiang Han saw that it was a 10-story grand building, even taller than the Weihai Hotel he had visited previously. The hotel's exterior was adorned with sky-blue Loew glass, giving it a modern and stylish appearance. Imbued with an air of mystery, Jiang Han sensed that this hotel exuded a charm surpassing that of the Weihai Hotel. From a distance, he could see a stream of fashionably dressed men and women flowing into the hotel, and he surmised they were all attendees of the soir. Without hesitation, he strode toward the entrance. Just as he was about to reach the grand doors, he was suddenly blocked. Oh, who do we have here? It's you, Jiang Han, that country bumpkin from a remote village. This is no place for you. So be gone. Jiang Han looked up to find Yan Luoxin standing before him. She wore a low-cut green gown today, revealing glimpses of her decolletage. Her lips painted a bold red, resembling a gaping maw that could devour anyone, exuding an aura of temptation and allure. However, Jiang Han couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this acerbic woman. Step aside, he replied curtly. You're getting bold now, daring to speak to me like that. Do you think donning a designer outfit makes you a gentleman? What a joke. Just watch as I have you thrown out of here. Yan Luoxin shouted, calling out to 2 security guards from the hotel who were not far away. Upon hearing that someone was attempting to cause a disturbance at their hotel, the guards wasted no time, gripping their batons as they rushed toward Jiang Han. Who is causing trouble here? One of the burly guards demanded. It's him, this country bumpkin. He is trying to sneak into the soir with ulterior motives. Get rid of him, Yan Luoxin declared, her head held high, pointing a finger at Jiang Han. The guards glanced at Jiang Han, noting his designer attire, but also recognizing his notably dark complexion, which suggested he was not accustomed to city life, but rather resembled a farmer from the countryside. They assumed he must have rented the clothes to pose as an attendee. This isn't a place for you. Get lost. The burly guard waved dismissively, glaring at Jiang Han with a scowl. And if I refuse, then don't blame us for being rude. The 2 guards tightened their grips on their batons, moving in from either side, ready to take action against Jiang Han. I was invited here. Aren't you worried that your actions might harm a guest and incur the wrath of the organizers? Jiang Han smiled slightly, unfazed. The burly guard hesitated, fully aware that the guests invited to this soir were all young elites from various sectors of Weiqing, individuals of status and standing, but if he would mistakenly harm a guest, the repercussions would be dire. Brother Nyo, perhaps we should verify his identity, suggested the slightly shorter guard. You clearly don't know, do you? To enter such a soir, an invitation is required. Lucky for you. I have one right here. Let me show you. Yan Luoxin interjected, pulling a silver metal invitation card from her bag. Jiang Han observed that the invitation card resembled the one Wang Xiyu had given him. Both were intricately designed, but hers was silver and slightly smaller in size. See this? It's a silver card, a symbol of my status. Only those possessing such an invitation have the right to enter today, Eswar. If you want in, you'd better show me your invitation, but if not, be on your way and spare yourself the embarrassment. Yin Luoxin provocatively glared at Jiang Han after finishing her words. Boy, hurry up and produce your invitation card. Or get out of our way. The burly security guard urged impatiently, and no need to ask him. Just kick him out. With his background from some impoverished mountain village, if he can produce an invitation letter. I'll write my surname, Yin, backward. Noticing that a crowd had gathered around, Yin Luoxin deliberately raised her voice to taunt Jiang Han. Is this the kind of invitation card? Jiang Han was taken aback by Yin Luoxin's narrow-mindedness. In truth, he bore no substantial grudge against her. It was she who incessantly sought trouble, and he had only retaliated a few times. Out of this, she had developed a deep-seated resentment towards him, always targeting him upon their encounters. This time, he was determined to slap her face figuratively. With a slight smirk, Jiang Han calmly retrieved the resplendent golden invitation card from his pocket. That moment. The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Wow, this is actually the most valuable golden card issued for this banquet, exclaimed a fashionable woman with dyed blonde hair. Indeed, I heard that only 50 of these cards were distributed citywide. Could this person be the offspring of some affluent family? Remarked a woman clad in a black dress, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, clearly a corporate executive. Boy, how could you possess such a golden invitation card? Yin Luoxin's expression soured, her disbelief evident. Why shouldn't I have one? Jiang Han retorted deliberately. Where did you get it? Yin Luoxin inquired suspiciously. That is none of your concern, Miss Yin. I just overheard someone saying that if I could produce the invitation card, you would have to write your surname backward. But if I were to write Yin backward, it wouldn't even qualify as a surname. It would be something non-human. I think it would be better for you to take my surname instead. At least that would be a proper name. Jiang Han teased Yin Luoxin with a playful glint in his eyes. You insolent boy, you dare speak such nonsense? I see you have a death wish. Yin Luoxin exclaimed, raising her hand to slap Jiang Han's face. However, before her hand could reach him, Jiang Han swiftly caught it. With a forceful twist, he sent Yin Luoxin stumbling, nearly toppling over. I have no respect for people like you who talk big. You truly bring shame to the wealthy, Jiang Han declared, striding towards the hotel entrance. This time, the two security guards dared not stop him. After all, he had just produced the highest-level golden invitation card, one that only the elite families of Weicheng could possibly possess. Jiang Han approached the hotel entrance amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, immediately captivated by 2 rows of tall, strikingly attractive greeters. Sir, please present your invitation card. A woman clad in a red qipao, standing at 1.76 meters, blocked his path. It was evident that she was the lead among the greeters. Her gaze held a hint of coldness. As she discerned Jiang Han's humble origins, suspecting him to be a fraud attempting to sneak into the banquet, such high-end events often attracted imposters trying to infiltrate for personal gain. Jiang Han paid no mind to her scrutinizing gaze, casually waving the golden card before her eyes before sidestepping and walking in. The greeter was momentarily taken aback, her expression blank, as she could hardly believe that the person she looked down upon possessed the most coveted golden invitation card. Wow, that young masteress move was so cool, exclaimed one girl. Indeed, just look at his bronze skin. It clearly reflects someone who frequently vacations by the sea. Another added, I particularly adore men with such masculine charm. I can't stand those pale, delicate boys. If I could marry him, I would gladly bear him a brood of children, remarked a girl with a somewhat innocent appearance, gazing at Jiang Han's retreating figure. Hey, Tao Huame, wake up, stop daydreaming. Someone who can produce a golden invitation card wouldn't look twice at a Navi girl like you. I bet those wealthy heiresses have already reserved him. Countered a girl with a cherubic face, rolling her eyes. Enough, all of you, quiet down. This is work, not a social gathering. The lead greeter watched Jiang Han as he walked away, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Following the directional signs, Jiang Han arrived at the banquet hall on the second floor, which was already bustling with elegantly dressed attendees. The men exuded an air of confidence, while the women radiated grace. All unmistakably part of the upper echelon of Weicheng's young elite, they gathered in small clusters, wine glasses in hand, clinking and engaging in lively conversation. Jiang Han scanned the room, recognizing none, and feeling somewhat bored. He retreated to a corner to sample a glass of red wine. After taking a sip and finding its taste quite pleasant, he was interrupted as someone called out to him, "Tado, I assent to that, Jiang Han. What are you doing here, kid?" A man in a black suit with a somewhat effeminate appearance approached Jiang Han, his eyes filled with curiosity. It was none other than Yin Jianping, the young master of the Yin family's third branch. "If you can come, why can't I?" Jiang Han replied, aware that the man's intentions were less than friendly. "Oh, you really think you're on par with me? Do you even know what kind of people were invited to this banquet? They all the prominent young figures of Weicheng. What are you, just a country bumpkin? Do you have any status, wealth, or connections? I doubt you possess any of those." Jiang Han, feeling the disdainful gazes of those who recognized Yin Jianping, was treated as little more than a social climber trying to infiltrate elite circles. "How I got in is none of your business, Yin young master," Jiang Han replied curtly. "Fine, since you refuse to listen. Don't blame me for being rude. Security, there's a trespasser here stealing our wine. Quickly, arrest him." As Yin Jianping shouted, the attendees turned their attention towards Jiang Han, and two security guards rushed towards him. "Hello, young Master Yin. What seems to be the issue?" asked a somewhat plump security guard. "Quickly arrest this brat. I suspect he is a fraud who sneaked in to steal our fine wine." Yin Jianping pointed at Jiang Han. The guards were taken aback. They had bolstered their numbers for this event and even hired an external security company to maintain order. Fearing any disruptions during the banquet, To think someone could sneak in and drink the wine was beyond their expectations. They extended their hands to apprehend Jiang Han. "Wait, I entered through the front door, and the greeters can vouch for me." Jiang Han interjected, not wanting to create a scene that would embarrass Wang Xiyu. "You mean to say you have an invitation card? That is impossible. Who would give an invitation to a country bumpkin like you? Are you dreaming?" Yin Jianping scoffed in disbelief, "Since you came in through the main entrance. Then show us your invitation card." Before Yin Jianping could say more, a plump man in traditional attire, sporting a bald head, approached with a playful glint in his eyes. This man was none other than Fu Xiaohua, the young master of the Fu family. Drawn by Yin Jianping's earlier questioning, he had come over and, upon seeing his rival Jiang Han, joined in the interrogation. "Good question, Fu Xiao. Jiang Han, hurry up and show us your invitation card. Let us see if it's made of black iron or white aluminum." Yin Jianping also jested. Upon hearing this, the people around burst into laughter, fully aware that the invitations for this soiree came in only 3 varieties: gold, silver, and bronze cards. There was no such thing as iron or aluminum invitations. Yin Jianping was clearly mocking Jiang Han. Both young masters had spoken. "Why weren't you hastening to produce the invitation? If you delay any longer, we shall not be so courteous." The 2 security guards recognized Yin Jianping and Fu Xiaohua, knowing they hailed from 2 prominent families. Observing their apparent disdain for Jiang Han, they sought to impress the powerful figures before them. Thus their attitude towards Jiang Han grew increasingly hostile. "Why waste your breath? Just act already. A bumpkin fresh from the mountains, how could he possibly possess an invitation? Who would extend such a courtesy to someone like him? Does he even qualify?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Jiang Han looked up to find it was Yin Luoqi's brother, Yin Jianbo. Jianbo had arrived. Although Jianping looked down upon his cousin and had privately allied with his uncle's family to undermine Yin Luoqi, he still had to feign respect towards Yin Luoqi and her brother, for she now held dominion over the Yin family's enterprises. Yin Jianbo, due to his sister's status, had always held himself high within the family, paying no heed to his marginalized cousin, not even casting him a glance. Yin Jianping felt a sting of humiliation, seething inwardly, yet he maintained a composed facade. Jiang Han surveyed the 3 before him. Feeling overwhelmed, who would have thought that attending a modest gathering would stir such a hornet's nest, drawing forth a multitude of adversaries? He felt quite helpless. Are you all not heeding young Master Yen's command? Toss that wretch out. We cannot allow such lowly company to tarnish our air." Before the two security guards could act, another man stepped forward, clad in a striking black tailcoat, exuding an aura of distinction. This was none other than Wang Xiu's cousin, Wang Lei. Jiang Han was left speechless. Another opponent had emerged. It seemed he had not come to a tennis soiree, but rather to confront him directly. Today was nothing short of a gathering of foes. Yan Jianping, Yan Jianbao, and Fu Xiaohua all greeted Wang Lei, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Wang Lei returned a slight nod before shifting his mocking gaze toward Jiang Han, eager to witness his downfall. Ever since Jiang Han had outsmarted him for 6 million, leading to the purchase of 2 suits, Wang Lei had harbored an intense grudge, and he certainly would not let this chance slip by. "You, come with us to the security room." The guards, taken aback by the sudden uproar from the elite of Weicheng, recognized this as a rare opportunity to curry favor with such influential figures, and they could not afford to miss it. As they reached out to seize Jiang Han, he proclaimed, "Open your eyes and behold what I present." With that, he extracted a resplendent golden invitation card from his pocket. As the card was revealed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, everyone staring in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the young man they had dismissed could possess the most prestigious golden invitation. "Impossible! This cannot be. How on earth could you have such an invitation? Did you pick it up or steal it from someone?" Yan Jianping was the first to leap up in outrage. Indeed, he must have swiped it from someone. "Security, apprehend him at once, detain him, and alert the police. This wretch is a thief." Fu Xiaohua chimed in without hesitation. With so many wealthy heirs opposing Jiang Han, he would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. They must not allow Jiang Han to turn the tide. "You know nothing of his background." "I do. He is merely a peasant from the mountains. What right does he have to a golden invitation?" "He must have resorted to nefarious means to infiltrate this gathering." Yan Jianbao concurred. "Yes, you are all correct. I suspected the origin of that invitation card even outside. He must not be allowed to escape so easily today." At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman in a green dress emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Yin Luo Exin, whom Jiang Han had encountered at the entrance, approaching Jiang Han with a playful smirk. She seemed to convey, "Look, so many wealthy young men are targeting you. You are doomed today. Are you all not going to act? What are you waiting for?" Wang Lei shot a glare at the two somewhat dazed security guards, issuing a direct order. The Wang family was one of the co-hosts of this event. Although the guards were wary of Jiang Han's golden invitation, they dared not defy Wang Lei's command and reached out once more to grab Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, do you not understand your own status? Why are you here mingling with the elite? This is no place for someone like you. Heed my advice and leave at once. This way, you may retain a semblance of dignity." Just as the guards' hands were about to grasp Jiang Han, a melodious female voice rang through the air. The guards immediately withdrew their hands upon seeing the woman approach. She was dressed in a stunning red gown, her beauty striking, her figure alluring, resembling a blossoming rose. Vibrant and captivating, she walked gracefully forward. All eyes were drawn to her. She was none other than Yin Luo Qi, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Yin family, the actual overseer of the Yin group, and one of the most powerful women in Weicheng. "Greetings, Miss Yin." "Hello, Miss Yin, sister, you have arrived." Fu Xiaohua, Wang Lei, Yan Jianping, Yin Luo Exin, and Yan Jianbao all greeted Yin Luo Qi. Wang Lei's eyes lit up upon seeing her, as if he were utterly mesmerized. Unable to look away, Fu Xiaohua gazed at Yin Luo Qi, swallowing hard. Indeed, she was the most beautiful woman in Weicheng. If he could hold her just once, it would be worth a lifetime. "Greetings, Miss Yin." "Hello, Miss Yin." The crowd had not anticipated witnessing the elegance of Miss Yin today, and they all eagerly greeted her. Yin Luo Qi's words were intended to assist Jiang Han as her former fiancé. It was undignified for her to see him publicly humiliated, although she had developed a deep misunderstanding of Jiang Han. Viewing him as a consummate fraud, she could not bear to witness his brutal treatment, and her actions were also an attempt to atone for her past mistakes, alleviating her guilt over the broken engagement. "Jiang Han, you should leave quickly. We are only sparing you out of respect for Miss Yan. Do not overestimate your worth and humiliate yourself further." Wang Lei ingratiatingly flashed a brilliant smile at Yin Luoqi, clearly attempting to win her favor. You are fortunate today, for Miss Yan's kind heart is willing to grant you a chance at life. Hurry and depart. Otherwise, you shall miss your opportunity. Fu Xiaohua shot Jiang Han a glare. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, get lost. Do not let me see you again. Yin Jianba added sternly. Have you both forgotten to kneel and beg for mercy? And you, Yin Jianba, do you not recall that after losing at gambling, you vowed to be my subordinate and call me big brother? How could you forget? Jiang Han had been holding back, not wanting to make things difficult for Wang Xiu, but these insults had become intolerable. He retorted directly. The crowd gasped in astonishment. If Jiang Han's claims were true, it would be monumental news. Members of two prominent families in Weicheng had once knelt before this country bumpkin. The revelation was simply too sensational, and everyone was eager to ascertain the truth. You are spouting nonsense. When did I ever kneel before you? Fu Xiaohua's face flushed crimson with rage. Jiang Han, you are slandering me. If you cannot provide evidence today, we are far from finished. Yin Jianba's face was equally flushed with indignation. What if I can produce evidence? You two had better not regret it, Jiang Han declared, preparing to pull out his phone. Although he had not taken photos during their kneeling, he had discreetly recorded audio, anticipating such a scenario, for he was well aware of the cunning and shamelessness of these privileged scions. Enough, Jiang Han. You have deeply disappointed me. You deceived my brother into gambling, setting a trap for him to lose, and now you further humiliate him. You are utterly shameless. I never wish to see you again. Leave at once. Yin Luoqi has come to regard Jiang Han as a cunning scoundrel, harboring not a shred of goodwill towards him. Wait a moment, Miss Yin. How can we let him off so easily after the way he treated your brother? Security, seize him immediately and call the police to handle the matter. I suspect that invitation card of his is stolen, that we must not allow such a rogue to escape unscathed. A prison cell is the most suitable abode for him. Wang Lei, who already harbored resentment towards Jiang Han, had merely spared him out of respect for Yin Luoqi. However, Jiang Han, oblivious to the gravity of his actions, dared to target Yin Luoqi's brother, thus incurring her absolute ire. With Yin Luoqi's favor lost, Wang Lei felt compelled to speak up. Upon hearing this, the two security guards prepared to apprehend Jiang Han once more, but at that moment, a woman's commanding voice rang out from outside. Stop right there. The crowd turned to see a woman gracefully approaching, clad in a stunning purple evening gown. Her beauty was striking, and her demeanor exuded elegance, rivaling even that of Yin Luoqi. This lady was none other than the eldest daughter of the Wang family, the helm of the Tianlong group. The Wang family's influence was on par with that of the Qin family, and upon her entrance, everyone immediately parted to make way for her, greeting her with deference. Miss Wang, greetings, Director Wang, cousin, you've arrived. Although Wang Lei felt a twinge of discontent towards Wang Xiu, he dared not show it and rushed over to greet her with enthusiasm. Yet, Wang Xiu paid him no mind. Greetings, Director Wang, Miss Wang, Yin Jianba, Yin Jianping, Yin Luoxin, and Fu Xiaohua all offered their respects to Wang Xiu. Xiu, you're here. Yin Luoqi also extended a warm greeting to Wang Xiu. She acknowledged her with a nod and turned to the two security guards, asking, who ordered you to apprehend him? The guards turned pale at her words. This Miss Wang was not like Wang Lei, a powerless scion of the Wang family. She was a figure of real authority, wielding the power of the Tianlong group. Given that the Wang family was one of the hosts of this event, the two guards could hardly withstand the scrutiny of Wang Xiu's gaze, and they both cast hopeful glances towards Wang Lei, anticipating his explanation. Wang Lei was well aware of the unusual connection between Wang Xiu and Jiang Han. Otherwise, she would not have personally ordered the payment of the outstanding construction funds owed to the Yin family during the last incident. He had begun to suspect that Jiang Han's golden invitation card was likely bestowed upon him by his cousin, and thus he dared not speak up any further, standing there like a statue. Utterly silent, Director Wang, this fellow sneaked in with a stolen invitation card, and the guards were preparing to take him for questioning. Yin Jianping quickly explained, he was invited by me. Do you think he would need to steal someone else's invitation? As Wang Xiu's words fell, the atmosphere in the room erupted into a frenzy. What? I can't believe this fellow was invited by Miss Wang. How extraordinary! Has he struck it lucky to gain her favor? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. If only I had his luck, my fortunes could change overnight. I'd no longer have to worry about my projects, remarked a plump man with a bald head. I say, Director Huang, stop dreaming. How many people in Weicheng do you think could catch the eye of the eldest daughter of the Wang family? This fellow must have ancestors smiling down on him. Otherwise, how could he have won her attention? Chimed in a slender young man. Yin Jianping, Yin Jianba, and Fu Xiaohua were all left dumbfounded by Wang Shiyu's revelation. They could hardly fathom that this impoverished Jiang Han had managed to forge a connection with the esteemed eldest daughter of the Wang family. Yin Luoxin remained silent, observing Jiang Han, for she knew of his relationship with Wang Shiyu, recalling how Wang Shiyu had defended Jiang Han when he had embarrassed her in their family-esque furniture market. At the moment Wang Shiyu appeared, she had already deduced the origins of Jiang Han's golden invitation card. Yin Luoxi's level of shock matched that of anyone present. She gazed at Jiang Han with a complex expression, unable to believe that the person she had looked down upon was connected to Wang Shiyu, who had invited him to the elite gathering of Weicheng's young generation. This clearly indicated Wang Shiyu's regard for Jiang Han, leaving her feeling as if something precious had slipped from her grasp, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Had she truly made a mistake in dissolving their engagement? Did Jiang Han possess qualities she had failed to perceive? Suddenly, she recalled the catalyst for her annulment, the belief that her cousin Luoxin had secured the return of the 1 billion yuan owed by the Wang family, rather than Jiang Han, whom they had all dismissed as a fraud. Could it be that Jiang Han had indeed been the one to reclaim that substantial sum? Observing Wang Shiyu defending Jiang Han only intensified her conviction that perhaps they had wronged him. No, it was impossible. Jiang Han could not have that much influence. He was merely a casual acquaintance of Wang Shiyu. And how could she simply declare the repayment of such a hefty sum? Wang Shiyu quickly denied this notion that moment. She felt an inner conflict. Her greatest fear was that Wang Shiyu, the esteemed daughter of the Wang family, had developed feelings for Jiang Han. That would be a slap in her face. She dreaded the occurrence of such a melodramatic twist. Miss Wang, I distinctly remember that the theme of our gathering is the exchange of ideas among Weicheng's young elites. Jiang Han, lacking status, influence, or assets, surely does not meet the criteria for invitation. Yin Luoxin interjected, her dissatisfaction stemming from Wang Shiyu's previous disregard for her at the furniture market. This gathering is hosted by my family, and I can invite whomever I wish without seeking others' approval. Moreover, Jiang Han is currently my employed bodyguard and driver, tasked with ensuring my safety. How could he possibly lack the qualifications to attend? Wang Shiyu quipped, playfully winking at Jiang Han, clearly anxious that he might refute her statement. Yin Luoxin was left speechless in the face of this rebuttal. Yin Luoxi had not anticipated that Wang Shiyu would hire Jiang Han as her personal bodyguard and driver. She had heard that the eldest daughter of the Wang family rarely traveled with bodyguards or drivers. And when she did, they were typically company assigned. The fact that she had appointed Jiang Han to such a position was a testament to her admiration for him. With a woman's keen intuition, she sensed that Wang Shiyu's feelings for Jiang Han were anything but ordinary, stirring a pang of jealousy within her heart. The assembled guests were utterly astonished that Wang Shiyu had chosen Jiang Han as her bodyguard and driver. It was widely recognized that for a wealthy heiress to select a poor youth for such roles signified her interest in him, thereby creating an opportunity for them to be together. At that moment, the gazes of nearly all the men in attendance were filled with envy and jealousy, while the women were left in shock and curiosity. Come, Jiang Han, let me introduce you to some of Weicheng's young talents and elites. In the midst of everyone's scrutiny, Wang Shiyu led Jiang Han around to meet various distinguished individuals from Weicheng. While most of them initially dismissed Jiang Han, they nonetheless treated him with courtesy in Wang Shiyu's presence. As the event drew to a close, Jiang Han prepared to leave alone, only to be called back by Wang Shiyu. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you eager to meet your wife? Wang Shiyu teased that moment. The flush of alcohol tinted Wang Shiyu's cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Jiang Han felt his heart race as he regarded her, pondering that if it weren't for his engagement to Tang Wan, Wang Shiyu would indeed be an excellent choice. Such a remarkable, capable, and cultured woman was rare in this world. If I had a wife, would I dare to attend this gathering? She would surely have my ears for it. Jiang Han retorted, his face reddening at Wang Shiyu's playful banter. "I didn't expect you to possess such a sense of humor about marital control, but I must admit, I find it appealing." Wang Shiyu's heart fluttered with joy at Jiang Han's words, but after speaking, she shyly lowered her gaze. Jiang Han was taken aback by Wang Shiyu's sudden remark, his expression momentarily stilled. Could it be that this esteemed daughter of the Wang family was expressing her affections towards him? Jiang Han was utterly astonished. He had always regarded the other party as a friend, never expecting such words to emerge from their lips. "What is wrong? Don't you like it?" Wang Shiyu, emboldened by a few drinks, had mustered the courage to boldly confess her feelings to Jiang Han. In all her years, she had never spoken such words to any boy. To her dismay, Jiang Han remained unresponsive, leading her to ask, somewhat disappointed, "Well, I only see you as a friend." Although Jiang Han did not harbor any dislike for Wang Shiyu and felt a slight affection towards her, he was bound by an engagement and could not afford to give her false hopes. Since he could not provide her with happiness, he wished to avoid causing her pain that a friend. "Oh, so I am merely your friend." Upon hearing Jiang Han's response, a pained expression briefly crossed Wang Shiyu's face, but she quickly forced a smile and said, "Since you consider me a friend, I'd like to go to a bar tonight." "Accompany me." Jiang Han, feeling guilty for having rejected her, could only agree. Wang Shiyu took Jiang Han to a lounge arranged by the hotel, and as dusk fell, the two set off for the bar. This time, having both consumed alcohol, they chose not to drive. Wang Shiyu summoned a driver from the company to take them to the bar street in Yinyu Alley. They arrived at the entrance of a bar named New Century. The driver stayed outside to park the car. Jiang Han looked up to see that the bar's entrance was designed in an extraordinarily futuristic manner, resembling a circular spaceship, with neon lights flickering above and blue light emanating from below, giving the impression of a vessel soaring into the sky. It was evident that this bar was of high caliber, and the unique entrance must have cost a considerable sum. Wang Shiyu led Jiang Han inside, and they made their way to a booth situated near the northeast corner. She ordered 2 bottles of red wine, but did not rush to drink. Instead, her gaze was fixed on a stage nearby, where a woman in a red dress was playing the piano. The music flowed soothingly, calming the hearts of all who listened. Jiang Han looked up, feeling that the girl's profile was exceptionally familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. However, due to the distance, he could not discern her identity. "What's wrong? Have you taken a liking to her? Your taste is commendable. She is indeed quite beautiful." Just as Jiang Han was absorbed in watching the pianist, he suddenly heard Wang Shiyu's teasing voice. He awkwardly withdrew his gaze and raised his glass, saying, "To Shiyu, I toast to you." Wang Shiyu clinked her glass with his, and then leaned closer, saying, "If you like her, I can help you get her contact information." With that, she looked at Jiang Han with a mischievous smile. The faint fragrance emanating from her enchanted Jiang Han, causing his face to flush once again. "Shiyu, please stop joking. I merely found her somewhat familiar and was lost in thought." Jiang Han explained, "Oh, is that so? So you're old acquaintances?" Wang Shiyu smiled sweetly. She relished the sight of Jiang Han's flustered expression, which brought her immense joy. Jiang Han realized he could not clarify the situation, so he chose silence and focused on his drink. Just then, a loud shout rang out from the crowd below. "Hey there, little lady. You play the piano quite well, but I'm a rough man. I don't fancy this soft and feeble stuff. Stand up and sing for me." Jiang Han looked up to see a portly man with a shaved head and a dragon tattoo glaring at the pianist, his eyes gleaming with lewd intent. The woman on stage seemed oblivious to his demands, continuing to play her music with a calm and leisurely tempo. "You filthy bitch, can't you hear? Our brother Long wants you to sing a song," shouted a burly man with a prominent scar on his face, seated beside the overweight man. The red-dressed pianist continued to ignore them, lost in her melody. "I fear this girl is in for trouble. She has caught the eye of the Qinglong Society. It's likely she won to escape unscathed," a young man with dyed yellow hair whispered to his companion. Indeed, the Qinglong Society is a notorious force in the southern part of the city. Anyone they set their sights on is doomed, another lamented. "What a shame, such a lovely girl, and soon she will be at the mercy of these scoundrels," someone sighed. The pianist remained unaffected, but the scar-faced man was enraged. He stood up, pointing at her menacingly. "You insolent whore! I see you're asking for trouble. It seems you need a lesson to understand that our esteemed brother Wang has 3 eyes. With that, he approached the stage. The portly man did not intervene. Instead, he wore a faint smile, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Brother Nyo is formidable. Brother Nyo is impressive. Let us see how you make this bitch grovel at your feet and beg for mercy. Ha ha! The crowd cheered, their laughter echoing as they reveled in the spectacle. Yet no one dared to intervene, not even the bar staff, who remained silent, unwilling to confront the scar-faced man. Hey, I told you to stop playing. Are you deaf? The scar-faced man kicked the piano with force, sending it sliding sideways, silencing the music abruptly. The red-dressed woman turned and slowly stood, revealing her delicate features under the stage lights, accentuating her charm. Her gaze, imbued with a sense of vulnerability, evoked a strong protective instinct among the men in the audience. Yet all were aware of the Qinglong Society's might, and none dared to step forward to assist her. You filthy bitch! I told you to shut up! Don't you understand human speech? The scar-faced man raised his hand, ready to strike the red-dressed woman. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Instead of cowering, as most women would, she suddenly lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick aimed at his groin. This area is a man's most vulnerable point, and if struck by her high heel, it would certainly spell disaster for him. Gasps filled the crowd. The scar-faced man's companions were frozen in shock. They had not anticipated that this woman would dare to retaliate against a member of the Qinglong Society, fearing for their friend's safety. But it was too late for them to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as her heel hurtled toward him. Some averted their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending clash. You dare to ambush me. Just as her heel was about to connect, the scar-faced man swiftly seized her ankle, lifting her effortlessly. The red-dressed woman's long, fair legs were fully exposed, drawing the gaze of numerous men in the audience, their eyes widening in astonishment. The scar-faced man's expression turned lecherous, but he continued with his intentions, flinging her aside. She landed on the stage's edge, her hair disheveled, face pale, and a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly having sustained injuries from the fall. Until that moment, Jiang Han had been engrossed in conversation with Wang Xiu, oblivious to the commotion on stage. But when he finally looked up to see the red-dressed woman sprawled on the ground, his expression morphed into one of shock. He recognized her instantly. What's wrong? Can't take your eyes off her. Are you hoping to play the hero? Wang Xiu observed Jiang Han's demeanor, a hint of playful sarcasm lacing her words. You sit here for a moment. I shall go take a look. With that, Jiang Han leaped from the booth, sprinting towards the stage like a cheetah. Wang Xiu was left bewildered by his sudden actions. Frozen in place, she had merely been jesting with him, never anticipating that he would take it seriously and rush to rescue the girl on stage. That a pang of jealousy surged within her, akin to a spilled jar of vinegar, stirring a bittersweet sensation in her heart. Jiang Han had no time to ponder Wang Xiu's thoughts, for the young woman on stage was an acquaintance from his past. Xiao Yuan, the former landlord of the shared apartment he had rented. He had long been curious about her late-night outings, often returning at an hour far beyond what he deemed reasonable. His astonishment. He discovered she worked in a bar as a piano performer. He had never envisioned that such a spirited individual could possess a side so quiet and reserved. The scar-faced man approached Xiao Yuan with ill intentions. Jiang Han could not remain a mere bystander. Such a fiery temperament. Yet I find it intriguing to tame a wild mare like you, the scar-faced man declared, raising his hand to strike Xiao Yuan. Just as his palm was about to make contact with her fair cheek, it was seized firmly by none other than Jiang Han himself. You seek death by meddling in my affairs? The scar-faced man spat, turning to face Jiang Han, his expression turning icy. He retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Jiang Han's abdomen. With a steely gaze, Jiang Han countered with a kick of his own, their feet colliding with a resounding impact. A piercing scream escaped the scar-faced man's lips as he was propelled backward, tumbling off the stage entirely. Are you all right? Jiang Han turned to Xiao Yuan. Concern etched across his features. What brings you here? Xiao Yuan queried, perplexed as she slowly rose to her feet. I came to accompany a friend, and lo and behold, I find that scoundrel laying hands on you. Jiang Han replied, extending his hand to assist her. Their fingers brushed together, and a wave of warmth surged through him. causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush. It was his first experience of grasping a beautiful woman's hand. "Is your friend male or female?" Xiao Yuan inquired. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback by her curious thought process. At such a perilous juncture, she was more concerned about the gender of his companion than her own safety. He found himself both amused and exasperated. "If you don't specify, I shall assume it's a woman. Do point her out to me." Xiao Yuan tossed her hair aside, revealing her flawless forehead. "My dear lady, shouldn't you be more concerned about your own safety rather than such trivial matters?" Jiang Han retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. "You were impressive just now. I trust in your abilities. All I require is for you to ensure my safe exit, and your task will be complete." Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Ew." Jiang Han was rendered speechless. He could hardly believe that, even at this critical moment, she maintained her previous haughty demeanor, treating him as though he were her subordinate, issuing commands as if he were her servant. He felt an urge to pin her down and deliver a sound spanking to her ample backside. "That fellow is too audacious, daring to strike a member of our Qinglong society. Brothers, let us teach this brat a lesson." The rotund man could not tolerate Jiang Han's flirtation with the woman he had set his sights on. He abruptly stood, brandishing a chair and leading his entourage towards Jiang Han. Wang Xiyu observed Jiang Han and Xiao Yuan engrossed in conversation, her heart a tumult of emotions. When she noticed the rotund man and his gang advancing on Jiang Han, she felt a surge of concern for him. Recognizing the danger posed by the Qinglong society, notorious for their ruthlessness in the southern part of the city, she swiftly sent a text to her secretary, urging her to bring reinforcements. The rotund man and his gang encircled Jiang Han and Xiao Yuan. As Xiao Yuan took note of the approaching adversaries, her composure faltered, and Jiang Han instinctively shielded her, nodding reassuringly. "Oh, not fear. I am here." Xiao Yuan gave a slight nod in response, remaining silent. "You insolent brat. Even now you dare to act tough before me. I shall ensure you regret it, begging on your knees for mercy. Brothers, charge." With that, the rotund man's voice pierced the air, and his men lunged at Jiang Han. These were no ordinary thugs. They were seasoned street fighters, ruthless and direct in their approach. Aiming for Jiang Han's vulnerable spots, as they descended upon him, Jiang Han executed a swift kick towards the nearest assailant, catching him off guard. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious before he hit the floor. The remaining thugs hesitated, momentarily stunned by Jiang Han's ferocity, but soon they charged at him with renewed fervor. Jiang Han's expression hardened. He unleashed a flurry of punches, sending opponents flying with every strike, none able to withstand his might. The rotund man, witnessing the futility of his subordinates against Jiang Han, began to fear for his own safety. As Jiang Han engaged the last of his attackers, the rotund man stealthily approached Xiao Yuan, who was fixated on Jiang Han, oblivious to the danger creeping closer. Just as Jiang Han began to gain the upper hand, the rotund man lunged at Xiao Yuan, seizing her throat before she could utter a sound. Jiang Han sensed the impending disaster, but it was too late. The rotund man had her firmly in his grasp. "Your martial prowess is commendable, I must admit, yet it will not thwart my intentions today. This woman belongs to me. You shall not rescue her. Perhaps one day, when I tire of her, I might consider offering her to you, but only if you are willing to grovel at my feet." The rotund man boasted, his face alight with arrogance. He leered at Xiao Yuan, commenting on her figure, preparing to inappropriately touch her, with a pallid complexion. Xiao Yuan realized the malice of her assailant. "You are courting death," Jiang Han shouted, his arm slicing through the air. A shadow whizzed past, striking the rotund man's arm with a resounding thud. The cry of agony escaped him as he collapsed, clutching his injured limb. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to discern what weapon Jiang Han had employed. Only Jiang Han knew that he had merely thrown some stones he had collected from mountains, a skill honed during playful contests with his peers while training. As their leader fell, the remaining 3 members of the Qinglong society halted their advance, fear evident in their eyes. "Are you unharmed?" Jiang Han asked. Approaching Xiao Yuan, "That I am fine," she replied, though her pallor suggested otherwise. "I did not anticipate you were a martial expert," she remarked. "If you say so," Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly. Flattery will get you nowhere. Remember, no matter how skilled you are still my tenant. Yes, your landlord. You must heed my commands, Xiao Yuan teased, rolling her eyes at him. Jiang Han felt a surge of irritation at her cheekiness. Even in the face of danger, she remained ungrateful for his assistance. Shaking his head, he retorted, "If you refuse to accept my authority, I shall raise your rent by 5,000. Xiao Yuan pouted slightly, and Jiang Han was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, almost spewing forth a torrent of frustration. This woman was resorting to the same old tactics to threaten him once again. His complexion turned more ghastly than if he had swallowed a fly. Yet ultimately, he dared not retaliate, forcing a smile as he replied, "Very well, Miss Xiao, you are absolutely right. I shall heed your every word and accept your leadership." "Now that's more like it." Xiao Yuan huffed with satisfaction, a triumphant smile gracing her features that imparted an uncommon allure, reminiscent of a mature woman. "You little rascal, dare to lay a hand on our King Longhui members, and you will regret it. I shall summon someone to deal with you. If you have the guts, stay right here and wait." The portly man, propped up by several of his subordinates, glared menacingly at Jiang Han. "Very well. I shall remain here and await your arrival. Feel free to call whomever you wish." Jiang Han detested being threatened more than anything, and upon hearing the man's words, he stubbornly held his ground. "Jiang Han, why aren't you leaving? Are you foolish?" Xiao Yuan exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She did not wish to squander such a prime opportunity for escape, especially after the recent near-death experience at the hands of the rotund man. As she reached for Jiang Han, he remained unmoving. "You." She was about to explode in anger when a woman of elegant bearing and noble demeanor approached Jiang Han and softly said, "Jiang Han, the King Longhui holds significant power in the southern part of the city. This is their territory. If you wish to rescue someone, it would be wise not to confront them directly." This woman was none other than Wang Xiyu, who had been observing Jiang Han's heroic deeds from the sidelines. Initially hesitant to approach too soon for fear of burdening him, she had intended to wait for her own people to arrive before coming to Jiang Han's aid. However, upon realizing that he was foolishly preparing to take on an underground organization alone, she hurried over. "So this is the friend you mentioned? She seems quite remarkable, possessing both beauty and grace. That it appears you have an eye for talent." Xiao Yuan remarked, her tone tinged with envy as she noted the strikingly graceful interaction between Wang Xiyu and Jiang Han. Wang Xiyu merely glanced at Xiao Yuan, dismissing her entirely, seemingly oblivious to the subtext of Xiao Yuan's words. Sensing her presence being ignored, Xiao Yuan's expression soured. Jiang Han did not anticipate the unexpected tension between the two women and quickly introduced them. "This is my friend Wang Xiyu, and this is Xiao Yuan, my roommate." Wang Xiyu's eyelids fluttered in surprise. It dawned on her that the beautiful girl Jiang Han had rescued was his roommate. She had not anticipated that Jiang Han had secured such a stunning housemate. And recalling the old adage about proximity leading to affection, she felt a twinge of discomfort. The peculiar glances Xiao Yuan had cast at Jiang Han earlier only served to amplify her unease. She resolved not to allow Jiang Han to continue living with this girl. Otherwise, the man she had set her sights on might soon be swept away. She contemplated finding him a new place to live, even if it meant gifting him an apartment. "I am Xiao Yuan, not only Jiang Han's roommate, but also his landlord. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Wang," Xiao Yuan declared, extending her slender hand. Wang Xiyu, a true lady of high society, excelled in the art of politeness, and with a smile, she gracefully extended her own hand, as white and flawless as jade. Jiang Han watched in rapt attention as the two delicate hands clasped together. Momentarily lost in thought, wondering if indulging in such exquisite hands daily could be considered a divine existence. "Let us leave. What are you still dawdling for?" Just as Jiang Han's thoughts began to drift, he was pulled towards the bar's entrance by the two women, each grasping one of his arms. The portly man and his entourage attempted to obstruct their exit, but dared not intervene, merely watching helplessly as they departed the bar. "Quickly, let us head to that intersection over there. I'll have the driver wait there." Wang Xiyu gestured toward a nearby crossroads. "And no need. Miss Wang, we can just take a cab back." "We would want to trouble you," Xiao Yuan interjected, pulling Jiang Han to decline Wang Xiyu's offer. Wang Xiyu was taken aback, unable to fathom why this girl would choose to wait for a taxi in such a precarious situation. If they couldn't find a cab and the King Longhui showed up, it would spell disaster. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yuan and tugged at Jiang Han, insisting, "Stop hesitating and hurry. Otherwise, if the King Longui arrives, you will be in grave danger." Hearing Wang Shiyu's warning, Xiao Yuan finally relented, following the two to the designated intersection where they climbed into Wang Shiyu's blue Lamborghini. Xiao Yuan nonchalantly settled in a car, unfazed by the luxury surrounding her. Unlike most girls who would be awestruck by such opulence, her demeanor remained calm throughout. As they entered the vehicle, the driver initially offered Wang Shiyu the front seat, but she declined, opting to sit in the back with Jiang Han. This arrangement created an unusual tableau, with Jiang Han seated between the two beautiful women, as if he were a national treasure being shielded. Both women emanated enchanting fragrances. Wang Shiyu's was fresh and subtle, while Xiao Yuan's was intoxicatingly rich. Jiang Han found himself enveloped in a haze of scents, his mind swirling, and the bumpy ride only intensified the sensations as the two women's supple thighs occasionally brushed against him, igniting a fervent response within him. The driver, glancing enviously at the rearview mirror, was nearly overwhelmed by the alluring scene, his nose nearly bleeding from excitement. As Wang Shiyu's employee, he knew all too well that she rarely shared a vehicle with young men. And the office buzzed with rumors of her aversion to men. He had always believed these tales. But today, Jiang Han's presence shattered his preconceptions. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the modest courtyard where Jiang Han and Xiao Yuan resided. Both Wang Shiyu and the driver were taken aback by the humble abode, failing to expect that the man who had captured their boss's heart would reside in such simplicity. The driver was especially astonished, realizing that the man who had captivated his boss was living in a place comparable to his own, as if a frog were about to feast on swan meat. "This is your residence?" Wang Shiyu inquired. "Yes, Shiyu, if you have the time, feel free to come inside," Jiang Han offered politely. Xiao Yuan was taken aback by Jiang Han's familiarity in addressing Wang Shiyu, her expression darkening with discontent. "Jiang Han, are you completely oblivious? Don't you see Miss Shiyu looks a bit tired? You should be sending her home to rest rather than inviting her to stay." "Not at all. I feel great and am eager to see your place." "Come on, let's take a look," Wang Shiyu declared, stepping out of the car without hesitation. Unable to prevent Wang Shiyu from leaving, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of irritation, but could only begrudgingly follow suit. "Wow, this is lovely. There's even a patch of land here. I can plant some fruits and vegetables." "Jiang Han, I'll take these 2 plots. I'll combine a few days to plant," Wang Shiyu exclaimed, her hands clasped behind her back as she skipped along, exuding the energy of a lively young girl rather than the demeanor of a corporate leader. "That sounds wonderful. Utilizing these plots will certainly enhance the courtyard's appeal and prevent it from appearing desolate," Jiang Han remarked, surprised to discover that the esteemed heiress of the Wang family had such a down-to-earth hobby. "Jiang Han, don't forget your place. I'm the lady of this house. If you wish to use my land, you ought to inform me." The landlord, Xiao Yuan, interjected, seeing Jiang Han and Wang Shiyu enjoying each other's company, reminiscent of a young couple, leaving her feeling sidelined and unable to contain her frustration. "Well then, Xiao Yuan, shall I inform you now?" Jiang Han replied with a hint of mischief. Wang Shiyu turned a glance at Xiao Yuan. "I apologize, but I fear I must disappoint Miss Wang. Ever since my childhood, I have had a passion for cultivating fruits and vegetables, and I intend to plant them here as well. There is simply no way I can relinquish that," Xiao Yuan replied with a slight smile, unable to conceal the smug expression on her face. "I see. Jiang Han, I suddenly feel that your living conditions are rather modest. How about I arrange for you to stay in a villa instead? That way, you would be more comfortable. What do you think?" Jiang Han, no matter how dull he might be, could sense the tension between the two women and had no desire to become embroiled in their dispute. He found himself at a loss for words. Since Miss Wang has taken a liking to this place and wishes to plant here, then let her do so. Just remember to share some of the harvest with me. Xiao Yuan, terrified that Jiang Han might agree to Wang Shiyu's proposal and move away, immediately forced a smile. "Very well, then it's settled." Wang Shiyu clapped her hands excitedly, appearing quite adorable. Xiao Yuan, however, felt her cheeks darken with envy, harboring an additional ounce of resentment towards Wang Shiyu. She had never anticipated that Jiang Han would attract a wealthy heiress from outside, and from Wang Shiyu's casual mention of arranging a villa for Jiang Han, She realized that her formidable rival had arrived. This woman was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Wow, this living room isn't bad, although the furniture and appliances seem a bit dated. Tomorrow, I'll send someone over with a shipment of furniture and appliances so that you can live more comfortably. Wang Xiyu exclaimed as she stepped into the living room. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan's face fell immediately. This woman was clearly not here to merely visit, but to stake a claim on her abode. Having already taken 2 plots from her yard, now she had her sights set on the living room as well. If Wang Xiyu were to take over here too, how would Qiao Yuan, the rightful hostess, maintain her dignity? She prepared to voice her strong opposition. Xiyu, we can't possibly accept your generosity. Let's forget about it. I find the current furnishings quite adequate and don't wish to waste your money. Jiang Han, who had always disdained accepting unwarranted favors, promptly countered. Indeed. Miss Xiu, how could we accept such an expense? Besides, you're not living here, so it would be quite inappropriate for you to buy us things. Qiao Yuan had expected Jiang Han to seize the opportunity, but to her surprise, he firmly rejected the offer, prompting her to quickly echo his sentiments that IT won't be an expense at all. My family actually sells these items. So I'll have a manufacturer send a set over for free. While I may not live here, I will frequently come to tend to those 2 plots of land, and I can't simply not sit and enjoy your furniture and appliances while I'm here. It is only right for me to contribute a little, so let us settle this matter. Please, don't be polite. I'll arrange for the delivery tomorrow. Wang Xiyu's words left both Jiang Han and Qiao Yuan momentarily speechless. Qiao Yuan's expression turned sour, resembling someone who had just swallowed a fly. Once again, she had been bested by Wang Xiyu. After a brief visit, Wang Xiyu excused herself and left, finally allowing Jiang Han to breathe a sigh of relief. He had been anxious when he saw Wang Xiyu looking around, fearing she might venture into his room, which was adorned entirely with bright red furniture. If she were to see it, he would be at a loss for an explanation, especially since she had been present during his last furniture purchase, all of which had been generously gifted by the illustrious Miss Wang. If she were to inquire about the whereabouts of those furnishings and discover them in Qiao Yuan's room, he would find himself in an untenable position. Once Wang Xiyu departed, Qiao Yuan shot him a fierce glare before retreating to her own room, leaving Jiang Han utterly bewildered. Women's hearts are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, he mused to himself. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, while Jiang Han was still asleep, he was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks at the door. Rushing to answer, he found Qiao Yuan emerging in a pink silk nightgown that clung to her curves, nearly causing him to lose his breath. She seemed oblivious to his presence as she rubbed her eyes and grumbled about the early disturbance. However, upon seeing who stood at the door, her expression soured immediately. Jiang Han, too, recognized the figure at the threshold. It was none other than Wang Xiyu, who, to his surprise, was dressed not in her usual business attire, but in a casual white tracksuit and matching sneakers. Her graceful figure was unmistakably alluring, and Jiang Han found it difficult to avert his gaze. You haven't been disturbed, have you? Wang Xiyu asked with a gentle smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Not at all. We've been awake for quite some time, Jiang Han replied hastily, eager to avoid giving Wang Xiyu the impression that he was a late riser. Qiao Yuan shot him a disapproving glare, but remained silent as he opened the door for Wang Xiyu. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, Xiao Gao, please bring over the farming tools, fertilizers, and various vegetable seeds. As Wang Xiyu's orders rang out, 4 sturdy young men entered, each carrying the requested items and placing them neatly under the eaves. All right, you may leave now. I will handle things from here, the 4 men replied in unison, casting peculiar glances at their boss, puzzled by her intent in this dilapidated courtyard that I plan to plant radishes here. As they can be pickled in winter, this area will be for cabbage, which is also suitable for winter pickling. Over here I shall plant bok choy, and here cilantro. This section will be for lettuce, that for kale, and here for garlic sprouts. As Wang Xiyu skillfully mapped out her planting plans, both Jiang Han and Xiao Yuan were left dumbfounded. While Jiang Han, having spent time in the countryside, was somewhat familiar with the vegetables mentioned, he was nonetheless intrigued by how a high-powered executive like Wang Xiyu, a pampered heiress, possessed such expertise in gardening. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, was far more astonished. Having been raised in the city, She had never even heard of many of the vegetables Wang Xiu listed, let alone known how to cultivate them. To their astonishment, Wang Xiu picked up a hoe and began to work the soil with impressive skill. Clearly a capable laborer. "I'll help you." Jiang Han, completely taken aback that the esteemed heiress of a major corporation was willing to get her hands dirty, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He couldn't simply stand there and quickly joined in to assist. "Wait a moment. I'll be right there." Qiao Yuan, observing Wang Xiu's fervor, furrowed her brow. Though she was reluctant, not wishing to be outdone by the two, she retreated to her room to change. Soon after, Qiao Yuan emerged clad in a fitted white tracksuit that accentuated her figure even more, causing Jiang Han to steal a few extra glances. With Qiao Yuan's participation, Jiang Han found himself sandwiched between two beautiful women. Initially, it was Wang Xiu who brought a towel to wipe the sweat from Jiang Han's brow, prompting Qiao Yuan to quickly fetch him a bottle of water. Wang Xiu then brought over a chair for Jiang Han to rest, while Qiao Yuan retrieved a small hand fan adorned with images of ancient beauties from her room to cool him down. Jiang Han was utterly bewildered, caught in the affectionate attention of two stunning women. Moments later, Qiao Yuan could no longer keep pace and sank to the ground, panting, while Wang Xiu and Jiang Han continued to work energetically, eliciting Qiao Yuan's exasperated huffs. Just as Wang Xiu reached for the towel again to wipe Jiang Han's forehead, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from Tang Wan. "Jiang Han, what on earth are you doing? Didn't we agree you would come to the office? Why are you still not here? Do you not see what time it is? You have no sense of time. Get here in 20 minutes or face a fine of 50. With that, Tang Wan hung up abruptly. Jiang Han's expression shifted as he processed her words. He had mentioned he would report to work once he had arranged a few matters. But now it seemed he was expected to show up today, and he was already facing a deduction from his pay before even starting. How could this be? Whose call was that? Why does it sound like a woman's voice? Wang Xiu asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan's ears perked up in curiosity. "It's nothing. I found a job, and they want me to start immediately. I must leave you all to your tasks." Jiang Han declares he made his way out of the lot. "What job? You refuse to be my personal bodyguard and driver, yet go off to find work elsewhere." Jiang Han, "What are you playing at?" Wang Xiu said, unusually expressing her dissatisfaction with Jiang Han, "That I apologize, Xiu. You have helped me immensely, and my reluctance to work stems from the protection you provide." After saying this, Jiang Han headed off to change his clothes. The two newly purchased garments were already soiled and unwashed, so he reverted to the old gray robe he had worn previously to Jiang Han. Wang Xiu thought to herself, feeling somewhat exasperated by his words. While other men would cherish the opportunity to rely on a woman, Jiang Han seemed to shy away from it, which only served to endear him to her more. Due to traffic congestion, Jiang Han took over 40 minutes to reach Myriad Cosmetics Company. The thought that Tang Wan would impose a fine of 50 yuan for being late when she had instructed him to arrive within 20 minutes left him feeling rather embarrassed. If Qi Ming were to discover that this billionaire was allowing a mere 50 yuan to affect his mood, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Upon arriving at the entrance of Myriad Cosmetics Company, Jiang Han was halted by the security guard. Looking up, he recognized the guard as the very one who had allowed him entry during his last visit to rescue Tang Wan. "Who are you looking for?" The middle-aged guard inquired. "That I'm here for work," Jiang Han replied, his tone unfriendly due to his prior negative impression of the guard. "Since you are here for work, you need to present your ID badge. Without it, you shall not enter," the guard stated coldly. Jiang Han noticed the guard's serious demeanor and felt he had misjudged him. Rather than feeling anger, he found himself appreciating the guard's sense of responsibility. Just as he was about to call Tang Wan to request assistance, the guard spoke again, "That if you want to conduct business here, there's no need to impersonate our company staff. Just bring me a pack of cigarettes." "And I'm not an unreasonable person." Jiang Han was taken aback, surprised that the guard was waiting for him. It was evident that the guard regarded him as an outsider attempting to gain entry. The cheapest pack of cigarettes now cost 50 to 60 yuan. To demand such a sum just to enter a company was a severe blow to Myriad's reputation. If this continued, who would dare to approach Myriad for a collaboration? Jiang Han's disdain for the guard intensified. "Listen here, sir, as the gatekeeper of Myriad Cosmetics Company, is this how you protect the company's interests? Does your conduct reflect the salary the company pays you? Are you not afraid I might report you to the higher-ups?" Jiang Han retorted sharply. Go ahead. Report me to the management. Let us see who can do anything to me. Just so you know, my nephew is the chief pharmacist of Mayan, head of the product development department. All the new products are his creation. Who do you think would dare to dismiss him? The middle-aged guard chuckled, showing no regard for Jiang Han's threat. I could see that moment. Jiang Han realized that this guard was actually the uncle of Ho Donglin, a PhD who studied in the U.S.'s brow furrowed. It was clear that winning this guard over would not be an easy feat unless he could somehow discredit or marginalize Ho Donglin. There would be no chance for Tang Wan to act freely against this guard. Since that's the case, I'll let General Manager Tang speak to you, Jiang Han said, feeling somewhat helpless as he took out his phone to call Tang Wan. Huh? Who are you trying to fool? Look at you in your shabby attire, a poor wayfarer, and you expect to know our boss? Aren't you afraid the wind might twist your tongue? The middle-aged guard scoffed, his expression unfriendly as he glared at Jiang Han. Ignoring the guard, Jiang Han dialed Tang Wan's number. Jiang Han, where are you now? Do you realize what time it is? I told you to arrive in 20 minutes, and now it's nearly an hour. Do you not care about your wages this month? Tang Wan's voice came through the line, unabashedly reprimanding him. General Manager Tang, this is not my fault. I have arrived at the company's entrance, but the guard refuses to let me in. Jiang Han explained. Why didn't you say you were a company employee? Tang Wan asked that I did, but he still would let me in. He insisted I buy him a pack of cigarettes to gain entry. Jiang Han replied. What? Is that true? Wait there. I'll come down to get you. With that, Jiang Han hung up, but the middle-aged guard paid him no mind. Leisurely sipping his tea, and a moment later, a woman dressed in a blue suit approached the entrance of Mayan Cosmetics Company. She possessed an exquisite visage and a graceful figure, and her mere presence seemed to illuminate the office, making it shine brilliantly. Jiang Han recognized her immediately. She was none other than his fiancée, Tang Wan, the general manager of Mayan Cosmetics Company. The middle-aged guard, seeing the general manager approaching, hastily set down his teacup and exited the security booth with a beaming smile. Hello, General Manager Tang. He greeted, bowing slightly. Tang Wan glanced at him, merely nodding in acknowledgement before her gaze shifted to Jiang Han, standing at the entrance. The guard's expression shifted to one of shock. Could it be that this young man truly knew the boss? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Come inside, Tang Wan instructed Jiang Han. She then turned to the guard and said, Uncle Ho, you should be aware that you do not meet our company's hiring criteria. I allowed you to take this position out of respect for Dr. Ho, but you must take your responsibilities seriously. You cannot extort those entering or exiting the company, and if I find you engaging in such behavior again, you will be dismissed. This is our new warehouse manager. Do not obstruct him in the future. With that, Tang Wan turned and walked away, prompting Jiang Han to quickly follow. Hodio stood there, stunned. Throughout his time at the company, Tang Wan had always treated him with considerable respect due to his nephew's influence. This was the first time she had spoken to him so sternly. However, he brushed it off, convinced that the entire Mayan company relied on his nephew for its survival. If it weren't for the new products his nephew developed, the company would not be thriving as it was today. That he held no belief that Tang Wan would dare to risk offending Ho Donglin by firing him. He scoffed, watching Jiang Han leave with a complex expression. He never imagined the company's boss would value this unsophisticated man so highly, and a flicker of envy towards Jiang Han stirred within him. Tang Wan did not walk alongside Jiang Han, but instead led the way, her slender figure swaying gracefully as she walked, leaving a subtle fragrance lingering in the air that stirred Jiang Han's thoughts. He hastily steadied his mind. The gatekeeper is the face of the company, the first point of contact for others to recognize us. If such a person occupies this critical position, it may not bode well for the company. Jiang Han cautioned gently, I have already warned him. I trust he will amend his behavior. Tang Wan understood Jiang Han's concerns, but Hodio was the uncle of the product development head, Ho Donglin. If she dismissed him outright, it could dishearten Ho Donglin. Thus, she found herself in a difficult position, needing to issue a warning and observe how things progressed. Seeing Tang Wan's response, Jiang Han felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from further pressing the issue. Knowing they were not yet well acquainted, it was natural for her not to heed his advice. Rather than entering the office building, Tang Wan guided Jiang Han towards the workshop, stopping before the warehouse door. This is the warehouse. It will be your responsibility from now on. If there are any issues with the warehouse or workshop, I will hold you accountable. Here is the key to the warehouse. She handed the key to Jiang Han and prepared to leave. Jiang Han, however, felt his expression grow solemn. General Manager Tang, I have no problem overseeing the warehouse. That is my duty. However, the workshop is not under my jurisdiction. Why must I be held accountable when issues arise in the workshop? Did I not mention over the phone that you should supervise the personnel in the workshop? If problems occur, who else should I approach but you? Tang Wan stated expressionlessly. Jiang Han realized that he had been outmaneuvered by Tang Wan. Her earlier suggestion for him to supervise the workshop personnel was merely a trap. He had foolishly believed he had been granted special privileges, only to discover it was a scheme, and he had become the scapegoat. Observing Jiang Han's distressed expression, Tang Wan let out a cold snort and strided away with her long legs, leaving him alone to grapple with his disarray in the wind. Jiang Han opened the storeroom door, revealing a space filled with various goods, with merely a computer desk, a chair, and a small shelf at the front. Nothing more, but he did not express any disdain, for the environment here was significantly better than that on the mountain, where he had often camped in trees and on rocks with his fellow disciples while training. Noticing the computer desk's disheveled state, he tidied it up a bit and sought a cloth and basin, intending to fetch some water for cleaning, only to discover that there was no faucet in the storeroom. Thus, he took the basin and cloth outside, planning to find a source of water. As he stepped out, he spotted a girl in blue overalls with large eyes approaching him. What are you doing here? She inquired upon seeing him. Jiang Han instantly recognized her. She was none other than Zhao, the vice president of the beauty company, the same person he had encountered when he saved Tang Wan in the restroom on the second floor. Hello, Vice President Zhao. I am now the storeroom manager for your company. So why shouldn't I be here? Jiang Han, wishing to avoid enmity right from the start, addressed her politely. How can a lecher like you be trusted as our storeroom manager? Who could possibly feel secure with you in charge? Tell me who hired you, and I will have them terminate your position immediately. Zhao, harboring a poor impression of Jiang Han due to their previous encounter, spoke with a severe tone, unwilling to entertain any reconciliation. Fine, I also do not wish to engage in such arduous labor, but if you can persuade President Tang, then by all means, go ahead. Jiang Han replied with a teasing smile. President Tang? Very well, I shall consult with her. If you dare deceive me, I will not let you off lightly. With that, she turned and headed toward the office building. Zhao was well aware that Tang Wan might have hired Jiang Han due to his previous assistance to the company. Yet her negative impression of him was deeply entrenched, and she had no desire for someone like him to remain in their company. Jiang Han, observing her resolute demeanor, felt helpless. The misunderstanding had led to her deep-seated resentment, illustrating that one must tread carefully with women, particularly those with a touch of beauty. After walking a few meters with the basin, Jiang Han discovered a water room. He entered to find it quite satisfactory, offering washing facilities and providing hot and cold water around the clock. He filled the basin with water and returned to the storeroom. Just as he finished cleaning the desk, someone entered, none other than the workshop director. Hu Gang. Mr. Jiang, welcome to our company. I heard from President Tang that you have started working here, so I hurried over to see you. Hu Gang said warmly. Director Hu, please refrain from calling me that. Just Jiang Han will suffice. We are colleagues now, and such formality feels rather distant, which I am not accustomed to, Jiang Han replied. All right, no problem. However, having you as a storeroom manager seems beneath your talents. Given your capabilities, I believe you would be better suited as the head of the R&D department. Shall I speak to President Tang about a transfer? Hu Gang offered kindly. Jiang Han was taken aback by Hu Gang's high regard for him and quickly waved his hand. Director Hu, it is kind of you to say that, but please keep it to yourself that we wouldn't want to invite jealousy as for President Tang. She, as the company leader, certainly understands the value of each person. Her decision to assign me this task must have its reasons. Jiang Han wished to avoid having Tang, one suspect that Hu Gang was acting on his behalf, as he intended to win her recognition through his own abilities before seeking a more suitable position. Others may fear Ho Donglin, but I do not. Take this recent trial as an example. If he had your skills, the issue would have been resolved long ago, and we wouldn't have reached this point. In my eyes, you are 100 times superior to him. If you were in charge of the R&D department, I am confident you would develop even better products that MY sentiments are directed at the matter, not the person. However, you are correct. You have just arrived, and it would be unwise for the leadership to burden you with such a heavy responsibility. In time. Once they recognize your capabilities, they will surely promote you. Hu Gang remarked, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder like an older brother. Jiang Han appreciated Hu Gang's trust and esteem. Subsequently, Hu Gang outlined the procedures for entering and exiting the storeroom, detailing which forms to sign and what information to input into the computer before taking his leave. At noon, Hu Gang returned to invite Jiang Han to lunch in the cafeteria. Jiang Han was surprised that the beauty company provided a meal, but he had not prepared any utensils. Hu Gang suggested borrowing some for the time being, assuring him that he could bring his own next time. The cafeteria was a single-story building, merely a dozen meters from Jiang Han's storeroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by a bustling dining hall filled with over 200 employees. Upon noticing their arrival, many turned to greet Hu Gang, who responded to each salutation. Walking beside Hu Gang, Jiang Han, though not directly addressed, received nods from some who had witnessed his heroic act of saving a life. Acknowledging him subtly, they chose an empty table, and Hu Gang left to fetch utensils for Jiang Han. Sitting alone, Jiang Han felt a tinge of solitude. Just then, a tall, slender man approached him. It was none other than Ho Donglin, the head of the R&D department. I heard that on your first day, you reported my uncle to President Tang. Let me remind you, it is best to be kind in this world. Don't think that just because you accidentally helped the company once, you have achieved something remarkable. There are many formidable individuals out there, and your abilities are hardly noteworthy. If you wish to survive in this company, it is wise to maintain a low profile, where you may not live to tell the tale. Ho Donglin said, looking down at Jiang Han with disdain. At Dr. Ho, after studying abroad for so many years, did your teachers not teach you how to conduct yourself? Is it truly polite to lecture others with such arrogance? It seems your education has gone to waste, lacking the basic respect for others. My work is none of your concern, Jiang Han retorted, thoroughly annoyed by this kind of intimidation. The surrounding diners were bewildered by the emerging conflict and were astonished that Jiang Han dared to confront such a powerful figure within the company. Known for his close ties with the boss, they watched in anticipation, expecting Ho Donglin to unleash his fury upon Jiang Han, eager to witness the fallout. You wait, this matter is far from over. Ho Donglin snapped before departing, leaving everyone astonished. In the past, anyone who dared to offend this technical giant would have faced severe backlash and even company reprimands. Yet now, Jiang Han had confronted him so boldly without incurring any consequences. Truly a peculiar situation. However, the onlookers believed that, given Ho Donglin's vengeful nature, he would not let Jiang Han off lightly. They suspected he was merely biding his time, plotting a devastating counterattack against Jiang Han. Jiang Han recognized that Ho Donglin's restraint likely stemmed from fear of Tang Wan, as he had just assisted the company during a crisis. Provoking him would not be justified and would only lead to reprimands from Tang Wan, which is why he held back that AS for any potential schemes against him. He remained unconcerned. Mr. Jiang, you should exercise caution with Ho Donglin. He is quite petty and holds grudges. I fear he may not let you off so easily. Jiang Han was just about to rise and assist Hu Gang in fetching their meals when he noticed that their dishes had already been prepared. However, he saw an individual approaching their table, carrying the food, and it was none other than Li Jinxuan, the deputy director of the Research and Development Department. As Li Jinxuan set down the dishes, he offered a reminder. Thank you, Minister Li, for your concern. I am not one to be easily intimidated. If that rascal has the ability, let him come at me with all he's got. I will handle every move. Jiang Han replied with a confident smile. It's still wise to exercise caution. Li Jinxuan clearly held some apprehension towards his former superior. Understood, Minister Li. You may simply call me by my name. Addressing me as Sir feels overly formal, Jiang Han remarked, displaying his amiable nature towards those who genuinely cared for him. Very well, Brother Jiang. For now on we shall refer to each other as brothers. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Li Jinxuan noted Jiang Han's omission of the title deputy, feeling a sense of respect from him, his expression softening. Jiang Han then went to assist Hu Gang in bringing the food back. For lunch today, the cafeteria served rice, and Hu Gang had prepared a tray for Jiang Han, which contained rice and 3 types of vegetables, oil wheat, shredded potatoes, and the only source of protein, a block of tofu. The dishes appeared rather dry, devoid of any oil, and the mapo tofu, pale and lacking the vibrant color of chili, made Jiang Han frown in dismay. He anticipated such simplicity in the employee meal. With the improvement of living standards, the food on everyone's table had become quite lavish. It was rare to encounter such a meager spread. Yet here it was. Jiang Han picked up a piece of oil wheat and nearly spat it out. It was overwhelmingly salty with a hint of bitterness. He then tried the shredded potatoes, finding them equally salty, and upon sampling a piece of tofu, he discovered that aside from the saltiness, it possessed nearly no other flavor, with the spiciness being negligible. As Jiang Han sampled the dishes, Li Jinshuan couldn't help but interject. "Brother Jiang, there's no need to keep trying. They all taste the same. If it weren't for the fear that we might eat too much, they probably wouldn't even be willing to add more salt." Jiang Han was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why is it like this? Is it merely to save costs? Doesn't the company care?" he inquired, astonished. "Since Oldie has called you brother, I shall do the same. And let me share a little secret. The contractor for our cafeteria happens to be the cousin of our landlord. The boss, fearing that the other party might hike the rent exorbitantly, can only turn a blind eye. What other option is there?" Hu Gang sighed, his face etched with helplessness. Jiang Han finally grasped the situation. It seemed that when Tang Wan had signed the lease contract, this clause, allowing the landlord's cousin to manage the employee cafeteria, had been appended, or else Tang Wan might not have secured the venue at all. At that moment, Jiang Han gained insight into the difficulties Tang Wan faced. Despite appearing to thrive as a boss, she was in truth quite helpless behind the scenes, remembering the disdainful demeanor of the security guard. In juxtaposing it with the current state of the employee cafeteria's offerings, he felt a pang of discomfort. He resolved that he would assist Tang Wan in addressing these issues. "Look over there. It's that rascal named Yang Biao, the one who runs this cafeteria, the landlord's cousin." Hu Gang pointed to a stocky man clad in a white chef's coat and wearing a chef's hat, standing with his hands on his hips, not far away. Jiang Han looked over to see that although the man was dressed in a chef's uniform, he was impeccably clean, not a speck of dust on him. His attire appeared as though it were freshly purchased, clearly indicating he had not engaged in any labor. Merely overseeing his subordinates as they worked, he stood there, smoking a cigarette, exuding an air of self-satisfaction and superiority. Jiang Han took mental note of the man's appearance. "May I ask you both, do you think President Tang eats the same meals as us?" Jiang Han inquired. "How could that be? Yang Biao wouldn't be foolish enough to let President Tang eat this slop. He arranges for someone to prepare special meals for her and the mid-level leaders at every meal, then delivers them to President Tang's office and Vice President Zhao's office. As for the other mid-level leaders, they simply go to the leader's window to get their food. Just look at Ho Donglin. He enjoys that kind of treatment." Hu Gang pointed towards Ho Donglin's table. Jiang Han glanced at the meals in Hu Gang and Li Jinshuan's bowls, which were the same as his, and queried, "You two are considered mid-level employees as well. Yet why are you eating the same as I am?" "We chose not to associate with those people. We want to remain in touch with the masses, which is why we voluntarily opted to eat here," Li Jinshuan replied, glancing from Yang Biao to Ho Donglin. Jiang Han instantly felt a surge of respect for their actions. In his eyes, the true treasure of the Mayan company was not the so-called high-caliber talents like Ho Donglin, but rather those diligent, empathetic individuals who genuinely cared for their company. "This matter, I will find a way to resolve," Jiang Han declared, taking a bite of the bitter shredded potatoes. "Brother Jiang, you must not act recklessly. If even the boss cannot handle this, how can you? If things go awry, it could backfire on you." "It's not worth it," Hu Gang urged urgently. "Indeed, do not be misled by the appearance of our small company. The waters run deep. Since you are here, just manage your own responsibilities and don't go looking for trouble, or you'll be taken advantage of by those petty individuals." Li Jinshuan cast a meaningful glance at Ho Donglin. "Understood. Thank you both for your advice," Jiang Han replied, not wishing to linger on the topic any further. Hu Gang and Li Jinshuan, relieved that Jiang Han had taken their words to heart, chose not to press the matter. After finishing their meal, Jiang Han returned to the storage room, where he found the afternoon uneventful, prompting him to practice his skills. After work, upon returning to his residence, Jiang Han discovered that the plots of land on either side of the front yard had been tidied up by Wang Xiu, now level and neatly divided into smaller sections, fully prepared for planting. Jiang Han marveled at the gardening prowess of this young lady from a wealthy family. It left him perplexed. The next morning, promptly at 8 o'clock, there was another knock at the door. Jiang Han surmised it was Wang Xiyu once again and hurriedly got up to answer it. Today, Wang Xiyu had donned a snug pink sports outfit, her curvaceous figure unmistakably accentuated, and Jiang Han cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. "You're up quite early today. Are you preparing to go to work?" Wang Xiyu inquired, her tone oddly tinged. Despite the smile gracing her face, Jiang Han felt a twinge of awkwardness, chuckling nervously. "Well, yes, I need to head out by 8:30 to make it there by 9. Your boss isn't a woman, is she? You seem exceptionally eager to go to work." Wang Xiu shot him a sideways glance. I could see that moment. Xiao Yuan emerged in her pajamas, her curiosity piqued by Wang Xiu's question. Jiang Han found himself enveloped in the attention of both women, feeling a wave of unease, and awkwardly chuckled. Not at all. He quickly slipped away towards the bathroom to wash up. Wang Xiu and Xiao Yuan exchanged bewildered looks, puzzled by Jiang Han's retreating figure. Once inside the bathroom, Jiang Han let out a long sigh. He hadn't anticipated that women possessed such sharp instincts. Wang Xiu's remark had revealed the existence of Tang Wan. Had he lingered any longer, the two might have easily pried out all of Tang Wan's secrets from him. He would have been left unsure of how to face them afterward. Hastily finishing his morning routine, Jiang Han fled his residence, hopping onto a bus bound for Mei and Company. Upon arriving, he spotted Hu Gang, who was hurrying towards the office building. Jiang Han immediately sensed that something was amiss and called out, "Director Hu, what is going on? Why the rush?" "Brother Jiang, you're unaware of the situation. Early this morning, the former deputy director of the workshop returned with those fleeing employees, blocking President Tang's office and demanding to be reinstated. President Tang is unwilling, and both sides are at a standstill. I fear for President Tang's safety and rushed over to check." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's mind was flooded with memories of the escapees, particularly that burly figure with a face full of flesh, Gao Daba, who had left a strong impression on him. That man looked like trouble. With Tang Wan being a woman, she could indeed be in danger if surrounded by those ruffians. His pace quickened. "Let us go. We should see what's happening." The two individuals swiftly arrived at the elevator, and in no time, they reached the 3rd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a throng of people congregated at the entrance of Tang Wan's office, predominantly comprising those who had previously fled. Most of these individuals were robustly built, clearly workers from the workshop, with the leader being a portly man, none other than Wang Dabo, the former deputy director of the workshop. Opposite them, leaning against the doorway, stood 4 or 5 slender men, engaged in a standoff, albeit clearly lacking the previous vigor. At the forefront of this group was a tall, lean man, Ho Donglin, the head of the RD department. "Wang Dabo, you abandoned the company in its time of crisis. How can you still have the audacity to return?" Ho Donglin asserted. "Why shouldn't I return? The circumstances at that time were beyond my control. It was entirely reasonable for me to leave temporarily for my own safety. I never resigned, so why shouldn't I come back?" Wang Dabo retorted defiantly. "Your argument is nothing but a desperate attempt to justify your actions. By choosing to leave, you effectively betrayed the company. How can you dare show your face here again?" Ho Donglin countered, equally unyielding. "Ho Donglin, you are merely a researcher. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. We need to speak with General Manager Tang, that if you do not leave, do not blame us for being impolite." Wang Dabo menacingly stepped closer to Ho Donglin, who, realizing the overwhelming numbers against him, began to retreat in fear. "Get out of the way." Wang Dabo thrust his hand, pushing Ho Donglin aside, who did not dare to retaliate. The other employees, frightened, quickly retreated, clearing a path. "Wang Dabo, what do you intend to do? I have already informed you that since you chose to leave, you are no longer employees of this company, that we cannot possibly accept those who fled in a crisis. Leave now. It is impossible for us to accept you back." Tang Wan, fearing that Wang Dabo and his group might resort to violence against the employees by the door, hurriedly emerged and declared, "General Manager Tang, you cannot say that. We left without resigning. It is unreasonable for you to dismiss us like this. Moreover, the incident was not instigated by us, but by others in the company that we refuse to take the blame that we are here to work. and when our lives were in danger, it was only natural to prioritize our safety. You cannot dismiss us for that, Wang Debo argued. Indeed, we will not accept the consequences of the company's mistakes. The 20 or so individuals behind Wang Debo shouted in unison that I have stated that I will not accept those who have betrayed the company. Please leave. Tang Wan's expression turned frigid, emanating the demeanor of a cold, unyielding boss. After speaking, she turned to return to her office. Stop right there, Tang Wan. If you lack compassion, do not expect me to show mercy. If you think you can prevent us from returning, you are mistaken, Wang Debo exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Tang Wan's neck, ready to resort to violence as words failed him. Tang Wan was taken aback by Wang Debo's audacity to attack her within the company. Gasping in shock and narrowly evading his grasp. Brothers, let's take action together. Following Wang Debo's command, the group of former employees lunged toward Tang Wan. Just as they were about to seize her, a commanding voice rang out from behind. Stop! Jiang Han leaped into action, swiftly arriving behind Wang Debo. He raised his foot and kicked Wang Debo squarely in the backside, causing the hefty man to stumble and fall to the ground. The others were taken aback. Turning to look at Jiang Han, Hu Gang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Jiang Han's speed, who had outpaced him with a single leap. He was even more surprised by Jiang Han's remarkable prowess, as the seemingly hefty Wang Debo was easily felled by a single kick. General Manager, are you all right? Jiang Han inquired with concern. I am fine. Tang Wan glanced at Jiang Han with a complex expression, her heart swirling with mixed emotions. This man, whom they had deemed unworthy, had now saved her from peril for the third time. You little brat, who do you think you are to lay hands on me? You must be seeking death. Brothers, seize this kid, Wang Debo shouted, rising to his feet and pointing at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, find a way to protect General Manager Tang and get her to safety. I will cover for you, Hu Gang declared, preparing to plunge into the fray. Director Hu, no need. You just protect General Manager Tang. I will handle these people, Jiang Han replied, plunging into the crowd with deft movements. He maneuvered left and right, and in just a few breaths, all the assailants were brought down, groaning in pain. Given their backgrounds as former employees of the beauty company, Jiang Han had only used minimal force, ensuring they sustained no severe injuries, and soon enough, they were back on their feet. However, after Jiang Han's demonstration, they were considerably subdued, retreating from him with wary eyes. That Hu Gang and Wang Debo stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this seemingly lean young man had single-handedly taken down over 20 robust individuals. Wang Debo's gaze toward Jiang Han now bore a hint of fear. That Hu Gang, on the other hand, began to admire Jiang Han. That a man skilled in both medicine and martial arts was indeed a rare gem. Though Tang Wan was aware of Jiang Han's capabilities, she was not surprised by his performance. Yet witnessing him take down those who sought to harm her stirred an inexplicable warmth within her, causing her to regard him more favorably. You dare to lay hands on us. I will remember you. I shall return to exact my revenge, so do not rejoice too soon. And as for you, Tang, today's events are far from over. You all better prepare yourselves, Wang Debo declared as he and his entourage retreated in disgrace. General Manager, are you all right? Should we call the police to apprehend those individuals? At that moment, Ho Donglin and a few others rushed in from outside, hurrying to Tang Wan's side with concerned expressions. I am fine, but let us not rush to call the police. Even if we do, their arrival will merely classify today as incident as a labor dispute, requiring us to resolve it ourselves. They will not enforce any coercive measures, Tang Wan sighed, her understanding of the law informing her of the likely outcome. Are we to let those ruffians off so easily? Perhaps we should hire someone to deal with them, so they do not trouble us again, Ho Donglin suggested, his eyes narrowing in anger at the earlier confrontation. General Manager, that may not be wise. That I believe it would be better to resolve this matter directly. We cannot predict how the hired individuals might act. That if problems arise, it could reflect poorly on you and the company. Hu Gang immediately opposed. Director Hu, you are being overly lenient. Did you not see how those individuals were ready to assault General Manager Tang? Since they have shown no mercy, we too shall not be bound by it. But if they dare to act recklessly, we shall respond in kind. That we cannot show weakness. Otherwise, they will only become bolder, and we must impose strict consequences. Even if it means injuring one or two of them, that we can always compensate them later. Let us see who would dare to act so brazenly again. Ho Donglin retorted, clearly dismissing Hu Gang's views. Jiang Han frowned at Ho Donglin's words, surprised that this seemingly delicate intellectual harbored such malicious thoughts and showed such indifference to life, wishing to eliminate those who had merely acted against him. Director Hu is correct. A company. We must act with integrity and cannot resort to underhanded tactics. We cannot treat lives so lightly. I will first consult with the legal department to determine our course of action. Tang Wan concluded, gesturing for everyone to leave, clearly fatigued. Jiang Han remained silent, following Hu Gang out of Tang Wan's office, while Ho Donglin and a few others trailed behind. Kid, don't let your recent display of prowess inflate your ego. Always remember your place. A mere warehouse clerk aspiring to get close to General Manager Tang is nothing more than a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. Dismiss such foolish thoughts at once. People like General Manager Tang, who seems so celestial, will never look upon someone of your lowly status. Jiang Han was walking forward when he suddenly heard Ho Donglin's sarcastic remarks from behind him. Jiang Han chose to ignore it, continuing to hasten ahead with Hu Gang. Brother Jiang, you should be wary of Ho Donglin. He is not a man of good character. Hu Gang cautioned, I understand. Jiang Han replied. Upon returning to the warehouse, he pondered the potential actions of Wang DeBeos and his group, but could not discern any clear reasoning, so he decided to cease his contemplation. The day passed uneventfully, and 2 more days went by in serene tranquility. As it seemed, Wang DeBeos and his gang had chosen to lay low, not making another appearance. The staff of the beauty company felt a slight relief. Another day passed, still as calm as ever. That night, around midnight, Jiang Han had just drifted off to sleep when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Hu Gang calling. The late hour of the call filled Jiang Han with a sense of foreboding. Director Hu, what brings you to call so late? Jiang Han inquired. That it's bad news. Jiang Han, I just received a call from the security department. The warehouse has been robbed and all the products have been stolen. Jiang Han was taken aback, having just conducted an inventory check. The warehouse held 15,000 sets of cosmetics, each retailing for a minimum of 500 yuan. The total value amounted to 7.5 million yuan. Nearly 2 months' worth of sales for the beauty company. Such a monumental loss would undoubtedly spell disaster for the company. Jiang Han hung up the phone and immediately hailed a taxi to rush to the company. While en route, his phone rang again. This time it was Tang Wan. He hurriedly answered. Jiang Han, where are you? The warehouse has been robbed. You need to get to the company immediately. That shipment is crucial for our distributors this month and next. If we can't dispatch it, we risk running out of stock, and our market share will be swiftly eroded by competitors. That shipment is a matter of life and death for our company. You must retrieve it. Although Tang Wan did not blame Jiang Han over the phone, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities as the warehouse manager. The theft of the goods rested heavily on his shoulders. Jiang Han's mood grew increasingly somber. After ending the call, he was close to the company, and a few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance that he paid the driver and swiftly exited the vehicle. Striding toward the main door. Open the door quickly. Let me in, Jiang Han shouted at the security booth. Ho Dio glanced up, spotting Jiang Han, but chose to ignore him. Seeing no one opening the door, Jiang Han leapt over it. The automatic door was not particularly tall, standing just over a meter, and as Jiang Han vaulted over, Ho Dio felt his authority was being challenged and hurried after him. You dare to breach the door. Stop right there. However, by the time he exited the booth, Jiang Han had already vanished from sight. Fuming, Ho Dio muttered, You better not fall in my hands. I will make you regret it. He grumbled as he returned to the booth. Jiang Han quickly made his way to the warehouse, where several individuals stood, all bearing serious expressions. Upon raising his eyes, he saw that the warehouse door was wide open, and the interior was completely empty. The once towering stacks of goods had vanished without a trace. His heart sank at the sight. Kid, aren't you the warehouse manager? Look at how you're running things. Did you forget to lock the door, allowing thieves to take advantage? You bear an undeniable responsibility for this theft. Indeed, you are entirely accountable. If it weren't for your negligence, this wouldn't have happened. As Jiang Han stood there, staring at the desolate warehouse, a man's accusatory voice reached his ears. He looked up to see a tall, thin man with a mocking expression. None other than the American-educated Ph.D., Chi Donglin. Minister Qi, you can't say that. While Jiang Han is the warehouse manager, doesn't he live here 24 hours a day? This theft occurred after hours. How can he be blamed? A man immediately defended Jiang Han and recognizing the voice as Hu Gang's. Jiang Han felt a warmth in his heart, grateful for Hu Gang's friendship. That cannot be said. Do you know how much product was lost? 15,000 sets. That's nearly 2 months of our company's sales volume. These goods were intended for the market this month and next. Now that they are stolen, we cannot supply our distributors, which means we risk running out of stock. If that happens, our market share will be swiftly claimed by competitors. And our company could face collapse. Isn't he the culprit? Ho Donglin interjected. Indeed, such a significant loss to the company warrants not only his dismissal, but also legal action against him for the consequences. Chimed in a shorter man, who was none other than Ho Donglin's assistant, Go Liang, ever eager to curry favor with his superior. That cannot be said. Even if Jiang Han bears some responsibility, it is not as grave as you suggest. He was on the day shift, and this incident occurred after hours, so what connection does it have to him? The security department should bear some blame, a grizzled voice countered, and upon looking, Jiang Han saw it was Li Jianxuan. Old Li, are you not avoiding the main issue? The warehouse is under Jiang Han's management. Even at night, it is still his domain. If something goes wrong here, is it fair to hold me, or you, or General Tang accountable? The security department has its responsibilities, but they cannot compare to Jiang Han's. You all must understand, the company is facing a financial crisis. If we cannot recover that shipment, we risk a rupture in our cash flow, putting us at death's door. It can be said that Jiang Han is the main culprit in this situation. Any form of punishment is justified. Ho Donglin glared fiercely at Li Jianxuan. Speaking with righteous indignation, Li Jianxuan had never been one to heed Ho Donglin's words, always siding with Tang Wan. Ho Donglin had long held a grudge against him and seized this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Yes, Jiang Han must bear primary responsibility for this incident, Go Liang readily echoed. Correct, Jiang Han cannot escape blame. He must be severely punished. He should be dismissed and made to compensate for all losses. Soon, several individuals began vocally denouncing Jiang Han, clearly allies of Ho Donglin. Satisfied with the scene unfolding, Ho Donglin bore a barely perceptible smile. You all speak so passionately. May I ask if I sold the company goods or signed a contract for 24-hour duty? Nighttime is my off-duty hours. I have fulfilled my legal obligation of 8 hours daily. The thieves stealing the goods has nothing to do with me, should you wish to cast blame upon me. First consult the law. Where does it state that an employee is responsible for theft that occurs after working hours? Which article states that? Please enlighten me. Facing Jiang Han's challenge, everyone exchanged glances, particularly Ho Donglin and his subordinates, whose faces turned ashen. They could find no legal basis to accuse Jiang Han. Out of words, are we? Since there is nothing to say, kindly refrain from unfounded accusations, lest I sue you for defamation. Jiang Han coldly scoffed. Jiang Han, do not try to evade responsibility. It must have been your failure to lock the door properly that allowed the thieves to strike. You have undeniable accountability, Ho Donglin asserted. Minister Ho, as a prominent leader of the RD department, you cannot speak so carelessly. If you claim I failed to lock the door, present your evidence. If you cannot, I shall sue you for defamation. Jiang Han retorted fiercely. Ho Donglin was left speechless by Jiang Han's inquiry, unable to respond. Indeed, it was merely conjecture on his part, and he had no evidence to support his claims, if it weren't for your failure to lock the door. How could the items have been stolen? You are clearly trying to absolve yourself. Go Liang, sensing his superior's defeat, jumped in to challenge Jiang Han. Did you see with your own eyes that I failed to lock the door? If so, present your evidence. Otherwise, refrain from spreading baseless accusations. Jiang Han glared at Go Liang, who had never encountered such a chilling gaze, causing him to retreat several steps. Enough! What time is it? Is this truly the moment for you to engage in finger-pointing and shifting blame? The company's goods have been stolen, and instead of devising ways to recover them, you squabble amongst yourselves. Is that truly wise? At the very moment when a few individuals were embroiled in a heated argument, a sharp reprimand from a woman echoed from behind the crowd. They turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman, her countenance as cold as frost, gracefully approaching them. This individual was none other than Tang Wan, the general manager of Mayan Cosmetics Company, Limited. Ah, Tang, you have arrived. That scoundrel has had his storeroom pilfered and yet stubbornly refuses to admit guilt, spewing nothing but excuses that it is fortuitous that you are here. He must be appropriately punished for his misdeeds and made to compensate for the company's losses, exclaimed Ho Donglin, bending slightly at the waist and wearing an obsequious smile, as if he were welcoming a queen. Indeed, Tang, it is imperative that that rascal faces severe repercussions. Otherwise, everyone will follow his example, shirking responsibility and absolving themselves of guilt, thereby jeopardizing the company's interests, echoed Go Liang, hastily aligning himself with his superior's sentiments. Tang Wan cast a somber glare at Jiang Han before addressing him directly. Jiang Han, this is your domain, and such an incident has transpired. How do you propose we handle this? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Tang Wan had immediately fixated on him. However, he remained composed and replied, Firstly, we must promptly notify the police to ensure their swift intervention. If the perpetrators Haven T fled far, there remains a possibility of recovering the stolen goods. Secondly, we should conduct a thorough investigation on site,